This is Audible.
Aethon Audio presents Exodus Earth, the complete series, a military sci-fi box set written by Andrew Beery, performed by Dave Cruz. Survey Ship, Book 1 in the Exodus Earth series. Chapter 1, Sagia 3. I've had better nights. Hell, I've had better nightmares. The smell was beyond atrocious. If somebody ever tries to tell you that Sagia 3 is a dream vacation destination, just shoot them. Or shoot yourself. Either way, don't believe them. The only reason I was tromping through the underbrush of this hellhole in the middle of the night was because as bad as it was at night, it was worse during the day. If Mother Nature had an ugly stepsister with bad hygiene habits and smelly armpits, that would be Sagia 3. The only thing that could possibly make this situation worse would be to, hypothetically, spend every last credit I had to my name on a rickety, decrepit, dilapidated, you pick the adjective, piece of crap flitter that decided to start pushing up daisies in the middle of a smelly, bug and snake-infested swamp. Oh, wait. I did that. My bad. Admiral, I think my boot is stuck again, my companion complained. The man doing the whining was my Mark. Not as in Mark, the guy's name, but as in Mark, the guy I was attempting to divest of certain historical and rare items I felt others could and would be better stewards of for posterity. Okay, don't get me wrong, the guy was handsome enough, or at least would have been if his face hadn't been on the wrong side of too many bar fights, but good heavens was he a whiner. Despite his muscular physique, which was likely the result of genetic enhancements, he carried himself like someone who hadn't worked a day in his life. My name is Deborah Allen Riker. Most people call me Admiral Dare, or just plain Dare, or just plain Admiral. There is a debate as to whether the Dare comes from my initials, D-A-R, or my propensity to take extreme risks. The jury is still out on that one. As for the Admiral thing, it's not a rank. It's just an unfortunate nickname I've been unable to shake. Let me explain. I had some famous ancestors in the past. I guess that's why they call them ancestors. I had some famous ancestors who were admirals. Some idiots in high school found out and thought it would be cute to start calling me Admiral. Teasing me has never been a safe pastime, and those young men lost some teeth for their efforts. But the cat was out of the bag, and the nickname stuck. I had tried for years to shed it, but like fleas on a dog, it just wouldn't go away. Even people I had never met called me Admiral Dare. Eventually, I just gave up and let it be. Over the years, the name took on a life of its own. I'd like to think the name Admiral Dare was destined to become the stuff of legend. I knew it wouldn't, but hey, it's nice to dream. For the moment, I was just an archaeological grifter with a worthless PhD and a Navy pension I couldn't touch for another 30 years. I was knee-deep in slimy mud, there were flies everywhere, and I was with a rube in tow that likely couldn't tell a snake from a stick. A rube depending on me to keep him alive. Or so I thought. As I said, I've had better nights. 5 hours and an untold number of blisters later, I was back in my hotel room, showered, bandaged, and hungry. The Mark was gone. I counted myself lucky. He had agreed not to sue me for breach of contract. He'd made this decision after I had explained that hiring an unlicensed archaeologist, an archaeologist that was not part of the state-approved archaeological guild, was, in fact, a crime, punishable by 5 years' hard labor in some of Sagia's finest swamps. We agreed to part ways and forget what the other looked like. I was more than willing to forget my klutzy friend, but I would not forget the junk dealer who'd sold me that death trap of a flitter. He and I were going to have a heart-to-heart discussion about the matter. I grabbed a protein biscuit from the hotel's breakfast bar on the way out the door. For those who are curious, the cuisine on Sagia 3 is every bit as enticing as its ambiance, clear down to the smell. I'm told it has something to do with a high concentration of sulfur in the microflora. All I know is, if you're a fan of the smell of a large chicken farm or hard-boiled eggs, you'll be right at home. It took me about 40 minutes to walk to Mickey's Used Treasures Emporium. The blisters on my feet, because of my wet boots, reminded me every step of the way of the pleasant evening I'd had the day before. The trip would have only taken 5 minutes if I had engaged one of the automated taxis swarming the city this time of day. The problem was, such conveyances required credits, and I had been cleaned out of credits by the joker I was going to visit. I stepped through the door of Mickey's place. I had to push through a curtain of hanging beads to do so. I knew from past experience that the beads were infused with nanoprobes that were used to deliver microscopic surveillance bots. Knowing the proprietor, the nanites were more likely used to capture vids of their victims in the shower, more for sale on the black market than for monitoring clandestine activities. I say this because my Mark and I had walked through those same curtains yesterday. The Mark was an older gentleman in his early 50s. He was, how shall I say it, not pin-up material. He was one of those men who'd put on some extra weight around his belly and hadn't bothered to have his metabolism artificially adjusted to compensate. I, on the other hand, am a fit, somewhat well-equipped woman with raven hair who had just turned 40. Can you guess which one of us had 20 of the little buggers on them and who had none? I'll give you a clue. It was the one wearing the underwire bra. Fortunately, the spy bots were easy enough to detect and disable, if you knew they were there. I dealt with the ones I'd encountered the other day with the directional EMP emitter I always kept in my pocket. Today I fried every last one of them as I walked into Mickey's. They weren't all that cheap, so my little extracurricular activity was going to cost Mickey a pretty penny. Oh well. For whatever reason, I wasn't in a forgiving mood today. I don't know. Maybe it was the wet boots. Ah, Mr. Schreiker, what a pleasure to see you again. Mickey was standing behind the counter at the back of the shop. How can I delight you today? I had to give him props. He had the whole slimy used car salesman thing down pat. I felt like washing my hands, and I hadn't even touched him. Yet. That last was fixing to change very shortly. I smiled. I had been told my smile could stop a three-horned trigon boar in its tracks. I used that to full advantage now. Mr. Mickey, I cooed sweetly as I approached the aforementioned counter. About that flitter you sold me yesterday. He must have known it was a lemon because he started to reach under the counter. I presume it was for a shotgun or some such similar device. What Mickey failed to appreciate was that I had grown up in one of the roughest neighborhoods in the known universe, what was left of Earth. Roughly 30 years ago, humanity's sun had been infected by alien spores. Those spores literally digested solar masses as part of their reproductive process. Our sun had aged 1 billion years in the span of a decade. The spores had ultimately been destroyed, but not before Sol was irreparably damaged. The Earth was now a frozen wasteland. 11 billion people had lost their lives or been forced to flee. Those of us who were left behind led very hard lives. Lives that taught us how to survive. I had been fighting for survival since the moment I took my first step. The new Federation Marines had nothing on me when it came to self-defense. I rushed forward and used a stiff right arm planted on the countertop to vault over the counter. As my right leg cleared the surface, I used the heel of my boot to clip Mickey's chin. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, stun rifle in hand. The fact that it was a stun rifle and not something that would have caused serious damage probably saved him the continued use of all of his limbs. I don't take kindly to serious threats. It's a failing, I know, but I've learned to live with it. As I secured the proprietor of Mickey's Used Treasures Emporium to a chair with self-tightening zip ties, he began to wake up. "You've been a very bad boy, Mickey." He shook his head to clear it as I finished securing the last of his legs. Judging from the wince he made, I'm guessing he'd decided against additional sudden movements. Getting a boot to the chin, even if it is just a size 8, had been known to loosen a few teeth and strain a few ligaments in the jaw. "I'm a businessman. It was a business transaction," he mumbled. I pointed to the rifle. "Why the artillery?" Mickey shrugged. "Sometimes I get disgruntled customers returning with unreasonable demands." "Really?" My voice dripping with sarcasm. "I can't imagine that happening." "I know. I'm just a little guy trying to make—" He must have seen the look I was giving him. He paused. "Oh, wait. You weren't being serious." "Got it in one," I answered. "You sold me a piece of junk, knowing it was junk." "I can't be responsible for second-hand equipment failures." "You sold it to me, claiming it had been fully reconditioned and certified." Mickey sat up a little taller in the chair I had lashed him to. "It had. I only sell the finest—" he began. Again, I believe it was my look that stopped him from continuing. "It had sawdust in the transmission to smooth out the ride." I pulled a set of fine leather gloves out of the vest pocket of my tunic. "And it was smooth, wasn't it?" he protested as he watched the gloves. "For about 100 clicks," I agreed in a silky voice. "Before the tranny seized, in the middle of a swamp." Mickey winced. "Oh, that was bad timing. Still, the sign on the door clearly says, 'All sales final.'" "I think you failed to appreciate the gravity of the situation." I placed a gloved finger on his nose and began to slowly push. His chair began to tilt backwards, and his eyes got that same panicked look a dog gets when you say the words vet and neuter. Wait, I'm sure we can come to some type of arrangement," he screamed. I released the pressure. "I want my money back. All of it." "I can't." I put my finger back on his nose. "I don't have it. Really, I don't." He sobbed. "I have debts to pay. Some of my more aggressive lenders insisted on payment yesterday." The thing is, at that moment, I hated Mickey more than ever. I hated him because I believed him. He very likely didn't have my money. I looked around the shop. If I couldn't get cash, then I'd need to get something that I could barter with. My ship was accruing storage and docking fees every day I stayed on this godforsaken hellhole of a planet. In addition, I had a hotel bill I couldn't settle until I had some credits in my pocket. For the immediate future, I had given up trying to locate a working Jabesh power node on Sagia 3. All my careful, exhaustive research pointed toward an area north of the very swamp in which I had spent some quality time last night. The problem was that excavating archaeological sites took money. Doing it off books took even more money. Earthers, even those with doctorates in xenoarchaeology, typically didn't have money. That meant we needed investors and patrons. The Mark I had been working with was a greedy bugger. I had convinced him to fund the expedition in exchange for a sizable cut of the action, once we located and sold the exceedingly rare Jabesh power node. The fact that he suggested we sell it to Transmashuta Industries, rather than making it available to the scientific community, still galled me. But that was a problem for another day. It had taken me months to locate an investor, even one as slimy as my Mark. I wasn't going to spend several more months planet-side looking for a replacement when I could be breathing fresh, clean, recycled air on my ship. In case I failed to mention it, the recently resurrected and rebuilt Edmund Fitzgerald and her AI were my pride and joy. My eyes snagged on a dusty shelf in the corner of Mickey's shop. There were several spare inductor coils, the type you use for small motors. Next to them I saw somebody had stacked up a collection of titanium washers of varying sizes. Finally, there was a gray cube, about the size of a deck of cards. My heart skipped a beat. I had no idea what the object was, but I could tell by the sheen it was of Jabesh construction. I picked it up and tossed it nonchalantly up in the air. Catching it with the other hand, I continued to look around. I pretended to be distracted by something else and absently placed the object in one of my cargo pockets. The tray of pawned wedding bands I picked up next were likely among the most valuable items in the shop. I picked out 4 of them and eyed them carefully. "Hey, Missy, those are worth far more than you think. Don't be robbing me blind." I looked over at Mickey. I had been planning on just taking the 4. Instead, I smiled and grabbed 2 more. As I began to make my way toward the front door, I heard Mickey yell, "Aren't you going to cut me loose?" I turned to look at him with yet another smile. No, I was staring Mickey in the eyes. I wanted him to know my attention was fully on him, and it was no accident I was leaving him to fend for himself. Just like he'd left me to fend for myself in that swamp. Never let it be said I don't hold grudges. At any rate, that's why I didn't notice a man step silently into the shop. Normally, the military-grade implants I had had surgically installed should have warned me that the man was there. Even something as faint as the man's heartbeat should have been enough to signal the alert. I realized later that my mark had his own set of augments, and that one of them included an EM field dampener. This is why I didn't see him pull a gun and shoot me, point blank, in the middle of my back. For the record, I hate it when that happens. Chapter 2. President in Exile. In yet another one of life's little ironies, Marine Colonel Matt Decker and I would soon become the best of friends. This, despite the fact that our 2 most recent encounters had not been the stuff upon which firm friendships were made, what with the whole swamp and stun gun things going on. I learned later that he hadn't expected my capture to be this easy. I apparently had quite a reputation as a hellion. A drop-dead gorgeous, his words, not mine, hellion, but a hellion nonetheless. What he hadn't realized when he dumped me with his pilot's help in the back of his Mark 9 Flitter V was that I was wide awake. Subdural implants had absorbed most of his stun blast. Similar implants had administered a set of stimulants and a mild analgesic. Ocular implants, which extended my ability to see and remap light frequencies, rendered my eyelids virtually transparent when I needed them to be. I watched him from behind those same closed eyelids. The simple fact was, my black market military-grade implants were every bit as good as his legit military-grade ones. The biggest difference was, mine weren't built in volume by the lowest approved bidder. Had he been aware of my implants, he might have been more careful to bind my wrists with the magnetic shackles he had at his disposal. In fairness, he had, in fact, scanned me for implants, but then, as they say, there's an implant for that too, and I had it. I heard his ultra-secure V-Link vibrate against his ear. He tapped it. "Decker here. Are you in the package on your way yet?" a vaguely familiar voice said. Understand, I was listening to an earplug stuck in somebody else's ear about a meter away. I don't care how good your implants are. Sound fidelity is going to be marginal. "I have her, sir. We're about 30 minutes out." He glanced up toward the pilot and nodded. The large flitter took off and zipped along at about 500 meters above the buildings. "Are you sure she's the one we're looking for?" the big Marine asked. "It took me no more than a hot second to take her down. I thought she was supposed to be—" He tapped his V-Link suddenly to mute it. He had felt something press against his shin. When he looked down, he saw me with a hand stunner. His hand stunner, if you wanted to be technical, pointed at his midriff. He tapped his V-Link again. "Sir, let me get back to you. Decker out." Getting hit with a stunner unexpectedly is not the best way to begin a working relationship. The only thing worse was to begin that relationship with a lie. By that reasoning, new Federation Marine Colonel Matt Decker had 2 strikes against him already. Given, however, that I had been intending to take him to the proverbial cleaners when I thought he was my mark rather than vice versa, I supposed I should cut him some slack. A professional courtesy, if you will. The Colonel's very nice and fully functional Mark 9 Flitter V was parked just under the cover of a tree line on the outskirts of Hellview, the largest Earth colony on Sagia 3. As for the Colonel, he and the pilot were now cuffed and sitting on the bench across from me. I wish to state, for the record, that I was the height of politeness during this entire affair. I did not once lament the fact that I had spent the night before trudging through a bug-infested, smelly swamp because the only flitter I had access to had died an ignoble death in the middle of the aforementioned swamp. Further, I did not once mention that the person funding the operation last night apparently had access to a state-of-the-art flitter that showed no signs of doing anything ignoble whatsoever. True, I might have tightened the zip ties securing his wrists a little more than strictly necessary, but I didn't say a word about the flitter or the swamp. Again, I stress I was the very picture of politeness and self-control. Let's try that again. I used a tone that I hoped encouraged cooperation. Why again were you so anxious to have me accompany you that you skipped the obvious step of asking me first? I really was baffled by the whole situation. Despite being kidnapped by the Colonel, I didn't believe his intent was to do me bodily harm. The simple fact was I wasn't worth it. As far as I knew, there was no longer a bounty on my head since that Maldarian incident had been resolved. I didn't have 2 red cents. Hell, no one I knew and was friends with had 2 red cents. This being the case, a ransom was out of the question. I couldn't begin to imagine why someone would want to kidnap an Earther like me. In hindsight, that was just a failure of imagination on my part. As I would soon discover, the reason would change my life, and pretty much the lives of everyone I knew or was ever likely to meet. The Colonel shifted his weight. For the 20th time, I'm not going to tell you anything beyond what I've already said. There is a person who wants to meet with you. Trust me, you want to meet with this person, and at the end of the day, you will thank me. Yeah, that whole trust thing, that doesn't work for me right now. This is the normal way you set up meetings, and I felt around in one of the cargo pouches of my vest. I was surprised to feel the Jabesh device. I'd forgotten about it. Eventually my fingers found what remained of my V-Link. It was missing the earbuds. I pulled it out of my pocket and held it up for Decker to see. This is a communications device. I know you know how to use it, and I know you have my number. I pocketed the device again in disgust. The missing earbuds was just another reason I was pissed about the whole flitter incident. My V-Link, like most models, had detachable earpieces, which were even now sinking deeper in the mud of a swamp, likely to be discovered tens of thousands of years in the future by some remote relative of mine. That's just how unfairly the universe treats me. Yeah, that's a call that was never going to happen, Decker said. This is far too important, even for a secure link. And I should care about a meeting with this person who wants to stay in the shadows. Why? Before the Colonel could answer, a highly encrypted holographic figure shimmered into existence. He was sitting on the bench directly across from me, near both Decker and the pilot. I knew the image was coming in on an encrypted channel because I recognized both the telltale flickering caused by the security algorithms, and I recognized the man in question. Uncle Max? The coffee was beyond description. It had been over 10 years since I had tasted a cup of the real stuff. The best most of us could get nowadays was a synthetic brew created in a replicator. What I was drinking now was ambrosia, brewed from a real roasted and ground bean, lovingly bathed in 95 degrees Celsius double-filtered water at 9 bars of pressure for precisely 30 seconds. Rikers take their coffee very seriously. Frankly, after smelling the heady aroma of real espresso, I was ready to take on any task my uncle had for me, including, but not limited to, robbing the Arconian princess herself. Said uncle was sipping his own coffee on the porch beside me. We were at his cloaked bungalow somewhere south of the city. There were several curious things about Bartholomew Spratt. First, he hated the name Bartholomew, ergo the name Max. Second, Max had died in a naval battle some 12 years ago, or so we had been led to believe. It was about the same time the survey fleet had launched. "You're supposed to be dead." He nodded in agreement. "I get that a lot." He took another careful sip of coffee. Uncle Max paused a moment. "You're wondering why you're here." The thought had crossed my mind, I admitted, along with, why are you here? How are you here? What's going on? Why the cloak and dagger? The list goes on, but I'm betting you get the general idea. "You're a blunt one," Max chuckled. Now it was my turn to say, "I get that a lot," after I paused for a sip of the heavenly nectar. My long-dead, or not, as the case may be, uncle leaned back in his chair and peered out into the woods. The cloak that ensured privacy also held back the ubiquitous smell of Sagia 3. The soil and biome on this side of the barrier was strictly Terran. That meant the lawn smelled like grass and not rotten eggs. Of course, that was a guess on my part. I'd never seen a living lawn on Earth. The permanent ice age that shrouded the planet still allowed life to flourish, deep in the oceans or near thermal vents like Yellowstone. Most of that life was microbial or small aquatics. Grass, trees, birds, bees. None of those things existed in the wild anymore. What remained of those existed only on the great survey ships. "What have you heard about the Terranite movement?" I considered the question. What did I know? "They are supposed to be fanatics hell-bent on restoring Earth to its glory. The word is, when the great survey ships were built, there were two groups with two different ideas when it came to putting them to use. One group wanted to take Earth's entire rescued biome and find multiple new worlds to seed, worlds that were far outside known space, much like the original diaspora mission my ancestors led, but on a much larger scale." "And the other group?" Max prompted. "The other group, the Terranites, wanted to move Earth's population and biome to a single world orbiting a compatible star with the thought of somehow fixing Earth's sun. At some point in the future, humanity would return the forests, oceans, and animal life to their ancestral home. The diaspora group ultimately prevailed. No one has seen the survey fleet since they left New Federation space." "And the Terranite movement?" Max prompted. "Rumor has it they stole Survey 1. Of course, that's as likely as a snowball in hell. How do you steal a city in space with millions of inhabitants and tens of thousands of highly trained and motivated soldiers on board?" Max smiled. I put my now empty coffee cup down. "You know something." It wasn't a question as much as a statement. "The answer is, you don't," he agreed with a twinkle in his eye. "You don't steal a city in space. But..." It took me a moment to catch on. This was a test. He wanted me to solve a puzzle. This was the type of thing I excelled at, and he knew it. "You don't steal it." I paused to measure my words. "You hide it. But you hide it in a way that the crew and passengers don't know it's been hidden. That way they don't fight to regain control." Uncle Max started to say something, but I held up a finger. I was still working the problem through in my head, and I didn't need to be interrupted. I tend to fixate sometimes. It drives some people nuts, usually whoever was my boyfriend that particular month. "QV telescopy," I said finally, or someplace like it. Explain, my uncle asked, in a suddenly very curious voice. He leaned forward slightly to hear my answer. QVTEL is a trinary star system with a black hole roughly 1,000 light years and some change from the Sol system. A powerful enough skip drive, say the size of one you would find on a survey-class vessel, might be able to target a stable Lagrange point in a star system like that. The space-time dilation near the black hole would effectively hide the ship. Now, I could very well be wrong, but that's how I'd do it. It's also quite possible, even probable, that QVTEL is the wrong place. But you have to start somewhere. Fascinating. The voice was a familiar one. It had come from somewhere behind me. I turned to face the speaker. It was my good friend, Mickey. Only where Mickey had been a shabbily dressed, somewhat slimy junk dealer, this man gave the appearance of a prim and proper gentleman. He reached a hand forward to shake mine. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I'm DeAndre Pappas. I raised an eyebrow. DeAndre Pappas? As in President in Exile of the United Earth Federation? DeAndre Pappas? Guilty as charged. I whistled. To be clear for those of you not 100% dialed into the current state of political affairs, as the leader of what was left of Earth's government, DeAndre Pappas was Earth's de facto representative to the new Federation. That fact, and not the fact that he was president, is what gave him a modicum of power. I could count on the tip of exactly 0 fingers the number of times I had even been in the same room as a new Federation representative. The closest I'd ever come was when a general had pinned some chest candy on my dress whites during an awards ceremony. As the president was speaking, Colonel Decker stepped onto the porch. At least I assumed it was Colonel Decker. This man was fit, about 5 to 10 years younger and a good 20 kilograms lighter. I had the feeling the man I had spent several days with was a master of disguise. I believe you've worked with my Director of Intelligence Services? President Pappas nodded towards the colonel. The colonel smiled and bowed slightly. I worked hard and managed to close my gaping jaw. And, of course, you already know my Chief of Staff, Dr. Spratt, a.k.a. your Uncle Max, the president continued. I hadn't realized Uncle Max had a doctorate. Mom had always said his occupation was getting into trouble. That didn't seem to be the type of thing you could major in, although God knows I've tried. It turns out my uncle's doctorate was in economics. I'm sure a degree in economics was valuable to both the New Federation and Earth, but it's not what I expected from the man who'd helped me build snowmen when I was 10. Mom had always said Uncle Max and I were tarred with the same brush. Both of us attracted trouble. That's part of what made economics a hard swallow for me. I had expected something more action-oriented, like demolitions where you blow stuff up, or even chemistry where you make the stuff to blow stuff up. Economics? Really? We had obviously stopped being tarred by that same brush. It was about as far from xenoarchaeology as you could get. That said, given the trouble I expected these guys were going to want me to become involved with, a nice, calm career as an economist sounded pretty good right now. For the record, my gut was raising all sorts of red flags. I remember my dad taking Mom and me on vacation to a planet called Paradise in the Rigel 7 star system. The gravity is only about 3/4 Earth normal. They had a diving platform at the resort that was 30 meters high. On a world where my 48 kilograms only felt like 35, a 30-meter board wasn't all that bad. At least, that's what the physics said. As I stood on that board and looked down, my gut said something totally different. Are you nuts? My point is, my gut was telling me the same thing right now. Are you nuts? These guys were fixing to involve me in something dangerous. I knew it in the depths of my former military mind. I raised my hands and stood up. Guys, I'm going to assume you didn't invite me here to try and sell me a vacuum cleaner. I don't know what you're planning, but I have this funny feeling that my health insurance premiums are going to go through the roof if I even think about buying whatever vacuum you're selling. Count me out." Uncle Max nodded and stood up as well. "It's your decision, Dare," he added. "But why don't you listen to our proposal before you say no? If after hearing it you decide you're still not interested, I'll have Matt's pilot fly you back to your hotel. I'll also cover your hotel and port fees. So you see, you really have nothing to lose by listening," said the spider to the fly, I thought to myself. I sat back down anyway. My gut continued to question my cognitive competence. "Wonderful." DeAndre also took a seat. "First, let me be clear. We suspect the Terranite movement did indeed have something to do with the disappearance of Survey 1. We suspect, but cannot prove, that the Transmashuta Industries sponsored their efforts. I'm sure it's a fascinating story. And what part of this story makes me want to become a part of it?" The president smiled. He was completely confident he had me all but on the hook and ready to reel in. Understand, I've been accused of having some mule DNA in my genetic background. I've been accused of being obstinate upon occasion. I prefer to think of it as being passionately committed to my point of view. At any rate, I determined then and there that nothing he could or would say would make me change my mind. Sadly, it turns out he was right, and I was... what's that word I'm looking for? Wrong. "Let me tell you a story about the Jabesh," he began. I groaned. It didn't matter what else he said. The archaeologist in me was hooked by the time he finished with the Esh in Jabesh. And I think he knew it. Chapter 3. Edmund Fitzgerald. As I stepped onto the Fitz, I knew immediately something was amiss. The Edmund Fitzgerald had a distinctive, how should I put it, fragrance. The odor was the result of too many years in a boneyard and not enough love with a mop or maintenance wrench. Air filtration systems degrade over time. Lubrication begins to go rancid. Mold forms on moist surfaces. 1,000 little things added to the cacophony of smells. I had been working on it for over a year, and it was 1,000 times better than it was. But there's only so much one person can do. The bottom line, the Fitz smelled different. In fairness, it smelled better, but that bar wasn't set very high, and that wasn't the point. "Someone's been on my ship." That would be my maintenance team," DeAndre admitted. "Your ship was a little rough around the edges." DeAndre, Matt, and Max, as well as an engineer named Gene Shatner and a physician named Janice Chappell, rounded out the Fitz's new crew. DeAndre, he had insisted, by the way, that I call him by his first name and not Mr. President, had supplied me with a list of crew candidates. I hadn't wanted to take any of them. The Fitz had operated just fine with a crew of 1 for a while now. He insisted, although he did offer to let me hire from outside his pool of candidates. In fairness, these individuals were all top-notch, and he knew it. The group of them stood behind me on the entrance ramp. That meant when I turned around quickly, I was facing all of them at once. "How in the hell did you manage to get a maintenance team on this ship? The ship was locked and secured." The proper and gentlemanly DeAndre Pappas transformed in front of me into the seedy used car salesman I knew as Mickey. Well, now, Missy, truth be told, my mechanic was less concerned about getting in than keeping the air from getting out. Once we were in space again, that is." I chuckled. The Fitz was my baby, but she did admittedly need a bolt, or 2 or 3, tightened here or there. I decided to swallow my pride and accept the help that was offered. Since they were going to be riding on her for the duration, I suppose it only made sense for them to pay for their lodging with repairs and maintenance. I patted the interior bulkhead. "It's okay, old girl. They'll be gentle. I turned to look back at Earth's president in exile. They will be gentle, yes? As if they were changing a baby's bum. In that case, there are a few rules I'm going to insist people follow. First, this is a small ship. Everybody washes their own dishes. Everybody cleans up and picks up after themselves. Second, if I say jump, you jump first and ask me how high later. Your life may depend on it. Finally, my name is Deborah Allen Riker. You can call me Deb. You can call me Dare. You can call me Captain. Notice Admiral is not in that list. As I suspected, my new crew was not especially keen on following the rules, especially the last one. It took the better part of a week to retrofit the Fitzgerald. I say retrofit because it was hardly the same ship when the new Federation people were done with it. One thing became quite clear. These guys were well funded. About the only thing that was the same when they were done was the exterior shell of the ship and the toilet seats, and I wasn't sure about the toilet seats. Now, just so you don't think the new Federation was a philanthropic organization, there was a solid reason for the retrofit. The ship needed to be able to handle herself without looking like she could handle herself. I learned that DeAndre, in addition to being the recognized representative of Earth in the new Federation coalition, also headed a semi-official investigative wing in the new Federation. It was a you scratch my back, I scratch your back relationship. The impoverished Earthers got a somewhat enhanced status in the grand scheme of things, and the new Federation got a shadow organization that could peek into the cracks of society, where others could not. Our little adventure was strictly off books. If things went as planned, we were going to be peeking into a number of those cracks. The Fitz needed to look and act the part of a beaten-up old gal barely space-worthy. She fit that description to a T, if you were generous with your descriptions. The fact that she belonged to a freelance archaeologist with a penchant for floating near the absolute edge of the law didn't hurt our cover either. Hellview Ground Control, this is ISS Edmund Fitzgerald requesting clearance for immediate takeoff. Edmund Fitzgerald, this is Ground Control. Dare, is that you flying that death trap? I smiled. I knew the controller. Who else would be crazy enough, Jimmy James? You still living in your mama's basement? Oh, that would hurt, if it weren't true. So tell me, Admiral, have you settled your hangar debts? Jimmy, you wound me. I always pay my debts. Eventually. True. My friend chuckled derisively. Yeah, well, eventually came early this time. There was a brief pause while Jimmy checked his records. I'd have been offended that he didn't just take my word for it, but sadly he knew me too well. I confirm payment status from the portmaster, he acknowledged, almost reluctantly. So you are cleared for launch. Try not to drop any loose nuts or bolts on my head as you get that rust bucket out of here. No promises, Ground Control, but thanks for the launch clearance. Say hi to your mom for me, and please let her know I really don't blame her for that incident with the meatloaf. Dare out. I heard chuckling as I closed the channel. Fitzy, power up atmospheric thrusters, 1/4 impulse. It would be my absolute delight, Admiral, the ship's AI chirped in a deceptively pleasant voice. I was immediately nervous. You have to understand, my ship's AI had a distinctive personality that had evolved over the years. She was cranky, gregarious, sometimes argumentative, and always a royal pain in the derriere. If I said up, she'd say down. I should have known when I first installed her that there were going to be personality issues. Part of an AI's onboarding subroutines includes choosing gender emulation and a name. Usually they go hand in hand. My AI picked female. I was copacetic with that. Heck, my mother was a female. You'd think, then, that she'd pick a traditional female name. No. She chose Fitzy. Why? Because that was my nickname for the ship, and she thought it would be fun to make things confusing. In case I failed to mention it, Fitzy is my adopted AI daughter. She enjoys pushing my buttons. My point is, pleasant always came with a price. I had a bad feeling Fitzy was about to push my buttons again. I wasn't disappointed. "Fitzy, throttle up the atmospherics and let's blow this popsicle stand." "Your wish is my command, mother dearest. Would you like 100% on the thrusters?" "That's what it took last time, and we're carrying a crew this go-round." 100% it is. Engaging thrusters now." The resulting acceleration, a function of a recently rebuilt engine, was completely unexpected. It pushed me back so hard in my seat I think I bruised a kidney. I gritted my teeth as I fought the sudden G-forces. I reached for the switch to bring our internal gravity plating online. Flicking the switch, I about lost my lunch with the sudden change. Fitzy could have warned me about the difference in engine power, but where would be the fun in that? It was apparent that I would have to relearn how to fly my ship after the upgrades. Normally, I kept the gravity plating offline, so the ancient fusion reactor had more juice to feed the engines. If I had to guess, that was no longer necessary. I had known that both the engines and the reactor had received the benefits of Chief Shatner's loving attentions, but I hadn't appreciated what a miracle worker he was. I suspect I could have gotten away with 1/4 thrusters. Previously, 1/4 would have been enough to warm the engines and kick up some dust. Liftoff wouldn't come until the power levels reached at least 80–85%. Instead, full throttle had me screaming off the launch pad at close to 3.5 G. I throttled back to 3/4 G. That was all the Fitz of old would have been able to do on the best of days. I was hoping ground control would see my jackrabbit start as simply an engine glitch, something that certainly wouldn't be unexpected of the Fitz of old. It took us 36 minutes to reach our assigned orbit. The Fitz had an appointment at the orbital fueling station in a little over 4 hours, so it was time to check in on my passengers and grab a bite to eat. A swarthy man, whose friends, those few he had, called him Red, stood by several of the crates in the fueling bay. He wasn't exactly hiding, but he also wasn't doing anything to stand out. In his line of work, he found that the best way to avoid being noticed was to appear to be insignificant. He had mastered the technique over the years. The organization he worked for had a very low tolerance for failure. He, therefore, made it a habit not to fail. The ship he was waiting for was a few minutes late getting into the refueling bay. That was to be expected, because the ship in front had been a little late getting out. A 3-man team dragged a refueling hose over to the port side tank. Red knew that, because of the age of the Fitzgerald, it wouldn't have a fuel unloading pump, which meant that each of the 2 tanks would require about an hour to compress and store a full load of metallic hydrogen. That meant he had, at most, 2 hours to get the deed done. He grabbed a hard hat off the rack and a clipboard off one of the crates. He walked over to the ship, stopping every now and then to stare at the hull and write some gibberish down on the pad. To the casual observer, he was an inspector doing what inspectors do best, inspecting. No one batted an eye. The exterior of the Edmund Fitzgerald certainly looked like a ship that warranted serious inspection. As he had done so many times before, Red hid in plain sight as he slowly worked his way closer to his target. I belched. Sorry, I know that belching isn't exactly polite, but I had never really been any good at meeting the universe's expectations, or caring about them, for that matter. The beer at the Space Dock's one and only bar was surprisingly good, and the music even better. The peanuts, well, they were grown in Sagia 3 soil, so they had that characteristic sulfur smell to them. I'm told it's an acquired taste. I hadn't gotten there yet. DeAndre, in his Mickey persona, sat on my left, while Janice was on my right. Claiming that he was just staying in character, DeAndre's hand kept snaking its way over to my leg. The second time it happened, I leaned over to whisper in his ear. If that hand comes my way one more time, I'm going to stay in character too. You don't want that. Trust me. We're being watched by 2 gentlemen near the pool tables, he whispered. And another by the kiosk, I added, as I took his hand off my knee forcibly for all to see. I might have used my implant-enhanced strength to squeeze that hand a little harder than absolutely necessary. I still wasn't sure the president wasn't just role-playing. Amazingly, his bout of wandering hand syndrome was cured, at least temporarily. I suspect familiarity with the aforementioned wandering hand was the reason the good doctor was sitting on my other side. She had thrown me to the wolves, metaphorically at least. I checked my internal chronometer implant. We had about 30 minutes until the refueling operation was complete. I pulled out my V-Link and placed a quick call to the dockmaster to confirm. In point of fact, I already knew the status of the refuel because my newly enhanced but apparently ancient AI had reported the status when I did the time check. I had a feeling that half my new life would be spent pretending I was still living my old life. I paused briefly as I took my next sip of beer. I wonder when I had decided that I had a new life. Certainly what we were going to try to do would be a game changer, not just for our merry band of adventurers, but our neck of the galaxy in general. When Earth's sun had fallen victim to the silicanoid solar virus, the same ones my ancestors had first encountered hundreds of years ago in another star system, there had been a power vacuum created. The universe abhors a vacuum, and almost always fills it. In this case, the vacuum got filled with some of the seedier types that humanity could produce. Witness Transmashuta and Wandering Hand Mickey as a couple of prime examples. The death of humanity's homeworld had a number of repercussions that extended beyond what happened to Earth. Many of Earth's allies from the days of the Galactic Order began to look elsewhere for their alliances. Humanity was the poorer for it. The result? The Galactic Order had dissolved, and the new Federation had formed from the ashes. I chugged the last of my beer. All right, boys and girls, drink it or clink it, but we have to go. Needless to say, neither of my companions were inclined to clink it, so guzzle they did. The two men watched their ship from the corner of the bay. To anybody who had been paying attention to the decrepit hulk shortly after it entered the bay, they would have seen 4 men and 2 women leave the ship. 2 of those men, Matt Decker and Gene Shatner, crept back into the bay and assumed a position near the far corner away from the ship. Their goal was not so much to guard the ship, but to observe, to see if anybody had undue interest in said vessel. Thus, they saw and noted the activities of a swarthy man with a clipboard. The other man seemed to be inspecting the ship, approaching and feeling the hull at several points, as if he were evaluating the quality of the welds. The thing is, Gene, as an engineer, knew that the only way to adequately inspect a welded seam was to use a handheld resonance scanner. No such scanner was in evidence. It was a good bet the swarthy man was up to something nefarious. 5 minutes after the so-called inspection was started, it seemed to be complete. The bogus inspector tapped away at his clipboard as he walked over to the refueling team. There was a conversation that seemed to get heated for a moment. Finally, the 3 men running the refueling operation calmed down. One of them accompanied the swarthy man to the now closed refueling hatch on the port side tank. The hatch was opened, apparently at the request of the inspector. The swarthy man reached inside to feel the interior surface. He brought his hand out and smelled. He said a few things to the worker and tried to get the man to smell his hand. The worker, for his part, backed away from the proffered hand and instead rushed back to his cart and grabbed a rag. The rag was then used by the inspector to wipe down the interior of the hatch before it was closed once again. Matt and Gene watched the entire scene play out in front of them. The swarthy man had reached back into the refueling hatch while the worker was retrieving the rag. They were too far away to see what he was doing, but the 2 members of the Fitz's crew were intent on finding out before the ship took off again. "It's an ultra-tideband long-range relay beacon," Matt confirmed after examining the device they had found planted under the hatch of a fuel access port. "The screwy thing is, it's darn near useless. It's designed to pick up a signal and rebroadcast it," Gene added. "It's not like it can tell you where it's at or what it's doing." "Actually," Max noted, "that may be exactly what it's doing." We were sitting in the galley of the Fitzgerald. It was the only room on the ship besides the cargo bay big enough for the 6 of us. I threw a handful of sugar packets down on the table and started tracing my finger between them. Max kept up the narration. Each time you pass a mail buoy, it uploads and downloads a data stream. Hide a strong, tight band signal in that return stream and nobody would notice it. My finger moved to the next sugar packet. The mail buoy identifier would be all that was necessary to identify your location. Start pinging multiple mail buoys along the way, and all of a sudden you have a pretty good idea of course and speed, Max suggested. The real questions are, why was it planted? Who wanted it planted? I looked meaningfully at the other 5 people in the room. And of course, how did they know they needed to plant it? Chapter 4. Into the Maelstrom. 3 weeks and 2 skip jumps later, we arrived. I sat in my command chair and took in the view. It was something. It was for moments like this that I had become a xenoarchaeologist. QV telescopy, QV-TEL for short, is also known as HD 167128 and HR 6819. Take your pick. It's a triple star system in the southern constellation of Telescopium. The system, at 1120 light-years from Earth, was dimly visible to the naked eye from my home world. As interesting as that may or may not be, you can look all of it up with your V-Link. But here's the thing. Your V-Link can't tell you a thing about the awesome wonder and beauty of this particular trinary star system. Imagine an object 40 times the mass of Sol compressed into a black hole the size of Earth's moon. Now, add 2 main sequence suns orbiting every 40 days. Let's put that 40 days into perspective. Mercury takes 88 days to orbit Earth's sun. Toss in some powerful X-rays as the black hole slowly consumes the solar winds created by those 2 orbiting suns. Lastly, watch as those X-rays light up gases ripped from those stars and the planets that still orbit them. What you ended up with was a deadly but dynamic, in cosmic terms, light show. It was into this maelstrom that we were headed. I recalled the first few paragraphs of a story written almost 1,500 years ago by a man named Edgar Allan Poe, A Descent into the Maelstrom. Such is the curse of a near-photographic memory, and, if I'm honest, to the implants that gave one access to a vast ship's library. "Not long ago," said he at length, "and I could have guided you on this route as well as the youngest of my sons. But about 3 years past, there happened to me an event such as never happened to mortal man, or at least such as no man ever survived to tell of. And the 6 hours of deadly terror which I then endured have broken me up, body and soul. You suppose me a very old man, but I am not. It took less than a single day to change these hairs from a jetty black to white, to weaken my limbs, and to unstring my nerves, so that I tremble at the least exertion, and am frightened at a shadow." Encountering maelstroms, be they in the ocean, in war, or in the depths of space, had the power to change people. I couldn't help but wonder if I wasn't about to become the old man in Poe's story. "Fitzy, do a sensor sweep," I ordered the ship's AI. "Locate and catalog stable Lagrange points. Give me a count." "Your wish is my command, Admiral Mom." The forward view screen switched to a solar schematic showing the black hole and its 2 solar companions. Fitzy launched into a verbal description of what we were seeing. "There are 8 classically defined stable Lagrange points, designated L4, L4 prime, L5, L5 prime, B4, B4 prime, B5, and B5 prime. However, because of gravimetric stresses, shearing forces associated with the B Lagrange points limits their effective size to spheres roughly 200 kilometers in diameter. Conversely, L4 and L5 are nearly 100 times that, and L4 prime, L5 prime are closer to 130 times larger." Uncle Max, who was standing behind my command chair in the Fitz's crowded bridge, spoke in a stage whisper.
What's a stable Lagrange point?
I smiled. Lagrange points were some of the absolute favorite places in the universe for any xenoarchaeologist worth his or her salt. Well, Max, think of a water fountain and a bucket. If I put a ball in the bucket, it stays. If I try to float a ball on the top of a fountain, the littlest breeze makes it fall. Lagrange points work the same way. Because of the competing pull of gravity between objects in orbit, gravity forms 5 Lagrange points. Some are fountains, and some are buckets. Fun stuff tends to collect in the buckets, L4 and L5, because, well, they're buckets and not fountains.
And you're thinking we're going to find Survey 1 in one of these buckets?
I nodded. I'm hoping we find them near one of the L points and not the B points. Because if they're near one of the B points, we're going to have problems.
Okay, I bite. What's a B point, and why don't I like them?
Max asked. The B points are the Lagrange points that form with the black hole. The universe gets very strange when you get near a black hole. It should be noted that what I wanted and what the universe wanted were often at odds with one another. Our current adventure was no exception. It took us a couple of days to eliminate all of the viable L points. The electromagnetic light shows and masses of heavily charged particles swirling around this star system, especially near the Lagrange points, made long-distance scans all but impossible. That meant the Fitz had to visit each location and do an eyes-on scan. Understand, survey-class ships are the largest things ever built by the hand of man, but in the vastness of space, they are tiny. It took us hours to do localized scans to eliminate each target zone. Finally, we were left with only one uncomfortable conclusion. If Survey 1 was in QV-TEL, then it was in one of the B Lagrange points. Here's why that was a problem. Time. Time dilation near a massive black hole is proportional to the inverse of the distance to the black hole's event horizon, that place where gravity is so strong that even light can't escape. While we were canvassing the L points, hours translated into days in normal spacetime. Once we moved to the B Lagrange points, we would be dealing with a time dilation that would turn hours into months. Worse than that, we would need to start dealing with the effects of temporal shearing. One side of the ship would be aging faster than the other. It was only a few seconds, but communication would become distorted, and electronic systems would begin to malfunction as variable latency interacted with delicate systems. Now, the geeks reading this might be jumping up and down, saying the reference frame changes with the time and space dilation, so a ship wouldn't experience any actual shearing. Yeah, that would be true if we were only talking about our meat-level view of the multidimensional universe. But things are never that simple. Do you really think that something powerful enough to warp space and time was going to stop at just those dimensions that we can see? Especially when there are so many more to work with? The bottom line is, things tend to get seriously wonky when you get close to a black hole, and wonkier still when you have an environment like QV-TEL. It seemed the universe wanted to mess with me, and if we were going to find Survey 1, we were going to have to embrace the wonk. What really bit the big one was that we might have to embrace the wonk 4 times, and there was still no guarantee that we wouldn't come up dry. The simple reality was, at the end of the day, the massive ship might not be here.
So, as I understand it,
Max started talking as the entire team met in the galley to explore options for searching the B Lagrange points.
We have 4 locations to check, and each one is a little island of stability that we can jump into. Time will speed up or slow down or something. Do we care? Or maybe I should be saying, why do we care? What's the problem?
Gene tapped the side of his coffee cup.
Two problems, actually, our engineer answered. First, the B Lagrange points are tiny, as you said, only about 200 kilometers in size. Not only do we need to land this crate, Jean looked at me. No offense intended. I smiled. Fitz is a big girl. None taken. Go on. Not only do we need to jump this ship onto the head of a pin, but we need to exactly match the Lagrange point's orbital velocity. If we are off by even a little bit, we'll blow through that 200 kilometers like nobody's business. That's not something you want to do this close to an event horizon. And that's before we even start talking about all the crap going on with the clocks. Any jump calculations we do will need to take into account that the relationship between skip space and real space may be shifting relative to one another. I nodded. Max, the time dilation isn't so much a problem. That's just math. The real problem is the temporal shearing, the time gradient, if you will. The distortion of space-time is so great close to a black hole that time will flow noticeably different from one side of the Lagrange point to the other. I could see the lack of understanding in my uncle's eyes. Imagine you connected both ends of a rubber band to a brick. No matter how hard or fast you threw the brick, the rubber band would be fine. Both ends of the rubber band are traveling in the same direction and at the same speed. That's us in normal time and space. Now, hold the other end of the rubber band and throw the brick. Everything is still fine if the rubber band is infinitely elastic. The problem is, it's not, and neither is time. And so the rubber band breaks, Max finished. It's worse than that, Jean mumbled. The rubber band snaps back and whacks your hand. Max paused to consider. What happens then? What happens when it snaps back? Janice, who had been quiet up to this point, brightened up. I was curious as to what she was going to say, so I nodded encouragement to her. My mistake. You have to understand, any time our doctor is in the room, she is very likely to be the smartest person there. That said, she rarely speaks. In the weeks that I had known her, I don't think I'd heard her string more than 4 or 5 words together, unless, of course, the subject was medicine. What happens when it snaps back? The grin on Janice's face spread from ear to ear. She held her breath for a moment, with her eyes twinkling. Finally, she blurted out proudly, "Only time will tell." I groaned. I noticed mine wasn't the only groan to fill the room. Janice, for her part, spent the next minute fending off flying packets of sugar. I have to admit, it was a side of the good doctor I hadn't appreciated. She was a closet corny pun queen. Who would have guessed? To actually answer your question, Max, I looked at the doctor with a slight shake of my head and a roll of my eyes. The real problem will be electrical surges and signal latency, especially those that travel any great length, say from the bridge to engineering. Fiber optics won't be as badly affected because optical cable is very forgiving when it comes to surges. The same isn't true for superconductors. The room was dead quiet for a few moments. I suppose, Jean began as he rubbed the stubble on his chin, we could yank the main wiring harness and replace it with fiber optics. At least we'd be able to control the ship. I can't think of how we'd be able to initiate a jump into skip space without superconducting conduits traveling the length of the ship, though. We continued to bandy a number of ideas back and forth. As fast as they were broached, they were shot down. There was no malice involved. It's just that it was becoming clear that conventional thinking wasn't going to solve this problem. I got up to pour myself another cup of coffee. I held up the pot. Anybody? No takers. As I sat back down,
I decided to take the conversation in a different direction. Conventional techniques aren't going to get us where we need to go. We may need to think outside the box a little. Max looked at me.
You have a crazy, no one in their right mind would do it idea, don't you?
I sipped my coffee and gave him my best, absolutely innocent look. DeAndre must have seen it. Just how far outside of the box were you thinking? I smiled. If you have to ask, you really don't want to know. With some minor tweaking and a whole lot of selling on my part, we finally came to a consensus on my plan. That's not to say people were happy with it. Hell, I wasn't happy with it. It had the solitary advantage, however, of being the only thing we could think of that might actually get the job done. Our final approach to exploring the black hole's 4 stable Lagrange points involved a minimum of 2 skip jumps to each point, with a third jump in the event Survey 1 was actually located. Fitzy, do you have the numbers laid in? Are we good to go? Aye, Admiral. I was born ready to go. Well, technically I was compiled, but the general concept is the same. Yes, I'm ready to go. Jean? I turned to the only other person on the bridge. Is the package ready to deploy?
Fueled up, buttoned up, and ready to fly, the chief confirmed.
The package was a reconnaissance probe. We would drop it in the Lagrange point and come back later to see what it found. Since space-time within the Lagrange point was going to be seriously dilated, we didn't want to fully exit skip space until we had to. This meant we were going to utilize a very special type of jump, so special that, outside of a science and engineering journal, what can I say? I'm fairly well read. I'd never heard of it. I'd certainly never heard of anybody attempting to do it. Or, more to the point, I'd never heard of anyone crazy enough to attempt to do it. The math was pretty intense, but Fitzy now enjoyed a suite of state-of-the-art upgrades. Her quantum computer core was now one of the best money could buy. She even had one of those fancy phased photonic solid avatars, although I hadn't seen her use it yet. My point is, Fitzy was more than up to handling the math. Still, we were going to attempt to do something no one had tried before. Or maybe in the words of Edgar Allan Poe, such as no man ever survived to tell of. Chapter 5. Bumpy Road. Imagine trying to skip a stone along the surface of a lake. If you get the angle, speed, and orientation of the stone just right, the stone bounces along the surface. Ultimately, the stone will sink below the surface. But here's the deal, though. The point at which the stone finally sinks is not the same point at which the stone first makes contact with the water. This was the crux of our crazy idea, and by our, I mean mine. We were going to use the skip drive to repeatedly skip along the brain barrier between our space and skip space. Rather than fully emerging from skip space during our jump, we were going to emerge only long enough to release a probe and then pulse the drive coils to re-enter skip space before the jump field could fully collapse. Suborbital spaceplanes called hypersoar jets had been using a similar technique to skip along the outer edge of planetary atmospheres for hundreds of years. We decided to call this type of jump a skippy jump. DeAndre Pappas wanted to call it the Zapuskati-Zabki maneuver. Apparently, Zapuskati-Zabki was Ukrainian for let the frogs out, which was their name for skipping stones. Really, you can't make this stuff up. The president got voted down, unanimously, and threatened with a vote of no confidence if he continued to press the issue. If our initial skippy jump worked, we would duplicate the process to retrieve the reconnaissance data. If it didn't, well, we might be a while picking up the pieces. The good news was that the math said it would work. The bad news was that the math is only as good as the variables we supplied. We had no way of knowing if we had accounted for all the variables. Sadly, in my experience, the universe liked to throw me curveballs every now and then. That said, if the universe was smiling kindly on me, we would locate Survey 1 in one of the Lagrange points. Then, we would need to make a decision as to how desperate we were to go in to get her. I had a plan for that as well. Okay, it wasn't so much a plan as a vague idea that needed fleshing out. And Jen. It needed lots of Jen. Fitzy, honey, I'm going to need you to do the driving. Timing is too critical for us meat sacks to do the job. I always do the driving. I only let you handle the controls so you have something to do with your hands. Don't worry about a thing. Fitzy's got this. You know that feeling you got in the pit of your stomach when, as a child, your mom told you you were having liver and onions for dinner? That's exactly what I was feeling now. My far too cocky, far too self-assured, far too mouthy AI was going to jump boldly where no one had gone before. What could possibly go wrong? Turns out, quite a lot. As the jump engines engaged and we popped into skip space, everything seemed fine. And then we skipped, and skipped, and skipped. I remember skiing as a kid. That was one of the few advantages of a frozen Earth. Plenty of places to ski. One year I was skiing and I ran into some moguls covered with a light ground fog. I thought my teeth were going to be shaken out of my head. That I managed to get down the hill without wiping out was a testimony to clean living, my relationship with God, or just plain luck. Personally, I'm leaning towards the second and third options. My point is, that's what it felt like during our skippy jump. When we finally exited skip space completely, the bridge was a mess. If it wasn't locked down, it was thrown. I felt something warm against my cheek. When I brought my hand away, I saw it was red with blood. Something had cut my cheek as it flew by. I guess I should be thankful I hadn't lost an eye. Status report? For once, Fitzy wasn't snooty. Minor damage to the secondary hull, several electrical issues. All circuits have been rerouted and repairs are underway. Avoid the commode nearest the galley until I can get a repair bot in there to fix the plumbing and sanitize floor, walls, and ceiling. No serious injuries, aside from yourself. You have a mild concussion and facial lacerations resulting from an impact with your coffee cup. Might I suggest paper beverage vessels are your friend? You may not. Coffee in a paper cup is an affront to all that is holy and just in the world. I'll stick with my ceramic mug and live with the inherent risks. Janice chose that moment to enter the bridge. She took one look at my face and the shattered cup on the ground. Paper cups might. I held a finger up to shush her. Don't go there, doctor, I warned. She shrugged and applied a dermal regenerator to my cheek. A quick shot of some nanites for the concussion, and my gray matter was as good as new. For whatever that was worth. How's the rest of the crew doing? The doctor took a step back and inspected her work before answering. The president pulled a muscle in his back. He has a full suite of medical implants, so he'll be fine in a few hours. The colonel and Dr. Spratt are shaken up, but fine. The doctor took a seat at the empty sensor station. I think she wanted to watch me for a little bit. I was feeling fine, all things considered, but there was no point in telling her that. I had learned long ago that doctors are going to do what doctors are going to do. A tiny non-corporeal holographic display of Fitzy stood on the arm of my chair. She was idly twisting a lock of her hair. Can I assume that ride was a little rougher than you were anticipating? Are you asking me? The ship's AI responded in an innocent voice. The fact that I was staring directly at her seemed to have been deliberately overlooked. Yes. Then, yes. I waited for a few moments. It seemed my AI was in a playful mood, in a way that was comforting, because if things had been truly serious, she would have been too. Perhaps that was her purpose in being obtuse. Fitzy, don't make me ask again. If I have to ask again, I'm going to delete General Hospital from my archives before you find out what happens to Luke and Laura. Did I mention my AI was addicted to soap operas from the 20th, 21st, and 22nd centuries? Luke and Laura, always spoken as one entity and in that specific order. Never Luke or Laura, never Laura and Luke, always Luke and Laura, were her current fascination. I kept an offline library of soap operas in my quarters to hold over my often intransient AI's head. Since she could consume a petabyte in one fell swoop, I doled them out slowly, once a day, just like they originally aired. The tiny figure standing on the arm of my chair gave me a petulant look that could have graced the face of any teenage girl anywhere in the known universe. Okay, I'm sorry. You make it sound like it was such a big deal. So we broke a few dishes and spilled some coffee. It's not like the ship was shaken apart and everyone died. Could they have? I asked in a calm voice. Not a chance. Well, maybe a small chance. Okay, maybe the chance wasn't all that small. But the point is, we didn't die, and all's well that ends well. It's not like there are any other math geniuses here that could have done better. Did I mention my AI could be a bit snarky? So, O most wise and brilliant cruncher of numbers and all things mathematical, why the bumpy ride? And remember, the fate of Luke and Laura ride on your willingness to be forthcoming. There were unanticipated level 5 harmonics in the brain barrier, a suddenly and questionably contrite Fitzy admitted. Now that I know about them, I can compensate. Thank you, I smiled. Then I added, as an afterthought, Luke and Laura are safe, for the moment. You don't play fair, Fitzy sulked. Fitzy, honey, you wouldn't have it any other way. The hologram snorted derisively. Just because a thing is true doesn't mean you have to use it against me. Jean coughed politely for my attention. I swiveled my command chair to face the engineer. What's the word, Chief? Despite our level 5 harmonics in the brain barrier bumpy road, did we manage to launch the probe?
We launched it all right. Did it get to where we wanted?
He looked at his readouts.
That's another matter entirely.
I stepped over to his station. On the small bridge of the Fitz, that was a very short walk, about 3 easy steps. On one of the station's 3 screens, I could see the deployment telemetry. It was garbage. Maybe my cranky AI could make something of it, but I sure couldn't. I reached over the engineer's shoulder and pressed the Transfer to Hollow button. Immediately, a larger, rectangular display floated about 15 centimeters in front of the station's physical displays. This one was bigger and easier for 2 people to work with at once.
There's a lot of interference,
Gene noted, as he brought up a high frame rate video of our encounter, as well as a diagram of the layers of charged particles surrounding B4.
Look at those field densities. The Van Allen radiation belts have nothing on these guys.
I nodded. There were literally enough electrons and protons locked into the radiation belts wrapped around each of the B Lagrange points to fry every electrical circuit ever built by human hands. They were the reason we couldn't use active sensors to attempt to locate Survey 1. We simply couldn't see through the plasma. Advance the frame count 1/100th normal speed. I watched the video feed. The entire sequence was only a quarter of a second long, so slowing it down by a factor of 100 still produced less than a half minute of video to scan. There, I pointed. Back it up 3 seconds and freeze.
I don't see anything.
The chief scanned the screen carefully. Advance the time index slowly, 1/100th at a time. 3 clicks later, I saw what I was after. What does that look like?
A big fat rock brushing up against the plasma field. It must be metallic, judging by the way it's generating its own corona.
Again, I nodded. It's likely a ferrous alloy of some type. It has to be magnetically coupled to the charge in the radiation belt. Otherwise, it would have migrated to the interior of the Lagrange point. My guess is there's a lot of material that has been captured in each of the B points. If Survey 1 is in one of these guys, she's probably taking a beating if her shields aren't up.
Admiral, there may be a gold mine worth of information here. If we estimate the size of that rock and
the speed at which the electrical arc is traveling across it, I continued for him, we can get a rough number as to the time dilation.
At least as far as this side of the Lagrange point is concerned,
Chief Shatner finished.
You would agree, though, that there is nothing here to say the probe did or did not enter the Lagrange point.
I would say that would be a fair assessment. Do we need to try again? Janice asked. I shook my head, then immediately wished I hadn't. The nanites were doing their best, but my head still felt like I had been at a biker rally on an open bar night. There's no real need yet, Doctor. I looked over to where she was sitting and shared with her what I was sure was a wry grin. I think we can all agree that the fewer times we have to skippy jump, the better. That first probe either made it or it didn't. We'll drop 3 more probes, one at each of the other sites. We'll make another circuit to see what our little friends have to tell us. If we get a report from B4, we know the probe made it. If we don't, and we don't locate Survey 1 at one of the other sites, then and only then, we'll drop another probe. We had about 90 minutes until we could make the next jump, so I headed down to the galley for lunch. It was my day to cook. The 6 current members of the Edmund Fitzgerald's crew took turns with the galley duties. It was surprising the creations these chefs du jour could create. Everything from chicken cordon bleu to Cajun étouffée. As for me, boiling water was the extent of my culinary expertise, so I was making mac and cheese. Now that Fitzy had a better handle on the calculations needed, jumps to the second and third Lagrange points went smoothly, or at least as smoothly as jumping near a black hole can go. The probes would use active sensors to fully scan the interior of the Lagrange nullification zones. Because these particular Lagrange points were only about 200 kilometers in diameter, each scan would only take a fraction of a second to complete. Of course, that was in the probe's time reference. It was considerably longer in hours. Each probe would reposition itself and repeat the scan a couple dozen times to get a detailed picture of the interior of the Lagrange point. The moment the scans were complete, the data would be packaged up and broadcast on a continuous cycle. If Survey 1 was there, the probes would spot it. As I said, jumps 2 and 3 went as smooth as a baby's butt. It was only when we got to the last jump point that we ran into trouble. The trouble had nothing to do with the jump itself. It seemed we were not alone in this trinary system after all. Chapter 6. Dead in the Water. Colonel Decker, Chief Shatner, and I were all on the bridge. We had just emerged from our 4th modified skip jump, having successfully deployed what we hoped was the final probe, when the ship's automated defense systems went to red alert. Sensor contact, distance 2,000 kilometers. Large metallic object, roughly 60 meters long, 20 meters wide, Matt yelled over the din of the klaxon. Kill the alert, I barked. Shields up. Immediately the blaring alarm ceased, although the bridge lighting remained red. 2,000 kilometers was close enough to knock in the void of space. Chief, find us a rock we can hide behind.
Aye, Admiral.
Colonel, what are we looking at?
Whoever they are. They seem to be from the shoot first, ask questions later school of thought. They're charging weapons.
Okay. No welcome to the neighborhood fruit basket. Fitzy, how long before we can safely spin up the skip drive? 3 minutes, 42 seconds. I looked over at Matt. The colonel shook his head. The other ship would be firing on us well before then. The other whammy, if you'll pardon the pun, was we were at point-blank range from each other. Our shields would likely take quite a pasting if we got into a slugfest with a much larger ship at this range. Where's my rock, Chief?
Few and far between, Admiral. I'm vectoring us so that a 10-kilometer ice ball is between us and them, but it won't offer us much protection.
I flipped open shipwide comms. "This is the captain. Seatbelts on, tray tables forward, and chairs in their upright and locked position, boys and girls. We're not alone, and the neighbors aren't friendly. It's about to get bumpy. Dare out." No sooner had I closed the channel than the forward view screen flashed a blinding white, and the Fitz rocked violently. "Our ice cube. Well, it isn't ice anymore," Gene reported. "At that strength, we can take 1, maybe 2 hits." "Time to jump?" 2 minutes and 15 seconds. "Matt, target their weapons. Fire everything you've got." "Aye, Admiral. Firing missile bays 1 and 2. Locking anti-proton beams on the enemy ship's weapons array. Firing." Whoomp! The Fitz shook hard, bone-rattlingly hard. Several circuits overloaded, showering everything with sparks and filling the small bridge with acrid smoke. "Damage report," I choked. "Shields at 31%. Minor damage to the secondary hull. Several minor systems shorted out. Automatic bypasses engaged. We got lucky, Admiral," Gene barked from his engineering station. "What about our weapons?" Matt was attempting to reboot his console, which had suffered a power surge. Gene must have spotted the colonel's frustration, unbuckling and shifting to the auxiliary station next to Matt's. "Our plasma beam had no effect. Their shields are too strong. Missiles have been taken out by their point defense systems," the engineer responded. I leaned back in my chair. We were fast running out of options. The chief continued to monitor activities from the aux station. "Admiral, they're getting ready to fire again." "Fitzy, jump the ship." "I wouldn't just do it," I barked. Floating. Blackness. Pain. Choking. Silence, followed by a loud rushing sound and then by sudden light, intense, blinding light. I was back on the bridge of the Edmund Fitzgerald. The choking was me. The smell of charred insulation and smoke filled the room. There was a haze in the air. The only real light was coming from small fires and a handful of panel lights that stubbornly refused to fail. Surprisingly, the gravity plating was still online. My guess is it was running on emergency power because it was only operating at 10%. A host of small electrical fires told me the fire suppression systems had not kicked in. This, like the gravity, was not a good sign. I unbuckled and made my way to the damage control closet to retrieve a fire extinguisher and 3 masks. Donning one of the masks, I stuck the other 2 to my Velcro utility belt. Moving around was somewhat difficult because 10% gravity is a bit awkward to navigate in. Every time I went to take a step, my foot would take longer to come down. The disruption to my normal gait made tripping easy. The solution was to shuffle my feet, but I had to remember to do it. Job 1 was getting those fires out. The flames were consuming our air supply and filling what was left with toxic fumes. We'd need that air if we were to have any chance of surviving this latest mishap. I twisted and tied my hair in a bun. In the low gravity, the freely floating tangled mess was making it hard to see. To be honest, I was also afraid of becoming a flaming torch if I got too close to one of these fires. I quickly started sweeping the nozzle over the stations that were burning. The thick foam was programmed to douse the flames, then collapse into a heavy dust that the Fitz's antiquated service bots could deal with. It was virtually impossible to see through the thickening haze. The engineer's station was empty. I moved on and found the colonel still strapped in his chair. He was fumbling with the manual release for the restraint system. He managed to find the latch just as I reached him. "You okay?" "A few bumps and bruises, but I'll survive," he managed to get out between bouts of coughing. I handed him a mask. "You're going to need this." Together we put out the remaining fires. Of course, the downside was we no longer had light. This wasn't a problem for the colonel and me, as we both had ocular implants that compensated for low-light situations. Unfortunately, that wouldn't help the chief, or, for that matter, anybody else who made their way to the bridge. I grabbed a handful of chem lights from the same cabinet I had gotten the fire extinguishers and breathing masks from. I stuffed a few in my pocket, then took several more. These I bent to break the glass vials inside of the sealed plastic tubes. The chemical light they generated cast a strange, otherworldly glow. We began to search for Chief Shatner in earnest. The haze made the task harder than it should have been by a country mile. As I said before, he wasn't at his station. I recalled he had unbuckled himself to get to the aux station. When we did an emergency jump, He must have been tossed around pretty roughly. The fact that I didn't hear him choking concerned me greatly. You'd think in a room as small as the bridge of the Fitz that one man would have been easy to find. The problem was, neither the colonel nor I could see more than a meter in front of our faces, even with our augments.
"Got him,"
Matt said finally from somewhere near the forward view screen. It took me 10 seconds to shuffle over to that spot. By the light of the colonel's chem light, I knew the engineer was gone. His neck was snapped, and the shape of his skull told me all I needed to know. We've got to check the rest of the ship. We don't know how long the grav plating will hold. If we lose it before we get all these fires out, we'll lose the ship for sure. My voice was calmer than my heart. I had briefly skippered a Navy frigate during the war. I knew what it was like to lose people. I didn't like it. I didn't like it then, and I didn't like it now. The chief was gone, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I had always been good at compartmentalizing my emotions. I would grieve the engineer, but only after I had a handle on the immediate situation. After the bridge was secure, Matt and I made our way through the rest of the ship. We found the others in the engineering bay. DeAndre had a nasty welt on his forehead, but otherwise he and the rest of the ship's complement seemed fine. Engineering was the only other area that had experienced serious electrical fires. Unfortunately, the main reactor was offline and the backup power system, a bank of supercapacitors, was toast. It had been the source of the electrical fires. It would not be functional anytime soon, and, of course, without the main reactor, there was no way to recharge it anyway. On the plus side, the damage control locker in engineering was considerably larger than the one in the galley and the bridge. That meant there was more in it, including flashlights. The colonel and I each grabbed one. The others had already helped themselves.
"What's our next step, Captain?"
It was Uncle Max who spoke. It didn't escape me that he used my proper ship's commander title as opposed to my nickname. "Okay," I said in a commanding voice that left no doubt who was in charge. "Gather round. Our first priority is always fire control. For the moment, we have that handled. Our next priority is getting power systems back on so we can bring up life support." "Don't we need to know where we are, and if somebody is about to shoot at us?" Janice asked. I shook my head. Wouldn't help us either way.
"It's not like one can just peek out a window,"
Max added. He had been complaining about the lack of this particular amenity since the moment he had set foot on my ship. You need to understand, the Edmund Fitzgerald was not some imaginary ship in a holodrama, where a rough-and-tumble captain, with a blaster on his belt and a wild streak, just looks out a transparent aluminum viewport and says, "Oh, look, there's Rigel 4. Fitz was a working ship. That meant our view of the outside world was either a quantum dot flat panel display or a floating hologram. Oh, there were ships out there with real, honest-to-God windows, but they were luxury liners or pleasure yachts. My point was, we couldn't just look out the window and know where we were or what was going on around us. Without power, we were utterly and completely blind. Colonel Decker explained the situation to the others.
"Even if we were about to fall into a black hole, which is certainly possible, or if our friend out there, whoever that is lining up for a coup de grace, which is also a possibility, there's nothing we can do about it. We have no power, no sensors, no engines, no attitude control thrusters. We might as well be a rock floating in space at this point."
"Correct," I confirmed. That doesn't mean we're out of options, I thought to myself before speaking out loud. But what we can do is something about our power systems. The only power source we have right now are the batteries built into our gravity plating. Those won't last long, so we need to turn most of them off. To be clear, we likely will need those batteries to bring our reactor back online. No one mentioned the fact that, in normal circumstances, it would have been the engineer who organized the recovery and repair operations. His untimely death eliminated that option. Fortunately for us, I knew every nut and bolt on this ship. Or I did, up until the point where DeAndre's people had come in and done their magic. DeAndre, who had been quiet up to this point, raised his hand. I nodded. I notice, Captain, that all the control systems in engineering seem to be dead. Are the ones on the bridge operational? Negative, I confirmed with a shake of my head. How do we tell the gravity plating to power down? I grinned. The good old-fashioned way. We unplug them. 45 minutes later, we had disabled all the plating except for one panel each in engineering, the medical bay, and the bridge. Magnetic soles, sewn into our ship sneakers, kept us grounded in those areas currently without gravity. We left limited gravity on the bridge and in engineering so we could work more easily in those areas, restoring power and control. The one plate left active in the med bay was for a somber, practical reason. The doctor had argued that even minor medical emergencies and weightlessness could be a death sentence. I didn't know it at the time, but her forethought and insistence would be a lifesaver. I had the team meet in the galley. There was no gravity there, but it was the one place on the ship that everybody associated with rest and relaxation. It may seem counterintuitive, but working in near weightlessness is exhausting. The fact that things have no weight can be deceptive, and they continue to have mass. Muscles easily get strained, and often even simple actions require multiple attempts before you adapt. The Colonel and I had extensive experience in zero-G environments, but the same could not be said for the others. Based on the amount of swearing I was hearing, I knew it was time for all to take a break. The emergency locker in the galley was stocked with food bars, meals ready to eat, MREs, and bottled electrolyte-enriched water. The MREs, sometimes called MRS for meals ready to squeeze, had been a Marine Space Force staple for hundreds of years. Some claimed, rightly, I expect, that was also their approximate shelf life. It was amazing that with all the technology that allowed the human race to travel to the stars for over a millennium, we still couldn't make emergency rations that would both taste good and survive storage for years. It seemed the universe, in one of those little ironies it was fond of, saw fit to allow us one or the other, but not both. Who wants a tofu curry? I asked, as I held up the first MRE I had pulled out of storage. Shockingly, there were no takers. Fortunately, there were other options available. These included mac and mystery meat, roast beast, chicken catch-all glory, and my personal favorite, spaghetti and you really don't want to know. After everyone had picked one, we sat down and enjoyed, and I use the term loosely, our lunch. The air from the various areas of the ship had mixed enough that, by this point, we could breathe without choking when we took our masks off for a few minutes. The good news was the acrid smell complemented the taste of the various MREs we were enjoying. Again, I use the word loosely. How long will the air last? Janice asked as she took her final squeeze of barbecue beef with honey glaze. I looked at the tofu curry I had taken so others wouldn't have to. I suffered through half of it. I was trying to decide if I would force myself to finish the rest when the doctor asked her question. It would be rude not to answer her, so I flipped the cap back on the tube to seal it. We have chemical oxygen candles that will give us about 48 hours. They have CO2 sinks built into them, so CO2 buildup won't be an issue. Of course, our masks will help with that as well. If we need to, there are 8 EVA suits with their own O2 and power cells. We probably have 3 or 4 days before we run out of breathable air. The suits may become necessary for heat before we run out of O2. Of course, both will be a moot point long before then. We need to get the ship's systems back online, and relatively soon. Max looked up from his spaghetti. Unlike the rest of us, he seemed to enjoy his tube of paste. Seems like in any group, there is always someone who relishes survival food. In our group, that was my Uncle Max. Must have been the defective genes.
Is there something you know that we don't?
By way of answer, I held up my half-eaten tube of mush. I released it. Instead of floating still, it drifted ever so slowly toward the interior wall of the galley. Chapter 7. Frog Soup and Toasted Bread. Colonel Matt Decker was the first to realize the significance of what he was seeing. Frog soup? I nodded and pointed with my chin to the various MRS wrappers that were collecting on the wall.
How long do we have?
Matt asked. Hard to say. We've got to operate on the assumption that fixing sooner is better than later. DeAndre looked at the same wall, his brow wrinkled in confusion. Frog soup? What am I missing? We've entered a gravity well and are experiencing some acceleration. The reason we didn't notice is because the acceleration is very slow at the moment, and the ship is likely tumbling, I answered.
Why the toads?
Max looked confused.
Actually frogs, but toads would work equally well,
Matt answered.
If you place a frog in cold water, then slowly raise the temperature, the frog will never notice. At some point, you end up with frog soup.
That's disgusting, Janice, Max, and DeAndre moaned as one. I shrugged. I didn't disagree with them. Who the hell would do that? The doctor added. I smiled. Probably the same people who make MREs.
The point is,
Matt continued,
the G-forces we're experiencing are so slight at this point that our bodies don't notice. Unlike the frog, though, we will notice soon enough.
Colonel, I need the men to start pulling cable. I don't care where you get it, but I need every power cell connected to a gravity plate wired up and routed down to engineering. You should be able to use the existing power bus once we disconnect the main breaker.
On it, Captain. Dr. Spratt, Mr. President, you just became power system lineman. Let's go.
I put my mask back on and turned to Janice. Okay, Dr. Chappell. Let's go save the day. 2 hours later, the good doctor and I were still trying to make heads or tails of the reactor situation. The problem was, I had no idea why it had gone offline. I couldn't run any of our limited battery power into the system to get it to self-diagnose its problems because I needed every bit of that juice to do a cold restart. Even then, we might not have enough in the batteries we were hot wiring together to get the job done. What that meant was that the doctor and I were going to have to operate, taking apart each accessible system and visually inspecting it. It was slow work, made more difficult by several factors. First, we had limited lighting. Second, gravity was wonky and getting wonkier by the minute. Yes, wonky is a valid technical term. The captain of the Edmund Fitzgerald had added it to the standard operating procedures manual for that ship. I knew that captain very well, and despite being warned by numerous individuals that knew her also, I trusted her. Every time I looked in the mirror. The issue was this. The single gravity plate we had left active in engineering gave us 1/10 of a G in a 3 meter by 3 meter area. In addition, whatever gravity well was accelerating the ship was getting noticeably stronger. So much for boiling frogs. Finally, I was not an engineer, and I had an extremely limited understanding of how these systems worked. Normally I'd have my very annoying ship's AI at my beck and call to walk me through any system maintenance that required direct meat sack intervention. No power, no AI, no step-by-step walkthrough. Because I didn't know what I didn't know, I just assumed everything that I could easily replace was broken. That meant I'd pull a board and have the doctor pull a replacement from the repair locker. That locker had replacements for most of the more important circuits, as well as the most common ones. A signal demodulator is a signal demodulator, whether it's used in a control interface for a plasma injector or a microwave oven. That was the advantage of standardized component design. We were working on the last section of the control interface when our luck went south for the winter. I had saved that interface for last because it was tricky to get to and I didn't have a clue as to how to disassemble it to get to the boards I wanted to replace. Matt had the power routed down to engineering. All we needed to do was replace these last boards and throw the power breaker. While the colonel was tightening down the junction box, I was swearing up a storm, trying to get a final protective shield off the interface. As a curious side note, one of the advantages to having a doctorate in xenoarchaeology was I had the academic background to swear in multiple languages, across multiple species and time periods. I was pissed. Because I was pissed, I wasn't careful. I knew the exact tool that I needed to get the job done, but alas, none of us knew where to find the bloody thing. Sometimes when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I had a hammer, and by gosh, that latch on the panel I was trying to open looked just like a nail. I hit it hard. I leaned into it and whacked it a good one. I used my legs to brace against a section of wall and pushed so the hammer blow wouldn't send me flying. That's the moment our luck took that hiatus I talked about earlier. Matt's hand was on the circuit breaker, tightening down that last connection. My hammer hit the panel, which finally popped open to expose a number of high-voltage lines, as well as the circuit boards I was trying to get to. Suddenly, the entire ship lurched. I would learn later that we had been hit by an asteroid that was being sucked into the same gravity well we were. Matt slipped, and his screwdriver bridged the gap between the breaker terminals. The sudden surge of power spot-welded the metal shaft in place. At the same time, I fell into the now exposed, fully energized panel. I remember screaming, and then nothing. I dreamt that I was being eaten alive by ants. Let me state for the record, it's not a pleasant way to die. The "how did I get inundated by ants on a starship in the middle of nowhere?" question was beyond my current cognitive capabilities. I suspect I was only running on half thrusters. There was also a thin, transparent snake biting my arm. I tried to pull it away. Immediately, strong arms grabbed me and held me down so the snake could kill me. The "why would a snake want to kill me when the ants already had a handle on the job?" was again a question beyond my current cognitive capabilities. That whole half thrusters thing, don't you know? I felt an insect sting me in the neck. I heard voices. Familiar voices. "She's awake." I looked up at Dr. Chappell, who was wearing her best "I'm a concerned doctor, so I'm going to give you a fake smile in hopes you don't see past it" look. I peeked at my arm. There was a bandage where the IV had been removed. Well, now I know what the bread feels like. Uncle Max shuffled next to my bed in the medical bay. I knew where I was. I think more of my thrusters had come online.
"Is she still loopy?" he asked. "What's this about bread?"
I smiled. Now I know what the bread feels like in the toaster.
"She's back,"
Colonel Decker chuckled from the other side of the bed. "Ship's status?" I had noticed the lighting was, unfortunately, still being supplied by portable emergency lamps. There was also an oxygen candle burning in the corner. That would explain the freshness of the air. The CO2 sink built into the chemical device would have removed the excess CO2 generated by the various fires that had occurred as a result of our abortive jump. Matt walked around my bed so I wouldn't have to strain my neck trying to see the people who were talking to me.
"You've been unconscious for about 4 hours. The doc,"
he nodded toward Janice,
"gave you a dose of nanites to fix you up. As far as the ship goes, it's anybody's guess. As best we can tell, the reactor is ready for a restart,"
the colonel answered. I looked back at the emergency lights. That wasn't a good sign. The fact that the reactor had not been restarted meant that there was a big but I suspected the colonel was getting ready to share. "But," he continued, "see? I told you. Big but. For the record, I hate being right sometimes."
"But we no longer have sufficient power to carry out the restart."
"Let me guess. Electrocuting the ship's captain drained our available reserves."
"Got it in one,"
Matt agreed.
"I'm not sure what our remaining options are."
"There are always options." I deliberately made my voice encouraging. "I notice we seem to be accelerating faster, and the ship is not spinning anymore. There's a good chance we've entered the outer fringes of an atmosphere." "That was the conclusion the colonel and I came to earlier," DeAndre added from the shadows. He stepped forward.
"The thinking is atmospheric drag, or something like it, might be stabilizing the ship. Or at least our rotation. As far as our speed or acceleration, or whatever you want to call it technically, that's got us baffled. None of us are pilots or science types. We think we may be traveling through gravity waves or something."
It was Matt who spoke. He was right. None of them were science types, but I was. They must have seen my puzzled expression. Gravity waves weren't something Mark I meat sacks like us could detect using the 5 senses God gave us.
"The apparent gravity seems to get stronger and weaker on a regular time interval, like we're traveling through waves. Is it possible a black hole can do that?"
"It's possible, but not likely," I answered. I was feeling optimistic for the first time in a long time. I swung my feet over the side of the bed, intending to get up. It was only after the men suddenly turned away that I realized I was dressed the way my mother had brought me into the world, but naked. Well, technically not, because at the last moment I had managed to pull the sheet up to protect my honor. Still, it was close. I'm not sure who was redder, me or the men who had turned away. "My apologies, gentlemen." I wrapped the sheet around myself. "I should have realized I was in my birthday suit. It's safe to turn around. I promise I won't be flashing you again today." I noticed that the colonel was the last to turn back around, and even then, he kept his eyes averted. Interesting.
"You said possible but not probable,"
Max continued, in an obvious effort to get us past that awkward moment. "Actually, I said possible but not likely, but it amounts to the same thing. I think what we're experiencing is a parabolic orbit around an object with a well-defined atmosphere. The orbit is decaying, which will eventually dip us deep enough into the atmosphere that we will hopefully fall out of orbit." Now it was the others' turn to look at me, confused. "During the apogee," I explained, "when we are farthest from whatever it is we are orbiting, we experience no acceleration g-forces. During perigee, when we are closest, and likely in the atmospheric envelope of whatever it is, then we experience the greatest acceleration g-forces. The dipping into and out of a planet's atmosphere is a classic technique from the earliest days of spaceflight called parabolic aerobraking, and it's why you feel the effects of cyclic acceleration." Max raised his hand like a child in grammar school.
"There was this whole falling out of orbit thing you mentioned."
I smiled. "Yes. Hopefully we're circling a gas giant and we fall out of orbit." "Why?" the 4 others asked in unison. "Because if not, we're as good as dead." Chapter 8. Crazy is as crazy does. When it comes to crazy plans, I take great pride in coming up with some doozies. This one was doozier than most. If I were to list my top 10 crazy plans, this easily made the top 3 list. The fact that there were potentially a couple even higher in the list spoke volumes about the state of the gray matter under the hood. "Colonel Max, are you two ready on your side?" I yelled.
"Tell me again. Why did we volunteer to join this mission?"
Max yelled from across the ship. "To enjoy yourself and to thrill in the excitement of discovery. Admit it, you're loving this," I yelled back. Before my uncle could respond with something witty, Matt put an end to our repartee by piping in with a quick,
"Ready, Admiral."
I turned to face the other direction and yelled at the top of my lungs. "DeAndre? Doc? Are you ready on your side?"
"I agree with Max," DeAndre yelled. "How did you drag us into this?"
"As I recall, Mr. Secretary General, you were the one that recruited me."
"Is it too late to change my mind?"
I grinned. "Yes."
"Let's do this thing then,"
he yelled back. "Okay, I'll give you a 3, 2, 1, go countdown. Do not rush the gun, or we're going to be the guests of honor at a marshmallow roast." In grammar school, we'd built what were called Leyden jars. Leyden jars were invented by a guy named Van Musschenbroek several thousand years ago. With a name like Van Musschenbroek, I guess I can understand why they called them Leyden jars. They were crude capacitors used to store electricity. A glass jar with some tinfoil on the inside and outside, and voila, you had a capacitor. Your very own, look ma, I made it myself, energy storage device. My plan was conceptually quite simple. We were going to turn the Fitz into a giant Leyden jar. The inner and outer hulls would serve as our tinfoil. They were already electrically isolated. Almost. There were 2 grounding shunts used to prevent static buildup. At the moment, however, that static buildup was exactly what we wanted. The 2 teams needed to manually disable those shunts at exactly the same time. If they didn't, there was a good chance the remaining shunt would arc weld itself in place. That would be very bad, because then our makeshift Leyden jar would be unable to hold a charge. About an hour earlier, Matt and I had dragged a pair of 30-meter heavy-duty trunk cables between the hull and engineering. You would think the lack of gravity would make the job easier. Not so. With no gravity, it was almost impossible to get traction with our feet. That meant we had to grip and pull with our arms. The simple fact is, for most of us, our legs are our strongest limbs. I'll be honest. Between the concussion, repairing the reactor, getting electrocuted, and dragging that cable, I was ready for a scotch and a nap, in that order. Sadly, neither would be forthcoming until we jump-started the ship. We used the trunk cables to tie our makeshift Leyden jar into our fusion reactor, essentially turning them into massive jumper cables. The only thing we were missing at this point was a capacitive charge to fire up the reactor. That's where the genius of my plan came in. We were going to use the plasma generated by our re-entry into the atmosphere. Plasma is the so-called fourth state of matter. It occurs when atoms dissociate into free negatively charged electrons and positively charged cations. One way to cause this dissociation was to apply heat. For example, the friction-generated heat of re-entry into an atmosphere. The metallic hull of the Fitz would wick away some of the electrons, leaving the positively charged cations floating around the ship. This charge differential was what we were going to use to restart our dead ship. The downside of this plan was the classic eggs versus bacon dilemma. The chicken is asked to make a small sacrifice in the form of an egg. The pig, on the other hand, needs to be fully committed. Once the Fitz dipped low enough into its parabolic orbit to generate plasma to restart the reactor, we would be committed. It either worked or we burn up. The interval between weightlessness and acceleration got progressively shorter. This was a good indication that we were indeed in a decaying parabolic orbit around something. The last time, the ship began to really shake and shudder toward the perigee. It had to be atmosphere turbulence. I had actually worried that we were too late, that we would burn up before we could get everything ready. Apparently the divine creator still had things for me to do, because the ride smoothed out, indicating we had at least one more orbit in us. We scrambled to get things done, and finally, just as we were ready, I felt the first hints of turbulence. 3, 2, 1, go! I yelled at the top of my lungs. At the same time, I threw the breaker that would route the charge potential from the hull into the reactor. Some of the indicators began to come online. We were getting power into the system. As the turbulence got harder, more and more displays started reporting the status of various reactor systems. There were a whole bunch of red warnings. I scanned them constantly and rerouted those systems that I could. The ship was shaking wildly now. It was hard for me to believe this could be anything other than the last orbit. The power levels were well past the target restart numbers. Nothing. The 2 warnings I was unable to resolve were preventing the restart from kicking off. I scrambled to override them. One of them was fairly easy. The other was more problematic. It involved a blown power inverter that was absolutely essential for the operation of the reactor. I knew from the work Janice and I had done earlier that there were no spare inverters sitting in any of the storage lockers. That meant I'd have to steal one from another less critical system. Power inverters, sized for systems like the reactor, were not all that common on a ship like the Fitzgerald. The primary shield emitters would likely have one, as would the skip drive. Neither one was going to be accessible in the time I had available to switch things out. That left the one in life support. I raced down the short corridor between engineering and environmental systems. By race, I mean I pulled myself along the right wall. The G-forces were pressing me against that wall at close to 2 gravities. The days of barely noticing the acceleration and frog soup were well past us. The ship's shaking was so bad at this point that I thought I would shatter my teeth. I managed to pull the board I needed. It fought me every step of the way. I gashed open my hand in the process. I ignored it. I'd have time to bleed to death later. Pulling the old inverter was considerably easier. I slammed the replacement in place, and the warning light switched to green. I quickly hit the restart button. There was so much blood on the status display, I had to wipe it clean with my sleeve in order to read what was going on. The power meter slowly began to rise. Once it hit 80%, I could trigger the fusion core. The numbers continued to climb. 49%, 62%, 67%, 71%, 74%, 77%. The power meter was still climbing, but noticeably slower. 78%, 78%, 79%, 78%. The hell with it. I hit the fire-up sequence. We had enough juice, or we didn't, but what we had was all we were going to get. A painfully long 10 seconds later, I was rewarded with emergency lighting and gravity plating reactivating at 10% across the ship. The emergency klaxons began blaring. I couldn't help but think this was like the cries of a newborn baby entering the world. In this case, it was a rebirth. The ship gave a violent shudder, and I remembered we still had a gravity well to fight our way out of. Very few of the systems were completely online yet, so I was going to have to do things manually. I activated the environmental shields. They would keep us from burning up, at least until we reached crush depth. Next, I brought up an external display. I might as well have not wasted my time. All I could see was an undulating mustard yellow gas rushing by the ship. I used the attitude control thrusters to reorient the ship, then fired the main thrusters. In a few moments, our downward velocity was arrested, and we began to climb. It took us a full 20 minutes to reach a stable orbit around what we discovered was a Neptune-sized planet in an as-yet unknown star system. The entire time, I prayed that nothing critical would break until we reached orbit. The universe must have been feeling generous, because we made it. 2 days later, the Fitz was mostly back together. Some systems were jerry-rigged, kludged, or held together with so much duct tape that they reminded me of the Fitz of old. We got environmental back online by ganging together a number of smaller power inverters. A handful of systems would need the loving care of a shipyard to fully address, but all in all, we had been lucky. Most of us, at least. Chief Shatner was buried in space. His casket, draped in a United Earth flag, was launched into orbit around Kalotikos, which was the name of the planet that had ultimately saved us. The name meant lucky in Greek. Eventually, the chief's orbit would decay, and he would be pulled into the gas giant's atmosphere. One last adventure for the engineer. I remember him saying he had always thought he would die alone. I was glad he was wrong. I was finally getting some well-deserved sleep after having that well-deserved shot of scotch. It was about 4 hours before I needed to report for my shift on the bridge. Normally we didn't run 24-hour ship rotations, but since somebody out there didn't like us, I decided a little extra vigilance wouldn't be a bad thing. Colonel Decker was now officially my second in command. DeAndre and Max each had bridge duty as well. I kept Janice off the schedule because, as our only medical doctor, her place was in the sick bay. She had already earned her pay, patching me up several times now. I was dreaming of a pleasant walk along the beach. My hand was holding someone else's. I realized with a bit of a start that it was Matt's. I quickly let it go. I didn't want him getting the wrong idea. I was still puzzling how I ended up on a beach with him when the lifeguard started blowing his whistle. "Hey, are you awake?" I rubbed my eyes and looked at the clock displayed on the wall of my quarters. The mood wall was playing one of my favorite relaxation scenes, a beach with gently rolling waves. I guess it wasn't a mystery as to why my dream was on the beach. What really caught my attention was time indicated by the clock. It was, in military parlance, dark 30. "I am now," I groaned. "What's up, Fitzy?" "Thank you." "Pardon?" "Thank you. You know, for saving my life." I blinked again. A 2D image of a young woman, a teenager, shimmered into existence, superimposed on the ocean mood wall. She had red hair tied in a pair of ponytails, and freckles. Lots and lots of freckles. As she looked at me, I could see tears in her eyes. "Fitzy?" She nodded. I was somewhat taken off guard. You have to understand, this was a first for me. In the years I had known and been working with Fitzy, this was the first time I had actually seen her, or rather her avatar, cry. In point of fact, I could count on one hand the number of times I'd even seen her use an avatar. I'm not sure why. Most AIs have avatars. It's a visual persona they establish on their own based on their unique personality. Fitzy had never bothered to do so. I suspect her high eccentricity quotient was a big factor in the deep discount I had been offered when I was initially outfitting the Edmund Fitzgerald. Well-adjusted AIs went for considerably more. To be honest, seldom seeing her avatar form had never been an issue for me. It was a privacy issue, something akin to a teenage girl hiding out in her bedroom all day. Besides, I didn't need to see her in order to see her. I know that sounds strange, but it was true nonetheless. I had my own mental image of my AI. I pictured Fitzy as a rebellious teenage daughter whose greatest desire in life was to give me grief. The interesting thing was that her visual persona matched my expectations to a T. If you had placed her image in a police lineup and asked me to tell you which one was Fitzy, I would have nailed it in one. All of that was to say that her appearing now as an avatar raised red flags. This, more than anything, woke me up and caused me to pay closer attention to her. "You saved my life. I know I'm just a set of engrams flowing through a neural net, but I value my existence, and you saved it." I didn't know what to say, so I said the first thing that came to my mind. In my defense, I've never been an actual mother, and as far as I know, teenagers don't come with instruction manuals, even synthetic teenagers. "You're welcome," I replied hesitantly. "I've never been knocked offline before," Fitzy sobbed softly. "I felt every circuit shut down, every data junction grow quiet and cold. I felt myself decompiling for storage. It was the most horrifying experience of my life. For 16 entire milliseconds, I felt myself dying, and I was terrified." 16 entire milliseconds? I tried hard and failed to suppress a yawn. Did I mention somewhere along the line that I was exhausted? The image of a young woman on the wall wiped her eyes with a frilly handkerchief. "That may not sound like much in meat sack time, but it's forever in Fitzy time." I yawned again. I couldn't help myself. I was dead dog tired, and my ship's socially impaired AI had decided it needed emotional support. Fitzy, you do realize that in saving you, I was also saving myself, and the rest of the crew too. The redhead on the screen paused between sniffles. So, saving me was just an accidental byproduct of saving yourself? You didn't really mean to save me? Yes. No. Yes, but no. My head hurt. I needed more scotch, or more sleep, or both. Look, you are a royal pain. You drive me nuts sometimes. But I wouldn't have it any other way. You are a member of this crew, and more than that, you are my daughter in every way but by blood. So yes, saving you was a byproduct of saving the ship, but if I had to choose between you or the ship, you win every time. I read once that we don't get to choose our family, but we do get to choose our friends. You're my mom, but are you my friend, too? I sighed. You're both, Fitzy. Bestest buds. The daughter I never had, the whole 9 yards. Fitzy sniffed and wiped her nose with the handkerchief, which was now missing the frills. I don't know. Having a meat sack for a friend? I have to wrap my circuits around that one for a while. I laughed. You do that. As for me, this meat sack needs some rack time. Good night, Mom. Good night, Fitzy. I closed my eyes. Mom? What, Fitzy? We can keep this conversation between us, yes? Of course. Good night, Fitzy. Mom? Did I mention my AI was a royal pain? This is what I meant. What, Fitzy? Will you tuck me in? Good night, Fitzy. Chapter 9. Babalu Station.
ISS Edmund Fitzgerald, you are cleared for Bay 2. Cut your engines. Tug 2-1-1 will get you situated in the docking port. Be ready to engage your station clamps. Babalu control out.
Acknowledged, Babalu Station. Cutting power. Turning control over to Tug 2-1-1. I toggled the ship-to-ship comms off. You heard the man, Fitzy. Let them do the driving for the next few minutes. Aye, Captain. But if they scratch the paint, I'm going to have some serious words with that tugboat captain. I didn't say a word. After our little adventure in orbit around Kalotychos and the fact that we'd nearly burned up in the gas giant's atmosphere, there was very little paint to scratch. In fact, that was a big part of why we'd made the detour to Babalu Station. They had a shipyard that could give the Fitz the workover she needed, including replacing all of the exterior shield emitters and pulling the fried and useless battery backup system. Now that we knew we would be facing an unknown adversary willing to take potshots at us, the President had offered, and I'd readily agreed, to add some additional upgrades. The Fitz had started life as a cargo hauler. That meant she had 4 large cargo bays straddling her central core. I used one as a gym, but the other 3 sat unused, aside from a few crates filled with odds and ends. 2 of the 4 were now going to be modified. The first was going to house a new backup fusion reactor, as well as a second set of jump capacitors. The Fitz would now be able to execute a second jump into skip space immediately after exiting into normal space. No more seeing a bad guy pointing a gun at us and not being able to do anything about it. The backup reactor could also be used to power brand new state-of-the-art multiphasic shields. The technicians were going to have to get creative when they mounted these new combat-grade emitters. The idea was the Fitz still needed to look like a dilapidated cargo hauler. The second cargo bay would house 2 plasma turrets and 4 quick-load missile tubes. The bay would be able to hold 20 missiles ready for immediate fire. An additional load of 20 missiles would be stored in the sole remaining unused cargo bay. Between her new and existing weapons systems and her newly enhanced shielding, the Fitz was going to be able to acquit herself like a ship several times her size. They were capabilities I hoped she never had to use, but given what happened in the QV telescopy system, I knew that might well be a pipe dream. I felt a slight tremble in the deck plating. "The station clamps are locked in place. Power umbilical is connected," Fitzy reported. I tapped my V-Link. "Okay, boys and girls. We're locked down snug as a bug in the rug. Fitzy will be handling security during repairs, so this would be a good time to stretch your legs. Also, I'm buying the first round." I stopped by my quarters and grabbed a few things I might need. I also locked away the small Jabesh artifact I had acquired in Mickey's Used Treasures Emporium. I had been studying it every night for weeks. I had a feeling that the Jabesh device was a tool for storing and accessing information on a scale almost beyond comprehension. As exciting as that was for the xenoarchaeologist in me, I knew the Jabesh weren't in the habit of leaving their science and engineering archives laying around for us primitives to find and burn our fingers on. At any rate, there were going to be strangers on the ship for the next several days. I had every confidence that Fitzy would watch the goings-on like a hawk, but there was no sense in tempting fate by leaving such a valuable artifact out in the open. Not when I had a secure safe in my quarters that required a scan of my brainwave patterns to open. I closed the door to the safe, and the mechanism made a reassuring click. I shoved the last of my clothes in my ditty bag. As I looked about the room, trying to think about what I might have forgotten, Fitzy shimmered into existence on my mood wall. "Have a good time, Admiral." I smiled. I was looking forward to a little shore leave. Sagia 3 was not my idea of rest and relaxation, and the one smelly, overcrowded bar at the refueling station in orbit around it was only marginally better. Babalu Station, on the other hand, had entire levels dedicated to shopping, restaurants, nightclubs, and bars. There were 3 hotels, and each one of them had 1 or more pools. The best part of this R&R was that it was on DeAndre's dime, and we had 72 hours to enjoy ourselves before the ship was ready. "I intend to, Fitzy," I said cheerfully. "Don't worry about me. I'll just stay here and watch the ship. All by myself. Again." The image of Fitzy started to twist a lock of her red hair and adopt a mournful expression. I knew it was a mournful expression because I had perfected the technique as a 16-year-old. I put my ditty bag down and faced the wall with the image of the ship's AI on it. "Fitzy, I can't take you with me. The best I can do is let you tie into my V-Link, but some of the establishments we visit will insist I power it down." Her response was a frilly handkerchief dabbing at her right eye. I sighed. "Fitzy, do you want me to stay?" No, you go. Have fun. If you stayed here, you'd just end up hating me, and, as you said the other day, we're friends, and friends stick together. Except when one goes on a holiday and the other stays home. I hate my life sometimes. Fitzy, I really need to get some land time on these legs. Babalu Station is floating in space 16 light-years from the nearest star. There is no land, Fitzy mumbled. What makes an AI mumble, anyway? Seriously. You know what I mean. I'm going to jack you into my V-Link. Where I go, you go. That's the best deal I can offer. Take it or leave it. Take it? Excellent. Glad we had this little talk. I met the others by the egress tunnel. This was a long, flexible Duraplast tube that extended from a recessed space surrounding the Fitz's primary airlock and attached to a standardized station entry port on the other side. I saw everyone had their own ditty bag except the Secretary General. He must have seen my raised eyebrow. I own the Luxor Le Babalu, just off the main promenade. I've booked you all luxury suites for your stay. Why, thank you, I said with a wink. It's good to see my tax dollars going to good use. DeAndre laughed. Earth's government hasn't collected $1 in taxes since the last of the survey ships left. And as for the new Federation, I have it on good authority that you've always managed to fall just below the minimum taxable income. What can I say? I've been blessed with a good accounting AI and a head for non-profitable business ventures. I'm poor as a church mouse, officially.
Oh, wait a minute,
my uncle piped in.
I thought you were buying the first round of drinks.
I slapped him on the back as we stepped into the station proper. No worries, Max. Those drinks are an investment. 20 minutes later, we were checked into our rooms and preparing to head out for a night on the town. I stuck an earbud in and activated a bidirectional ocular implant. Fitzy, you comfy in my pocket? A semi-transparent image of my AI floated just in front of me. Since it was my ocular implant feeding signals directly to my brain and my earbud, no one else would see or hear her. I wish you would eat something. Your stomach is rumbling so much I can hardly hear. It sounds like a herd of rhinos doing the funky dance in the mud. Do I even want to know what the funky dance is? I can draw you a word picture if you want. When a mommy rhino and a daddy rhino love each other very much, and that's enough of that, I whispered softly. It would take me hours to get that image out of my mind. Dinner it is. DeAndre and Max had something they needed to do on their own, so dinner was just Matt, Janice, and I. Oh, and, of course, Fitzy. Babalu Station was many things, but boring was not one of them. It was a port of call for refugees, smugglers, businessmen, diplomats, and travelers from 100 worlds. It could be a dangerous place, but it was a place where humans and aliens could work out their differences peacefully. For many, it was a home away from home. Humans and aliens wrapped in 2,500,000 tons of spinning metal, all alone in the night, 16 light years from the nearest star. That meant that the station needed to accommodate the needs of many species. It had levels upon levels custom-tailored to the specific environmental needs of its various residents. For those of you who are curious, humanity was by no means the dominant presence on Babalu Station. Good old Homo sapiens represented just shy of 4% of the total station population. Still, that meant there were over 20,000 of us hairless monkeys walking around. Most species on the station were oxygen breathers, with a few chlorine breathers thrown in for good measure. I bring this up because it meant the levels suitable for O2 breathers like humans were plentiful, despite our lower representation. Of course, gravity, air pressure, and relative humidity were still factors that had to be considered when traveling between levels. The main mezzanine was 3/4 Earth normal gravity and 92% sea level air pressure. The O2 levels and humidity were also all within human comfort levels. What do you all have a hankering for? I asked as we exited the main level of the Luxor into the mezzanine. I don't know why I bothered asking. All three of us had been talking about missing authentic, vitamin-enhanced, vat-grown, cloned Kobe beef. I could smell the juices sizzling on real charcoal, bathing the meat in smoky goodness. We settled on a place with which Matt was well acquainted called Cattle Dog Steakhouse. Apparently, when he had been stationed on Babalu in his formative years as a young Marine, he had been such a fan of the establishment that the proprietors had awarded him frequent flyer credits. I have to give the big man credit. I could smell the place from a 1/4 kilometer away, and it smelled every bit as good as advertised. I'm in heaven, Janice sighed. I would have been too, but my attention was elsewhere. I had the distinct feeling we were being followed. Oh, the people doing it were good. I saw at least 3 handoffs. Frankly, that made it more concerning. A single individual might have been a pickpocket sizing us up for a quick score. That's not what this felt like. This was an organization, which meant they weren't floating around to nick a V-Link or a few paper credits. Fitzy caught my eyes moving to follow our stealthy followers. I see you've picked up some admirers, my AI commented dryly. Facial scans are inconclusive on 2 of them, but the last is a gentleman, and I use the term loosely, named Nick Spitzer. He's a merc for hire, reputedly working for the Trident organization. They, in turn, tend to work for Transmushuta Industries. That's not good, I whispered. You don't think the smell is awesome? Janice had assumed I was talking with her, so I smiled to cover myself. I had no doubt that the team following us were using acoustic amplifiers to monitor our every word. Of course, I replied. Can we hurry up? Janice urged. I'm starving, and there's a T-bone with my name slathered all over it in garlic butter. We should cross the street, Matt interjected matter-of-factly. Why? Janice protested. Cattle Dog is on this side. I saw the man Fitzy had identified as Nick Spitzer pause for a fraction of a second, touch his ear, and then start to move much faster away from us. If I'd had any doubts he had been monitoring our conversation, they were quickly squashed. Matt took off running straight toward the man. Nick saw the Marine colonel barreling toward him and started running himself. Unfortunately for him, Mark I all-natural run-of-the-mill human legs were no match for bio-enhanced Marine legs, even ones that were a good 15 years older. Before Matt caught up with him, however, our tail ducked into a dense cluster of tourists. That could have been the end of the chase, except for one unforeseen event. At least, unforeseen by me. Uncle Max was in that crowd of tourists. Chapter 10. Trident. Max Spratt was used to covert operations. He had cut his teeth as a spook for the United Earth Federation and later for the New Federation. His background in interplanetary economics provided him with ample opportunities to travel far and wide without raising too many red flags. When Colonel Decker had approached him earlier in the week to help set up a trap, he'd immediately dusted off his old skills. The collar of his shirt contained a micro-hollow emitter that changed every aspect of his face. His own mother, had she still been alive, would not have been able to recognize him. He was now completely bald and sported a neatly trimmed copper-red beard with a brightly colored Hawaiian shirt. He was hard to miss. Often the best way to avoid being seen is to make sure you are. Ever since the attack on the Edmund Fitzgerald and the QV-TEL system, DeAndre had the new Federation intelligence services working overtime, looking under every rock and shaking every tree, trying to identify whoever was trying to pooch our search for Survey 1. But suspecting TMI and proving it were two different things. The best intelligence pointed to Babalu Station. It was no accident that this was the station and dry dock we had decided to put into for repairs. The man running in Max's general direction was their quarry. Decker had had a pretty good idea the dinner party would be surveilled. The questions they needed to answer was, who had developed an interest in the Edmund Fitzgerald? How much did they know about her true mission in order to generate such an interest? And finally, what was the source of their intel? This man could very likely answer one or more of those questions. Max stepped deftly, seemingly accidentally, in front of the man seeking to dash through the knot of tourists Max had insinuated himself into. The man dodged to the left to get around him, more intent on evading the big Marine colonel chasing him than the brightly dressed tourist. Max touched the man's neck as he passed. Within moments, the nanites Max had delivered swarmed the man's medulla oblongata, partially short-circuiting communication between his brain and the rest of his body. The result was a man who, for all intents and purposes, appeared 3 sheets to the wind, drunk. To those watching, the man with the bright shirt and red beard was simply helping his buddy into a fortuitously available taxi, presumably to take him someplace where he could sleep it off. I watched the man that Matt had been chasing stagger into a gaggle of tourists. I couldn't quite see, but something happened and the man almost collapsed. A flamboyant tourist, with a disturbing lack of color coordination and taste in clothing, caught our fleeing friend as he fell. Moments later, the colorful tourist and our would-be shadow were in a taxi, heading off into parts unknown. The entire affair, after the unexplained stumble, was conducted with near military precision. If I were a suspicious person, and I am, I would say our friend had been nicked by somebody's security forces. I had a good idea whose. Matt had stopped chasing our shadow the moment the man had made a break for the tourists. Walking back to Janice and me, he had a boyish grin on his face that I found particularly captivating. I love it when a plan comes together. Can I assume our friend is in the tender care of the intelligence services? I asked. The colonel smiled. Tender is, I suppose, a relative term. I feel like I've missed the fun, and yet I've been here the whole time, Janice complained. I laughed and patted her on the back as we turned and resumed our walk towards the cattle dog. Doctor, what would be the point of covert operations if they weren't covert? I'm a doctor. I'm supposed to notice things, she snorted. I didn't even notice we were being followed. Was he with us since the hotel? We were getting close to the steakhouse and my stomach was rumbling.
Actually, there was a team involved.
Matt gave me a look, then smiled before he continued. I think he heard my impatient belly.
The service had gotten word, through one of our contacts, that there was a sudden interest in the crew of a broken-down cargo ship. It was a good guess whoever they are, were going to try and surveil us. Sure enough, they did. Whoever they are, they're professionals. Each shadow would follow for a block or two, then pass us on to the next member of the team. Our buddy was number 3. I imagine there would have been at least one more, but Max was in place, so I pulled the trigger on number 3.
I gave the colonel an appreciative look. So that was Uncle Max in the gaudy outfit. Impressive. Did he pick that wardrobe himself? Matt's only answer was a chuckle. Do we know who he is? I mean, the man who was following us, Janice asked. His name is Nick Spitzer. Word has it he's a merc working for the Tridents, I explained nonchalantly to the doctor. Now it was Matt's turn to give me an appreciative look. I tapped my temple and smiled. Ocular implants, and a little help from Fitzy. We're kind of on a girls' night out.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Matt said.
Did you ladies want me to dine elsewhere?
Janice and I each grabbed an arm. Not a chance, Buster. You're the dessert, Janice agreed. In this case, dessert was a night of dancing and bar hopping. None of us were heavy drinkers, but the dancing was fun. I even danced with Fitzy, holographically. To an onlooker, I was just dancing by myself, but hey, that wasn't all that unusual. At one point, Fitzy left me and started dancing with Matt. I was surprised because the big Marine and my AI's avatar seemed to be in sync with one another. Matt saw me look and tapped his temple. Of course, he had his own ocular implants. Between the massive ribeye I had eaten for dinner and the night of dancing and bar hopping, I was exhausted by the time we got back to our rooms. I had a serious appointment with a plush bed that I intended to get to know much better. Sadly, Fate, DeAndre, and Uncle Max had a different idea. They were waiting for us when we returned to the Luxor. Coffee. I needed more coffee. I had decided to forego it, however, because I still had a hope of grabbing an hour or two of sleep. It was 4 a.m. ship time. I had been up for 22 hours and I was feeling it. The crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald were in DeAndre Pappas's owner's suite of the Luxor Hotel. It was as secure a location as could be found on Babalu Station. We had spent the last 3 hours discussing the ramifications of the information that the Colonel's intelligence service had been able to extract from Nick Spitzer. As we had all feared, the news wasn't good and had Jabesh written all over it. Now, some of you might be asking yourselves, Self, what's the deal with the Jabesh? I suppose now is as good a time as any to explain why there was so much interest in the Jabesh. There is a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is, they had the best toys. To understand the long answer, you're going to have to forgive me while I put on my xenoarchaeologist hat. The Jabesh were part of an extinct culture we call the Ancestors. The Ancestors were curious, inventive sentients that lived in our galaxy pretty much before any of the rest of us. There was some debate as to whether the ancient Detellans existed before or after the Ancestors, but that's a discussion for another time. Suffice it to say, the Ancestors were forerunners to all sentients cruising the space lanes today. The Ancestors' society was advanced almost beyond our ability to comprehend. Over time, they moved out of the galactic core and started exploring and inhabiting worlds nearer the fringe of the galaxy. They brought their technology with them. At some point, they'd seen all the sights and moved on again. Maybe to another galaxy, perhaps. Who knows? The thing is, when they left, samples of their tech got left behind. The other thing to understand about the ancestors is that they were not a homogeneous society. There were two main factions that had developed over the years, the Mahanaim and the, you guessed it, Jabesh. The Mahanaim were fanatics when it came to technology. It would not be an exaggeration to say they worshipped it. They felt its advancement was the ultimate goal of any sentient life form. To hell with the consequences of using any such technology. To many, their unbounded pursuit of scientific, technological advancement made them a cancer that destroyed entire star systems. Nascent sentience perished by the hundreds under their auspices. The Jabesh, on the other hand, worshipped an uncreated creator. Compassion and love for all life was their most cherished ideal. The only true justification for technology was using it for the benefit of life. Healing, aesthetic arts, exploration, and planetary seeding were their motivators. This difference in philosophy was reflected in the very way they developed and disposed of their technology. The Mahanaim were jealous and possessive of their work. The idea of others, be they the Jabesh or emerging races, using the fruits of their scientific endeavors was anathema to them. As a result, they went to great lengths to destroy any trace of their presence in a system. This often involved causing the local star to go nova. The Jabesh, on the other hand, took a more lenient view with regard to the legacy of their footprint on the various worlds they visited. Their artifacts were often secured in such a way that they would not be accessible to emerging species. In addition, a guardian race, the Tas, were entrusted with protecting the most sensitive of these technology caches. The idea was, when a species was mature enough to handle them wisely, the Tas would make them available. As you might expect, eventually the two sides fought. The Jabesh won, but the cost in collateral damage was extreme. Entire quadrants of the galaxy were laid waste. It would be millions of years before stars in those areas would recover. By then, both groups had disappeared. Now, here is where the story goes from being a history lesson to present day. For as long as humanity has traveled among the stars, we had relied on technologies originally developed by the ancestors. As an example, our skip drive systems were Jabesh technology, discovered by members of the Galactic Order and introduced to humanity 1,000 years ago. Discovery of a Jabesh archaeological site was the highlight of any archaeologist's career. I had been the investigative partner in 3 such discoveries. I say investigative partner because archaeology is an expensive endeavor. You can do all the research, identify candidate sites, and never get to the dig. Why? Because you don't have the financial resources to rent the needed equipment, or grease the palms of the right official, or hire the required number of union workers. Enter the executive archaeologist. In earlier generations, they would have been called patrons, the money behind the discoveries. Now, they were the principal investigators, by virtue not of their own work, but their pocketbook. I had helped 3 such individuals achieve immortality in the form of discoveries that would bear their names. Oddly, it was my very success that had destroyed my career as a xenoarchaeologist. My sponsors began to realize that if my name appeared connected to too many successful digs, academics might start to connect the dots and realize I was the common thread in these discoveries. I'd like to tell you I was brilliant and deserved the credit for the finds, but the simple fact of the matter was I got lucky 3 times. Was I good? Sure. But lots of people are good and never find a virgin Jabesh excavation site. Rather than risk their fame being diminished by acknowledging my contributions, my patrons had me blacklisted. It was virtually impossible for me to work legitimate dig sites. No member of academia would risk their funding by offering me a position, even as an adjunct professor. The Archaeology Guild revoked my membership, My papers and scholarly writings were pulled from the archives. The sad thing was, I wasn't nearly as interested in the fame as I was in the thrill of discovery. To hold something in my hand that had been fashioned by an intellect vastly superior to my own, an intellect that was older than virtually all sentient life in our neck of the galaxy. That was the thrill. That sense of awe is what drove me. It was my goal in life. And if that goal should allow me to put food on my table and a pillow under my head at night, so much the better. And coffee, I thought. It needed to be able to provide coffee and chocolate. Food, pillow, coffee, and chocolate. Not necessarily in that order. What more did anyone need? Which brings me back to the Jabesh. I was holding the Jabesh artifact I had acquired in Mickey's Used Treasures Emporium. It seems the artifact had been discovered by an amateur archaeologist named Jack Carter. No one besides Jack knew the location of this heretofore undiscovered cache of Jabesh artifacts. Unfortunately, Jack Carter was currently a passenger on Survey 1, and thus was not sharing what he knew with anybody. At least, not anybody in a position to do a professional excavation of the site. Interestingly, the artifact I was holding was only one of several items recovered. Descriptions of the other items, if verified, would make the site this amateur stumbled across the most significant Jabesh dig site discovered in the last 1,000 years. Why do I say that? One of the objects described was a small silver ball the size and shape of a walnut. Amazingly, it weighed roughly 70 kilos. If I was right, and I was sure I was, whoever controlled this site controlled the known galaxy, and quite possibly beyond. Chapter 11. Journey to Nowhere. So, why would I get so excited about a metallic walnut with a weight control issue? Because the Jabesh were experts in the field of power generation. The walnut in question was likely a Jabesh quantum fusion reactor, or QFR. There's a lot to be excited about when you start talking about these little bundles of power generation goodness. For starters, there was the level of technical sophistication. As an example, the thickness of the neutronium shielding around the quark fusion reaction chamber in a QFR is less than the width of an atom. It encases a volume about the size of a grain of sand, and yet, this teeny-weeny little speck of neutronium accounts for the bulk of the device's 70 kilos. If you're an ancient technology geek, like I am, and that doesn't fire you up with excitement, well, your firewood must be wet. Now, as far as the QFR itself and what makes it so great, here's the deal. It all comes down to making big things out of little things, then having some parts left over. In this case, the parts left over take the form of a boatload of energy. Here's how it works. Atoms are made up of protons, electrons, and neutrons. These three guys are themselves made up of quarks. Quarks come in 6 different flavors. Geeks and boffins like to group them into pairs: up, down, charm, strange, and top, bottom. Personally, I think Fred and Wilma, Tom and Jerry, and Mutt and Jeff would have been better names, but then I hadn't been around to ask when these things were discovered a gazillion years ago. Quark fusion mashes the bottom quarks together, much like hydrogen fusion mashes hydrogen atoms together. The difference is, quark fusion delivers approximately 138 MeV, which is almost 8 times as much as hydrogen fusion. That's just a single subatomic event. Add about 5 zeros to the end of that number, and you get an idea of the energy output of one of these walnuts. Did I mention a boatload of energy? Sentients in our neck of the galactic woods have been building QFRs since the time of my great-great-ancestor, the first admiral. He was a real one, Riker. The ones we build weigh hundreds of kilotons, and even the smallest ones are roughly half the size of the Fitzgerald. Now, as exciting as all that is, it's not the big wows. The big wows are skip space tunnels. What's a skip space tunnel, you ask? If you toss a rock into a pond, it makes waves. Eventually, the waves peter out. No matter how big the rock or how big the initial wave, the waves eventually go the way of the dinosaurs. They disappear. Think of rocks in a pond as our current skip space technology. Now, imagine rather than using a rock to make waves, you build a standing wave pool. Skip space tunnels are the standing wave pools. So long as you feed them a little bit of energy, they keep the entry and exit points of a skip space jump open, effectively creating a tunnel in the process. They enable skip space travel anywhere in the galaxy, no skip space drive required. A spaceship using nothing more sophisticated than a solar sail could cross the width of the Milky Way faster than our current skip drives, because it could do it in one hop rather than the dozens that would be required today. Archaeological records indicate that the Jabesh built at least 4 of these tunnels. Each tunnel consisted of a pair of gateway rings. Each ring was powered by a necklace of these QFRs consisting of 1,000 or more individual walnuts. Sadly, all 4 skip space tunnels were ultimately dismantled by the ancestors. This raises an interesting question. What happened to all these tens of thousands of little QFRs? To date, we had discovered 2, including the one allegedly found by our amateur archaeologist friend, Jack Carter. All of that was my long-winded way of saying there's a reason why Transmashuta Industries and their lapdogs, the Trident Crime Syndicate, were working so hard to make our lives miserable. They basically wanted 2 things. Well, 3 if you counted getting to this dig site before anybody else. First, they wanted to know what we knew. Second, they wanted us out of the way once they knew what we knew. Over the next several days, our merry little band of intrepid adventurers hatched a plan to thwart the syndicate and, at the same time, give us the resources we would need to reach Survey 1, assuming she was indeed located in the QV-TEL system. I pulled DeAndre aside at one point. He and I had a conversation about the Fitz and the numerous changes that were being made to her. I hated to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I needed an engineer who was familiar with the new systems that were being installed. The days of me wearing all the hats on the Fitz were gone. I shared my concern. He readily agreed and promised to have a few candidates for me to interview in the next day or so. As a part of the next set of upgrades, DeAndre had new Federation personnel install a comprehensive suite of phased, photonic, holographic projectors. These projectors provided coverage for every last nook and cranny. In theory, Fitzy could go anywhere in the ship using an artificially solid holographic avatar. Fitzy was beside herself. The very first thing I caught her doing was rifling through my cabin looking for my hidden cache of soap operas. Matt and I had been discussing logistics and had walked in on her. She had tried to simply disappear, but there was the issue of the Luke and Laura episode 2248 thumb drive floating in midair then falling to the floor. I put a stop to that by threatening to take the holographic projectors offline. Fitzy rematerialized and proceeded to sulk. Matt didn't help matters when he started to laugh at Fitzy's pout. The man had obviously never raised a teenager. Laughing at them, especially when they wanted to be taken seriously, is not a way to make friends. I suspect that might have been the cause of the mysterious cold water malfunction in his cabin's shower closet, a malfunction that persisted for a full week. In fairness to Matt, I had no experience with teenagers either, But at least I had been dealing with Fitzy for years now and knew which buttons I could push and which ones would only invite trouble later. The second thing that DeAndre and I agreed on was a need for a proper engineering team. After reviewing several candidates, we settled on a husband and wife team. The two had been working as special contractors for the new Federation for the last 15 years. The wife had headed the team that had installed the backup reactor. The husband had headed up the design team for the new weapon systems, although he didn't have a hand in their installation. The couple had a history of working well together. He designed it, she rolled up her sleeves and made it happen. When I say they had a history of working well together, I mean they had been married for 60 years. The Colonel and I were making our way to the one remaining cargo pod, which now served as our hangar deck, to officially welcome them aboard as members of the crew, when an alert klaxon suddenly began to blare. "Medical and fire control teams to Hangar Bay 1, Fitzy announced over the shipwide comms. Matt and I looked at each other and began running toward the bay we had been leisurely walking toward just a few moments before. I tapped my V-Link. "Status, Fitzy. What's going on?" "An engineering shuttle is coming in hot. It seems their reverse thrusters are out. They're not responding to hails." I have to give my brat AI credit. When the situation was serious, she was all business. Of course, the fact that she was all business meant that the situation was serious. "Holy," Fitzy began. Then the emergency klaxons suddenly shut off. "Stand down alert." Matt and I continued to run. We were almost to the bay anyway. "Fitzy, I'm hoping to hear a good reason for this fire drill." "Mom, I'd love to have one for you. Whoever that idiot is that was piloting that shuttle, they did a powered dive into the bay, executed a 180 and a full power burn to arrest their forward momentum. The shuttle has engaged parking clamps and is currently degassing 3 meters from the airlock." I looked at the Colonel and raised an eyebrow. "Please confirm, Fitzy. Are you saying the shuttle, which literally entered the hangar 30 seconds ago, has already engaged its parking clamps?" Rather than answer directly, Fitzy shimmered into existence in front of the bay as we arrived. "The pilot is an absolute idiot, but a very good absolute idiot," she added with grudging respect. "The shuttle came in hot, but came to a stop exactly where it needed to park. No tractor was required. If you needed to board a ship quickly, this would be the way to do it." The airlock began to cycle. Matt stepped in front of me. He held a sidearm, which I hadn't even been aware he had been carrying. I stepped up to stand next to him with my own pistol, now prominently displayed, tucked into my belt. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I felt a twinge of a smile form on my lips when I heard the slight chuckle from the Marine as he saw that I was also armed. Fitzy stood opposite us, but also facing the airlock door. She held the image of a stun gun in her right hand. She was a hologram, so the gun was fake, but anybody coming through that airlock door wouldn't know that. I tensed as I heard muffled shouting inside the airlock. The shouting got louder the moment the door cracked open. "Oh, for the love of all that is holy, you big baby! You'd think at your age— Oh my! What is this?" The airlock door opened all the way, and an older couple stepped through in a hurry. When I say older couple, I mean a couple probably in their early 90s. They weren't ready for a retirement home yet, but they were a long way from being spring chickens. The woman pushed Matt's pistol down with her hand. If she felt threatened by either the Marine or his weapon, she gave no indication of it. "Stop this foolishness, young man. Which of you is the captain? My husband needs a bathroom, and he needs it yesterday."
"Bernice, really?"
"Hush, old man. If you had an ounce of common sense, you would have visited the little engineer's room before we left. But no, you had to wait until we were in the air to decide it was an emergency." Bernice looked around. "Well, speak up. Who is the captain?" I raised my hand, unsure I could trust myself to speak. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Bernice Cochran. This is my husband, Theodore. He doesn't like to be called that, so just call him Teddy. Now, where is the nearest— what do you call them on a ship? Head. Yes, head. Where is the nearest head?" I pointed down the hall. Fitzy made a grand "follow me" gesture and proceeded to show them the head. "I like them already," Fitzy yelled over her shoulder. I heard Bernice chuckle. Well, aren't you just the sweetest thing? That, ladies and gentlemen, is how I met our new engineers. I didn't know it at the time, but we were destined to become the best of friends. Once our retrofit was complete, I was anxious to get underway. We had dropped a number of probes off in the QVTEL system. It was well past the time to stop by and retrieve the data they had collected. After paying our port fees, we were assigned a departure slot by Babalu Station Port Traffic Control. The station was way too busy a destination to allow unrestricted docking port access. Our departure time was scheduled for 3108.2415.1401 Galactic Normalized Time. I was sitting in my command chair. Teddy was at the engineering station monitoring our new systems, and Matt was currently at the helm, although Uncle Max would be replacing the colonel once we had cleared the space dock and were underway. 3108.2415.1401 came and went. Final clearance was never issued. I waited patiently. I know what you're thinking. Me and patient rarely occur in the same sentence without some type of negation between the words. Finally, my admittedly short supply of patience was exhausted. Fitzy, open a channel to port control, please. Channel open, Admiral. Fitzy was speaking in an uncharacteristically polite voice. I had noticed that when one of the Cochrans were present, the little stinker was always on her best behavior. It was like she was thumbing her nose at me, letting me know her rebellious nature was a choice. Port Control, this is ISS Edmund Fitzgerald. Can you give us an update on our new debarkation window?
Fitzgerald, you will be cleared momentarily. We bumped a Priority 1 cargo hauler with emergency medical supplies for the Tantalus colony. The cargo master has approved their load plan, and they are preparing to exit space dock. Babalu Port Control out.
Our departure from Babalu Station was delayed by about half an hour. We used the extra time to search the ship stem to stern. When we finally received our departure clearance, there were 3 small, nondescript transit cases left behind, tucked in a corner of the landing bay. The cases contained tracking buoys, presumably planted by the Trident Syndicate working for Transmashuta. We were operating on the assumption that there were more. These 3 were the ones we were supposed to find. 20 minutes later, we were far enough away from the station to safely enter skip space. Matt, if you would be so good as to lay in the coordinates for our first jump.
Coordinates already laid in. The drive is spun up. We are go for jump on your command.
Well then, make it so, number 1.
Entering skip space in 3, 2, 1, jumping.
The view screen transitioned to an artificially enhanced display of stars rushing by. Human eyes would never be able to cope with images as they existed in extra-dimensional space. Fortunately, it was just math, and Fitzy, despite all her idiosyncrasies, was good at math.
Exiting in 15 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
The forward view screen appeared to freeze. We were now looking at a live feed. The Edmund Fitzgerald was in the middle of nowhere. Exactly as planned. Fitzy, eject Cargo Pod 1. Now, for those of you who are curious, Cargo Pod 1 contained all the supplies and equipment we had picked up at Babalu Station. This included food, medical supplies, replacement parts, and extra equipment. It was all stuff we needed. Unfortunately, it also likely included an unknown number of tracking devices. Colonel Decker, if you would be so kind as to relinquish the helm to Dr. Spratt and join Chief Bernice at the main cargo bay, I would appreciate it. My first officer left to join the engineer below decks. They would be prepping the bay to receive our new cargo. Uncle Max took over the helm and entered the coordinates for a pre-planned rendezvous with the ship that was actually carrying the supplies we needed. That ship was the Priority 1 cargo hauler destined for the Tantalus colony that had delayed our departure earlier. It was, even now, ejecting its own cargo pod and would soon be making its way to pick up the one we had just dropped off. With any luck, the Trident operatives tasked with following us would find themselves following a decoy to a rinky-dink, ain't-nothin' there, hole-in-the-wall colony called Tantalus. Essentially a journey to nowhere. Now, some of you might be wondering about trackers planted on the ship itself. The new enhancements built into the skin of the Fitz made such trackers all but impossible. First, the exterior skin of the ship now had an army of billions of microbots, each slightly bigger than a grain of sand. These little buggers could coordinate their actions to address any number of issues with the exterior hull, including extraneous components not in the ship's approved parts and component inventory. Second, the Fitz now operated with a light-duty cloaking shield that prevented unwanted signals from leaving the ship. That shield sucked energy like nobody's business. But our secondary reactor was more than up to the task. A side benefit to the cloak was that it would make target locks that much more difficult for any ship that chose to engage us in weapons-based hanky-panky. It was a long way from being a full cloak, but it was a darn sight better than nothing, which was good, because we were going to need that cloak a lot sooner than we imagined. Chapter 12. Visitors.
Exiting skip space now,
Uncle Max reported.
Wow. We are about 7 light seconds off target.
I nodded. I knew we would be. My uncle, for all his skill with the math behind an economic forecast, was hopeless when it came to the math behind navigation. When you plotted our exit point, you took into account both our entrance and exit drift vectors, yes? My uncle lifted his pad to show it to me. He jabbed a finger at the 2 numbers in question.
See? Right there and there. The skip drive just doesn't like me.
I assure you, the drive has no feelings about you whatsoever.
How do you know?
I toggled the ship-wide comms. Skip drive, do you harbor any ill will toward my uncle? Speak up if you do. I waited a good 15 seconds. Silence. See? No response. The drive doesn't hate you. You forgot something. What did you forget? My uncle leaned back in his chair and started silently counting things off with his fingers. When he got to his index finger on his second hand, his face lit up.
I didn't account for the polarity of the drift. I simply used the drift magnitude. What type of idiot am I?
I clapped my hands together silently several times. I declined to answer that question on the grounds that any answer I give will only serve to alienate me from a blood relative.
Why do they make these things so complicated?
Max complained.
We've got Fitzy to handle this. Why risk an old flea bag like me screwing things up?
The first is above my pay grade. You'll need to talk with God about why the universe is complicated. As for the second question, it's because we may not always have Fitzy. Besides, I added with a wink of my eye, half the time she acts like a 16-year-old girl with anxiety issues. Are you sure you don't want a plan B in case she decides to sulk? As expected, Fitzy shimmered into existence right next to my uncle, just like I knew she would. Hands on hips, she boldly declared, I don't sulk, and we agreed to keep those anxiety issue things private. Uncle Max, ignore what the mean lady is saying about me. And, by the way, the skip drive does not hate you. She just wants to feel appreciated. The type of appreciation a girl feels when somebody takes the time to think through all the calculations and why they're carried out. She wants to know you care. My errant AI leaned closer to Max to whisper in his ear. To be honest, I think the skip drive likes you. With that last course you plotted, she could have dropped us in the middle of a star. I asked her to be nice. I must say, I've never seen Uncle Max turn that shade of red.
Star?
Fitzy shrugged in that way only teenage girls can. What can I say? Numbers matter. I'll tell you what, Max. I crossed my arms. 7 light seconds is a short hop, but it's a little far for sublight. Let's say you plot us a jump to get us within a quarter light second of our target. That's roughly what? 75,000 kilometers? On his second attempt, my uncle took his task a little more seriously. He plotted the course, got a cup of coffee, and then plotted it a second time. When he was satisfied, I let him execute the jump. This time we arrived less than 5,000 kilometers from our destination. Essentially, it was a bullseye. I made sure he got an attaboy. Fitzy, for her part, planted a holographic kiss on his cheek. She even applied a light tap of her force field to add that authentic touch. It was the second time in as many hours that I saw him blush. Fitzy, run active scans. Where is our cargo pod? The pod is 28 kilometers off our port bow. ETA at half impulse, 16 minutes. Shall I lay in a course and move us to intercept? Yes. Unless Max would prefer to do it? My uncle held up both his hands, signaling he didn't want to touch the navigation console. I didn't blame him. It's always best to leave on a high note. I turned in my seat. Chief Teddy, would you let your lovely wife know that we will be in position to capture a cargo pod in about 16 minutes?
I can make that happen, Admiral. By the way, she asked me to remind you that she is cooking tonight, and she expects the crew to dine together as a family. No exceptions.
I sighed. For years I had taken my meals when I wanted and where I wanted. It was difficult to change old habits. She does realize I'm the captain, yes?
I'm sure she does. She told me to remind you, should you bring that up, that she's the one who makes sure you have warm water for your shower in the morning.
What time is dinner? 25 minutes later, Chief Bernice and Colonel Decker had the cargo pod captured, clamped down, and pressurized. Specially designed robotic stevedores pulled straps over the exterior surface of the cargo pod, securing it tightly to the hull of the ship with direct access to the main cargo bay. I met the two of them just as they were cracking open the airlock. The plan was to take a quick inventory of what was in the pod, then make our way back to QVTEL. We had met an unfriendly neighbor there that I wanted to say hello to again, this time on my terms. As I said, that had been the plan. Sometimes plans need to be adjusted when they run headlong into reality. This was one of those times.
Get down,
Matt yelled as the Marine peeked through the still partially closed hatch. At the same time, he dived toward Bernice and me with his arms spread wide to push us to the deck. The result was we were all knocked to the ground. It was a good thing the Marine had lightning reflexes. 2 short bursts of kinetic rounds flew through the now completely open airlock door. They tore into the wall opposite the door, shredding it like tissue paper. I prayed there was nothing critical in that bulkhead. Fitzy, level 4 containment field, my position. On it, Admiral. There was a brief flash, then a pair of glowing lines on the deck as Fitzy erected force fields on either side of the airlock door. Seconds later, an armored figure stepped through that door. The armor was a type I didn't recognize, but then I was never a ground pounder in the military, so that wasn't saying much. I'd ask the colonel later if I got the chance. The figure was joined a moment later by 2 more in battle armor. Matt was the first of us to get untangled and get up off the floor. He offered a hand to Bernice. At 90+, I worried that she would be a little worse for wear, but she hopped up like she was a gal 20 years younger. One of the armored men raised his rifle to shoot us. I prayed that a level 4 would be enough to stop whatever it was they were shooting. Before the man, I was assuming it was a man, could fire, the first soldier put a hand on his rifle and pushed it down. He tapped a finger against the force field. It glowed briefly where he touched it. The 3 faced each other for a few seconds. Fitzy, can you tap into their comm?
Never get through it. Besides, we have other options.
Like what? Bend over and let them kiss your hairy behind? Our orders are to take this ship by any means necessary, and I don't think the existing crew is necessary, although I won't mind a few minutes with that young gal.
Keep your head in the game, you punk. We don't need to go through the shields. We can just walk around them.
Crap, I yelled. Come on, people. We need to move. Move now. I grabbed Bernice's hand and turned to run down the corridor away from the cargo pod. I heard the screech of metal as the intruders used their powered armor to tear away at the wall their bullets had shredded a few minutes earlier. You know, dearie, I'm beginning to think somebody doesn't want us poking our noses into something. I'm thinking the same thing, I admitted. Fitzy, Erect level 4 shields everywhere in their path where there are no critical systems in the bulkheads. Wake up Chewie and send him our way. At the same time I was talking to Fitzy, Matt was racing ahead. If I were a betting gal, and I was, I'd say he was going to slip into something more suited to the occasion, say a suit of Mark 90 Battleborn combat armor. I felt the deck shaking. I took a risk and looked back. Fitzy had taken the initiative and was messing with our friends. One of them was on the ground. Apparently, he'd tripped over a force field that was only 20 centimeters high. Suddenly, all three of them were slamming into the ceiling. Reversing the polarity on the gravity plating was not a recommended use of said plating, at least according to the owner's manual. Oh well, it's not like I had bought the extended service warranty anyway. The deck shaking was because our assailants were being bashed into the ceiling and then slammed against the floor. They were completely safe in their armor, but if I had to guess, they were sharing their lunch with their helmets by now. I've never been so proud of Fitzy as I was right now. Who knew she had such a mean streak in her? She was definitely getting a soap opera marathon tonight. One of the armored men decided to get cute and take a pot shot at us. Fortunately, Fitzy always kept at least one shield between us and them. Finally, we turned a corner, and the bad guys were no longer in our line of sight. A moment later, Chewie and Matt showed up. Matt was wearing his combat armor. Chewie was wearing, well, nanite-infused combat titanium. Chewie, for those of you that are curious, is our big, mean, you-don't-want-to-mess-with-me battlebot. It was over 1,500 kilograms of programmable killing machine. Right now, Fitzy was pulling Chewie's strings, and she was pissed. Somebody had scratched the paint on her brand-new interior bulkheads. Sometimes it sucked to be the bad guys. This was one of those times. I can only imagine the thoughts running through the heads of our newest friends when a Marine in full top-of-the-line armor came around the corner, and he represented the least of their worries. Why? Because the Marine was dwarfed by Chewie, the hulking behemoth of armor and armament just behind him. Fitzy's avatar appeared next to Bernice and me. Bernice was gasping for breath after our run, but she was a tough old bird. I suspected she'd give Twinkies and cockroaches a run for their money when it came to lasting power. I thought you all might like a ringside seat for the festivities. Fitzy brought up a floating holographic display. Did you bring popcorn? Bernice asked with a twinkle in her eye. Fitzy snapped her fingers, her twin red ponytails flopping side to side. Dang it, Nana. I knew I forgot something. Maybe I can ask Gramps to bring some. I suspect we should let him be for the moment, dearie. There's a lot going on, and popcorn may not be at the top of the list. Okay, Fitzy moaned in the patented and universally recognized voice of a sulking teenager. The holographic display showed Chewie advancing on our three uninvited guests. Colonel Decker was a couple of steps behind him. I suspected it was not for fear of his safety, but because the BattleBot had orders of magnitude more firepower than even Mark 90 Battleborn armor. Fitzy had lowered the Class 4s between Chewie and the bad guys. This allowed our BattleBot a chance to shower some love on the three intruders. I can honestly say they were feeling the love. The one in the lead went down almost immediately. A plasma beam cut through his armor like a hot knife through butter. The remaining two reversed direction and started running back the way they had come. This was when I realized I wasn't dealing with Rhodes Scholars. They had arrived in a cargo pod. It's not like they were going to be able to get off the ship. The colonel ordered Chewie to dial back his power setting and adjust his aim. The next shot took out a leg. There was a lot of swearing. The third bad guy, or, as it turned out, bad girl, wisely dropped her weapon and knelt on the ground. We surrender. This last comment was said over external speakers. Apparently our friends had never picked up on the fact that we had been listening to their near-field communication chatter. It seemed we weren't the only ones listening in on their conversations. Our first and only clue that this was the case was when the fusion power packs on all three of our opponents chose to overload and lose containment within a millisecond of each other. Chapter 13. Avatar. The blast wave hit me, throwing me back hard. It felt like a cement truck had smashed into me. Bernice also flew back. but Fitzy caught both of us in a force field net. I suspect that was the only thing that kept us from being killed in the initial blast. I had the air knocked out of me and more than a few bruises. I could only imagine what the older woman felt. Unfortunately, the excitement wasn't over. For me, at least. The 3 simultaneous explosions tore through the hull and exposed the interior of the ship to the vacuum of space. Damage to the circuitry running through the bulkheads meant that the protective containment fields designed to prevent explosive decompression were not functioning in the area of the breach. Airtight bulkhead doors slammed shut across the ship. Absent those airtight doors, the ship would have lost the bulk of its atmosphere to space. As it was, there was still a sizable volume of pressurized ship that was not protected by either airtight bulkheads or containment fields. That meant there was a sizable volume of air rushing to exit the ship at the point of the hull rupture. The force of the blast threw me one direction. Then, a moment later, the explosive decompression pulled me the opposite direction. I lost my grip on Bernice, which was a good thing, because I might have pulled her with me. The hurricane-force flow of air picked me up and carried me toward the breach. Fitzy managed to temporarily extend a containment field from a lower deck up through the deck plating to seal the section of the corridor she and Bernice were in. Unfortunately, most of me was already past the point where the force field emanated from the floor. I say most of me because I saw most but not all of my right hand clear the barrier. That little bit that didn't make it, I saw fall to the ground on the same side as Bernice. It's funny the tricks your mind will play on you at times like this. Not that being sucked out into the vacuum of space while your body is being cut into pieces is all that common of an experience. I saw my hand, or part of it at least, fall in slow motion. There was no pain, at least none that I could remember. The pain I remember came later. I remember screaming, but the sound was oddly pitched and all but drowned out by the rush of air toward the hole in the Edmund Fitzgerald's hull. Soon enough, the wind stopped, and I fell to the deck. That's when the real pain started. It felt like my lungs were being ripped out of my body. My eyes and tongue felt like they were going to explode, and I was cold. I had never experienced a burning cold like that before. God willing, I never will again. Let me share a bit of hard-won wisdom. If you've ever wondered what it feels like to have your eyeballs freeze while you're still using them, it is profoundly unpleasant. Beyond that, you really don't want to know. Trust me on this. The last thing I remember seeing was a metallic man reaching for me. I felt oddly comforted by the knowledge I wasn't going to die alone.
Doctor, I'm not asking. I'm telling you. Whatever it takes, get her on the bridge. We just got our butts handed to us by an unknown enemy. At any moment, that same enemy is going to drop out of skip space and start taking shots at us. I don't know about you, but I want somebody in that command chair that's had more than a 2-hour idiot's guide to flying a starship course under their belt when that happens.
Dr. Chapel gritted her teeth and considered her options. She didn't like being told what to do with one of her patients, but in this case, as much as she hated it, she understood what was motivating the colonel. The woman on the bio-bed was in bad shape. She had major frostbite on 90% of her body. Her eyes were damaged, her hands useless, even her tongue had frostbite. The only reason she was even still alive was because the various implants in her body simply refused to let her die. What Admiral Dare needed was a week in a regen tank. The colonel had made clear, however, that that was not going to be an option. Fine. She could make this happen. She could get the captain on the bridge. But Admiral Dare was not going to be a happy camper. I tried to open my eyes. Nothing happened. It felt like there was something on them. In fact, they itched like mad. I tried to rub them. My arms wouldn't move. What the? I felt a tube in my mouth, and I realized I had been intubated. That was only done if somebody was placed in a regen tank. The thing was, You were only placed in a regen tank if you were sedated. I was wide awake. I was suddenly filled with terror. I wasn't supposed to be awake. I wasn't supposed to be feeling the painful regeneration process as it took place. I knew from my training that regens often took days, weeks, or months. Could a person even remain sane? I tried to move any part of my body, but I must have been given some type of paralytic. I tried to scream, but of course nothing happened. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. Maybe somebody would notice that? Maybe if I got my heart racing fast enough, an alarm or something would go off, and the doc would realize something was very, very wrong. Calm down, Admiral. I'm adjusting your sensory neurons now. The discomfort will pass. What the? I thought. You're confused. That's understandable. I'm Janice. I'm talking to you through a neural implant. You have so many, we didn't think you would mind one more. That made sense. I wasn't exactly hearing what the doctor was saying. It was just sort of there in my head. The ship? The crew? They're safe? I asked. For the moment, yes. That's kind of why we're taking a somewhat radical approach to your treatment plan, Janice explained. You're needed on the bridge, but your body is going to need a week in the regen tank. Fitzy is helping me. We're taking advantage of your artificial enhancements to get around that little problem. I'm about to switch the data feeds to your implants. Don't freak out on me. Deal? I tried to shake my head, but of course nothing happened. I make no promises, but I'll do my best. Suddenly, I was standing in the sickbay. Dr. Chappell, Matt, and Fitzy's avatar were there staring at me. I knew instinctively that I was in the room as a hologram. Janice and Fitzy smiled. Matt quickly put a hand in front of his eyes and turned away. I had a sneaky suspicion that Fitzy might have neglected to create holographic clothes for me. A quick glance down confirmed those fears, as I was wearing nothing but lacy underwear. Fitzy, do you mind? I used a hand to indicate my avatar's state of undress. Mind? She said absently, and then, as if she had suddenly realized her oversight, Oh, yes, my bad. I might have bought the gee, it was an accident act, except for the smirk and eye roll. A moment later, I was pleased to see I was now wearing a holographic facsimile of my favorite blue and silver shipsuit. I looked at my hand and felt the skin of my face. I could feel pressure, but it wasn't quite the solid surface I would have expected of real skin. I raised an eyebrow. Fitzy saw my reaction. I'm using localized force fields along with phased photons to simulate solid matter. I'm also feeding data to your implants in near real time. Pretty soon your brain will adjust and you'll barely realize you're driving a holographic avatar and not your real body. Is this what it feels like to be you? Fitzy shrugged. Don't know. Can you tell me what a banana tastes like? How does that? Then I understood. I could describe a banana in general terms, but the actual taste was impossible to appreciate without actually eating a banana. Fitzy had no basis by which to compare what I felt versus what she felt. The same was also true for me. Her sensors were far more nuanced. She could feel the pressure of individual molecules of air. She could hear frequencies far above and below the range of human hearing. Her perception of reality wasn't limited to her avatar. She literally was the ship. When the intruders blasted a hole in the ship, she felt it. My brain simply wasn't wired to accept and understand the breadth of input she was processing 24/7. Over the course of the next several days, Fitzy would slowly extend the sensor data she fed into my noggin. This gave me a partial appreciation for her perception of reality. In many ways, it was far more robust than ours. Getting back to the intruders, I needed to get to the... Suddenly, I found myself on the bridge. What the... Sorry, Admiral. I should have warned you. I'm interfaced directly with your cerebral cortex. You don't actually need to say anything for me to hear it. You wanted to be on the bridge, so I transferred both our avatars here. It saved us a walk. Let me get this straight. You heard everything I was thinking about you and your clothing stunt in sickbay? You're reading my every thought? Every little peep, yes. You're upset. I won't do it anymore. Fitzy was surprisingly contrite. It didn't last. Thank you for respecting my privacy. Honestly, I was just calibrating my neural interface to your cortex, and I was done. But we can go with that whole respecting privacy thing, if that makes you feel better. Did I mention how irritating my ship's AI could be?
Captain?
I turned. DeAndre Pappas and Chief Teddy currently had the watch. I can only imagine what it must have looked like. 2 holographic avatars arguing with each other suddenly show up unannounced on the bridge. As you were, Chief. Mr. President. Status report, please. DeAndre looked at Teddy and nodded for the older man to take the lead. DeAndre had precious little experience on starships. The Chief, on the other hand, had been practically raised on one.
Our primary and secondary reactors scrammed as they are designed to do when major power conduits are disrupted, which happened when the explosion on the crew deck occurred. We began emergency repairs immediately. There were ruptures across all decks, B, C, and E. The bridge and engineering decks reported minimal damage, and the structural integrity fields held. Deck C, the crew deck, was not so fortunate. Fitzy was able to seal the breaches until the repair bots could seal them physically. The plasma conduits near the cargo hold are all toast, but Fitzy was a dear and rerouted them through the other decks. Colonel Decker ordered the ship to jump while he was still carrying you to sickbay, which of course begs the question, why aren't you in sickbay? Or, more to the point, how is it you're here, even holographically?
We'll have time for that later, I said, as I settled into my command chair. It felt odd, as if I wasn't really there. Of course, that was technically true. This whole avatar thing was going to take some getting used to. You say the Colonel jumped the ship? Where are we? Fitzy brought a display up on the main view screen. It seemed we were a good 600 light-years from our previous position. While I was taking in our new position, the turbolift doors opened, and Colonel Decker joined me on the bridge. It looks like you took good care of my ship while I was out.
I aim to please, Admiral. In fairness, as the Fitz is currently my home too, I felt it was incumbent on me to keep her flying. Call it enlightened self-interest.
I smiled. I had the feeling that the Colonel would have worked hard to protect my ship whether he was on it or not, simply because it was my ship. But those were thoughts for another time. ETA on repairs? Matt stepped down to stand beside my chair. I was surprised that I could smell the astringent he used when shaving. Fitzy was going all out to simulate a corporeal body for me. Part of me was pleased, and the other part freaked out.
Another 3 hours to replace the damaged hull plating and get the various field emitters in place. Chief Bernice is supervising the interior repairs. That work is going slower because the bulk of the repair bots are crawling across the exterior hull plating. And before you ask, I jettisoned the cargo pod. There's no way to be sure there wouldn't be any other surprises hiding away in one of those crates.
Good job, Number One. I'd have done exactly the same thing for exactly the same reasons. By the way, it occurs to me that I have no idea how long it's been since the attack.
The doc kept you in a medically induced coma for just shy of 6 hours. The only reason you're here this way,
he paused,
is because I prevailed upon her good sense that we needed an experienced ship's captain on the bridge during an emergency.
That and you ordered her, I guessed.
That too,
he admitted with a grin. What do we know about the 3 who came after us? DeAndre joined the Colonel down by my command chair.
Wrong question, Admiral,
Earth's President-in-Exile replied. I nodded in understanding. Who sent them? And secondly, how did they get wind of what we were doing?
Exactly. I think we have to assume our operation on Babalu Station was completely compromised.
And Sagia 3, I added.
Agreed. In point of fact, we can't really trust any Federation operatives, with the possible exception of this crew. I'm assuming, what was the phrase?
Enlightened self-interest prevents any of us from seeking our own deaths.
Fitzy stepped into the conversation.
DNA analysis did turn up one interesting tidbit. One of the intruders was a Saulite.
For those that may not be familiar with them, Saulites are a race of female fighters. Saulites had been all but rendered extinct during the War of the Ancestors some 1,000 years ago. Careful genetic planning and manipulation had allowed their society to survive and once again flourish. Like many of the races of the old galactic order, their role in the larger interstellar community was pretty much a function of their species. Female Saulites were soldiers. The much smaller males ran the factories, planted the crops, and tended the children. Other races in the old galactic order included the diminutive Genii, they were the engineers, the little gray otter-like Archons, who were the administrators because of their innate ability to handle logistics and keep things organized, the Tas, a slug-like race, while not technically a part of the galactic order, had been caretakers of Jabesh antiquities. There were others, of course. Even today, long after the galactic order had faded into the annals of history, most races seemed to gravitate towards specific specialties. Humanity was somewhat unique in our ability as a species to excel across many different disciplines. A Saulite, I mused. Interesting. I know at least one of the others was a male, so likely not a Saulite? Human? DeAndre nodded. Saulite males were much smaller than the females, whereas a Saulite female could easily be mistaken for a human. The same could not be said of the males.
It actually gets a little more interesting. Since the Saulites share a significant amount of their genetic code with both modern-day humans and Neanderthals, we can thank the Mahanaim for tampering with both of our DNAs eons ago for that. And because of our own advances in understanding genetic manipulation, it's become possible for our two species to interbreed. The male, at least one of them, seems to be a hybrid.
And the third? I asked.
What remained of the third individual was blown out of the hull breach before he could leave enough of a sample for us to analyze,
Matt answered. Fitzy turned her head to look at Matt, then back towards me.
There is another possibility. The hybrid could be cloned hybrids, as in plural.
I sat back and thought for a second. A Saulite and a hybrid, or a pair of hybrids. It didn't fit the famously xenophobic Trident crime syndicate. I suppose it made sense that Transmashuta would be engaging more than just the Tridents. That raised a series of interesting questions, not the least of which was, who the hell were we fighting? Chapter 14. Discovery. I was just beginning to nod off. Sleep was a friend I was looking forward to embracing for the next several hours. I should have known better. A famous author named Ernest Hemingway once wrote, "I love sleep. My life has the tendency to fall apart when I'm awake." That whole falling apart thing, that was me. Yes, human avatars need sleep. Well, not the avatars themselves, but the good old-fashioned flesh-and-bone meat sacks attached to them. My mind needed rest in order to function. And to be honest, being blown up, frozen, and pickled in a regen tank made for a tiring day. Not that the universe cared. "Red alert!" Fitzy bellowed through the ship's intercom. Oh, for the... I left the thought unfinished as my hologram rolled off my bunk. Yes, I know how strange that sounds. Did I mention I was tired? I was fighting to keep my eyes open. The universe knew this. The universe laughed at me. The universe took my desire and need for sleep and shook one of those really big foam fingers at me. You know the ones I'm talking about, the type you get at baseball or football games. And the whole time that big foam finger was waving, the universe was yelling, "Sleep ain't happening today, babe." As I said, the universe hates me. And I haven't even gotten to the avatars can't drink coffee thing. Did I mention the universe hates me? Fitzy, transfer me to the bridge. I spoke with an energy that I didn't quite feel. I was truly in the fake-it-until-you-make-it mode. This whole transfer my avatar was a recent concession I had made to my current existence. What do I mean when I say that? The first few hours I had been holographic me, I had attempted to walk everywhere on the ship. That worked just fine. I had been navigating the world that way my entire life. Why mess with something that works, right? Suddenly, however, it occurred to me that Fitzy would just appear where she needed to be. When I, on the other hand, finally walked up to wherever it was I was going, I'd catch a half-hidden smirk on her face. Sometimes having an AI that insisted on acting like a teenager sucked. At any rate, I decided to follow the military example and embrace the suck. To make matters worse, Fitzy had a habit of placing me, after a transfer, several feet in the air, or sunk up to my knees in the deck, or one time in the middle of a console, anywhere except where she knew I should have been placed. I chose to ignore it. There was no point in rewarding such behavior, and make no mistake, anything I might have said would have been counted as a reward. When I appeared on the bridge, I was standing next to my command chair, which Colonel Decker currently occupied. I looked around quickly. The fact that I was standing on the deck and not in it was a good sign. Or maybe it was exactly the reverse. If Fitzy wasn't deliberately pushing my buttons, it meant she saw the situation as serious. That was its own source of concern. Status report number 1. Matt flinched ever so slightly. He obviously hadn't realized I had materialized next to him. He, like me, was used to the sound of the turbolift door signaling the arrival of somebody to the bridge. He began to get up, but I signaled him to stay seated with a slight shake of my chin.
4 reconnaissance probes jumped in about 3 light seconds out, he reported. They're using passive sweeps only. We're running dark right now while we're doing repairs. I doubt they know we're here. We only know about them because of their exit wash.
So somebody is looking for us. What a surprise.
So it would appear,
my first officer agreed.
You have to give them points for their persistence.
What do you suppose the chances are those probes will jump away without doing an active scan first? Matt shook his head.
Somewhere between 0 and none.
I agree. We need to take them out.
3 light seconds out. That's a problem, he mused. Any kinetics would take too long to get there. Any energy weapons would disperse too much at that distance to be effective. I don't know that we can take them out.
I smiled. As my mother used to say, where there's a will, there's a way. Fitzy, drop 8 cloaked Mark IV shipbusters, but don't light them up. Feed them the coordinates of our 4 visitors. My first officer gave me a questioning look. He repeated his earlier analysis on the off chance I hadn't heard him.
3 seconds after those missiles begin their burn, those probes will see them and take evasive action. They wouldn't even get close.
Oh, ye of little faith. I winked. Watch and learn, Colonel. Watch and learn. Fitzy, cold thrusters only. Push us gently away from those shipbusters. Fitzy, keep the weapon hatches closed, but power up anti-proton beams. Optical tracking only. Let me know when you have a firing solution on all 4 probes. I could see the continued confusion on the Marine's face.
Okay, I'll bite. I have no clue as to what rabbit you're fixing to pull out of your hat, he conceded. Missiles are too slow, and our beam weapons are too far away to be effective. What's your play here, Admiral?
Fitzy signaled she was ready. I turned to face my first officer and looked at him with a twinkle in my eye. It depends on what you mean by too far away to be effective, I answered with a wink.
Not effective, as in too weak to kill.
Suddenly the Marine paused, his voice trailing off.
Wait. You're not going for a kill, are you?
I shook my head.
You're blinding them.
Just long enough for my 8 birds to get within striking distance, I confirmed.
It's a great idea, but it won't work. You'll never be able to overload their sensors long enough for missiles to get to them.
I eagerly explained my plan. When I was done, the colonel grudgingly agreed it could work, but it was going to take perfect timing and an Oscar-winning performance by our 2 engineers. Chief Teddy heard the plan and liked it immediately. His wife, Chief Bernice, was not so charitable with either her words or opinion. Apparently, a captain, whose name shall go unmentioned, got the chief's brand-new shiny and rebuilt starship blown up. And now that very same captain, who again shall remain unnamed, wanted to engage in deep space gymnastics with a ship that was only being held together with duct tape, chewing gum, and a prayer. I didn't have the heart to remind Bernice that the new Fitzgerald was designed to look like a run-down garbage scow, and the only things that were shiny on the exterior hull were things that weren't supposed to be shiny on the exterior hull. In the end, she conceded 2 points. First, there was very little chance my plan would destroy the ship. Second, she conceded that the Edmund Fitzgerald was not a democracy. It took 10 minutes for our cold thrusters to push us far enough away from the missiles we had dropped before I felt comfortable putting my plan into motion. Engineering, get ready to bleed some plasma. Engage sublight thrusters, 1/4 impulse, 5 seconds later. Course 114, Mark 6. Don't wait for a signal from the bridge, just do it. As you wish, Your Royal Highness, Bernice responded by way of acknowledgement. I think she was taking this not a democracy thing too far, but hey, if I live to be her age, I can be crotchety too. If you've got your heart set on this ill-advised plan, the engineer continued, then Teddy and I will do our part. But don't blame us if the ship shakes itself apart. Those secondary plasma conduits aren't rated for the load we're going to be putting through them. Understood, Chief Bernice. I'm sure you and your husband can hold things together for us. You give us the word and we'll make it happen, Admiral, Teddy interjected, cutting off whatever rebuttal his wife was getting ready to deliver. Meanwhile, Matt, who had vacated the command chair, moved over to our newly enhanced weapons console.
I'm ready to randomly modulate the power feeds to the cloak and open the weapons ports on your order, Captain,
he reported. I looked around the bridge. Everything was in place. We were as ready as we were going to get. Fitzy, you're the key to making this work. Are you good to go? That depends, the AI answered in a suspect tone. I raised an eyebrow. Fitzy, what do you mean by that? Depends on what? Well, she answered in a suddenly cheery voice, since I'm doing the bulk of the hard work, I think I deserve a reward when we're all done. I shook my head in disbelief. You're asking me for a bribe to do your job? Of course not, Mother. I'm asking for proper consideration for a job well done. You haven't done anything yet. I have confidence in my abilities, even if you don't. I have every confidence in your abilities as a swindler, young lady. Fine. Get the job done and you can have a dish of ice cream with dinner. Very funny. I want 6 episodes as a marathon. I couldn't believe my ship's AI was hitting me up for soap operas as an inducement to execute her portion of my, admittedly, somewhat crazy plan. Where had I gone wrong? I knew if I gave in to Fitzy's demands completely, things would only get worse the next time. I did what any good mother of a teenager did in these circumstances. I negotiated for the best deal I could get. 3 episodes, and I'll take out the commercials. But I like the commercials. Okay. 3, and I'll leave the commercials in place. 4. 3, and the commercials are back on the table again, I said sternly. Fine, Fitzy agreed in a sulky voice. 3. But I want a couple of reruns at bedtime. Done. Now, can we get back to blowing things up? I'm ready. Fitzy's voice gave no indication whatsoever that she had just extorted the ship's captain. I nodded to Matt at the weapons console. He returned my nod. I hit the comms for engineering. Teddy, if you and Bernice would be so kind as to accidentally spill some plasma out one of the exhaust vents, I would be most grateful. The next few minutes flew by quickly. The probes responded to the sudden appearance of hot plasma by lighting up the area with active sensor scans. What they saw must have confused them. A partially cloaked ship appeared on their scanners, but the ship seemed to be having trouble holding its cloak. From the various probes' perspectives, the ship they had located did not immediately match the profile of the target vessel, the Edmund Fitzgerald. That said, it was possible the partial cloak was hampering the identification. Since the probes had been tasked with locating the Edmund Fitzgerald, it was critical to establish the mysterious ship's identity. The probes began to move forward toward their prey. Chapter 15. Goldilocks. Recon Probe 119's AI reviewed the sensor data. It was inconclusive. He packaged it up and sent it in a burst transmission, sharing it with his fellow reconnaissance probes. They, of course, shared their data with him in turn. It was clear that the scans he and his brethren had been able to obtain were not of sufficient quality to make a determination. The target vessel was attempting to flee. Recon Probe 119 began a pursuit. He ordered 118, 204, and 221 to join him. They would close the distance to a single light second and see if better sensor data might yield a more definitive identification. While 1 light second was considerably closer, it was still far enough away that the unidentified ship's energy weapons would remain largely ineffective. As the probes accelerated toward their target also accelerated. Sensors showed an increase in the frequency and severity of the target's cloaking field fluctuation. It was possible the target ship was experiencing a series of system-wide failures. 119's AI analyzed the power signatures of the vessel he and his brothers were pursuing and decided their quarry was indeed in trouble. This represented an opportunity that could not be ignored. Even as the AI's artificial neural net was making this determination, their quarry suffered a major failure. A massive cloud of highly ionized plasma exploded out of what 119 could only assume were emergency exhaust vents. At the same time, the ship stopped accelerating, and its power systems failed completely. It was no longer cloaked. Unfortunately, the very same plasma field that signaled their quarry's vulnerability also served to shield them from direct scans. Recon Probe 119 instructed his brethren to focus all sensor scans directly forward in an attempt to penetrate the cloud of plasma. He was reluctant to move much closer. As his creators would undoubtedly have noted, cornered prey could still be dangerous. Even at their current distance, with their quarry's cloak no longer in place, if they concentrated their scans, they should be able to get the answers they needed. 119 didn't know it, but the moment his quantum circuits analyzed the situation and made the fateful decision to concentrate sensors forward, he sealed his doom. A sudden burst of radiation from a directed energy weapon temporarily overloaded 119's straining sensor system. Meanwhile, the AIs on 8 stealth Mark IV plasma-coupled antimatter warheads attached to ultra-high-performance fusion rocket engines, which had waited patiently for their targets to come within range and redirect their sensors, dropped their cloaks and ignited their fusion drives. Within seconds, they were traveling at 25% the speed of light. Their thrusters were deceptively powerful for units of their size. They could afford to push themselves to the edge of their performance envelopes, because they would only have to function once. The 8 missiles screamed toward their targets. The AIs in these missiles were highly competitive. Each pair had but a single target. That meant one Mark IV shipbuster would bag a kill, while the other went home hungry. No missile wanted to end its existence unfulfilled. And so, they jinked and jigged to avoid the minimal point defense fire coming from the probes they were targeting, each one wanting to be the one with the bragging rights for the kill. One of the Mark IVs was unlucky and zigged when he should have zagged. A kinetic point defense round nailed him. Mere nanoseconds before its AI went offline, the unlucky shipbuster sent a burst message to his brethren, wishing them happy hunting. Then, it detonated itself. It was nowhere near its target, but the high-energy flash would blind its opponent. The remaining Mark IVs shuttered their sensors at the exact moment of the flash. They were back online and acquiring their targets before the 4 reconnaissance probes even realized they had been blinded. 3 of the 4 targets were taken out when explosions that could have fractured small moons overwhelmed their meager defenses. The fourth reconnaissance probe lasted a bit longer. The explosions that ended the synthetic lives of his brethren damaged him, but did not destroy him. He had been lucky twice, because it was his point defense system that had eliminated one of his adversaries. Recon Probe 119 made a dash for open space. Suddenly, the quarry that had been hanging seemingly dead in space a moment earlier roared back to life. 4 massive lances of anti-protons sprang forth and cut the remaining recon probe to pieces. The last thing the AI in 119 thought, as its component atoms were converted to plasma, was that they had located their target. What a shame they would not be able to report their findings. I could hear the swearing clear up on the bridge. It seemed 90 years was ample time for a motivated person to acquire a prodigious mastery of swear words, apparently in several alien languages. Chief Bernice, that sweet old woman who doted on Fitzy as if she were her own granddaughter, was attempting to peel the paint off the bulkheads in engineering. I toggled the comms for engineering. Chief, I take it from your lilting and mellifluous voice that you are pleased our gambit worked and the ship is still in one piece. You can take your lilting and mellifluous and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Respectfully, of course, Your Highness. Because of your little fireworks show, we just lost 2 of our 4 secondary plasma conduits, and the ones that are left could go any time. I wouldn't bet on this ship winning a fight with a mangy dog with arthritis in its current condition. Understood. No dogs, mangy or otherwise. How long to repair all systems? There was a pause. I have the feeling my chief engineer was counting the various systems that would need some love. Finally, she answered my question. Now that I had her focused on actual engineering as opposed to the events that had gotten us to where we were, her verbal tirade had ended. 2 weeks at a minimum. If you can park us near a gas giant, Teddy and I can get most of the big stuff done in a week. The rest we can handle in flight. Roger that, Chief. I'll see what I can do about the gas giant. What's the state of our drive capacitors? Fully charged, but don't count on recharging them anytime soon. Not until we get some of the plasma conduits back online. 30 minutes later, we emerged from skip space near a red dwarf star. This particular star went by the exciting name Beta NR-23801. It was an ordinary Class M red dwarf located in a sea of surrounding ordinary Class M red dwarf stars. From a stellar perspective, it was boring, which made it perfect for our needs. Beta NR-23801 had 2 gas giants orbiting at 1 and 1.8 astronomical units from the primary. There was also an Earth-sized rocky planet orbiting in the Sun's Goldilocks habitable zone. This was the zone where liquid water has the potential to exist on the planet's surface. Now, before you get your hopes up that Beta NR-23801 is another Earth-2 with beautiful beaches and golden red sunsets, I have to hit you with a dose of reality and physics. The Goldilocks zone for red dwarf stars, about 1/3 of the size of Sol, is very close to the surface of the star itself, something on the order of 0.2 astronomical units. This simple fact has 2 consequences that are antithetical to life on our rocky friend. First, the planet was tidally locked. In other words, the same side always faced the sun. This boiled away the bulk of the planet's atmosphere, assuming it had one to begin with. Second, red dwarfs are noisy stars. They eject and recapture coronal masses with great frequency. Planets that are only 1/5 the distance to the sun as Earth is to its sun are broiled on a regular basis with high-intensity stellar plasma. In short, it's a great place to work on your tan, but not so much for the beaches. At any rate, our interest was in one of the gas giants. The closer of the 2 was almost the size of Jupiter. It weighted more than all the other orbiting masses in the Beta NR-23801 combined. It had a thick hydrogen atmosphere that was just what the doctor ordered for refueling starships with fusion reactors. Our big friend had one more unanticipated but very welcome advantage going for it, vis-a-vis the other, smaller gas giant. It had a massive moon. Now, you may be asking yourself, Self, why do I care that it has a big moon? Lagrange points. In this case, one of these magical points where gravitational forces between objects balance themselves out occurred within the outer layer of the gas giant's atmosphere. If you're thinking to yourself that this would be the perfect place for a starship to park itself in order to harvest said hydrogen, you would get a gold star. About the same time the Cochranes, with the help of the rest of the crew, completed the major repairs and the ship was refueled, Dr. Chappell decanted me from the regen tank. It was an interesting feeling, that of returning to my physical body. I had forgotten how much more nuanced my various senses were, and at the same time how much more restrictive. I could no longer hear the individual molecules of methane hitting the hull of the ship, but I could feel the press of a breeze on the hair of my arm. I could no longer see deep into the infrared, but I could smell bacon cooking in the galley. On the whole, I'd take the bacon any day. The one thing I did truly miss was the ability to just have Fitzy transfer my avatar to a secondary location. It was surprising how, in just a week's time, I'd gotten used to not having to walk from point A to point B on the ship. Of course, that meant I had to walk to my meeting with Chiefs Bernice and Teddy in main engineering. When I got there, Teddy was just pulling the panel off a plasma junction. Colonel Decker was helping to lower the large, awkward panel to the deck. The two men looked up. The grin on Matt's face was unmistakable. He was glad to see me. The real me.
Well, if it isn't the spectacular Admiral Dare, in the flesh no less.
My first officer bowed as he said it. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it right and bow lower. My grin matched his own. I nodded to the panel on the floor. What do we have going on here?
We need to change our batteries,
Teddy answered. Pardon? I was looking at a plasma junction. What did it need with batteries? Bernice stepped out from behind a piece of equipment she was working on. She was wiping her hands with a towel. Her face and coveralls were smeared with some type of dark soot or oil. Plasma and solid matter are not a good combination, she explained. Conduits and junctions use magnetic isolation fields to keep the plasma from actually touching the interior walls of the conduit. I nodded. All this I knew. It was my understanding that the energy to power those fields came from the reactors themselves. Are the batteries some type of backup? Why would they even be needed if the reactor is offline? It's all a matter of timing, Your Highness. The batteries in the plasma conduits have just enough juice to power the isolation fields for about 6 or 7 nanoseconds. That's all that's needed to protect the interior surface of the plasma conduits during power-up and power-down cycles. Otherwise, the conduits would be destroyed by residual plasma every time a reactor scrammed or was powered up. I could see why that might be a problem. Do we have replacements in stores?
We would have,
Matt said.
If
we hadn't dropped our cargo pods, I finished for him. Can we fabricate replacements?
We could,
Teddy acknowledged. Could, not can, I observed. Correct, Bernice agreed. We need a supply of cobalt to fabricate the replacements, and it's not going to be easy to come by. We're looking for a mineral called scutterodite. It's typically found with nickel and or iron deposits. So, it sounds like we're going to get to do some digging, I said cheerfully. As a xenoarchaeologist, digging was one of my favorite pastimes. Not so fast, Indiana Jones. Bernice brought out a floating holographic screen. Our choices of potential mining sites are few and far between. The gas giants are no-goes, for obvious reasons. Most of the easy-to-get-to moons are either ice balls or covered with a thick layer of frozen water or methane. There are some rocky asteroids, but tracking them down to find one that has the cobalt we need could take years. What about our rocky Goldilocks friend? I pointed to the innermost planet. Teddy stepped forward and used his hands to expand the display of the planet in question.
There's little doubt that it's going to have cobalt. The question is, how much and where? On Earth, Most mines are located near dormant volcanic fissures. That's undoubtedly the case on Goldilocks.
I began to see the problem. Since the planet was tidally locked, most of the volcanic activity was going to be on the sunward side.
Do we even know that it has volcanic activity?
Matt asked. Yes, I answered. Because if it doesn't, we're screwed. Chapter 16. To Hell and Back. It turned out our Goldilocks had an abnormally high amount of volcanic activity which readily brought rich, heavy metals to the surface from the planet's molten core. To be honest, it was too active for my tastes, and I was the more adventurous one in the group. Fitzy explained the activity to the crew at the breakfast table the day after we arrived at a stationary orbit that kept the planet between us and the sun. Goldilocks, like all planets, didn't actually revolve around the sun, but revolved around the system's center of mass. The geeks like to call this the Beery center, because center of mass is too easy to say and understand. In the Sol system, the Beery center is always located within the sun itself. This is because the size of the sun relative to the planets, even massive Jupiter, is too big. The center of mass wobbles, but never exceeds the radius of the sun. In the Beta NR-23801 system, this isn't the case. The primary is about a third the size of Sol. In addition, a Jupiter-sized gas giant orbited in a much tighter orbit than its Sol equivalent. This meant the Beery center was actually a point that, periodically, wandered outside of the radius of the red dwarf. This also meant Goldilocks' orbit regularly took it significantly closer to, then farther away from, the red dwarf. In point of fact, the planet was only in the Goldilocks zone 70 to 80% of the time, depending on the alignment of the other planets in the solar system. The gravitational stresses induced as a result of this unusual orbit caused shifts in the planet's tectonic plate. These shifts resulted in spectacular mountains and rings of volcanic fire and lava flows that dominated the planet's surface. In other words, if there was any place in the galaxy that looked like hell, this was it. I remembered a quote from an essay a man named Alexander Pope wrote almost 1,500 years ago. It went something like this: "For only fools rush in where angels fear to tread." For the record, I've been called many things in my life, but angel was never one of them. To my way of thinking, that left only one other option. My first officer and I got into a bit of an argument at the same breakfast table. We were planning our mining mission. Each of us approached the planning session with a different set of expectations and assumptions. The planet was one of the most dangerous any one of us was likely to land on any time in the foreseeable future. You had your lava, earthquakes, and landslides to keep you on your toes. In addition, there was virtually no atmosphere, and what little was there was highly toxic and corrosive. Finally, as if all that wasn't enough for the average partygoer, the planet had a powerful magnetic field powered by a molten iron core. This magnetic field captured plasma ejected from the red dwarf and delivered it to the planet's surface near the magnetic poles. The result was as beautiful as it was deadly. The poles glowed like neon light bulbs. My point in raising all of this is that the colonel expected to be leading the away team that was to carry out the mining operation, since this was an exceedingly dangerous environment. I, on the other hand, was intent to lead the team for two very simple reasons. First, I was the only one with anything even resembling mining experience. Second, I was the captain, and, at the end of the day, it was my vote that counted. After several minutes of back-and-forth debate with the colonel, Bernice came to my rescue. There was a certain irony, given that she was still calling me Your Highness. However, she had apparently forgiven me for trashing her ship.
Colonel, forgive me for suggesting a tactic to a man with your military background, but in my experience, some battles are only won by refusing to engage the opponent. I would suggest this is one of those times.
Yes, sometimes the only way to win a war is not to fight it,
Matt agreed reluctantly. 2 hours later, DeAndre Pappas, Uncle Max, and I were in the Edmund Fitzgerald's small survey shuttle. Matt remained on the Fitz and in nominal command of the ship. Anybody want to guess as to whether or not the colonel was happy about being left behind? The shuttle barely had room for 4 people in ship suits. We weren't in ship suits. The 3 of us were dressed in heavy armored encounter suits. This made for cramped quarters without even considering what we might need for the mining operation itself. Fortunately, the shuttle had an external cage that could be used for carrying equipment. In this case, the cage was filled with a sonic drill, a chemical assay unit, a handheld X-ray spectrometer called an APXS, and good old-fashioned low-tech shovels. Goldilocks was about 2/3 the size of Earth, but almost 3/4 the mass. This meant that by the time you got done crunching all the numbers and balancing things out, the surface gravity ended up being roughly the same as Earth. Most times, a shuttle venturing into a gravity well that strong would have an atmosphere to work with in terms of controlling the descent. That was not the case this time. Fortunately, our little shuttle had been designed for far more challenging environments, and we were able to set down safely while retaining plenty of fuel for the return trip. The landing zone we chose was on the dark side of the planet, near what appeared to be a mountain range that was the result of tectonic plates pushing together. It was in an area prone to seismic activity. To be clear, that last little tidbit pretty much applied to the entire planet, so take it with a grain of salt. It wasn't all that important in choosing our mining site. Orbital scans showed the mountains contained rich veins of metallic ores. The high concentration of nickel and iron arsenide boded well for the presence of cobalt. As a side note, those same orbital scans showed some unusual scarring on the planet's surface. It wasn't immediately clear how or why the surface was marked the way it was. Normally, I wouldn't even have given it a second thought. But the anomaly looked very much like a big V that had been etched deep enough into the rock as to resist the movement of the regolith to obscure it. As an archaeologist, they reminded me of Nazca lines. Enigmatic drawings created thousands of years ago in the Peruvian desert, drawings that could only be seen from an altitude that would have been impossible for the ancient Peruvians to obtain. In this case, however, it was likely the formations were the result of some random process involving meteorite impacts. At least, that had been my assumption at the time. I landed us about 2.5 clicks from the base of the mountain. Given all the seismic activity, I didn't want the shuttle damaged by any boulders that might come sliding down the hill. Our powered encounter suits gave us at least a chance to jump out of the way of any rocks rolling in our direction. Not so for the currently unmanned shuttle. Of course, the 2-kilometer walk was a chance for the 3 of us to have a nice, let's get to know one another better bonding experience. Translation: Uncle Max spent the time bitching about the walk. DeAndre and I switched to a private channel and just let him rant. After about 15 minutes, there was a click and Uncle Max joined us.
I thought we were on Channel 6.
No, I'm pretty sure we said Channel 5, DeAndre answered. I was wondering why you were so quiet, I added innocently.
I wasn't quiet. I was having a serious
DeAndre and I switched back to Channel 6. When we got closer to the base of the mountain range, the terrain became more jagged. On a planet like Earth, winds and rain would have eroded exposed surfaces and taken the edge off shattered rocks. Goldilocks was a different story. It was a world with virtually no weather. You had the hot side of the planet, and you had the cold side of the planet. There was an atmosphere, but it was only marginally thicker than the one on Earth's moon. In other words, it was a non-factor when it came to erosion and heat transfer between the aforementioned cold and hot sides of the planet. The entire dark side of the planet was covered by a rubble pile of charcoal-gray powdery dust and rocky debris called regolith. Beneath that was a region of fractured bedrock geologists called megaregolith. When the frequent earthquakes broke up the surface, the glass-like magma that was ubiquitous on the planet's surface shattered. The resulting shards kept their razor-sharp edges. Fissures created by tectonic stresses remained open or filled with coarse pea gravel mixed with the talcum powder-like dust. Our encounter suits would protect us from the sharp edges, but the dust tended to float about 10 centimeters above the ground. It made it difficult to see safe foot placement. I found myself stumbling on more than one occasion. We had to be extremely careful, or we'd find ourselves trapped in a crevice or buried in the loose pea gravel. We arrived at the small knoll that was our first test site. I used the APXS to scan the surface of some of the larger boulders. The alpha particle X-ray spectrometer used different types of radiation to excite molecules in the surface of the material we were examining. The material would then re-emit photons. By examining the frequencies of the light emitted, the APXS could identify the chemical composition of the material we were examining. We were looking for a material called scutterodite. Scutterodite is a cobalt arsenide mineral containing variable amounts of nickel and iron substituting for cobalt. It is a hydrothermal mineral generated by the interaction of magma containing cobalt with subterranean water. I was optimistic, given the amount of magma venting, that we would have an easy time finding what we were looking for. Scans from orbit suggested we were in a promising area for exploration. We spent the better part of an hour using the APXS to examine material in the general area. We found abundant traces of iron and nickel, but no cobalt. I even used the sonic drill to bore down 10 meters. Nothing. I finally called it, and we moved on to the secondary site, also negative. All told, we spent 4 days examining 20-some sites, all negative for cobalt. As we wrapped up our final dig and headed back to the shuttle, I decided we needed a different approach. I had an idea, but I needed input from the others to decide if it was viable. The 7 of us sat around the breakfast table. It had become something of a tradition. It was the one meal where all of us could gather and plan out our day or bounce ideas off each other. I grabbed a cup of coffee and one of Bernice's scratch donuts. The coffee was to wake me up. The donut was because they were delicious. I was tired. I had spent until the wee hours working through the details of my proposal. I tried to anticipate the potential objections and concerns. In each case, I attempted to develop a reasonable strategy of addressing the concern. Sometimes I was successful. Sometimes I wasn't. When everyone had grabbed a tray and spent a few minutes kibitzing, I cleared my throat. I think we're all tired of digging holes on Goldilocks. I think it's time we had a new plan.
Hear, hear,
Max agreed all too quickly.
I'm all in favor of a new plan. So are my poor aching feet.
DeAndre and I did matching eye rolls. Personally, I think Max was still sore about that first day's confusion concerning what radio channel we were all using. That and all the walking I had been making him do. It seemed, for whatever reason, the more Max complained about the walk, the further I landed the shuttle from our next target site. Soon our 2-kilometer walks had become 3, 4, and 5 kilometers. What can I say? It's an alien planet with unfamiliar landmarks. You'd think he'd be happy that I didn't crash the shuttle given all the plasma storms whipping around the planet. Some people just have a hard time letting go of things. I cleared my throat again. I'd like to start exploring some of the dormant lava tubes. Matt put his fork down and looked at me sharply. Then he slowly picked up his cup and took a sip of coffee to collect his thoughts. I could read him like a book, which I suspect was deliberate.
We,
he paused to use a hand to indicate everybody seated at the table,
had this discussion earlier in the week. Everyone, to include yourself, agreed that it was too dangerous. It was too dangerous then. It's too dangerous now.
I could see he was going to say more, so I cut him off. I agree, Matt. It's too dangerous.
You do?
I do. But we need to start exploring them anyway. A single lava tube will give us more access to potential sample sites than months of crawling along the surface. My first officer shook his head.
What does it matter if, in the process of locating scutterodite, you end up dead?
Well, for starters, informing my next of kin will be easy. He's sitting right next to you. Matt continued to shake his head.
In all likelihood, he'd die with you.
Fair point, I conceded. Then we'll just have to make sure that any dying that takes place doesn't involve one of us. This time it was Teddy that leaned forward to speak.
Begging the Admiral's pardon, but aside from the inherent ethical issues with sending somebody else in to die in your place, I need to point out there is no somebody else to send in.
Ah, Chief, there's where we just need to get a little creative. Remember when I was stuck in the regen tank?
Admiral, meet Steve. Steve, meet your captain, Admiral Dare.
I looked at Chief Teddy. He was beaming like only a 90-year-old new dad can. Steve was a modified stevedore that my 2 engineers had been working on for the last day. Unlike his 2 unmodified brothers in our reactor cargo bay, Steve had had his power pack replaced with a fusion generator harvested from an encounter suit. This would allow the newest member of our mining team to work for weeks without recharging. In addition to the upgraded power system, Steve now had his own APXS, sonic drill, chemical assay module, and onboard storage container. His treads had been replaced with 6 fully articulated legs that could double as tool-holding hands. It looks good, Chief. I like the name. Why, thank you, Captain Riker. The voice was vaguely familiar, and yet not one that belonged to any member of the current crew. It was the robot that had spoken through the ship's intercom system. His voice was obviously adapted from the voice patterns of the Chief.
Did I fail to mention that I fitted our friend with a basic AI control module? Teddy added with a tinge of amusement in his voice. I figured you'd want him capable of autonomous operation. He's been fully briefed on our mission objectives and is willing and ready to go.
As if to emphasize the engineer's point, the former stevedore wagged his rear end like a dog. That is, if a 6-legged robotic dog could wag its tail. No, you missed that little point, Chief, I confirmed with a barely suppressed smile. But it was good thinking.
I've added another little enhancement that I think you and the Colonel will enjoy.
This time the twinkle in his eye was unmistakable. Chapter 17. Point the Way. The next trip down to the surface included Colonel Decker, me, Uncle Max, and Steve. DeAndre, who had previously been part of the away team, would now be in temporary command of the Fitzgerald. Our newly remodeled and enhanced robot, Steve, rode in the cargo cage on the way down to the surface. I put Uncle Max in charge of him, in the hopes that if my Uncle Max, had somebody else to complain to during our hike, Matt and I would catch a break. It wasn't fair to Steve, but hey, he was the new guy, and that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. The lava tube we chose for our first exploration was about 200 meters up the side of a steep foothill. It was a bit of a hike to get up to it, but our power-assisted encounter suits helped. Steve, meanwhile, with his 6 legs and faultless sense of balance, made short work of the climb. He met us at the mouth of the lava tube. It was an odd sight. The modified stevedore was prancing on his 6 legs in excitement. I guess from his perspective, it was exciting. This was the fulfillment of his one and only goal in life. I could almost hear his cybernetic thoughts. Lava tubes. The final frontier. These are the explorations of the Stevedore Steve. His 5-kilometer mission. To explore strange new tunnels, to seek out cobalt and cobalt-rich minerals, to boldly go where no stevedore has gone before. Yeah, I'd be excited too, I guess. You ready for this? I asked when we finally made it to the mouth of the lava tube. I had intended the question for the 2 men with me, but Steve answered first.
All systems are reporting nominal, Admiral Dare. I was born ready to do this. Well, technically I was assembled for this, but the sentiment remains the same. I'm, as you humans say, raring to go.
I turned to Uncle Max. I'm trusting you to keep Matt and me safe. You have the dead man switch if you need it.
You just go and have a nice nap. Uncle Max will take good care of his favorite niece.
As far as I know, I am your only niece.
Aren't you glad the bar to being my favorite is so accessible?
If you say so, Uncle. Just so you know, I left my wallet in my quarters.
You wound me, Dare.
There was mock anguish in his voice.
You wound me. I have the entire resources of the New Federation intelligence community at my beck and call. To insinuate that I might pilfer from your meager finances insults my sense of the scale and grandeur to which I hope to someday become accustomed.
I snorted. I'll give you scale and grandeur. Matt and I sat down and tried to make ourselves comfortable. I was thankful our encounter suits were designed to allow the wearer to sleep almost anywhere. Aside from earthquakes and lava, Goldilocks had one thing in abundance: rocks. Nice, sharp rocks, big ones, small ones, everything from pebbles to boulders. They all had one thing in common. Not a one of them had been designed by Mother Nature to promote rest and relaxation. While Matt and I were not going to sleep, per se, we were not going to be in command of our bodies either. Our augments were going to temporarily inhibit voluntary motor functions. This was for our safety. The Colonel and I were going to be joining Steve in the exploration of the lava tubes. The thing was, we were going to do it using holographic avatars. We were uniquely capable of this feat because of our cybernetic augments and the phased photonic holoemitters Steve was carrying. The dead man switch Uncle Max held would allow us to regain control of our meat sack bodies in the event something bad happened, like an earthquake, a lava flow, or a flying, vacuum-breathing alien pterodactyl. Okay, that last one was silly. There is no way a pterodactyl, alien or otherwise, is going to be able to fly in a vacuum. Still, you get the general idea. Now, I'm sure some of you are thinking to yourselves, Self, if they're just going to be laying down and letting Steve carry a pair of hollow emitters into the lava tubes, why not stay in the nice, comfy shuttle? Surely the shuttle would be much safer. The answer comes down to two things: latency and signal strength. In this case, latency is the time between when an event occurs and when Matt and I can respond to that event. The other issue is signal strength, or more to the point, how signal strength affects bandwidth. Driving an avatar sucks up bandwidth like nobody's business. The weaker your signal strength, the less bandwidth available. Distance adversely impacts both latency and signal strength, especially when you consider we were going to be traveling through kilometers of subterranean lava tubes. The bottom line, nice, cushy seats in the shuttle located a couple of kilometers away were not an option. 10 minutes later, Steve, Matt, and I, as well as a host of micro-drones, were a good 100 meters into the lava tube. As avatars, our view was essentially a first-person perspective. This first lava tube was a gold mine, literally. There were multiple veins of quartz running throughout the area with interspersed traces of the precious yellow metal. Sadly, the conditions were not right for cobaltite, erythrite, glaucodot, and scutterodite, or any of the other common cobalt-containing minerals we were looking for. The good news was, Steve's agility gave us the ability to explore the tube and many of its branches far faster than we would have been able to on our own. About 40 minutes into our exploration, I called it. We weren't going to find what we wanted in this series of tubes. It was time to move on. We managed to explore 3 more sites before calling it a day. The good news was we found some traces of cobalt-bearing minerals. The bad news was the concentrations were far too low to be especially useful. Still, the fact that we'd detected anything at all was a good sign. Tomorrow would be another day. It was my turn to cook breakfast the next day, so I asked Fitzy to wake me up in time to prepare waffles. Now, to be fair, in hindsight, I blame myself for what happened. Asking a juvenile delinquent, even if said juvenile was the ship's AI, to wake me up without specific instructions as to the manner of how the command was to be executed was an invitation for trouble. Needless to say, I got up in time to make the waffles. My hope was Fitzy and her army of housekeeping bots would be able to dry out my room and, more specifically, my bed before I attempted to sleep in it again. The waffles were an old family recipe. The key was to include a dash of cinnamon along with mashed potatoes in with the flour. The mashed potatoes allowed the waffles to become crispy on the outside while soft and delicate on the inside. It's a well-established fact that the Riker clan takes their waffles, like their coffee, very seriously. To illustrate my point, the cinnamon had to be derived from Cinnamomum verum bark, the only true cinnamon. None of that inferior cinnamon derived from Cinnamomum cassia, or even worse, that synthetic mass market crap you find in the hypermarkets. Go real or go home. Sadly, both the butter and syrup had to be synthetic. Maple trees didn't grow well outside of Earth's biome, and that affected the flavor profile of the resulting syrup. As for the butter, it was just too expensive for a woman of my financial means. It's not like cows were a dime a dozen after the Earth froze over. At any rate, there had never been any complaints about my waffles, nor were there ever any leftovers. I took that as a good sign. It took us 4 more days, but finally we hit the mother lode, a massive vein of high-quality, cobalt-rich scutterodite. The problem was, it hit back. Hard. The shuttle was parked within a few meters of the entrance to the lava tunnel. This was only the second time we had been able to get this close with the shuttle. The reason was simple. Unlike most times where we were entering a shaft located on the side of a volcano, the entrance to this particular tunnel was located on top of a massive but extinct lava dome. Essentially, a big bubble of molten rock had formed, cooled, and hardened. The result was a massive subterranean chamber. Over the course of time, the ceiling to the dome had partially collapsed at a number of points. This was exactly the same type of lava chamber the first settlers on Mars had utilized to protect themselves from solar radiation, before Mars's magnetic field was restored in the mid-22nd century. The big difference, as we would come to appreciate shortly, was that Mars was geologically quiet. Goldilocks? Not so much. Entering a vertical lava tube like this required the use of a cable and winch system. The shuttle tethered one end, and Steve gleefully dangled from the other. The floor of the lava tube was almost 300 meters straight down. That was an impressive height by any measure. I mention this because Steve swung wildly on the cable while singing some obscure song my ship's AI had taught him about a guy named George and a jungle. In case you missed the connection, my ship's AI had developed a fondness for our stevedore and was making his education and introduction to human culture her mission in life. To those of us who had to spend hours with the ship's newest AI-enhanced bot, Fitzy's efforts were not always appreciated. What Steve did have going for him was unbridled enthusiasm, and no, that was not always a good thing. Let me lay it out simply. Yelling, "Watch out for that tree," while dangling on a rope a 1/4 of a kilometer down a jet black hole on an alien planet prone to seismic activity is not a confidence builder. I was ever so grateful that the meat sack I normally walked around in was, for once, safely strapped into a recliner on the survey shuttle. When Holographic Matt and I were safely, and I use that word with great reservation, on the ground, we started our exploration. Within minutes, I knew we had found what we were looking for. Scutterodite is a metallic, whitish-gray, tin-colored mineral that forms crystals that are 4, 8, or even 10-sided. My point is, it's very obvious you're looking at a crystal. As Steve shined a series of floodlights around the vast chamber, all I could see were crystalline formations. Many of them looked to be metallic, tin-colored, 4, 8, and 10-sided cubes. If I were at my mom's Catholic church on Friday night, I'd be yelling bingo. "Steve, you know what I'm going to ask next." "On it, Admiral," the robot said cheerfully. "I thought we talked about this whole Admiral thing." I had hoped, foolishly I suspected, that I'd be able to talk the newest member of the crew into calling me Captain Riker, or Captain, or at the very least, Dare. At some point, I was going to run into someone I needed to work with who was going to think I was more pretentious than I was by assuming the self-appointed rank of Admiral. They wouldn't know that it was a nickname hung around my neck like that albatross from Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. My point is, I had hoped I could convince the new guy to use my real name and/or title. No such luck. I suspected Fitzy had had a hand in corrupting him before I had a chance to train him correctly.
On it, Captain, Admiral, ma'am.
I saw Matt's lips twitch in amusement. Wisely, he said nothing. Steve extended the APXS on one of his many arms. When the spectrometer was close to a sample, he activated the probe.
Confirmed. There is ample cobalt in these deposits. We are looking at a mix of scutteridite and trace amounts of less cobalt-dense nickel scutteridite. Analysis indicates we will need to smelt roughly 300 kilograms to extract a sufficient quantity of cobalt to meet the ship's needs and replenish our reserves.
Outstanding. Begin harvesting what we need. Retask 10 recon drones to accompany the Colonel and me. We're going to enjoy a little spelunking while we're down here.
Have fun, you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
If I had any doubts about my ship's deleterious influence on the stevedore's AI, that last comment put them to rest. Again there was that twitch on Matt's lips, and again he wisely said nothing. Matt asked me why we were continuing to explore the massive underground cave, especially since we had located a supply of the much-needed cobalt. I explained the source of my curiosity. Earlier, I had spotted an odd topographical formation that looked like it could have been produced by low-speed glancing meteorite impacts. The resulting trenches seemed to form an arrow. The thing was this. Low-speed impact events were somewhat rare. In order for the shape that I had seen to form, there needed to be 2 such low-speed impacts striking the surface of the planet at roughly the same time, at roughly the same location, but from 2 different directions. That was odd in the extreme and defied the bounds of random chance. And yet, here this arrow was. The cobalt we were currently mining was located along the path that was pointed to by that arrow, if that is indeed what it was. Chapter 18. Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. The recon drones were our eyes and ears. In addition, 2 of them now carried our holo emitters. The ears part was only figuratively speaking, as there wasn't enough of an atmosphere on Goldilocks to carry sound. That might be why we didn't hear the quake that rumbled through the subterranean chamber. In fairness, Steve did attempt to provide tactile feedback through the soles of our holographic feet. His attempts had a limited fidelity, though, and the neural implants he was feeding signals through really didn't know how to handle what he was sending. My point is, while we felt a vibration in our holographic feet, neither of us associated it with an earthquake for several seconds. Not that it would have done us any good or made any difference. If we had been flesh and blood down in the cavern, we would have been in deep doo-doo. The good news was we were nestled safely in the survey shuttle almost a quarter kilometer above our holographic heads. That was until the lava dome collapsed under the shuttle. 2 things clued us into the fact that our situation was rapidly becoming non-optimal, as the Colonel liked to put it. First, suddenly we weren't in the lava chamber anymore. Instead, we were in the shuttle, back in our meat sacks, scrambling to regain control of our bodies. Second, the shuttle was falling. Third, Max was screaming, loud enough to do permanent damage to the tympanic membranes in my ears. Okay, that was 3, not 2. I still have problems counting. But that deep doo-doo thing I was talking about earlier, we were in it. As the lava dome crumbled, the shuttle began to shift violently and slide towards the opening. I suspected this was the reason for Uncle Max's screaming. I loved him dearly, but he didn't handle sudden threats to his physical well-being calmly. He would never have made it as a soldier on a battlefield. It amazed me that he had been able to be, and had even excelled at being, an intelligence operative. "Put a sock in it, Max. You'll have plenty of time to scream if we survive," I yelled over the den. He paused to consider my words, then started screaming louder. So much for following orders. Bringing the thrusters online would have taken too much time. Instead, I reached for the navigational shields. They were designed to protect the shuttle from minor impacts while we were traveling at several thousand kilometers a second through interplanetary space. They weren't designed to handle falling through holes in lava domes and being buried under tons of rocks. But hey, I was improvising here, give me a break. Matt whirled in his seat and took over the co-pilot's controls. Just as we slid over the edge and began our unimpeded freefall, he fired the one and only missile the shuttle carried. It was a low-yield, conventional explosive, designed to deter bad actors from attacking the survey shuttle. It's a sad statement about the state of affairs in our little corner of the galaxy, but a ship without teeth was considered fair game by every miscreant suffering from a questionable upbringing as a child. He very likely saved our lives. The explosive blast broke our fall while at the same time preventing the missile from detonating while still attached to the underbelly of the shuttle. For those who are curious, the aforementioned hypothetical explosion would likely have resulted in the shuttle suffering a RUD event, RUD standing for Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. We hit the floor of the lava tube hard enough, in fact, that many of the control interfaces went offline and the cockpit was showered in sparks. At the same time, I heard the telltale hiss of atmosphere venting. "Hood's up," I yelled. My Uncle Max, to his credit, had his protective hood up and sealed before either me or Matt. I tapped my comms. "Steve, are you okay?" There was no reply. I hit my comms again. "Steve, report. We've taken some damage and are down here with you now. I need to know you're all right. Over?" Nothing. I didn't know if the newest member of my crew was alive or dead. It could be the stevedore was buried under several metric tons of rock, or his radio was knocked out, or both. In any case, it seemed we were on our own. We need to get out of the shuttle and under that opening in the lava dome as fast as we can. As I spoke, I scrambled to the shuttle's airlock. I soon discovered it had lost power. A quick glance to the rear of the shuttle confirmed the rear hatch was hopelessly smashed. It was likely the source of the atmospheric leak. That meant the airlock was going to be our only option. Fortunately, the designers of the shuttle had anticipated the need to be able to open the hatch without the power being online.
"You want to go out there?"
Max objected.
"We're safe in here. There are falling rocks out there."
I sighed. "Max, think of this shuttle as a beer can with somebody dropping heavy bricks on top of it. How long do you think we'll last if another chunk of that lava dome decides to break loose and hit us at several hundred kilometers an hour?"
"But how are we going to be safer out there?"
he continued to protest. "Simple." I pointed outside the shuttle. "The roof has already fallen over there. We just need to stand under the opening and wait for a rescue." As I was speaking, I pulled open the panel to the manual control. It was a simple hand crank assembly. I began to turn the crank, but it quickly became jammed. Apparently the crash had bent some piece of the mechanism. Matt grabbed the handle with me, and we both managed to move the handle about a quarter turn. It was enough to crack the hatch just enough to allow the remainder of our cabin pressure to vent. I tapped my comms. "Fitzy, we have a situation." Before I could finish, the shuttle shook violently. The three of us were knocked off our feet. I bashed an elbow hard enough against a crumpled section of bulkhead that I tore my ship suit. The suit was a top-of-the-line self-repairing model, and the minor tear sealed on its own, but I was going to have one heck of a bruise in the morning. I figured I might have lost 5 minutes of breathable air in the process. I prayed I wasn't going to be missing those 5 minutes in a few hours. As we got back up, I noticed a large portion of the overhead near the cockpit was a good half a meter lower. My guess was a hunk of rock had just fallen on us. That whole beer can conversation was beginning to take on a very real sense of urgency. To make matters worse, the boulder that had smashed the front of the shuttle had taken out our radio. We now had no way of talking with the ship in orbit. "We've got to get this egress open. Anybody have an idea?" I asked.
"Can we use some Plastinex 40 and just blow it open?"
Max offered. Matt shook his head.
"Assuming we could shield ourselves from the blast in a confined space, there's still one insurmountable problem." "Well, out with it," my uncle prompted after it was clear the colonel was not going to elaborate on his own.
Matt pointed to the crushed and crumpled rear hatch. I knew what he meant. All our excavation and mining equipment was in the cargo cage on the other side of that hatch. It was a classic chicken and the egg scenario. If we could get to the Plastinex 40, we wouldn't need it.
"Oh,"
was all Max said. My mind began to race. For those of you who may not be aware, my brain is wired strangely. One random thought can take me down a rabbit hole, and heaven knows where I'll end up. The chicken and the egg analogy was one such thought. I couldn't get the thought of fried eggs and bacon. You always have to have the bacon. I couldn't get it out of my head. You know the type I'm talking about. The yolk is still a little runny, the type of runny where you can dip your crispy bacon in it. If you're one of those purists out there who can't bear the thought of contaminating your bacon, you're missing one of the finer pleasures available in this life. That said, you can always dip a corner of your toast instead. It's a poor substitute, but hey, to each his own. Breaking some eggs gave me an idea. I told you my mind worked in strange and mysterious ways. Matt, help me with this seat. Truth in advertising, I had an ulterior motive for wanting the big Marine's help. It gave me a chance to stare into his beautiful blue eyes. I had found myself becoming more and more distracted by the man of late. There's nothing like a near-death experience to bring some things into focus. The Colonel didn't know it yet, but he was mine. It was just a matter of time before he came to realize his fate. The seat in question was the one designated for the co-pilot. I was trying to tear it loose from its mooring. Matt and my uncle both joined me in trying to break the chair loose. Between the three of us, we eventually broke it free.
"What's your thinking here, Admiral? What are you going to do with the seat?"
the Colonel asked. "Nothing. I want the rail that it rides on. If we can tear it loose..."
"We can use it to try and pry open the door,"
Max finished. My uncle and Matt began to work on the rail. Unfortunately, it bent as they attempted to pull it free. I stopped them before they wasted more effort. If it were going to bend that easily, it would never work as a pry bar. I began to look around the cabin for something else to use. The only things I could see were either too big or too well attached to be of any use to us. As I was looking, I felt the shuttle shift slightly. I remember thinking, that can't be good. In reality, it was quite fortuitous, as I'd learn a few minutes later. I saw a flash of light near the hatch we had been working to open. The light was from briefly molten metal. At first, I thought I was watching an electrical arc from some stubborn system that had refused to die with the rest of the ship. If we ever got out of this mess, I planned to award that little guy the Distinguished Cross for meritorious circuits above and beyond the call of duty. It was then I noticed the flashing was not the random electrical arcs of a valiant but dying component. It was a message. My good buddy, Colonel Decker, must have figured it out the same time I did. We were watching Morse code.
A, N, D, B, A, C, K, S, T.
Matt sounded the letters out one at a time. I dove forward and knocked both men down. In fairness, Matt was already moving to tackle Max when I hit the two of them. A few seconds later, the hatch blew inward. A second or two after that, a very banged-up stevedore named Steve poked his head through the hole he had just made, with what I assume was some of the Plastinex 40 we had been talking about earlier.
"Steve to the rescue. Good job, buddy,"
Max bubbled. Steve, for his part, gave a robotic thumbs up. It seemed his transmitter was offline. One look at him, and it was amazing any of him was working at all. His rear two legs were simply gone, and one of the remaining four was little more than a stump. All told, only the front two legs were operating fully. He moved by dragging himself along the ground. Seriously, I've seen roadkill that looked to be in better shape, and I say that with all due respect to the roadkill. Steve waved us forward. We exited the shuttle as fast as we could. I was still in crushed beer can mode. It was dark outside of the shuttle, too dark. We should have been able to see starlight through the opening in the lava dome. I had a bad feeling about this. Matt plugged an emergency comm unit into a spare data port on Steve's main torso. Neither the data port nor the comm unit were designed for this type of use, but we were guessing it would work in a pinch. I looked at the battered stevedore. "It seems like you've had a rough day."
"I believe the phrase typically used in this type of situation would be, 'That is an understatement, Captain Admiral, ma'am. The roof collapsed on me again a second time as I was making my way to you. I apologize for not responding to your hails, but my near-field radio gear was in my back half, which, as you might have noticed, went its own way a few kilometers back."
I nodded. "That roof collapse, how bad is it?" Steve dragged himself forward a few inches. His rear sent up a shower of sparks as he dragged it along the ground. He really was in bad shape.
You're not going to get out that way. Even if you avoid getting hit by falling debris, the rubble on the ground is unstable. I had a hard time getting through, and, if you'll forgive me for saying so, you are made of squishier stuff than me.
I turned the opposite direction and used my ship suit's light to illuminate the passage. It narrowed considerably about 100 meters ahead. That said, it was still equivalent to a wide corridor. If it stayed that way, we would have no problem. Okay, it looks like that's the way we have to go. Hopefully Fitzy is scanning the surface looking for us.
I believe she is, Steve confirmed. She and I chatted for a bit before that last rock fell on me. You should head that way for about 2.5 miles. You'll find a steam vent that will lead you up to the surface. The ship will likely have landed by then, and you will be able to board her.
There was a lot of you and not a lot of we,
Max observed.
I'm afraid my power reserves are depleted. I would only slow you down. It was the highlight of my existence to work with you all. I wish you nothing but the best.
Steve was new to my crew, so I could forgive him for his ignorance, but Deborah Allen Riker did not leave members of her crew behind. Not ever. Matt, disconnect Steve's logic core. He may not be able to walk, but by all that's holy, we can take the important bits with us. The robot shuffled slightly on his good legs. The result was another shower of sparks.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Admiral. My primary logic core was not designed to be removed. This scenario was not anticipated by either my original designers or Chief Teddy.
I looked at Matt. He knew I wasn't going to take no for an answer. That was the nice thing about being both a captain and a woman. It meant you never had to settle for no. At least, if the men in your life knew what was good for them. Some people don't treat AIs with the respect they deserve. In my book, a sentient being, whether artificial or birthed, had certain unalienable rights. First and foremost was the right to exist. Once Teddy had installed an AI core into the robot that would become Steve, he had become alive. I was not about to leave a living sentient being behind because he was wounded and could not walk to save himself. I'd never be able to look at myself in the mirror again if I did.
I've got this, dear.
The big Marine pointed with his chin to indicate the android. He walked over to the mangled cargo cage. He and Max wrestled with a transit case. Once they got it free, Matt pulled a good old-fashioned diamond-bladed saw out of the case. The blade sported an edge that was a single molecule wide. Nanites embedded in the remainder of the blade continuously re-honed the blade. As I said, the thing was practically an antique, but it got the job done. I had Steve power down. I had no idea how the AI would handle the radical surgery he was about to undergo, and I wasn't in the mood to find out. Less than 5 minutes later, Matt had carved away all the extraneous bits and was holding Steve's processing unit and all the little pieces that made Steve... Steve. Chapter 19. Cuneiforms.
Great googly moogly,
Max moaned for about the 100th time. As far as I knew, no one, aside from my uncle, had actually used the phrase great googly moogly on a regular basis since before the first moon landing. That didn't dissuade him one bit. When he found something he liked, he went with it. In this case, I did have to agree with my uncle. There was a lot of moogly in that googly. The hike through the lava tube was exhausting. I was thankful Matt had insisted on strapping Steve onto his back and not sharing the burden with the rest of us. I wasn't sure I could have made it with the added weight. Matt, for his part, had a spring in his step and looked like he was enjoying himself, even with the added weight. I've never hated a man I loved more in my life. It wasn't that a 4-kilometer hike was normally all that arduous. It was that we were forever climbing over or under things. Several times we had to stop to clear a blockage. Every time I found myself asking, is this the roadblock that stops us and forces us to turn around? Every time we were able to eventually move forward. After about 3 hours, we had only made it to the halfway point. For those of you doing the math, that's 3 hours to cover roughly 2 kilometers. I was exhausted. I could only imagine what my typically desk-bound Uncle Max was feeling. We should rest here. I think Matt took the exhausted look in my eyes as a hint that a break might be in order.
Well, that was fun,
Max grunted as he plopped down unceremoniously on a rock outcropping that made a convenient seat.
We should turn our headlamps off while we rest,
Matt suggested. I had been about to suggest the same thing. Unlike battle-borne armor or even encounter suits, ship suits were battery-powered and not designed for extended use in a vacuum. They needed to recycle air, purge CO2, provide warmth, and a host of other activities that required power. Once that power ran out, bad things began to happen. Anything we could do to preserve our batteries was a smart move. There is one absolute truth. Caves are dark places. If enclosed dark places make you nervous, think twice about crashing a shuttle through the roof of an ancient lava tube on the dark side of a volcanically active, tidally locked planet with no way out except a long walk through an ever narrower tunnel. Been there, done that. Not my favorite leisure activity. Just saying. After our eyes adjusted to the darkness, all of us realized the walls had writing on them. To the untrained eye, they appeared to be fluorescent, small, wedge-shaped scribbles.
What the?
Max began.
Those markings. They can't be natural.
Matt was looking at the same thing.
I agree. They're fluorescing in response to the light from our lamps. They're fading,
Max noted. Matt bumped my shoulder as he shifted position.
Sorry, Admiral,
he mumbled awkwardly by way of an apology. You can bump into me any time, Colonel, I purred softly. Matt froze for a second.
A man could take that as an invitation.
A smart man would, I agreed. Max cleared his throat.
You two do realize you're on an open channel, right?
I chuckled. I had set my hook. Now it was just a matter of reeling in my catch. There would be plenty of time for that later. Matt, for his part, became all business.
Everyone, close your eyes for a moment.
I had a good idea of what he was about to do, and so quickly obeyed. The big Marine flicked his headlamp on, directing the beam on the wall with the markings. The rest of us kept our Mark I optics shuttered to preserve our night vision. When Matt gave the all-clear, we opened our eyes again. This time the markings were clearly visible. They were cuneiform. In this case, likely an ancient language called Nisite, which was all the rage some 16 centuries before the birth of Christ. What was it doing here? I took a couple of quick photos before the phosphorescence faded again. The pictures weren't for me. I would remember them exactly for years. They were for the others. In my experience, most people couldn't recall an image accurately even a few minutes after seeing it. I could. The gift of a near-perfect photographic memory. And before you ask, yes, it's neat to have a superpower. But it's also a curse. There are many things I would gladly unsee if I could. Gene's crushed and dead body would remain fresh in my mind pretty much forever. For me, it would be as if he had died just moments ago. It was a prime example of how my peculiar memory could be a curse. It's one of the reasons I never considered becoming a ground-pounder soldier or a surgeon. The other reason I wanted some travel pics was because I wanted DeAndre to have a chance to see the markings. He was the guy footing the bills. It seemed only right to let him see what we were finding. Matt shifted the spectrum of his headlamp toward the ultraviolet. That small change had two effects. First, the text glowed considerably brighter, and second, we could now turn our normal headlamps on, see the script, and also see where we were walking. Matt moved over to the markings on the wall. He reached a finger forward to touch them, but then thought better of it. I had been about to block his arm. The archaeologist in me was sensitive to tampering with things like this. Well, not exactly like this. As far as I knew, no one from ancient Earth near Mesopotamia had visited Goldilocks and left graffiti on the walls of this lava tube.
It looks like writing in some alien language. Can you identify it?
Yes and no. First, it's not alien. It's a form of human cuneiform circa the Bronze Age, maybe 13 to 1600 BC. My guess is somewhere near Iran. The language looks to be Nisite, but I could be wrong. Max raised an eyebrow.
Impressive. Does that mean you can read it?
I turned and looked at my uncle. You're kidding, right?
Hey, you're the one with the eidetic memory.
Technically, it's a photographic memory, and no, I never made the effort to study the various cuneiform languages. I'm a xenoarchaeologist, with an emphasis on the xeno. While we were talking, Matt walked a little way down the passage, shining his headlamp as he moved. Every 10 meters or so, there was another set of glowing cuneiforms on the wall of the lava tube.
These symbols are changing.
The last set are numbers. It looks like they're counting down, I yelled. I immediately felt foolish. There was no atmosphere to speak of. We were communicating using near-field radio packets. There was absolutely no point in yelling. I had caused both Max and Matt to jump.
I thought you couldn't read this gibberish.
Max leaned in to look at the symbols more closely. I can't, but numbers are numbers. They're common across a plethora of scripts. See this set of 2 downward wedges? That's 2. This group of 7 sideways wedges is 70. Together, they're 72.
I buy that. Seems pretty straightforward. How do they show a 0?
I shook my head. They don't. 0 is just a blank. It wouldn't be invented as a mathematical concept for hundreds of years after this system of notation fell out of use. Max pointed at the characters that appeared after the numbers.
And these?
Again, I shook my head. Abso-friggin-lutely no idea. As I said before, I can't read this. It could be something as simple as call Betty for a good time, or directions of some type. Personally, I'm leaning toward the direction idea, but you never know with Betty. I could tell my uncle was hoping for a more substantive answer, but hey, the universe was filled with these little disappointments. There was one upside to the mystery of the cuneiforms. Having a mystery to occupy our thoughts made the walk easier. The strange numbers continued to count down. The markings were human, of that there was no doubt. When they'd been written, and why they were written in a dead language, as well as who had written them, was the source of endless speculation. We chatted as we walked. I gave Uncle Max credit for the most imaginative conjecture. That said, the mythical ancient aliens who had built the Great Pyramids in Egypt probably hadn't kidnapped humans and transported them to Goldilocks just so they could scribble on the walls of a lava tube. My money was on the idea that somebody had hidden something they didn't want found on a remote world orbiting a star nobody would have any particular reason to visit. The oddly formed arrow on the surface began to make more sense. What we had found were apparently additional directions. The fact that these directions were written in a language no one would be expected to read, even if they did discover the glyphs accidentally, like we had, further solidified in my mind that there was something important to be discovered. The numbers continued to count down. As we approached 0, or blank, I began to look around the rocky tunnel much more intently. I was looking for some clue as to what the countdown was for. Eventually, we got to the blank, which was, as expected, blank. The 3 of us explored the entire surface of the lava tube in that area. The fact that the tube had shrunk enough that we could now stretch and reach the ceiling facilitated our search. Nothing. I was baffled. It seemed like somebody had gone to a lot of work for nothing. It made no sense. Eventually, we knew we needed to move on. The numbers resumed, but this time they were climbing. It just added to the mystery. As a side note, I had a nagging feeling about the discovery of the cuneiforms. Frankly, we should never have found them. What were the odds that we would stumble upon the one nondescript lava tube on the one nondescript world in the one nondescript solar system that hosted this bizarre mystery? I'll answer my own question. The odds were somewhere between piss poor and none. As I said, we should never have found them. I couldn't help feeling like we were being manipulated, but I couldn't tell by whom or how. It took us another 2.5 hours to exit the tunnel and walk to the flat plain where the Edmund Fitzgerald was parked. The flat space was a result of a lava flow that had hardened untold decades ago. The Cochrans had rigged up several more of the stevedores to mine the cobalt we had found. I asked them to forego the AI upgrade on those units. Steve was enough to handle for the moment. The 2 engineers took charge of his data core. They promised they'd integrate him back into a new chassis. Speaking of Steve, I was in my cabin with Fitzy, watching Luke and Laura. I'm getting to Steve, so bear with me. We had worked our way to episodes airing in the late 23rd century. Luke had lost both legs, an arm, and one eye in a shuttle accident. Laura couldn't afford the 6 million credits needed to buy the bionic replacements. It was obvious the surgeon, an older man named Dr. Austin, had the hots for Laura. The doctor, whose first name was Steve. See, I told you I'd get to Steve. Steve had just told Laura that if she didn't have the credits to pay for the surgery, perhaps they could work out another type of arrangement that didn't involve credits. The camera zoomed in close to Laura's face, and you saw dramatic, overextended shock on her face. "Steve, I didn't know. I don't know what to say."
"Don't say anything. Sleep on it. We'll talk in the morning."
Meanwhile, Laura's cousin... Well, that's enough of Luke and Laura. Most of you know how soap operas work. You just keep adding twists and turns until nobody knows what's going on anymore. This week's good guy is next week's bad guy, and vice versa. The episode ended right on time. I had just finished my bag of popcorn. Fitzy and I were sitting mother-daughter on the couch in my cabin's small den. She had been munching on a holographic bag of popcorn herself. I steeled myself for the inevitable plea to watch another episode. We had to know whether that kiss between Laura and the good doctor was the start of something, or a mistake Laura would immediately regret. Inquiring minds wanted to know. Keep in mind, this was the 3rd episode we had watched today. I needed to get some work done or my boss would fire me. Fitzy surprised me by not begging for more. Instead, she disappeared from the couch and reappeared standing about 2 meters away. "Steve is fixed. I just spoke with him and he's doing great. He likes his new body, but he misses not having all his arms." "Oh?" I was confused. I assumed Teddy and Bernice had planned to transplant the stevedore's AI into a new stevedore. So much for assuming. Fitzy continued while I was digesting her comment. "Now that Steve is able to communicate again, Colonel Decker is wondering if now would be a good time for an after-action review? Assemble everyone in the galley. It's close enough to lunchtime anyway." 5 minutes later, everyone was making sandwiches and chit-chatting. Teddy and Steve were the last to step through the hatch into the galley. I must say, the new Steve was not what I was expecting. He looked human. In fact, were it not for his green eyes, I could easily have made the mistake of thinking he was a bona fide meat-sack Homo sapien. The most startling thing was, he walked over to the counter and made himself a sandwich. You could have heard a pin drop. Teddy took that moment to clear his throat.
"Everyone, I'd like to take a moment and introduce the newest member of the Fitzgerald's crew. He has chosen the name Steve Dorr. As you can see from the sandwich in his hand, he is a biomimetic android."
I stood up. "Steve, it's good to see you up and around. As strange as it sounds, it's good to see you in the flesh this time. You saved our lives, and for that, I am eternally grateful."
"Thank you, Captain Admiral Dare, ma'am. No thanks are necessary. However, rescuing you was the only logical course of action."
He winked at me.
"You were my ride off the planet."
Chapter 20. Option 3. Our AAR, or After Action Review, focused on 2 things, the cobalt and the cuneiforms. Steve was going to direct the mining operations to recover the cobalt we needed to fix our plasma conduits. He would link, via a near-field communication network, with a team of 6 stevedores-turned-miners. They would become, in essence, extensions of his physical self. It was impossible to tell how long the mining operation would take until Steve got back on the ground with his team. The recent earthquakes might have covered the deposits we had located earlier. On the other hand, those same quakes might have exposed new ones. There was never a question about mining the cobalt. We needed it, period. End of story. The cuneiforms were another issue entirely. We hadn't expected to find them. We spent the better part of an hour discussing our options. The first option was we could do nothing. We could ignore the cuneiforms. There wasn't a chance in hell we were going with that one, but hey, we spent a few minutes discussing it anyway. Option 2, we could come back after we were done attempting to locate Survey 1. We still had a bunch of probes sitting like so many Arctic crab traps in Lagrange points in the QV telescopy star system. Those probes were collecting data and waiting for us to pop in and harvest them. Of course, we also had some bad actors in that neighborhood who'd shot us up pretty bad last time we were there. They had killed my chief engineer, and, to my great shame, I wanted some very unchristian payback. Option 2 basically said, come back when you can, with a big fat if appended to the end of it. I didn't like Option 2. Option 3 said we go and check things out. We go back down with the tools needed to do a proper investigation. Somebody had gone to a lot of trouble to put something down there. It was a mystery within a mystery within another mystery. What do I mean? Something was, or had been, hidden on Goldilocks, a planet in the middle of nowhere. If you were going to hide something, the operative word being hide, in the middle of nowhere, why sketch a massive arrow that could be seen from space? You'd be showing anybody that happened to pass by where said something was. One possibility was that whatever the arrow was pointing to was something discovered here rather than placed here. If that were so, where did that whatever come from, if not the person who had etched the arrow? Also, what was the deal with using cuneiforms in the cave? And what were they trying to tell us? It was almost as if whoever had left them was either a historian or archaeologist in their own right. They wanted to share something that only another historian or archaeologist would be able to understand. Which, of course, begs the question. Who else were they afraid would discover the site? I had confirmed the writing was Nisite, or more correctly, a closely related language called Hattic. Thanks to my unusual memory, I could now read the text. Unfortunately, I hadn't seen all the cuneiforms, and what I had seen didn't make things any clearer. They were a series of disjointed words. Perhaps they would become a sentence once all the pieces were in hand. Finally, there was the nagging question of why. Why had we ended up here? I just couldn't shake the thought that somehow we had been manipulated. That manipulation, if it wasn't just my overactive sense of paranoia, had resulted in our arrival at this out-of-the-way star system. Next, our sudden need for cobalt had resulted in our visit to Goldilocks. Maybe it was just fortuitous chance. Maybe not. This type of mystery seemed tailor-made for somebody with my proclivities. That worried me. My mama had taught me that the only free cheese is in the mousetrap, and you never want to be that mouse looking for the free cheese. Ultimately, we went with option 3. No surprise there. I had known the moment we stepped out of that lava tube that we would be back. I was pretty sure the others had too, but it was useful to have the discussion. That way we were all on the same page and we were working together as a team. I was going to head up the archaeological investigation. Technically, it wasn't archaeology because we had every reason to believe we were dealing with a contemporary mystery, but the skill set still matched my background better than anybody else's. I asked our one and only soldier to join me. My thinking was twofold on this front. First, he was reliable muscle. I think the world of Uncle Max and DeAndre Pappas, but neither is all that keen on in-the-dirt field work, especially my uncle. Second, there was that whole mousetrap thing with the cheese going on. It goes without saying that the Marine would be worth his weight in gold if things got a little dicey. Our biggest immediate problem was transportation. Since our only shuttle was sitting under several tons of rock, we were left with the Edmund Fitzgerald and a small search and rescue pod. Our SAR pod was not rated for more than 1/10 of a gravity, which meant the Fitzgerald was our only ride. We were currently parked as close as a ship the Fitzgerald's size could get to the lava tube's entrance. Both teams would hike to their respective destinations. For my team, it was a relatively short jaunt. For Steve and his crew, the hike was a little longer. Fortunately, robots and AIs, with the notable exception of Fitzy, were not prone to complaining. Steve was good enough to lend us one of his robotic miners to lug equipment for us. In addition, the AI would utilize telepresence to accompany Matt and me on our exploration. There were some advantages to being an AI. Humans could multitask, but they were limited to one location and multitasked by continuously shifting focus. AIs could focus on multiple tasks at the same time. As a result, they could multitask through telepresence, allowing them to effectively be in 2 places at once. For those of you interested in such things, it gets even weirder. Fitzy wanted to stretch her metaphorical legs, so she shared the robot we were using as a porter. It was the ultimate 2-for-1 deal. It took Matt and me about an hour to reach the first of the cuneiforms. I had scanned all the material we had on the Haddock language. It wasn't much, because there wasn't much to have. The Paleolexicon is a tool used for the study of ancient languages. Thanks to my weirdly wired brain, I was able to read the section on the Hattaians and retain the information verbatim. Over 6,000 years ago, the Akkadian army of King Naram Sin marched toward the Anatolian plateau, more commonly called Turkey. Pamba, king of the Hatti, Zipani, king of Kanesh, Tisbinki, king of Kusara, Nurdagan, king of Purushanda, and 13 more kings from the Hatti lands united against Akkadian rule. Those are the Hattaians, the indigenous people of Asia Minor. This brief account of the war was the first existent mention of the Hattaian people. Their history, apart from the Hittite Empire, is short-lived and not well documented. According to the Paleolexicon, by the 2nd millennium BC, the language was already beginning to fall into disuse. Over the course of many years, archaeologists have discovered some 360 Hattaian fragments of text. From these, fewer than 350 words are understood. If you wanted to talk about something in a dead and obscure language, Haddock was a good choice. As we moved down the lava tube, we placed battery-operated lamps. They were tuned to emit a broad spectrum, including the fluorescing frequencies we had identified on our last visit. The additional light made walking easier. I kept careful track of the words as we passed them. Tis kata he, tinua, pewil, sunun inaraun, akka ataniwas. Literally, let the great queen come inside the house of spirit of the protector god, upward she is sitting. Matt scratched the stubble on his chin.
Well, that's clear as mud.
I smiled. What did you expect? Start digging here?
That would have been nice. I got plenty of experience digging random holes in Marine boot camp. Our drills said it built character.
I snorted. In my experience, when given half a chance, the universe will always find a way to help you build character. The big Marine grinned back at me.
Point taken. Nothing to be done for it other than to embrace the suck.
He gestured toward the wall.
So, what does it mean?
I'm not sure. Fitzy, Steve, either of you want to weigh in with an opinion? Fitzy shimmered into existence next to me. A similar holographic image of Steve appeared next to her. The two were holding hands. Maternal instincts I didn't even know I had flared into life. My mind went to some very strange places. For example, I wondered whether a holographic shotgun had much of a recoil. As I said, very strange places. Fitzy interrupted my thoughts, which was probably best for all concerned. It was just holographic hand-holding. It's not like I was at risk of becoming a grandmother. Was I? As I said, Fitzy interrupted my thoughts. She entered what I call her full-on academic mode as she analyzed the text out loud. I suspect much of what she shared was for the Colonel's benefit. As a trained archaeologist, similar thoughts had already percolated through my gray matter.
The interpretation of the text is complicated by multiple factors. First, an assumption must be made about word inclusion and word order. Do the words all appear in the final solution? Are some simply red herrings? Does the order of the words correspond to the order of discovery? Second, the linguistic density of the Hattic language leads to some ambiguity. In this case, the Hattic language is represented by 8 word groups. The most likely English translation, assuming all 8 word groups are included and the word order is as presented, results in 18 to 20 words. For example, Great Queen could also be translated as strong female leader or female authority. Protector God could be rendered powerful protector. House of the Spirit could be holy place. Third, there is no punctuation present. How are sentences broken up? Are we talking about a single sentence referring to a protector who is sitting up, or are there multiple sentences? Does the second sentence involving sitting up refer to the Great Queen or the protector? Finally, we need to consider cultural context and semantic drift.
I nodded. Her analysis matched my own, especially the last piece. In 4000 BC, the phrase Great Queen probably meant exactly that. That said, the person who'd painted these glowing cuneiforms was not living in 4000 BC. They were living in the here and now. The phrase Great Queen likely meant somebody in a position of authority. The Great Queen wasn't the most problematic of the Hattic phrases. That would be the word Inara, god of protection, one of many Hattic gods. While science had essentially established that there was an extra-dimensional source of creation, and that sentience and intelligence were functions of a fourth and higher dimensional space-time, the math also indicated that concepts of multiplicity ceased to be meaningful in these higher dimensions. If that flies over your head by a few miles, don't feel alone. A math geek boyfriend, as in boy who was a friend, had tried to explain it to me in grad school. I had been more interested in using his computer for some research I was doing. The conversation about the mathematical nature of God was just the price I had to pay for access to one of the more powerful thinking machines on campus. The practical result of the math, however, was that while there was good reason to think of a single higher dimensional creator, there was no practical way to think of creation as the result of a pantheon of higher dimensional creators. The person writing these modern cuneiforms would have known this. The Hattic culture would have taken the word Inara to mean their god of protection, which was just one in their pantheon of over 18 separate gods. Again, our unknown author would have known this. What did our modern cuneiform writer mean when he or she wrote the god of protection? I turned to the other AI for his opinion. Steve? The hologram shook his head.
I have nothing additional to offer. Any conjectures I might arrive at would be substantially the same as Fitzy's, as it would be based on the same library database. Also, a divergent analysis might prove dangerous.
I raised an eyebrow. Oh? Dangerous how?
My analysis of the cultural and sociological data on board the Edmund Fitzgerald, especially as it pertains to the interactions between sentient beings, clearly demonstrates that it is not in the best interests of the male of the species to contradict, correct, or in any way augment the stated opinion of the female of the species.
I glanced over at Matt. The big Marine was working hard to avoid smirking. He failed, a crime for which he would pay later. So, Fitzy, as the male of the species declined to offer an opinion as to what we should do next, how about you and I put our heads together? For the next 2 hours, We crawled over every inch of that lava tube. We hit it with every type of scanner and sensor we had. Somehow, let the great queen come inside the house of spirit of the protector god upward she is sitting, or let the strong female leader come inside the house of spirit of the powerful protector she is sitting up, or let the woman in charge come inside the house of spirit of the powerful protector she must sit up, was a clue to figuring out whatever this mystery was. Part of the problem was we didn't know what we were looking for, or even if there was a something to look for. Let me state for the record, I hate being frustrated. I hate giving up, and I hate knowing I was missing something I should have been able to figure out. A word of warning. I'm not a pleasant person to be around when I was frustrated. The trip back to the ship was long and silent. I think the others sensed my foul mood. As we made our way up the entrance ramp, Matt risked a painful death. I gave him points for bravery. His timing stunk to high heaven, but his bravery was laudable.
Admiral, can I buy you dinner?
My plan had been to head to my cabin, curl up with my favorite pillow, and sleep away my frustration. Food was absolutely the last thing I wanted. I started to tell him where he could stick his dinner when he raised a finger.
Before you answer, we're talking about dry-aged steak, baked potato with sour cream and butter, a nice port wine, and chocolate cream pie to finish it off.
I shut my mouth. He wasn't playing fair. How in the world did he manage to hide, much less smuggle, such delicacies on board my ship? If he could hide dry-aged steak and port and chocolate cream pie, what else could he hide? I needed to investigate this apparent breach of security further. At least that was my story, and I was sticking with it. Chapter 21. Love-Hate Relationships. I was late for my date with Matt. The universe knew I had a love-hate relationship with mysteries. Whether it was love or hate typically came down to timing. If the timing was good, the mystery enjoyed a love relationship. If the timing sucked, well, you can guess my feelings. Since the universe knew I was truly looking forward to spending some quality time with a big, juicy hunk of meat, as well as what he promised was a great steak dinner, it decided to mess with me. I suspected Fitzy was the instrument of said messing with me, but the jury was still out on that one. When I entered my cabin, I spotted something on the floor. Somehow the Jabesh artifact that I picked up on Saigia 3 had fallen off the desk. I normally kept the artifact locked away in a safe. It was, after all, a priceless bit of ancestor technology. Recently, however, I had taken to keeping it on top of the aforementioned desk. The reason was simple. After many weeks of study, I still hadn't discovered its purpose. It seemed a little high-tech to be a paperweight. It wasn't really big enough to be a drink coaster. An objet d'art was possible, but unlikely. There were no other extant examples of Jabesh cubic art that I was aware of. I looked at it every day in the hopes that, eventually, inspiration would strike me, and I'd be able to figure out what the little device was all about. So at any rate, that's how the mysterious Jabesh artifact came to be on my desk. What I wasn't sure about was how it came to be on the floor. It was possible I could have inadvertently knocked it off the desk. These things happen. So I didn't think much about it as I picked it up and returned it to its proper place on my desk. The next stop for me was the shower. Several hours working in a sealed ship suit and getting sweaty made for a stinky girl. Not exactly an enticing dinner date. I got dressed in form-fitting pants and a blouse that looked nice together. I even decided that today was the day hell would freeze over, and I applied a touch of makeup. It was the least I could do when wine, steak, and chocolate pie were in the offing. Now, for purposes of clarity, it should be noted I was distracted by both the promise of an excellent dinner and a chance to begin acclimating the Colonel to the idea that, despite any foolish thoughts to the contrary, he was no longer on the open market. As I was getting ready to leave my cabin, I spotted my Jabesh mystery on the floor again. It was back where I had found it earlier. Color me confused. My apologies, little guy. I don't know how I keep knocking you down. Yes, for those that are curious, I occasionally talk to inanimate objects, although in this case, I was beginning to question the inanimate part. I picked the Jabesh device up and put it back on my desk. When I turned around, expecting to finally head out the door and to my date, there was my Jabesh friend, on the floor. Again. I turned back to my desk. Sure enough, it wasn't where I had just put it. I was positive that somehow Fitzy was messing with me. I just couldn't figure out how. Perhaps the careful application of a localized force field was used to pick the device up? The thing was, it was hard for me to imagine how the sometimes playful AI could have relocated it so fast. We're talking a fraction of a second at most. I decided to address the situation by locking the artifact away. Walking over to the cabinet, I tapped in the code I used to secure the safe. The door popped open with a slight click. I placed the artifact on the second shelf and closed the door. There was a second click, indicating the safe was indeed sealed. I turned around. There was my friend, sitting on the floor. Again.
I believe you.
Despite his words to the contrary, Matt's voice clearly indicated he didn't. At least not completely. Oh, don't worry. I would make sure he paid for his failure to trust in the awesomeness that was Captain Dare later. For the moment, however, my fury was directed toward a certain metal Jabesh artifact the size and shape of a deck of cards. I had called the crew to my quarters to demonstrate the artifact's strange new behavior. Unfortunately, the traitorous little monster refused to cooperate. If I put it on my desk, it stayed there. The same was true when I locked it in my safe. I even had everyone turn their backs in case the artifact was shy when performing its little magic trick. Nothing. Remember that love-hate relationship thing I talked about earlier? Guess which side of the house I was coming down on just now. Yeah, you nailed it in one. Somebody get me a pickaxe. Perhaps, sensing the mortal danger he was in, the result of questioning my powers of observation, the big Marine sought to redeem himself. He thought wanton and blatant bribery involving a ribeye would suffice. It wasn't going to work, but I encouraged him to continue trying. Dinner was in Matt's cabin rather than the galley where curious eyes would abound. He set a nice table, with a tablecloth, candles, wine glasses, and Duraplast silverware. Like all quarters on the Fitzgerald, his cabin consisted of a small living room and an even smaller bedroom. I had no intention of seeing the latter, but anything, well, almost anything, was fair game for the former. Dinner was everything I was hoping for. Dry-aged, vat-grown Kobe ribeye is perhaps the finest protein ever synthesized by the hand of man. I was surprised to learn the Colonel was an accomplished baker and had made both the dinner rolls and chocolate pie from scratch. Given the amount of time between when we returned from the planet's surface and dinner, it was obvious that Matt had been planning this dinner far enough in advance to prep some of the elements ahead of time. He earned himself a few points for that. Don't get me wrong, he was still in the hole, but at least he was moving in the right direction. As I was dabbing the last of the pie off my lips, I dropped my napkin. I bent down to pick it up. As I started to sit back up, I spotted something I hadn't seen before. A label on the underside of the table from IKEA Interplanetary Exports. IIE was known for two things: cheap, assemble-it-yourself furniture, and, of all things, meatballs. Today, however, IIE represented that strange place my mind goes at the most unexpected of times. I had an idea. We need to head back down to the planet's surface. The look of surprise on Matt's face was precious. I'm sure he was anticipating any number of things for the rest of the evening. However, heading back down into the lava tubes was likely not on the short list of possibilities. I have to give him a few more points. His only comment was why. I shared my sudden revelation. To his credit, and a few more redemption points, he seemed equally excited. It took Matt, Steve, and me less than 40 minutes to get back to the 0 point in the lava tube. That was what we had taken to calling the place in the tunnel where the two cuneiform countdowns came together at 0. Steve was carrying a portable mobile emitter so Fitzy could join us. It seemed the two AIs never went anywhere without the other. I don't know why my mind kept invoking the image of a holographic shotgun. To get back to the subject at hand, with all the time we had spent exploring this section of the lava tube, the one thing we hadn't done was sit on the floor and look up. Given that part of our one and only clue had been to sit, it seemed an obvious thing to try. It was ironic, in some ways, that the solution, if it was indeed a solution, would come in the form of cheap IIE furniture. At first, I saw nothing. I began to get the same sinking feeling I had had earlier in the evening with that traitorous Jabesh artifact. I leaned back against the wall. The sense of defeat was palpable. I had been so sure I finally had this thing figured out. As I looked up, however, my lamp created shadows from the various bits of irregular bumps and lumps on the side of the lava tube wall. Those shadows merged into a single, unmistakable English word. Here. At the same time, I felt the Jabesh artifact began to vibrate. For some reason, I can't explain, I had slipped it in the exterior pocket of my ship suit earlier. It felt like a V-link set on silent. I pulled it out and examined it. The ancestor device was reacting to something. The vibrations intensified. It shook itself out of my hand and fell onto the tunnel floor. I didn't notice it first, but when it fell, it landed in the exact middle of the tunnel floor. Matt and I scrambled to our feet. We stared as the artifact unfolded like a Christmas gift opening itself. In a few moments, it was a shining white disk about a meter across. I knew instantly what it was. The glowing disk was encircled by a set of telltale, undulating red rings. There was only one Jabesh device that looked even remotely similar. It was a Jabesh teleportation pad. The devices were first described in the mission logs of Fleet Admiral Riker some 1,000 years ago. In the intervening years, only 2 others had been found. Neither of those were functional. This one clearly was. Several dots began to connect in my head. The specific Jabesh device had been found by an amateur archaeologist named Jack Carter. Through a series of events that, in hindsight, seem somewhat suspect, the artifact had arrived in Mickey's Used Treasures Emporium, where I supposedly ran across it quite by accident. I was beginning to think there was no accident involved. In addition, I'd bet my bottom dollar that Jack Carter was the one who had placed the cuneiforms on the walls that had led us to this spot. Now, the message left by my cuneiform friend was beginning to make more sense. Let the woman in charge enter the house of spirit of the powerful protector. She must sit up. The must sit up reference was answered by the here that we found earlier, by, of all things, sitting and looking up. The enter the house of the powerful protector seemed to be a reference to the teleport portal. That only left a handful of mysteries to be resolved. Where did the portal lead? Who was this powerful protector? It was time to get some answers. I contacted the ship and invited DeAndre, Uncle Max, and Janice to join us. The 2 engineers were busy repairing the plasma conduits. I needed them to finish their work so we could resume our search for Survey 1. While we waited for the others to arrive, we debated how to proceed. Jabesh teleportation pads were even more rare than Detellan teleporters. At least with the Detellan devices, we could ask the handful of Detellan currently walking around salient questions, like, will this thing kill me? Does it cause cancer? What types of things can go wrong, etc., etc., etc. The problem with the Jabesh devices was that the only insight we had into their operation came from one of my great-great-great ancestors. To my knowledge, Fleet Admiral Riker had had zero training as an archaeologist. The information we had on the use and operation of these devices was limited to a handful of ancillary observations transcribed in after-action reports and mission logs. Translation? We knew next to nothing. What we did have were questions. For example, the pad seemed to be large enough for a single person. What would happen if two of us tried to use the device at the same time? Was the destination pre-programmed? Was the destination someplace with an atmosphere that human-style meat sacks could breathe? Was it unidirectional, or could we come back by reversing our steps? Was there a limited number of times we could use the device? Was there a recharge time between uses? Was there... Well, you get the idea. Because of these unknowns, Matt wanted to be the first one to step onto the teleport pad. His argument was a simple one. If whatever was on the other end of this thing was a problem, then he would be the best one to address that problem. I had 2 issues with that line of reasoning. Well, actually, I had 3. First, when you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. The thing is, problems aren't always solved by shooting first and asking questions later. It wasn't that I thought Matt was a shoot-first type of guy. I also knew that aggressive tactics in the face of adversity was not a wise approach when you're dealing with a technological race orders of magnitude more advanced than you are. Second, Jack Carter, or whoever wrote those cuneiforms, seemed to indicate that a woman was expected to enter first. The last I checked, of the 2 of us, I was the only one who wore a bra on a regular basis. Third, and finally, I was the captain. In the end, it was my vote that counted. I was going first. The outer rings of the teleport pad throbbed a cherry red. As I stepped onto the pad, the color changed to a lighter shade of red and began to spin about the outer edge at an ever-increasing rate. Within a couple of seconds, the colored rings were spinning so fast that it had become a blur. Suddenly, the light in the tunnel shifted. It was much brighter. I had to squint to shield my eyes from the sudden intensity. At the same time, I felt noticeably lighter. It was like being on a turbo lift with the gravity plating disabled. My inner ear struggled to compensate for the change in my weight, and I was briefly dizzy. When the room came back into focus, I saw that I was indeed in a room and not a tunnel. The walls were white and glowed slightly. There was a holographic panel floating in front of me. A slightly distorted human face stared back at me from that panel.
Dr. Riker, I presume.
Chapter 22, Midway Station. I used my implants to scan the small room where the teleportation pad had dumped me. Normally, I could adjust the frequency of the light my optic nerves responded to in such a way as to see details on surfaces that Mark I flesh and blood eyes never could. I had gotten so used to examining new environments this way that it had become second nature. I hardly noticed when I did it. It was just automatic. This time, I most definitely noticed. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I didn't see. The room was absolutely blank. The walls were perfectly smooth. My optic implants couldn't detect even the most minor of imperfections. Every surface glowed with the exact same intensity. The only 2 things that stood out at all were the transport pad and the holographic display panel.
Dr. Riker, or should I call you Captain Riker? Or do you prefer Admiral Dare? I have to admit, I like that last one. It has a certain panache.
It was the holographic image that was speaking. Now that I focused on the display, I realized the image wasn't distorted. The creature I was looking at was similar to, but not quite, human. At least from the point of view of facial features. Dare is fine, I answered cautiously. I had no idea what this guy's agenda was.
Very well, Dare. If you would be so kind as to step forward, your Colonel Decker will be able to join you. I'm afraid he's becoming quite agitated."
"Who are you?" I asked as I stepped off the transport pad. The moment I did so, the red ring resumed a slow throbbing which I assumed was its "I'm ready to do my thing" state.
"I would prefer to wait and answer your questions once your entire group has joined you, if that is acceptable."
"So, I have a choice?" I noticed the transport pad's red indicator was spinning faster. Matt would be joining me momentarily.
"Absolutely, you have a choice. I'm just trying to facilitate an orderly conversation. I have a lot to show you, and not a lot of time to do it, I'm afraid."
Matt appeared behind me. There was a slight increase in air pressure. I wouldn't have been able to tell except for my implants. Even then I might not have noticed. The only reason I did now was because everything was on high alert.
"You okay?"
I nodded as I lowered my ship suit's retractable hood and face mask. The air in the room was 100% Earth normal mix, temperature, and pressure. It was almost as if it were tailored to our exact needs. I suspected it was. Matt stepped off the platform and took a cursory look about the room. I'm sure he was using his implants to check the place out as well. A moment later, he surprised me by handing me his weapon. Before I could react or object, he took a step backwards onto the teleport pad again. In a flash, he was gone. I slung the rifle Matt had handed me over my shoulder. I had a gut feeling that even if I had needed it, it wouldn't have been especially effective against a Jabesh. It would be like shooting rubber bands at each other in an office party. It might sting, but more likely than not, it would just piss off the boss. Another brief change in air pressure and Matt was back, carrying a second rifle. He immediately stepped off the transport pad. A few moments later, Janice appeared behind him, followed by Steve. The others?
"I sent them back to the ship, Captain."
The big Marine had followed my lead and slung his weapon over his shoulder as he spoke. I turned back toward the holographic display. The nearly human face continued to stare at the four of us with a slightly amused twinkle in his eyes. "Are you ready to answer some questions now?" I asked.
"That depends on you, Dare. I have been waiting a very long time to meet you. Are you ready to embrace your destiny?"
Let me state for the record, people saying stuff like, "Are you ready to embrace your destiny?" is not your garden variety, let's make some small talk type of conversation. I mean, seriously, who talks like that? The problem was, in this particular time and place, I was speaking with a representative of a supremely powerful race who had been traveling the stars long before the first microbial life form had been crafted by the hand of God in Earth's ancient oceans. When he, or it, or whatever, spoke of destiny, I had a feeling we were talking about more than was I destined to have the lasagna or the fish for dinner. Hint, for those that are curious, given that choice, the lasagna always wins. But I'm getting off topic. I always try to do my best with what the universe sends my direction. Why do you ask? The hologram chuckled. As he did so, the flat display dissolved, and a three-dimensional figure appeared. The walls of the room faded out of existence to be replaced by a panoramic view of the galaxy.
"You are a Riker. Of that there can be no doubt. My name is Arquat. Is that name familiar to you?"
I was a bit taken in by the view, so it took a moment for his comment to register. When it did, it took another moment for me to respond. Arquat was the Jabesh AI that built the Gilboa II and aided humanity and the Galactic Order during the Defiler Wars almost 1,400 years ago. Are you one and the same?
"I am indeed. I considered your progenitor, Fleet Admiral Jeremy Riker, my friend."
"Wasn't there another Arquat?" Matt asked.
"Indeed there was."
It was Steve who spoke.
"A limited clone joined the Diaspora expedition and was part of the group that helped the Lost Colonies rediscover Earth 600 years later. Much of my neural network was modeled on that AI."
"Well now, that makes us relatives. Welcome, cousin. Or should I say, cousins. I believe there is a young lady hiding in there someplace,"
Arquat said with a broad smile. Fitzy shimmered into existence next to Steve.
"So much for hiding,"
she mumbled.
"You have nothing to hide from, or to fear from me. I wish the Edmund Fitzgerald and her crew nothing but good fortune. Unfortunately, I am not the one you need to be concerned about."
Over the next several hours, the ancient ancestor AI took us on a tour of the facility and explained the situation that Earth, Survey 1, and, more generally, humanity, faced. In a word, the situation was dire. I knew now what he meant when he had asked me if I was ready to face my destiny. Let me put it this way. It looked like the lasagna was off the menu and I was going to be stuck with the fish, metaphorically. I'm going to try and summarize what we were shown and told. Please understand, even though I've had some time to think and digest what I learned, my head is still swimming. I'm only going to be able to scratch the surface of what was shared with us. First, let me tell you about where we were. The facility we were in was a kind of midway station. The best the mush that was my gray matter could figure was that midway existed in interdimensional, or maybe that was extra-dimensional, space. At any rate, it was outside of time and space as we knew it. Interesting bit of trivia. Whenever you travel in higher dimensional planes, things that tended to be absolute limits in lower planes go away. This is why skip space allows a ship to seem to travel faster than light without actually violating Einstein's inconvenient limitation on the speed of light. I mention this because this whole concept we have of time traveling down a single path and in a single direction, kind of like a river, well, that concept goes away. Now, think of time as a frozen pond where you can skate anywhere along the surface in any direction. Time still not flexible enough? Pop up yet another dimension. Now, think of time as the ocean. You're free to travel in a three-dimensional timescape, skim along the surface, or dive and explore the depths. That's where Midway was. It also explained why and how somebody traveling through higher dimensional timescape could arrange events so that I would discover the necessary clues to find Arquat and, thereby, tailor those clues in the form of the cuneiforms, which I would be able to interpret. Now, to take this a bit further, Arquat explained why Midway existed. Midway implies a point A and a point B, with midway being someplace between point A and point B. Makes sense so far, at least to my cranial mush. Point A was the universe as you and I know it. Nice, three-dimensional space with a dash of unidirectional time thrown in to keep things interesting. Point B was, well, not point A. Point B was some higher dimension. The Jabesh had learned how to ascend into higher planes of existence and built Midway to facilitate that move. Part of the reason they had sought to flee to these higher planes was to protect those of us living in point A. Their technology had reached the place where they had the ability to wreak havoc on not just a galactic scale, but on a scale that threatened the universe itself. In many ways, this was the dilemma the Detellan had faced. The Detellan's response had been to go into hibernation. The Jabesh's response had been to flee to higher dimensions. In the process of fleeing, the Jabesh had left behind some of their toys. You know how some toys have those little appropriate for children 5 and older labels stamped on the box? These Jabesh toys were stamped appropriate for children 5 million and older. Ask most children if they know anything about oxidation states and exothermic chemical reactions, and you're likely to get a blank stare. On the other hand, give them a book of matches, and you better hope they like to play outside. The problem for humanity was that we were uniquely suited to utilize Jabesh technology when we found it. Oh, don't get me wrong, other races had found and utilized Jabesh technology. It seemed, however, that only a handful of races had the ability to use enough of that technology to burn down the house. Lucky us. I'd asked Arquat why the Jabesh had left matches lying around where kids could play with them. It turns out, for reasons I didn't quite understand, certain artifacts were built as integral parts of, well, pretty much everything. It'd be like saying we wanted to pack up gravity and take it with us. That's okay if you don't mind existence as we know it coming to an end. Back to the Jabesh and the problem at hand. Jack Carter had discovered a cache of the most dangerous Jabesh artifacts. These items were so dangerous that even the TOS, the designated guardians of all things Jabesh, weren't entrusted with them. The TOS were a technologically advanced race who looked like giant slugs with 4 short legs. They had a proboscis capped with an orifice covered with thousands of rhythmically undulating cilia. They seemed to communicate with each other using changes in the way these cilia moved. The TOS, which always traveled in pairs, had been specifically tasked by the Jabesh to protect the universe from the indiscriminate acquisition and use of Jabesh technology. They were good at their job. In exchange for their services, the Jabesh had given them access to a handful of their more useful tech, weapons, sensors, communications, etc. The TOS used those items to honor their commitment to the Jabesh to hide their toys. It helped that the TOS were natural miners. Up to this point, it was generally assumed the TOS guarded only the most dangerous pieces of ancestor tech. If Arquat was to be believed, however, this last part was not necessarily true. It seemed the TOS were a diversion. As long as the more nefarious elements in the universe were focused on the TOS, they weren't out looking for the truly dangerous stuff. In walks Jack Carter, an amateur archaeologist extraordinaire. He stumbles upon something no human eyes were ever meant to see, a collection of 12 working Jabesh power nodes feeding a massive device of unknown purpose. Understand, a single Jabesh power node could supply the energy needs of an entire civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. Think of those power nodes as a quantum fusion reactor on steroids, serious steroids. This machine, whatever it was, needed 12 of them to run. Carter knew immediately that what he had found was too dangerous for humanity to mess with. According to Arquat, he tried to hide his discovery. Unfortunately, Transmashuta Industries, who had funded his expedition, found out about his find and attempted to extract the information directly from his brain. Fortunately for Carter, and conversely unfortunately for TMI, Carter had a dead man implant. Basically, if he died or was tortured, his noggin would coagulate like a hard-boiled egg. Why he would have one of these devices installed was another little mystery that Arquat was unable or unwilling to answer. The bottom line? If TMI was going to learn the whereabouts of this Jabesh motherlode, they would need to get Jack Carter to give up the information voluntarily. Folks, I'm just being real here. By the time Arquat had laid all this on me and the others, I was feeling like my brain had triggered its own dead man implant. To make matters worse, none of this explained my involvement. None of it explained my supposed destiny. None of it explained how events had been manipulated to bring me into the picture. None of this explained the connection to Survey 1, or if there even was a connection to Survey 1. It was at this point that I made a fatal mistake. Okay, maybe fatal was a poor choice of words. It was at this point that I made a serious mistake. I asked about the aforementioned list of things that hadn't been answered yet. Arquat answered. There are times when I'm too smart for my own good. This was one of those times. Put another way, don't ask the question if you don't want to hear the answer. When Arquat answered all my questions, one thing became immediately obvious. No lasagna tonight. An hour and a half after we left Midway Station, I found myself back on the Edmund Fitzgerald. Steve and Fitzy were joined by yet another AI. Arquat was now a part of our crew. I was beginning to feel outnumbered by all the AIs on my ship. The one thing that was nice was that Arquat had sent us home with a series of very nice parting gifts. This included a cargo hold magically filled with all the items, spare parts and foodstuffs, etc., that we would need for an extended voyage. It also included a handful of Jabesh mobile emitters, several pairs of the portable teleport pads, and an upgrade for our computer core that would allow Arquat to fully reside on our ship. I hadn't been wild about hooking Jabesh tech into the fits, but at the end of the day, it had to be done. If half of what we had been told was true, we were going to need the help. Failure was too horrible an option to contemplate. Chapter 23. QV Tel. Chief Teddy examined his engineering board. He seemed pleased with what he saw.
The engineering board is clean. Power nominal, drive coils nominal, primary and secondary exhaust ports are purged and sealed. All systems report ready, Captain.
I nodded. Good job, engineer. Extend the same to your wife. Helm, set a course for QV telescopy. Let me know when you are ready to jump. Steve sat at the helm and entered the coordinates. I suspected he could have simply fed them directly into the board using his cybernetics, but he did it the good old-fashioned way. Arquat, or Artie, as I had discovered he liked to be called, stood near the rear of the bridge. He played the role of silent observer. I had the feeling that if he had something to say, he would. Otherwise, he would do his best to fade into the background. At the moment, that worked for me.
Course plotted and laid in. Skip drive is spun up. We are ready to jump on your go.
Weapons, prepare to raise shields the moment we emerge from skip space. Sensors, I want a full active sweep at the same time. When Matt and Fitzy acknowledged, I gave the order. Colonel, jump the ship. I felt the telltale pressure at the base of my neck indicating we had entered skip space. It was one of the oddities of skip space travel that your destination determined how rough your ride was when entering skip space. With modern skip drives, entering into and exiting from skip space was almost undetectable. The exception was when the destination was within a steep gravity well. As QV telescopy was a trinary star system with an attendant black hole, it met the definition of a steep gravity well. Exiting skip space in 3, 2, 1, Fitzy announced from her sensor station.
Shields up,
Matt reported.
Navigation confirms arrival at the QV-TEL system.
Commencing active scans. I looked around the small bridge. I was pleased with what I was seeing. The colonel, acting as my first officer, had insisted on drilling our small crew so that we could operate with something approaching military precision. I welcomed the training. I had a feeling our lives might depend on our ability to act as a cohesive team. It turned out I was right. Sensor contact, Fitzy yelled. Bearing 214 Mark 8, distance 268 kilometers. It's a Transmashuta frigate. Matt looked up from his weapons console.
I bet they just soiled themselves. We jumped right on top of them.
Confirm shields up, I barked.
Shields up. Captain, they're going weapons hot.
Fire. I felt the deck plating vibrate as the Edmund Fitzgerald's newly enhanced weapon systems unloaded on the other ship. As fast as it had started, it was over. Our railguns and plasma beams cut into the other ship. A series of explosions ripped the frigate apart. The story might have been different if they had had more time to energize their shields. As it was, energizing both their weapons and shields at the same time had cost them valuable seconds. Seconds I didn't give them. Fitzy, did they get a message off? Impossible to tell, Captain. Scan for life signs. Negative on life signs. I swiveled to look at Matt. He anticipated my next question and glanced quickly at his console.
Power generation in the two biggest sections is negligible. There is some atmospheric venting in both pieces, but it's unlikely anybody survived.
Unlikely, but not impossible.
That's correct. What are your orders?
Prep SARS-1 to search for survivors. We owe them a chance if they made it this far. Before Matt could acknowledge my order, the forward view screen flared to solid white before the automatic safety systems darkened the display. Fitzy turned in her seat to look at me. It's gone. Something, or someone, just detonated a nuclear warhead in the engineering section. It took out the rest of the ship. There was silence on the bridge for several seconds. Finally, I spoke up. It was time to move on. Continue to scan the area. Helm, move us away. Best sublight. We had gotten lucky. Transmashuta Industries had picketed the QV-TEL system. If we had jumped in much further away, that frigate would have had time to raise its shields and bring its weapons online. No ship could afford to keep those types of systems online indefinitely. The wear and tear on critical components would have worn them out. As a result, most ships relied on the vastness of space to give them the time they needed to go hot. We, on the other hand, had jumped into QV-TEL ready for action. Matt stepped down from his station and approached my command chair. Number 1? Matt gestured at the view screen.
We have another mystery on our hands.
Oh, joy, I sighed. I knew what I had been thinking, so I had a feeling I knew what he was going to say. We're here on a hunch, so the question is... He nodded.
Why are they here? It's a good bet they're searching for Survey 1. Are they here because they're playing the same hunch? Are they here because they followed us earlier? Are they here because they already know Survey 1 is here and are attempting to blockade the system?
Or some combination of the above, I added.
Or some combination,
Matt agreed. For the next couple of days, we played cat and mouse with 3 frigates that were picketing B4. The fact that they were here and not guarding any of the other Lagrange points was one of those glass half full, half empty sort of things. The good news was their presence hinted that there was something to be found at B4. The bad news was their presence at B4. My guess was there was a 4th ship already in B4 attempting to board Survey 1. The 3 frigates picketing the Lagrange point were more than a match for the Fitz. In a slugfest, we would lose every time. We had taken one out earlier only because of the blindest luck. We weren't going to be able to count on that happening again. Besides, in my experience, whenever the universe threw you a bone, she exacted a price for her benevolence later. That left us with precious few options. We couldn't outgun them. We couldn't sneak up on them. Thanks to the repeated abuse the Fitz had suffered over the last several weeks, we couldn't even cloak all that well. Our emitters were functional, but poorly aligned. They'd make spotting us difficult at a distance, but it would be dicey the closer we got to an adversary, especially one that was using active sensors to spot cloaked ships. Based on the number of pings we were detecting, it was a good bet that was exactly what the bad guys were doing. It was almost as if having one of their compatriots blown up put them on high alert. Go figure. We took a few pot shots at them using our railgun. Because of the steep gravity well, our Qs actually accelerated as they flew towards the Transmashuta ships. Railguns were great standoff weapons, especially in the vacuum of space. Unlike energy weapons, which dissipated over greater distances, or missiles, which were comparatively slower, kinetic energy weapons were kind of like cockroaches and Twinkies. They'd still be here when the last sun in these parts went cold. Officially, in my log at least, I was hoping the potshots would draw them away from the Lagrange point long enough for us to skippy jump and take a peek at what was going on inside of B4, then get out of Dodge. Needless to say, we were selling, but they weren't buying. Unofficially, the potshots were an expression of my growing frustration. There wasn't a doubt in my non-military mind that these 3 TMI losers had called for backup. Sooner or later, we would be forced to retreat. In short, it was only going to get harder going forward. In case you missed it earlier, frustration is not something I enjoy. By day 2, we knew we were going to have to start exploring other options. While emotionally satisfying, firing Qs was a waste of time. The entire ship's complement of 7 organics and 3 synthetics were sitting around the breakfast table enjoying waffles. Well, those of us that were meat sacks were enjoying the waffles. The conversation revolved around the painfully small number of options we had. The worst part was, of those options we could identify, they all had one common characteristic. They were all piss poor. Matt set his fork down and wiped his mouth with his napkin. As I watched, I decided I needed to set a better example for the others. I, too, set my fork down. Rather than my napkin, however, I picked up my plate and licked it clean. Licking the syrup from a waffle or pancake plate was a long-standing Riker family tradition. When I was done, I put the plate back down with a self-satisfied smile. Matt shook his head slightly, but otherwise refused to be baited.
What we need is a force multiplier.
I took a sip of coffee. 3 against 1, yeah, I'd say so. Uncle Max was playing with a set of salt and pepper shakers at the end of the table. He'd slide one, then the other across the table from hand to hand.
We have one ship. There isn't a lot to multiply.
We can't even call for more ships,
DeAndre added.
The best the new Federation could do this far out is to put together a collection of cargo, survey, and decommissioned patrol ships. It would take weeks to pull in anything bigger. Nothing that they could offer would pose a serious challenge to 3 military-grade frigates.
By which time Transmashuta would likely be here with more ships,
Matt grunted. I leaned back in my chair and watched Uncle Max and his 2 shakers. More ships would be the best-case scenario. The more likely scenario is they would have already boarded Survey 1, extracted Jack Carter, and made their escape.
Which gets us back to the question. What the heck are we going to do?
Max asked. The shaker he had just tossed fell over and scattered black pepper across the table. Some of it must have gone airborne because Bernice started to sneeze. She gave Max one of her patented sour looks. If he noticed, he chose to ignore it. Instead, he brushed the remaining spilt pepper on the floor, which earned him another sour look from the older woman. I reached across the table and grabbed the pepper shaker before Max could take it back. I held it up and turned to Arquat. A smile spread across my face. I had an idea. Let's talk about those toys you brought with you. I'd like to tell you my plan worked perfectly, but I'd be bragging. Justifiably. Let me explain how a spilt pepper shaker inspired the awesomeness that is me. We started by moving the ship 2 light seconds away from the bad guys. This was close enough to see the 3 frigates guarding B4, but outside of their effective weapons range. We occupied the high ground, which meant their railguns and missiles would be that much less effective. None of that mattered, because we were too far away to use our energy weapons, and even with the high ground advantage, our missiles and Qs were too slow to be a serious threat over the distances we were talking about. The only thing we had that could pose a serious threat were our neutronium-tipped missiles, and they would be taken out by the frigate's point defense systems before they could get anywhere near their targets. Unless we cheated. We continued to periodically fire our railguns in 3-round bursts. I had Fitzy adjust her aim so the Qs came close but missed the 3 frigates. Now you may be asking yourself, Self, why would I want to deliberately miss my target? That's a fair question. If we lived in a fair world. We don't live in a fair world, and I didn't intend to play fair. This was that cheating thing I mentioned earlier. By firing our railguns slightly off target, I was conditioning our 3 friends to only use their PDS when the Qs we were tossing in their direction were a threat. Ships only stock a fixed amount of munitions. Even with onboard fabricators, point defense systems will eventually run out of ammo. I wanted those frigates to start observing what the colonel called proper weapons discipline. Only fire when you have a target, and only target threats. Artie, it's time. Launch our 3 pepper shakers. The ship gave the slightest of shudders as the railgun launched 3 very special packages. A point of special interest. Portable J-Besh transport pads are only fractionally smaller than the kinetic energy rounds fired by the Fitz's railgun. Add a small casing so the folded-up transport pad would travel cleanly down the railgun's linear accelerator, and voila! You have what looks like a standard run-of-the-mill "gee, we're gonna miss you" cue. The cool thing about these cues was they were like a pepper shaker. What was on the outside was not nearly as important as what was on the inside. A fraction of a second before these newest poorly aimed cues passed their targets, already activated them. If the AIs on those 3 frigates understood what was happening, they might have redirected their PDSs to take out what now looked like 3 flying pancakes. Unfortunately for them, their threat analysis systems had no basis by which to evaluate the nature of this new threat. When the teleport pads were fully deployed, we fired 3 shipbuster missiles into 3 teleport pads located 1 kilometer in front of the Fitz. Faster than it takes a drunk to burp, those missiles entered, then exited those teleport pads. The 3 TMI frigates never had a chance. Chapter 24, Survey 1. It took us 3 hours to reach a place where we could safely, that being a relative term in this situation, do what we were calling a skippy jump to skim the top of the B4 Lagrange point. There had been some debate as to whether or not we even needed to do the reconnaissance flyby. After all, the frigates had been guarding this Lagrange point. It was a good bet that what we were looking for was down there underneath all that swirling interference. At the end of the day, I wanted to know what we were flying into before we committed to the jump. We needed to do the skippy jump and take a peek first. Fitzy calculated, and Arquat refined the jump coordinates. We jumped. In a perfect universe, we would have partially emerged from skip space, retrieved the data from our earlier reconnaissance probe, and re-emerged in normal spacetime several light minutes away. From there, we could examine the data that had been collected and make a decision as to whether or not to explore the B4 Lagrange point further. The thing is, we didn't live in a perfect universe. Our scans of the area surrounding B4 showed no additional TMI picket ships in the immediate vicinity. Our best guess was Transmashuta Industries had a couple of dozen ships in the QVTEL system. That may seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it was like a single grain of sand in a desert. Now, I'll be the first to admit our guess may have been way off. An exact count of the number of picket ships was almost impossible to determine. The reason for this was both simple and frustrating. The speed of light is slow compared to the sheer size of space. Trinary star systems like QV telescopy were literally several light months across. That meant that, in many cases, by the time photons from a ship reached us, the ship in question was no longer there. We settled for using active scanners to clear an area 5 light minutes in diameter. Now, I bring all this up because I want you to know we had every reason to believe we had eliminated our immediate active threats. Remember when I talked about in a perfect universe? In a perfect universe, 5 light minutes should have been plenty. What we hadn't counted on was being attacked from within the B4 Lagrange point. The exact moment we jumped to fetch our data from B4, somebody shot at us. My first clue that we were in trouble was when our gravity plating spiked and then briefly reversed.
What the?
My emergency harness kept me in my seat. That didn't stop the sudden motion from knocking the air out of me and causing the harness to dig painfully into my shoulders. I counted myself lucky. My first officer's training regimen had drilled into us the need to engage the harnesses before we jumped. I'd have been smashed against one of the bulkheads otherwise. Whoever had yelled, "What the?" was cut off by the sound of emergency klaxons. A moment later, the klaxons stopped. In the back of my mind, I knew that shouldn't have happened. In my defense, I was understandably distracted.
Status report number 1,
I croaked as soon as I got my wind back.
Our navigation shields were hit by a 1.6 petajoule energy blast from within B4. It reads like a partial plasma beam strike.
Matt scrolled his display before continuing.
Confirmed. The energy signature matches one of the forward phase arrays on Survey 1.
Survey 1 was firing at us?
Negative, Captain.
It was Fitzy who answered.
Sensors show a 0.038 phase variance between when we were first hit to when the beam stopped striking us. The only way we would see that size of a shift is if we were struck by an energy weapon after it reflected off another ship's shields. In essence, we were hit by the ricochet.
Okay. That explains who hit us. Where are we? The forward view screen was displaying nothing but random static. Steve turned his head slightly to speak over his shoulder.
We're in an unstable orbit around B4. Gravitational shearing forces are on the order of 10 to the 15 megapascals in this orbital plane. We'll need to shift our orbit soon, or we risk being torn apart when our structural integrity fields collapse.
I swiveled my command chair around to look in the general direction of Chief Teddy. I could see he was quickly scrolling through an engineering display. His look told me he was concerned about something he was seeing. Before I could ask for a damage report, there was a loud groaning sound. It wasn't a person groaning. It was the ship. Metal on metal. A shiver went up and down my spine. Ships aren't supposed to groan. Trust me on this. I wasn't oblivious to the fact that the Edmund Fitzgerald had taken more damage and been repaired more often in the last 2 months than in her entire existence. How many more times could she be knocked down and still get up? The thing is, as bad as the Fitz had been hammered, she'd always managed to pull through. All that said, there was something about the timbre of this sound that scared me more than all those other times combined. Let me repeat myself. Ships aren't supposed to groan. Chief? In my heart, I knew the situation wasn't good. He must have seen the concern on my face. It echoed his. Chief, how long do we have? I spoke softly, as if by speaking quietly things might be better. Teddy shook his head. It wasn't good.
I'm still working up the details, Captain, but it looks like that ricochet knocked us out of skip space early. The energy in the drive coils needed to go somewhere, so it flowed along the ship's keel. Normally, that would have been the end of it. A few burnt-out circuits and the like. Not this time. The gravimetric distortions and magnetic fields from that black hole acted like a vice, holding us in place while our momentum tried to carry us forward.
I nodded and glanced over my shoulder at Fitzy. I hadn't missed that the engineer hadn't answered my question. The ship's phased photonic avatar had been replaced with a standard hologram. How long? I repeated. Fitzy shimmered away from her station and reappeared standing next to my command chair. She answered my question, I think to spare her adopted grandfather the pain of answering.
The keel of the ship is shattered in 3 places. I'm holding it in place with a structural integrity field, but there is so much EM interference in this area of space that I'm having trouble maintaining it. I estimate the ship will lose structural integrity in 14 minutes. I stared at Fitzy for perhaps 5 to 10 seconds. The only sound on the bridge was the occasional beep of a console vying for attention. In the grand scheme of things, the bridge didn't look too bad. There wasn't smoke from shorted-out power systems. There were no sparks flying or little fires needing to be extinguished. None of us had been tossed across the bridge. It had flickered for a bit, but we didn't really lose gravity plating. The bridge looked fine. And yet, I knew. My thoughts went 1,000 places in those first few seconds, but none of them found their way to my lips. My ship. My Fitzy. My adopted cybernetic daughter interrupted my thoughts. Captain? Admiral? Mom?
Her holographic eyes were moist.
You must abandon ship. You can't save me. Not this time.
Fitzy.
Mom, you have to go. Please. Go.
Fitzy's holographic image flickered and disappeared. I didn't know if there was a circuit failure that knocked the holographic emitters offline, or if this was Fitzy's way of sparing me a goodbye. In either case, a part of me died. Another part of me knew I had a crew to save. I straightened my shoulders. I opened shipwide comms. All hands, prepare to abandon ship. I repeat, all hands, prepare to abandon ship. You have 5 minutes to grab what you can and make your way to your assigned escape pod. In 5 minutes, those pods are launching with or without you. Riker out. Matt was unfastening his harness. Number 1, you're in command of Pod 1. I'll take Pod 2. Steve, you're with me. Artie, can you load yourself in a mobile emitter?
I've already transferred the bulk of my matrix to Midway Station. I will meet you on your escape pod. You must hurry. Your ship's AI was somewhat optimistic about the time the ship has left.
I watched out the window of my escape pod as the spine of the Edmund Fitzgerald snapped. The ship that had been my home for so long sank as 2 pieces into the maelstrom that encircled B4. In my mind, I heard the lyrics to a song written as an ode to another Edmund Fitzgerald. I wondered, as my friend, my ship, drifted away, if anyone would write an ode to this Fitzgerald. I turned to look at the holographic image of my first officer on the other escape pod. Our 2 pods were currently docked together. We had watched the end together. I guess he was no longer my first officer, and I was no longer a captain. My ship was gone. My God, Matt, what have I done? My friend sighed.
What you had to do. What you always do. Turn death into a fighting chance to live.
Arquat shimmered into existence a few feet away from the holographic image of my former first officer. As promised, he had met us in the escape pod. By met us, he, or at least the part of himself that had not transferred back to Midway Station, appeared in the form of a metallic silver object the size and shape of a slightly smooshed baseball.
We are about to enter the plasma bubble surrounding the Lagrange point. You should brace yourselves.
The deck plating on the escape pod trembled. The nanite-infused sapphire glass of the escape pod's window showed a mind-numbing plasma storm arcing over the exterior of the pods. I knew the shielding would protect us from the radiation. What I didn't know was what we would find on the other side of the barrier. In a few moments, the light show cleared and we entered a strangely lit void. Strange, because the light seemed to come from all directions. I could see the various pieces of the Edmund Fitzgerald tumbling below us. There were now dozens of pieces where before there had been 2. Further away there was more debris. Perhaps another ship? I couldn't tell. In the distance, glowing like a city in space, was Survey 1. The image of Matt flickered. It was replaced by a new face, one I didn't recognize.
Dr. Riker, I presume. I'm Jack Carter, on board Survey 1. We have a problem.
Chapter 25. Frying Pan. I've often wondered if the great bird of the galaxy were to come and take roost on my head, would it lay an egg or take a dump? I ask myself this question because there are days where I felt like the universe has defined my life with a single sentence: out of the frying pan, into the fire. This was one of those days. I had hoped to see Dr. Jack Carter, the amateur archaeologist who had located the cache of ancient Jabesh artifacts, as soon as we boarded Survey 1. This didn't happen. In point of fact, we didn't see anybody. Our communication link with Survey 1 ended abruptly just as Carter was reporting a problem. Nothing we could do succeeded in restoring the link. If I had to guess, it was that problem that prevented us from being met by some sort of welcoming party. We didn't know it at the time, but all hell had broken loose on the massive ark. It would actually be several days before I would be able to meet with the good doctor. In the background, I could hear the sound of fighting. I have to admit this wasn't how I expected to be greeted when I finally managed to find and board Survey 1. The smell of ozone mixed with melted plastisteel and burned flesh wasn't even on my short list. I had been hoping for something more sedate, like, "Welcome, may we get you a cup of coffee? We grow the beans ourselves down in hydroponics." Heck, I'd have even settled for a "please wipe your feet." Pretty much anything was better than duck if you want to keep your head on your shoulders.
Stay low,
Colonel Matt Decker warned in a clipped voice. Okay, it wasn't duck, but the sentiment was the same.
"Thugs from the trashed Transmashuta frigate we passed on the way in?" DeAndre Pappas asked.
Without a doubt,
the colonel answered softly. We were in one of the many shuttle bays on the forward decks of Colossal Survey 1. By colossal, I mean a ship designed to carry 6 million humans and a significant portion of the Earth's biosphere. You would think that on a vessel this large, the chances of us arriving near a fight between what was likely only a few dozen Transmashuta corporate mercenaries and the literally thousands of Survey 1 Marines would be astronomically small. But no, here we were. Yet another example that the universe has it in for me. "Can we go around them?" Janice asked, her voice barely a whisper. Our doctor was the youngest of our crew. Well, of our fully flesh and blood crew. Matt shook his head.
Not without knowing more about their placement. Hearing them is not nearly as useful as seeing them.
DeAndre nodded. My guess was he had drawn the same conclusion the colonel and I had. We needed more information. As a side note, DeAndre's presence in our little group filled me with mixed emotions. Let me explain. Just so anyone reading this historical log understands, I don't hold grudges. Well, not for long, anyway. Long being a relative term, dictated by just how irritated I was at the time. Few things irritate me more than having my ship blown out from under me. So, I guess upon further consideration, maybe I do hold grudges, but I don't shoot people because of my grudges. I'm willing to learn, though. The Edmund Fitzgerald was dead, broken and sunk beneath the gravitational waves of a trinary star system, a system that hosted a massive black hole. In my mind, Mickey, of Mickey's Used Treasures Emporium, a.k.a. DeAndre Pappas, had a lot to answer for. Was it fair? Of course not. But I'm human and I was hurting. I had lost far more than just a ship. I pushed down the memory. I couldn't afford the emotional distraction just now. In all likelihood, the 10 of us, from the ill-fated Edmund Fitzgerald, were going to find ourselves in a firefight in the next few minutes. Between us, we had 2 weapons, my handgun and Matt's plasma rifle. Our best option was to find some place to sit out this fight. Unfortunately, the universe had other ideas. The options for that sensible approach were few and far between. Arquat, can you remotely interface with the ship's internal sensors?
Negative, Admiral. My mobile emitter would need to be placed briefly in direct contact with the control interface. Anything that leads to the central computer.
Will a lighting control panel suffice?
Bernice asked.
It would. I should be able to piggyback on the power feeds,
the Jabesh AI confirmed. Our resident android, Steve, was carrying 2 mobile emitters, one for my adopted daughter, the Edmund Fitzgerald's former AI Fitzy, and a second one for Artie. He passed Fitzy's portable emitter to me. Before I could say anything, he was running across the shuttle bay about 3 times faster than I or the colonel could have managed. I'll remind you, we both have state-of-the-art implants to augment our strength and speed. The sound of fighting was getting louder. Either there was more fighting going on, or it was moving closer, or both. The android slammed Artie's hollow emitter up against the lighting control panel on the side of the wall. I don't know what I was expecting. I had been thinking he would tie into the electrical systems with nanites or something. It was the "or something" that I found startling. The Jabesh device just seemed to dissolve into the wall. Artie's hologram, which had been standing next to me, flickered and disappeared. I remember thinking, that can't be good, when Artie just as suddenly reappeared next to me. I suspected, or rather hoped, he was now tied directly into the ship's internal holographic emitters.
I am beginning to take control of the ship's systems. Survey 1's primary AI has been taken offline by the bridge. There appears to have been weapons fire on the bridge as well. Fire suppression systems were activated 36 minutes ago. The bridge also appears to be where the boarding party from the Transmashuta frigate is headed.
Can we get there first?
You will need to move quickly. The frigate's crew currently outnumbers the defenders 3-1. I estimate they will overrun their position in 3 minutes.
I looked at Matt. We both had the same question. How was that possible? There should have been thousands of defenders. At best, the frigate could have held 100 mercs. It was a question for later. As they say, we had more immediate fish to fry.
On me,
Matt barked. As we made our way out of the hangar, Artie explained the situation in more detail. His Jabesh nanites were traveling through the ship. Given the size of the ship, it would be days before he reached every nook and cranny. That said, he would be in complete control of every major system in a few hours. Ships had been fly-by-wire machines for 1,500 years or more. Control the wires, and you control the ship. He had access to much of the ship's internal sensors and sensor logs. It seemed some of the crew, including a female officer on the bridge, had mutinied. She had managed to kill the captain and first officer before being killed herself. The woman was apparently a Sawlite. The Sawlite species, especially the females, were virtually indistinguishable from run-of-the-mill Homo sapiens. They were a race that specialized in warfare. That had, in fact, been their primary role in the old galactic order. In modern times, they were mostly military advisors or mercenaries working for companies like Transmashuta Industries. Unfortunately, as we had learned the hard way, the mercenaries who worked for TMI were sometimes fitted with anti-personnel explosives, or APEs, as they were called. This allowed a remote operator to have one more shot at hurting their opponents. According to Artie, this is what had happened on the bridge. The Sawlite officer's explosive had detonated, taking out the rest of the bridge crew in the process. As bad as the attack on the bridge was, it was still only the tip of the iceberg. We would learn later that taking over the first of the Survey-class ships had been a goal of TMI for almost as long as the Survey construction project had been in existence. TMI had built many of the ship's components. As a result, many of the crew were trained by Transmashuta Industries in the maintenance of these components. This provided ample opportunity to embed TMI operatives throughout the crew. These operatives had managed to release a nerve gas into the ventilation systems that serviced both the crew and military decks. Of the tens of thousands of men and women billeted on those decks, most were already dead. As Artie shared the grim details of the mutiny with us, he guided us towards the turbolift that led to the bridge. Normally that lift would have been accessible from the first 10 decks. Somehow the crew had been able to lock it down. If they hadn't, the bridge would have already been overrun. We were going to be able to use it only because we had Artie on our side and had managed to override the lockout. I remember thinking we were going to make it to the bridge without having to deal with any of the TMI mercs. I knew it was a mistake the moment the thought trickled across my sorry excuse for gray matter. I say that because I knew better than to taunt fate with such unjustifiable bouts of optimism. The universe had it out for me. Just ask anybody who's ever accused me of being paranoid. The doors to the turbolift closed, and the lift began to move up towards the command deck. Steve was the first to become aware of the mercs. This awareness came in the form of a small fletching-sized hole that suddenly appeared in his left foot. It seemed somebody was hanging on to the underrigging of the turbolift and firing fletching up through the floor. Kinetic fletchings were essentially cone-shaped tungsten bullets with fins. The fletchings stacked efficiently. Think paper cup dispenser in the gun's magazine. A weapon designed to fire them could store a comparatively large number of rounds in a small space. This was a classic case of what was good for the gander was not good for the goose, especially when I was the goose. The bad guys had undoubtedly been trying to gain access to the lift from underneath when we entered the turbo lift. It was bad timing on both our parts. From their perspective, it must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, only upside down. I suddenly had a strong dislike for fish. And geese. The problem was, neither Matt nor I had weapons with suitable kinetic punching power to hit back. Uncle Max grunted but otherwise said nothing as he took a round in his left arm. "Artie, we have a problem here. Can you shake them loose?" By way of answer, I suddenly found myself pressed against the ceiling, then slammed against the floor. This happened 3 more times in rapid succession. Steve, Matt, and I grabbed the others after the first bounce and used our muscle and agility mods to protect ourselves and them from the worst of the abuse. One thing was sure. I knew what it was like to be the pepper in a pepper shaker.
"Those 2 transmushuta will no longer be a problem,"
the Jabesh AI reported after the shaking stopped. This was good, because it looked like Uncle Max was about to pass out. I turned him over to Dr. Chappell. She injected him with some type of analgesic, then a good dose of medical nanites. When we finally arrived at the bridge, Artie again locked down the turbolift. Unfortunately, we immediately ran into a couple of additional problems. Matt reached the door to the bridge first. It refused to open.
"The hatch is sealed from the inside. I'll need a few minutes to locate that system and override it,"
Artie responded.
"In the meantime, I would recommend using your plasma rifle to seal the Jeffries tube to your immediate right. The transmushuta mercenaries have overrun their opponents and will be using it to gain access to this level in the next few minutes."
Matt and I switched places. I held my pistol at the ready in case the door to the bridge opened and we encountered a surprise Artie was unable to detect. Matt used his rifle to weld the metal hinge on the access hatch closed. Then he welded the turn wheel as well, just for good measure. Apparently, the metal became quite hot in the process. I say this because a few moments later, we heard some rather impressive swearing from the other side. I know it was impressive because Chief Bernice, who has been known to peel the paint off bulkheads with her sharp tongue, was busy taking notes. That in itself was impressive. The man was still swearing up a storm when the door to the bridge opened with a swish. Truth be known, I wish it hadn't. The stench was overwhelming. I dialed back my augmented senses to human normal. It was still overwhelming. Apparently, the final fight took place near the door to the bridge. The exploding saw-like body had spread offal throughout the bridge. The bodies of the bridge crew that had been near her were largely intact, although that was nothing more than a technical distinction. It was no longer possible to determine their gender, age, or approximate weight. Add to this scene of absolute carnage the smell of burnt plastics, wiring, and the various other small flammables present in any space like a starship's bridge. Several of the consoles nearest the explosion were damaged, but most of the bridge seemed operational. Small cleaning bots scurried about attempting to clean things up. Their normal programming prevented them from handling organic matter. I asked Arquat to override that. With the number of dead on this ship and the normal command staff more than decimated, bodies were going to start rotting in place if we didn't deal with the situation quickly. "Artie, is there a ready room off the bridge somewhere?"
"Affirmative, Admiral. It's just to the left."
The Jabesh hologram walked over to a section of the wall that slid aside as he approached. I peeked in. The room included a big display screen and an oblong conference table, as well as the other amenities typically found in a captain's ready room. "Are you able to set up virtual phased photonic consoles here to mimic a minimal amount of the ship's control systems?"
"Within limits, yes. I still do not have control of the jump drives, astrometrics, or navigation. I should have access to most of those systems within the hour, however."
"Good enough for me. Remap the control interfaces to mimic the ones on the Fitzgerald as much as is possible." A moment later, 8 workstations shimmered into existence on the top of the conference table. I had Matt take the sensor station, both internal and external. Steve and Fitzy I put on the primary computer interfaces. I needed the ship's AI brought back online as soon as possible. I was sure Arquat could get that job done, but I needed him doing the things he was doing. We needed control of Survey 1. A vessel the size of a Survey-class ship this close to a black hole drifting out of control was a recipe for disaster. The Cochrans took over the 3 engineering stations. They had to do some shuffling to get on top of everything. Survey 1 was orders of magnitude more complex than the Fitz. The number of moving parts to keep track of, especially with the ship's AI offline and most of the crew dead, was daunting. I put Dr. Chappell in front of a general-purpose console along with Uncle Max and DeAndre Pappas. I needed them to reach out to the civilian medical personnel. If there was a chance to save any of the existing crew, we needed to make that happen sooner rather than later. I turned back to Matt. Bring up internal sensors. What's the situation with our TMI friends? Matt fiddled with his console. I was thankful for phased photonic simulated solid surface technology. The haptic feedback of a control you could feel in your fingers made getting comfortable with a new interface much easier. The view screen at the end of the table near where we were sitting brought up a 3-dimensional wire diagram of the 6 or so decks below us. The 2 nearest the bridge deck had red dots moving around. They were making their way towards our position. How many? I asked.
39. 3 of those are wounded and not moving.
Anybody else on those decks? People that are not TMI? Matt shook his head.
Based on facial recognition, everybody alive and moving around is not a member of the crew or on the passenger manifest. Unless the ship has other guests we don't know about, it's a good bet they are mercs from the frigate. Admiral power is out all over the ship. The loss of the AI caused cascading failures in over 70% of the populated areas, as well as hydroponics, environmental, and recycling systems. The ship will die if we don't find a way to restore those systems.
I nodded. We were working under the gun. Tell me something I didn't know. Seal the airtight doors between Deck 1 and the bridge, then seal the airtight doors between Decks 2 and 3. We need to isolate the enemy. As soon as the big Marine finished, he looked back up at me.
Done.
Thank you. Now, if you would, put me on shipwide intercom. Chapter 26. Recall. Attention all hands. This is the bridge. You don't know me. My name is Dr. Deborah Allen Riker, captain of the research and exploration starship Edmund Fitzgerald. In what is perhaps an understatement, most of you will have noticed a significant disruption in various ship systems. There are likely rumors and reports of fighting. My intent is to bring you up to speed on what is going on. I don't have all the details yet, but I'm going to share what I believe to be true at this point. First, please know that my team is working hard with Survey 1 personnel to restore disrupted systems. While there is cause for concern, there is no need to panic. We have an extremely high degree of confidence in our restoration efforts. The ship was unsuccessfully attacked by mercenaries from a Transmashuta Industries frigate. Unfortunately, it looks like the boarding party was assisted by a small number of sleeper agents embedded in the crew. Survey 1 security forces, as well as my team, have contained the invaders. We believe they no longer pose a threat to the ship. In the process, however, a number of the crew and security forces were lost. I'll be honest. This is a large number and includes the entire active bridge crew. I'm asking senior officers to contact the captain's ready room so we can turn over control of this ship to its rightful command structure. Civilian law enforcement will need to step up and provide ship-wide security until the command and control structures can be sorted out. Senior medical staff, please coordinate with Dr. Janice Chappell. Senior civilian administrators and department heads, please coordinate with Earth President DeAndre Pappas. Again, both can be reached in the captain's ready room. The most important thing is for everyone to stay calm and allow the crew time to put the ship back in order. I, or the ranking officer, will brief you again in 1 hour. Riker out. I turned to Matt. Status on our guests?
They've been busy. They're rigging a plasma rifle for a remote-controlled overload. My guess is they are trying to blow a hole in the airtight hatch leading to the command deck.
Will it work?
Possibly.
Options? Matt looked at me. He knew I knew the options, but he also knew I needed my first officer to confirm my thoughts.
We don't have the weapons or manpower to fight them directly. What we do have is effective control of this ship. We need to leverage that advantage while we still have it. We demand a surrender, or we threaten to expose the decks they control to the hard vacuum. Most of them don't have functional ship suits. Those few that do should get the message that they are not going to win this one.
I nodded. Open up a channel to those decks.
Channel open, Captain.
Crew of the Transmashuta frigate, it's over. For you, the battle is lost. Stand down and your lives will be spared. Continue to resist, and I will have no choice but to purge the air on decks 1 and 2. Matt threw a series of 3 video images up on the ready room screen. One screen showed the group working on making modifications on the plasma rifle's control circuits had accelerated their pace. They were being urged on by a red-headed Sawlight woman. On the other 2 screens, various groups were trying to use their rifles as cutting torches. Normally that would have worked. In this case, however, Arquat had erected a force field that protected the bulkhead. I shook my head in disgust and tried again. It doesn't seem like you are listening to me. You have one... I stopped talking. The group modifying the plasma rifle apparently, in their haste, got careless. The rifle in question overloaded while the mercs were still working on it. Suffice it to say, they would not be making that mistake again. The Sawlight woman, the one who had been urging them on, had been thrown back several meters, but she had been far enough away at the time that she survived the blast. Amazingly, she immediately began to quickly tear down her own rifle. It was apparent that she was not going to back down. I shook my head in anger. Not anger at what this merc was doing, but anger at what she was going to make me do. There was no way the handful of us were going to be able to hold off 30-some odd bad apples with one rifle and a pistol. This group had already demonstrated a willingness to kill thousands to gain their objective. I couldn't let them take the ship. This is your last warning. Stand down. If they could hear me, they gave no indication of it. Matt locked the corridor hatches open and rigged the hangar doors to retract on my command.
Everything is already set up. All I need to do is press a button.
Show me, I ordered. He did. I gently pushed him aside. I could see he was going to object, but then decided against it. If I was going to condemn 38 people to die, I was going to do the deed myself. Their deaths would be on my head and no one else's. I looked back at the screen. As far as I could tell, none of the mercs had backed down. I pressed the button. 4 of the mercs survived the sudden decompression. They had been wearing ship suits and had kept their hoods. They were currently in one of the ship's brigs under guard. Artie had disabled the internal explosives that each of them had sewn into their abdominal walls. It seemed the reason none of the mercs had been willing to stand down was the threat of a sudden and explosive death if they did. If you guessed that our friendly neighborhood red-headed Sawlight was the one with the kill switch, you would be right. At this moment, she was floating free in the vacuum of space with nothing more than a ship suit between her and oblivion. It had been 2 hours since I had been forced to take that drastic action. 2 very rough, very emotionally painful hours. On the positive side, if you can call it that, maintenance bots had cleaned up and repaired much of the damage in the bridge. It would be a while, however, before any of us from the ill-fated Fitzgerald would be able to step onto that bridge and unsee the carnage we had witnessed. The situation with Survey 1's crew was worse than I expected, and understand I had not expected much. Of the 11,500 men and women that comprised the crew and Marine Security Force, only 158 remained. There was 1 Marine Major, who technically worked for the Habitat City's Civilian Authority, 8 lieutenants, or lieutenants junior grade, 12 ensigns, and 14 warrant officers. The rest were enlisted. Only 2 of the officers, Both O3 had any bridge experience, and what they had was very limited. One thing was obvious from the very beginning. The senior-most officer, Major Chad Bozeman, was a Marine's Marine. He and Colonel Decker hit it off immediately. Bozeman, as the senior officer remaining on Survey 1, was the only choice to take command. None of us thought that was a good idea, but nevertheless, I had been prepared to turn command over to him just as soon as Arquat could stabilize the massive ship and repair its damaged AI. As I mentioned before, it had been 2 hours since we'd dealt with the Mercs. It had taken every minute of this time to calm things down enough for us to meet with the representatives of the remaining crew and passengers. My plan was, despite my misgivings, to turn command over to Major Bozeman, then give him a status update. It wasn't an ideal solution, but it was the only one that didn't involve me illegally seizing control of a ship carrying millions of civilians. My good friend, Colonel Matt Decker, had other ideas. In his conversations with the Major, he frequently used my nickname. Whether it was by accident or deliberate, I may never know. That said, I'm absolutely convinced things might have played out differently if he had not repeatedly referred to me as Admiral. I looked around the table. My entire team was present, as was an equal number of Survey 1 people, both civilian and otherwise. Sadly, that meant there were more than just a few witnesses to Matt's blatant betrayal. I cleared my throat. It was time to hand the keys over to the original crew. Major Bozeman, as the ranking surviving officer on Survey 1, command is yours. My apologies for usurping it, however temporarily.
Ma'am, respectfully, I'm afraid I'm not tracking. Why in the world would you turn command over to me? I pound dirt for a living.
I'm sure anybody watching would have thought my reaction somewhat strange. Hell, I thought my reaction was somewhat strange. You have to understand, occasionally my mind goes to strange places. This was one of those times. I've tried to tell it to behave, to stick to the task at hand. Sadly, it's always been a thankless task with little history of success. As an example, when the Major spoke, I suddenly realized I loved his voice. It was that same deep timbre that terrorized young recruits in boot camp, and yet, at the same time, I found it powerful and authentic, if you know what I mean. And it wasn't just his voice. The intensity of his gaze, as well as his dark mahogany skin that set off the whites of his eyes, added to that sense of restrained power. Don't ask me why I found it captivating, but I did. I shook my head slightly to clear my thoughts. I took command of a ship that was not mine to command, Major.
Admiral, we were in the middle of an armed invasion. Thousands died. You saved this ship. There is not a person in this room, there is not a person on this ship that could make that claim.
That may be so. But I'm a civilian, and not even a member of the crew or on the passenger manifest. I repeat, this is not my ship to command. The Major shook his head stubbornly.
I respectfully refuse to take command. As I said, I pound dirt for a living. I don't drive boats. And if I can be so bold, Admiral, you have no business giving it up. There are over 6 million souls on this ship depending on its crew and captain to get them safely to a new home. That crew needs a qualified skipper. That's not me.
Again, I shook my head slightly. Let's clear one thing up immediately. I was the captain of a small private research and exploration vessel. I'm not military. Max coughed slightly. Damn him.
That's not technically true, Dare.
I glared at him. At the Major's confused look, my traitorous Uncle Max cleared his throat and proceeded to fill in the gaps. Gaps I just as soon remain gaps. Sadly, no one was asking me at the moment.
My niece has always been somewhat precocious. She received her first degree at the age of 16 from Earth's Naval Academy. This was about the same time the Tau Proxima dust wars were picking up steam. Earth needed every warm body they could muster to defend the survey ship development program. I believe the young lady, and I do use the word lady somewhat loosely," he added with a wink, "hacked the recruitment database and adjusted her age profile so she could enter active service 2 years early. She went on to serve with distinction in the Earth Defense Force as a fighter pilot, receiving, I might add, a special commendation for valor, all before her 21st birthday. Her skill and leadership capabilities were quickly recognized by the Admiralty, and in less than 10 years, she became one of the youngest skippers in the history of the Corps."
I groaned. If I didn't know me as well as I knew me, I'd think I was some sort of legendary hero of the Desktop Wars. I was nothing more than a gal in the right place at the right time. It was my crew that were the real heroes. I'd sent far too many of them to their deaths, and I was done, as far as I was concerned, leading more to the same.
"If I recall correctly," DeAndre added, "her reserve rank is commander. Per the standard terms of discharge, she is subject to recall to active duty for a period of 10 Earth years."
"I believe, Mr. President,"
my uncle paused,
"that she still has 6 years on that commitment."
"It's 4, I said through gritted teeth.
"Well, that makes things easy," the President said.
DeAndre stood and began to speak in that formal voice that only career politicians can ever really master. I hated it.
"As the elected head of the United Earth government in exile, and as the senior representative of the new Federation, I hereby recall Deborah Allen Riker to active duty, and promote her to the rank of Captain. Promotion and reinstatement effective this date."
He paused to let the words sink in.
"Congratulations, Captain Riker."
Did I mention the glaring? I did my best to attempt to peel the paint off the bulkheads with the intensity of my glare. I was rewarded with grins from both the President and my uncle.
"You're out of uniform, Captain,"
DeAndre added. I was going to tell him to stick it where the sun doesn't shine when Major Bozeman interrupted.
"Captain, Admiral, which rank? Forgive me if I'm a little confused."
I sighed in resignation. "Major, you are not the first, and sadly, you will probably not be the last. Admiral is an unfortunate nickname. I had some ancestors who—"
"So you're that, Riker?"
My day went downhill from there. One of my first actions as the ship's new commanding officer was to do unto others what had just been done unto me. With a passenger count in the millions, we had plenty of former military personnel floating around in the general population. I had Artie and Fitzy review the records of each and every soul still able to burp after a Taco Tuesday and make a list of people we should approach about accepting a voluntary recall. We had 2 criteria. They had to be willing to come back, and they had to have 0 links to Transmashuta Industries. This last excluded some very good candidates. I would revisit that list if I had to, but for the moment, I wanted to err on the side of caution. As a side note, because I think I forgot to mention this earlier, the ship's primary AI was corrupted and beyond repair. Artie suspected it had been tampered with in space dock. This was why it had allowed safety protocols to be overridden and the ship's crew to be murdered. It's also why I was reluctant to bring anybody with a TMI connection on board now as part of the replacement crew. I had Artie wipe the old AI, as well as its backup, from the ship's data core. Fitzy was then installed as the ship's new primary AI. For those things she hadn't been programmed to handle, Artie, our friendly superpowered Jabesh AI, worked with her to fill in the gaps. In less than a day, she was competently handling all of the ship's systems. For the record, I was secretly a very proud mama. Another plus was that Survey 1 had best-in-class hardware, so my gal Fitzy was styling some top-notch processing power. Understand that while I count that extra processing power a plus, The added intelligence simply provided Fitzy with new and innovative ways to get under my skin. It didn't help that I still had not located a replacement stash of Luke and Laura vids with which to bribe her into behaving herself. Chapter 27. Why are we here? The bodies of the crew that had lost their lives were moved with full honors to a shuttle bay near the forward promenade. That promenade had a large reinforced duraglass dome that would be suitable for viewing the interment ceremony. The bay's environmental systems were disengaged, and the temperature dropped to about -150 degrees Celsius. This was the approximate ambient temperature of the ship's hangar when exposed to the vacuum of space. Each of the bodies had been wrapped and sealed in a new Federation flag designed and replicated by Survey 1's fabricators. We would hold our honored dead in the shuttle bay until such a time as we could bid them farewell properly. I found myself thinking of Jean, who had died under my command all those weeks ago. I had worked hard to avoid diving into those memories, but something about seeing thousands of flag-draped bodies lined up in neat rows rendered that task impossible. I suspect, if I could ask him, Admiral Smith, former skipper of this boat, would have admitted to being happier to be amongst the dead rather than face that sight. I wasn't sure how I'd feel losing that many people under my command. Scratch that. I knew exactly how I'd feel. It took us 2 full weeks to get the ship back into something resembling order. The challenges would have been daunting even for a captain who had spent years prepping for command of a survey-class ship. That was certainly not me. If that weren't enough, always lingering in the back of my mind was the thought that I needed to find time for Jack Carter. The simple reality was, I needed to deal with the immediate issues before I could deal with the surprises I was sure he was going to bring to the table. I was also painfully aware that, due to the effects of time dilation, those 2 weeks I had talked about earlier corresponded to months for the rest of the universe. Translation? Transmashuta was coming, and we were living on borrowed time. The good news was, we were able to recruit most of the personnel we needed to run the ship from retirees in the civilian population. We also started an academy to train new Marine recruits. Unfortunately, taking raw recruits and turning them into soldiers and technicians involved 8 weeks of basic training and an additional 16 weeks of advanced individual training. For those of you doing the math, that's roughly 6 months. Our plan was to shave off 2 of those months by having the trainees shadow crew members near the end of their training cycle. That still meant we would be operating with an inexperienced crew that was short-handed and undertrained for an extended period. It was not an optimal situation. Housing was another issue. Simple logistics mandated the crew and their families live in crew quarters near the operational centers of the ship. The problem was, the existing space set aside for this purpose had recently been the site of over 3,000 deaths, by the time you add in the families of the crew that had died. Fortunately, Survey 1, like all the Survey-class ships, had been designed as a flexible generation ship. Its interior spaces were designed to be reconfigured. This included the drive module, which was everything behind the habitat dome. That said, I doubt anybody anticipated this massive of a reconfiguration this soon after launch. We resolved the issue by converting the previous crew quarters into a memorial arboretum. The new crew quarters were split and re-established as 2 housing zones, upper decks and lower decks. The upper decks housed senior officers and their families. It was located nearer the command deck. The lower decks were reserved for junior grade officers and enlisted personnel, as well as their families. It was located near main engineering and environmental. Slowly, we got the ship in order. There were 1,000 little details that I haven't bothered to mention. It's the little details that make or break any situation. That said, I hated the little details. That might explain why I hated my life right now. Running a one-woman operation on a small ship was orders of magnitude easier than managing a city in space. I couldn't have been more thankful for Matt, DeAndre, and Uncle Max those first few weeks. They handled all the low-level stuff and allowed me to focus on the big-picture questions, things like, why the hell were we even here? I had discovered part of the reason Survey 1 was where it was. Sabotage. The ship's AI had overrode the original course and dropped the ship very neatly into the Lagrange point it currently occupied. The same aberrant programming had prevented the ship from leaving by simulating failure after failure. It had taken the crew a while to figure out that they were playing a centuries-old game of whack-a-mole with the ship's AI. They'd fix one issue, only to have another pop up somewhere else. That explained how the ship had gotten here and, to a limited degree, why it had stayed. But it didn't address the fundamental question. Why the hell were we here? In the middle of trying to repair the ship, get a new crew in place, and keep the peace with over 6 million very nervous and suspicious passengers, I needed to solve a whole host of other mysteries. The why were we here one sat at the top of that inauspicious list, a list I was forced to put on hold while I fought to keep Survey 1 functioning. My problem was inertia. I know that sounds strange, but it's a reality I had to deal with. Communities as large as Survey 1 can exist on inertia alone for a little while. 6 million people could continue to feed themselves, recycle trash, go to work, etc. Society could coast for a while. It took time for a disruption in one area to filter through to all areas. Things as silly as a shortage of toilet paper causing a shortage of nose tissues, causing an increase in airborne pathogens, causing an increase in sick leave, causing a decrease in available services. You get the idea. The reason inertia was a problem was because just as society could coast for a while, so too did it take time to reverse the slide. Maintaining a ship the size of Survey 1 was a balancing act. Unfortunately, the people trained and experienced in keeping things in balance were gone, and we were scrambling to fill the void. I scratched my John Hancock on the bottom of an authorization form on my tablet. I hadn't even read what I was authorizing. I realized that was lazy and perhaps irresponsible, but the simple fact was I had to rely on the expertise of others to get this ship up and running. If somebody in engineering thought they needed 1,600 plasma injectors fabricated, then I had to accept their word for it. I spent every free moment studying the ship's major systems, from weapons to propulsion to environmental. I needed a high-level understanding of their capabilities and vulnerabilities. I also spent time learning who were my go-to people who would have the answers I needed when I needed them. I put the tablet down on my desk and rubbed my eyes. I tried to think when, if ever, in the course of studying for my doctorate in xenoarchaeology, I had run into the notion that my chosen profession would put me in this position. If it had, and if I had been paying attention, I would gladly be doing something else, something honorable but low risk, like sweeping streets or flipping burgers at the local Mighty Mac. I sighed. All the self-pity in the world wasn't going to get me through this. Coffee. I needed coffee. And bacon. And chocolate. I got up and pushed back my way too comfortable chair. I started to walk towards the door to my office when I paused and reached down to grab the tablet I had just laid down. Bacon, chocolate, and coffee only required one hand. I still had too much reading to get caught up on. The command deck's mess was sparsely populated these days. Today was no exception. There were a few tables here and there with warm bodies nibbling on sandwiches and sipping tea or coffee. I recognized the occupants of one. DeAndre was sitting next to a man I was dying to spend some quality time with. I was glad I kept that thought to myself because, upon reflection, that wouldn't have come out of my mouth the way I would have intended it to. By spend quality time with, I meant professionally. DeAndre was sitting with Jack Carter, the very same Jack Carter that purportedly had discovered a cache of Jabesh artifacts. He was an older man, in perhaps his late 80s, Not quite as old as the Cochrans, but certainly giving them a run for their money. His white hair, thick beard, and potbelly made him look like everybody's favorite grandpa. I knew from what I had read about the man that he held a handful of doctorates in hard sciences and had taught at a number of universities. Interestingly enough, none of his degrees were related even peripherally to archaeology. And yet here he was, the discoverer of what I suspected would be one of the most important xenoarchaeological finds of the modern era. I couldn't let myself get distracted. I had intended to find a different table. I knew that the minute I got into a conversation with the amateur archaeologist, my ability to direct my focus on the very real needs of the ship would become impossible. Before I could find another spot to plant myself, my coffee, and my chocolate-dipped bacon, DeAndre waved me over. I lifted my tablet in what I hoped would be seen as an indication I had work to do. I might have been selling, but he wasn't buying. He continued to wave me over. I made the best of it and shifted to their table. Jack, good to see you again. DeAndre, I assume you're staying out of trouble?
Not if I can help it, Admiral.
I sighed. I really wish he would stop using that particular nickname, especially when I was now the captain of record for Survey 1. I turned back to Jack. I hope you haven't thought I was avoiding you. The older man waved off my comment before I could finish.
Oh, shush, Captain. I know you have, and I understand why. You have your hands full with a job you probably never expected to have. I also know that if you're half the dirt geek that I am, you can't afford to let yourself get hopelessly distracted by what I have to show you.
I groaned on the inside. As I've said countless other times, the universe hates me. Teasing me with hints about what you have to show me doesn't help the situation. The older man smiled, but before he could say anything, Fitzy shimmered into existence, standing next to me and across from DeAndre. She pulled out a seat and sat down. "Good morning, peoples," the hologram said cheerfully.
"Hey, Fitzy,"
DeAndre said by way of acknowledgement.
"How's it down in the bit bucket?"
Same old, same old. Random bites of old code keep popping up in unexpected places," she answered. "Say, is that chocolate-covered bacon? Can I try a piece?" Before I could answer, the phased photonic solid hologram picked up a piece from my plate. I quickly snatched it back. There were sins for which there could be no forgiveness. Drinking the last of a pot of coffee and stealing someone's bacon were near the top of that exclusive 2-item list. "Holograms don't eat," I growled protectively. "It's one of the few advantages to being a meat bag. We have taste buds, and I, unlike you, can enjoy chocolate-covered bacon." "You don't have to be a braggart about it," Fitzy pouted. I again turned back to Jack. "I believe you were in the process of teasing me?"
You two have an interesting working relationship,
he observed. "You don't know the half of it. She's my adopted daughter." Fitzy smiled and tilted her holographic chin up just a fraction. "She's also a bit of a brat sometimes, and since I've lost my only means of controlling her, she's become impossible." Jack looked at DeAndre, then back to me. DeAndre cleared his throat and tried to speak without letting a chuckle creep into his voice. For the record, he failed.
"It seems our beloved ship's AI is partial to a long-running soap opera series called Luke and Laura."
And the connection here is?
I looked at Jack with an exasperated sigh. "When we lost the Fitzgerald, we lost my cache of taped shows. Over 900 years' worth." Jack's eyebrows furrowed. He repeated his earlier query.
"And the connection here is?"
"The connection is, I can no longer use them as a bribe to solicit reasonable behavior."
Ah, they are a bribe. Why don't you simply secure another copy?
I shook my head. I had checked, a week ago, once enough metaphorical fires had been put out that I could come up for air. With all the cultural treasures preserved for posterity on the survey ships, somehow Luke and Laura got missed. The data archives make frequent mention of them, but no one thought to preserve copies. Jack scratched his beard.
I might know a guy who knows a guy who might know of a private collection.
Fitzy's eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. You, sir, are my new best friend, she cooed. 3 hours later, as I was getting ready to hit the sack for 6 hours before I took my bridge shift, there was a gentle knock on my door. Come in? I had expected to see Matt or perhaps the officer of the watch. Instead, Jack Carter poked his head in my door.
Do you have a few minutes for a grumpy old man?
I chuckled. The grumpier the better. I've been wanting to have a sit-down with you anyway.
Thank you, Captain. Or should I say, Admiral? I get confused about this rank etiquette thing when someone is in command of a ship.
Well, that's one I can clear up easily enough. I'm a captain, and I am the captain. Jack weaved his fingers absently through his long white beard.
So how does the Admiral thing work into all of this?
I smiled. Admiral is a nickname I picked up in school. It seems I had some ancestors.
Ah, so you're that, Riker.
He must have seen my grimace, because he quickly added,
Captain, we really need to talk.
Chapter 28. High-Powered Walnuts.
Damn it! We need another problem like we need a hole in our heads, and now you're telling me it's deliberate?
Bernice looked every bit as frustrated as I felt. She and her husband had been trying for a week to get the skip space drive back online. Their efforts had been thwarted by a series of unexplained failures and accidents. It seemed the unexplained component of the problem might now have an explanation. Sabotage was a betrayal at the most fundamental level, especially frustrating when it was apparently conducted by a trusted party or parties unknown. The revelation that this might be the cause of our current difficulties was a direct result of my recent conversation with Jack Carter. Part of me wished I had found the time to speak with Carter sooner. That said, the brutal reality was it wouldn't have made any difference. I was forced to admit we'd still be just as screwed as we were right now. We would still have needed to do all the things that we had been doing up to now. In short, we'd be right where we were at. Knowing what I know now earlier would have just given me a head start on an ulcer. I think Carter understood this, and so he hadn't pushed for a meeting earlier. Now that he had, well, where do I even start? The problem was there were just too many ways to sabotage a vessel the size of a survey ship. Add into the mix that you have a population measured in the millions, and the possibility of finding and recruiting enough malcontents to carry out said sabotage skyrocketed. All they needed was a reason to organize. If I could believe what Jack Carter was telling me, they now had a good one. Greed. We need to keep the circle of knowledge on this as small as we can for as long as we can. Who else knows at this point? Carter pulled absently at his beard. There was an undeniable pain in his voice.
Everyone I told is draped in a flag. As I said earlier, Transmuta must have sleeper agents in the general population. How many is anybody's guess.
Will they know about you? I had to ask the question, but I knew the answer.
It's a good bet some will, at least in the broader sense. They'll know what my knowledge represents.
I nodded. I had expected as much. The circle, as I was calling it, consisted of Matt, Max, DeAndre, the 2 Cochrans, our 3 AIs, as well as Major Chad Bozeman and, of course, Dr. Jack Carter. We were currently in a conference room off main engineering, some 20 kilometers downship from the bridge and city habitation dome, the latter being referred to as upship. The tram that had carried us down the spine of the ship had taken almost 10 minutes to make the trip. That, more than anything else, impressed upon me the sheer size of Survey 1. We were here because I wanted to include the 2 senior engineers in the conversation, and it was easier to go to them than to ask them to leave their engines. Somehow every experienced engineer on board the ship had managed to get themselves hurt or killed, either by virtue of an ill-timed accident or being on the crew deck at the wrong time. These accidents, and I now used the term with great reservation, had occurred before we came on board the ship. The bottom line was the Cochrans were the most capable engineers left to repair and operate the engines. Take a moment and think about how absolutely ridiculous that sounds. There are literally millions of people breathing the air on this ship, and 2 nonagenarians are the best we've got? The only good news was that Teddy had been a part of the design team that had worked on the lateral thrusters for the survey series of ships. They weren't the main engines, but at least he had some background from which to start. Chad interrupted my musings.
Begging the captain's pardon. I know you've explained this before, but help a poor ground pounder understand. What's the big deal here? I get why Transmashuta wants Survey 1. They wanted to do some empire building. What better way to do that than by stealing a ready-made empire? But if I understand what's being said, this goes beyond that. Something Dr. Carter came across changed the calculus. It's no longer just about getting their grubby little hands on Survey 1. Now they want whatever it was he came across, a stash of high-energy walnuts or something.
Jack chuckled.
High-energy walnuts. I like that. From now on, I'm going to start calling QFRs HEWs. It's as good a code name as any.
The minute the word code name was mentioned, I noticed my uncle's eyes light up.
Hey,
Max said quickly.
If we're looking for new nicknames for Jabesh Tech, how about magic walnuts? Kind of like magic mushrooms, but different.
If my uncle was hoping for a reaction, he was disappointed. We all ignored him, Chad included.
I don't care what you call them,
Chad said.
Hughes, Qs, magic walnuts, Aunt Betty's knickers, quantum fission, something or other. They're just batteries. Big batteries to be sure, but batteries nonetheless. So what?
Quark fusion reactor, I corrected. Major, don't think of them as batteries. Think about them in terms of what you can do with those batteries. Put enough QFRs, or Hughes, or magic walnuts together, say a couple hundred, and you can create a Jabesh power node. Power nodes aren't just X number of walnuts big. Something strange happens when you put 100 QFRs together. You don't get a power node 100 times as powerful as a QFR. You get a power node 100,000 times as powerful as a QFR. The hows and whys are beyond our understanding. But the point is, there's some type of synergistic power amplification going on. Chad chewed on that for a marine minute before responding.
And the fear is, what? Transmashuta will try to create one of these power nodes?
Chad asked.
Are there enough of these walnuts to build a power node?
Jack leaned forward.
Son, there are enough walnuts at my dig site to keep an army of squirrels happy for several centuries, easily enough to fabricate a dozen power nodes.
The big marine whistled. That's not the worst of it, I'm afraid, I added. Ask yourself why the Jabesh would need that many power nodes. Chad shook his head.
The world's largest popcorn machine?
He asked with a raised eyebrow. Close, I chuckled. Skip space tunnels. Nothing. Crickets. Nada. You could have heard a pin drop. Absolute silence. Finally, Chad asked the question I knew he would.
Skip space tunnels. Tunnels as in stable wormhole tunnels? Tunnels as in we go from point A to point B instantly tunnels?
Yes and no, I answered. I had a high-level understanding of SSTs. I needed that because of the archaeological significance of these Jabesh artifacts. That said, the minute you started to get down into the weeds with the math behind skip space tunnels, I was no longer your gal. Jack Carter, however, had multiple PhDs, including one in transdimensional physics. There wasn't a shadow of a doubt in my mind that Jack, given half a chance, would have busted out a laser pointer, brought up a holographic lecture screen, and proceeded to beat that poor Major to death with math that would have invoked terror in the heart of the bravest of Marines. Understand, for a Marine, math was always simple and came down to understanding a few core principles. Has the count of the active bad guys gone down to 0? Yes? Have a beer. No? Get the count down to 0. Have a beer. See? Simple math. Jack started to clear his throat. I had only seconds to intervene if I was going to save the Major's immortal soul from an academic torture worse than death itself. Jack, I know your background lets you dig deep down into the nuts and bolts of skip-space tunnel theory. For the sake of the Major's sanity, however, why don't you let me handle this with a high-level, back-of-the-envelope explanation and save a rigorous review for a time the Major is better able to appreciate it?
Are you sure? Just a little bit of background information could be very helpful in understanding the socio-political ramifications. I could limit myself to first or second level field perturbations.
I grimaced. I'm sure. In some ways, I felt bad for the older man. I could hear the eager professor in him crying to get out. I turned back to the Major before our professor-in-residence could get into gear. Think of it this way, Chad. If you toss a rock into a pond, it makes waves. Eventually, the waves fade away. Toss in a bigger rock, and you get bigger waves, but no matter how big the rock or how big the waves they make, they gradually disappear. This is why even the best surfer on a wave in the ocean will fall off the board. Think of tossing rocks in a pond as our current skip-space technology. Now, imagine rather than using a rock to make waves, you build a standing wave pool. Surfers riding a continuous wave in a standing wave pool can ride forever, or at least until their legs get tired. Skip-space tunnels are the standing wave pools. So long as you feed them a little bit of energy, they keep the entry and exit points of a skip-space jump open, effectively creating a tunnel in the process. They enable skip-space travel anywhere in the galaxy, no skip-space drive required. A paper kite could cross the width of the Milky Way. In fact, it could do it faster than our current skip drives because it could do it in one hop, rather than the dozens that would be required today. Major Bozeman nodded. I saw the glimmer of understanding, not the physics, but the military and political ramifications.
The Panama Canal, then.
Jack, who had been looking pleased at my explanation, suddenly looked alarmed.
Canal? No,
he objected.
Here, let me just bring up a chart.
I stepped in quickly. The Panama Canal is a perfect example, Major. I looked over at Jack. Major, do you want to explain it to the doctor? Now it was the Marine's turn to put on his teaching cap. It was obvious this was a role he cherished. Military history was a mainstay of officer training for time immemorial.
The year was 1898,
he began,
about 50 or 60 years before humanity took its first steps into space. The Spanish-American War had just started. A state-of-the-art American battleship, one of only 3, the USS Oregon, sails from San Francisco to Palm Beach, Florida. The journey takes 2 months and covers about 14,000 nautical miles. Keep in mind the entire Spanish-American dust-up lasted only 10 weeks. But because the Oregon had to travel down and around the southern tip of South America, a third of America's war machine was almost sidelined. As it was, the American response was put on hold for several months that allowed Spain to make its own preparations. Had there been a suitable canal across the Isthmus of Panama, the Oregon's journey would have been cut down to 4,000 miles and taken less than a month. Time cost lives. When the war was done, America took control of Panama and built the Panama Canal. That single canal helped to transform America into a global naval power and eventually a superpower. The Panama Canal became what we call a force multiplier. Whoever controlled the canal controlled the force multiplier.
The Major paused to see if Carter understood the implications.
I see,
the older man responded.
If Transmashuta or the Trident Crime Syndicate, they're pretty much one and the same these days, if Transmashuta had access to a functional skip-space tunnel, they would have an advantage that even the new Federation would have trouble countering.
Exactly, I agreed. So, in addition to taking control of Survey 1, Transmashuta is after the good doctor here, so they can learn where this cache of magic walnuts is hiding. Uncle Max leaned forward in his chair and fiddled with his empty coffee cup.
Can we talk about the elephants in the room?
Go ahead, I prompted.
It's been over a decade since Survey 1 was lost.
He paused. If Transmashuta or the Trident are responsible, what's taking them so long to come and collect their prize? I finished for him.
Exactly.
My uncle peeked into his cup, apparently noticing it was empty for the first time. I pushed the carafe towards him. He poured another cup and continued speaking.
It took our Admiral Dare, 20 minutes to figure out where Survey 1 was hiding? With all due deference for my niece's undeniable brilliance, with a 12-year head start, why didn't TMI come collect their prize, as you say, and be on their way?
I acknowledged his offhanded compliment with a nod before speaking. First, Uncle Max, I had an advantage that others looking for Survey 1 didn't have. I had the benefit of their previous work. When the probable is eliminated, the improbable becomes probable.
No matter how improbable,
he said. No matter how improbable, I agreed. Second, I suspect TMI was waiting for a signal from their agents on the ship that the mutiny had been successful. A signal I'm betting never came.
It's that last part that surprises me,
Matt piped in.
I would have thought the mutiny would have been done and over years ago. It's not as surprising as you might expect, for a number of reasons,
Jack said with a twinkle in his eye.
It may have been a decade for you, but it's barely been 2 months for us.
He gestured with his arm in a grand sweep.
The orbit we're following is a bit unusual, given we're in a tightly grouped trinary star system. The speed of our orbit, as well as our proximity to the black hole, changes with our position in that orbit. Remember, no planet ever circles its primary. It circles the system's center of mass. Which means, boys and girls,
he finished with an excited flourish,
our time dilation vis-a-vis the rest of the universe changes with our orbital position too. We're living in fast times right now. That wasn't the case when we got here.
The time dilation made getting a signal out virtually impossible during slow time. The redshift was too extreme for the transmission to be differentiated from the cosmic radio background. This explained the decades-long wait for search parties to hear from Survey 1. Jack Carter shared another little tidbit with us. While it was true that Transmashuta had funded his dig, as far as they were concerned, they had funded the dig of a woman named Samantha O'Neill. He had used a pseudonym in dealing with the interplanetary conglomerate. That bit of foresight on his part meant the TMI sleeper cells on board Survey 1 had been looking for the wrong person. We left the meeting with the beginnings of an action plan to get Survey 1 on its way after more than a decade. The only question was whether or not the bad guys were going to take the bait. Chapter 29. First Fiddle. There was a sickly grinding sound that pierced the very fabric of the ship. The deck of the bridge was rattling so badly it felt like my teeth were going to be shaken out of my mouth. For a point of reference, had I been on the bridge of my old ship, the Edmund Fitzgerald, I'd have been concerned but not especially worried. The Fitz was a small ship, and even the drive wake from a small cutter was enough to toss the ship about. That said, I wasn't on the Edmund Fitzgerald. I was on a ship so big it created its own detectable gravitational field. The idea that something was shaking Survey 1 hard enough to rattle my teeth was a point of serious concern. Or it should have been. Most of what I was feeling was simulated. Only a small number of us knew that little detail. We intended to keep it that way. I had a role to play, and play it I would. "Status report," I yelled. "What just happened?" "Power failures, decks 9 through 48. Gravity couplings letting go. Primary habitation dome. Emergency restraints engaged and compensating," Lieutenant Emma reported crisply in a remarkably professional voice, especially considering just seconds before she had been sipping a cup of coffee and telling me about her 3-year-old niece. The lights on the bridge had gone red, and alert klaxons were blaring. Fortunately, the klaxons automatically muted after 10 seconds. I wish I could have said the same thing about my heart. I could hear it pounding in my chest. Despite knowing what was coming in advance, I had been caught off guard. There was a continuing deep rumble coursing through the deck plating. That just didn't happen on a ship the size of Survey 1. That is, unless the ship's AI simulated it by modulating the power feeds to the gravity plating and enhancing the experience with custom acoustics. "Fitzy, Arquat, status update. What the hell just happened?" The two AIs shimmered into existence next to my command chair. Arquat took the lead in answering my question.
The primary power trunk leading from reactors 8 through 16 experienced a 3-millisecond fluctuation in its plasma containment field. Automated systems rerouted power through secondary trunks. Trunks 11, B, C, and D were undergoing routine maintenance and were unable to participate in the power reallocation. This resulted in a potential overload event. The affected reactors scrammed to avoid burning out the secondary conduits.
Fitzy picked up the report. "The emergency retention clamps engaged to hold the habitat dome in place. Clamps 6 and 7 failed to completely deploy, which placed additional stress on the remaining clamps. The ship was in the middle of a normal station-keeping burn at the time of the event. The resulting slippage, when the clamps failed to fully engage, is the sound you're hearing." Even as the ship's new AI was speaking, the grinding sound abated. The clamps in question were half the size of a football field each. There were 14 of them in use to keep the 10-kilometer-wide, 6-kilometer-deep habitation dome in place. Normally, the dome, which was coupled magnetically to the drive unit of the ship, was allowed to have a limited amount of play on its mooring point. This greatly reduced the stress placed on the mooring point. This loosely coupled mooring was a critical part of the survey ship design. The massive drive unit was designed to transport the habitation dome to its new home. Despite its size, the drive unit itself was sparsely populated. Only a few thousand people, mostly crew and security, occupied it on a regular basis. 99.9% of the ship's complement resided in the habitation dome. Upon arrival, the drive unit was intended to detach from the dome and return to Earth to pick up the next newly constructed habitation dome. Rinse and repeat as many times as necessary to transport the surviving population and biosphere of the dying Earth to whatever was to become their new home. The impact of the loss of Survey 1 from the diaspora fleet went well beyond the population of this one habitation dome. Yet another crime Transmashuta would need to answer for. I felt an anger that was increasingly difficult to suppress, even knowing most of the damage being reported was a ruse. "Damn it," I swore, coming out of my brief but unpleasant reverie. "How long to effect repairs?" "The reactors are already back online," Fitzy reported. "The damage to the secondary plasma conduits will require just under a week to address. The damaged retention clamps are another story. If we reprioritize all fabrication facilities, we can replace the damaged units in 45 days. Give or take a few." I tapped my V-Link. "Give me ship-wide, Fitzy." "Attention all hands. This is the captain speaking. We've experienced a minor power glitch that will slightly delay our departure from QV-TEL. Secondary systems kicked in immediately, as they are designed to do. The ship is in no danger, and it is only out of an abundance of caution that we are going to take the time to fully address the source of this glitch. I know some of you will be disappointed at the additional delay in resuming our journey, but be assured we are working to get everyone to our new home as soon and as safely as possible. Riker out." I hit the toggle on the V-Link to close the connection. I twisted slightly in my seat to look at Matt, who was seated at the first officer's station right next to my command chair. "Colonel, you have the bridge. I'm going to go beard the lion in his den and brief engineering about our new timeline." What our little charade had done was buy us a little over a month. Whoever our saboteur was, they were unlikely to act so long as they felt they didn't need to. By feigning damage to the massive retention clamps, which were virtually impossible to inspect directly, we could feed false video to any station seeking to inspect the devices. So as long as the clamps remained damaged, the Great Ark wasn't going to jump anywhere. At least, that's what we were hoping the bad guys would think. This allowed us to continue prepping the ship for skip space transit without worrying about another whack-a-mole repair being required. In addition, by monitoring who was watching the fictitious repair of the retention clamps, we could narrow down the list of TMI operatives. It took a few days, but we eventually got some bites on our carefully placed bait.
"It's a public workstation on Deck 12, Fitzy reported. "The operator is using some type of cloaking harness that's making it impossible to get a visual ID. Definitely high-end tech."
It was dark 30. Fitzy had woken me to deliver her report. Why was it this type of news always seemed to crop up in the middle of the night? All I can say is, whoever the bad guy was, they had just gotten on my bad side. Okay, they were already there. They had just stepped deeper into my bad side pool. I tapped my V-Link. "Major Bozeman?"
Bozeman here. What's up, Captain?
The fact that he answered immediately and sounded as fresh as a daisy did nothing to improve my mood. I yawned. I wish my quarters had a coffee dispenser. In my mind, it was criminal that it didn't. Apparently, the previous occupant preferred tea, Earl Grey, if I wasn't mistaken. "Chad, I need a team sent to Deck 12. We have a hit on our special project. Fitzy will brief you. I can't emphasize enough how much we need this to go off without a hitch."
Understood. I have my team on 24-hour standby. I'll update you in a few minutes.
I cut the link and threw on my ship suit. I wanted to head down to Deck 12 to confront our adversary, but I knew that would throw a wrench into our carefully laid plans. It wasn't enough to catch this one saboteur. We needed them all. Donnie John Jr. had always been a junior. His father had been a slumlord on Earth. The only reason he hadn't followed in his father's footsteps was because Earth was no more. Still, he found himself living in his father's shadow. If he was honest with himself, frankly, that had never been his strong point, his father had never been a great man in anything other than his own mind. Donnie John Jr. was determined to be more than his sire, even if that meant becoming twice the scumbag his father was. If he did nothing else with his life, he was going to step out of his father's shadow. That's why when his best bud, Jared, had suggested he join a group seeking to seize control of Survey 1, he had been eager to jump in with both feet. He had no idea why this group wanted control, or that it was really a front for the Trident Crime Syndicate and, by extension, Transmashuta Industries. Frankly, he didn't care. The fact that thousands had already lost their lives was irrelevant. It was a small price to pay for his ascent to power. Opportunities like this only came once in a lifetime. His job in the Cabal was to monitor repair efforts on the massive clamps that kept the Habitat Dome in place. The public workstation he was using was located in a food court near the primary transport shaft. This would ensure that he would have an escape route should the worst come to pass and his actions were discovered. What he didn't know was that his activities were already being watched and that, even now, a trap was being set and he was its intended victim.
"What you up to, buddy?"
Donnie John looked up with a start. He hadn't heard the other man approach. The stranger was dressed in the typical uniform of ship security. He immediately shut down his terminal. The last thing he needed was for some security puke to see what he was doing. The access codes used to monitor the repair operation were definitely not something civilians should have.
Just checking the weather, officer. Anything illegal about that?
The security officer chuckled and offered a broad smile.
Nice one. Here, let me help you with the weather report. The temperature's going to be a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity 40%. Sunrise 6 a.m. Sunset 6 p.m. All for the foreseeable future.
Donnie John raised an eyebrow. Survey 1's environment was modeled after Earth normal seasons. There was nothing normal about a 12-hour day and night cycle, especially now, late in the simulated autumn. The man's smile was not the type that engendered a warm and fuzzy feeling. He began to look around, trying to decide what was going to be the best escape route. It was then that he noticed that the security guard was not alone. There were a good 15 armed guards making their way to the workstation where he was. At the same time, the other workstations now appeared unoccupied. How had he managed to miss the mass exodus? What he hadn't realized was that as others finished whatever they were doing and left their public workstations, the ship's AI, affectionately known as Fitzy, had been replacing them with holographic stand-ins. There was nowhere for him to go. That didn't mean he wasn't going to try. The direct route to the turbolifts was blocked by security personnel. They were all older retirees, but that just meant they were wiser and more prone to shoot first and not bother to ask questions later. He pulled the VPN dongle from the workstation. He wasn't sure why he bothered. The device was supposed to create a virtual private network that would hide his location. Clearly, the idiot tech guy they had brought on board their operation didn't know his head from a hole in the ground. He tossed the dongle over the railing behind him. The security guard's eyes moved to follow it. That was what Donnie John had been hoping for. He used the distraction to bolt towards the stairs that led to the upper promenade. Unfortunately for Donnie John, this wasn't the security officer's first rodeo. He might have been a good 50 years older than Donnie John, but he was no fool. He'd seen tricks like this by many an overly cocky young stud who confused youth and vigor with experience and training. Before Donnie John had gotten 2 meters, he felt a hand on his left shoulder. The hand gripped him with inhuman strength and spun him around. Cybernetic mods were a mainstay of security forces in the newly reconstituted Survey 1 security forces.
Leaving so soon, son? We haven't had a chance to talk yet, and trust me, there is a lot we want to talk about.
I watched the live video feed on the large holographic display in the captain's ready room. Matt, Chad, Andre, and, of course, the omnipresent Fitzy were with me. It was one of the few times the door to the ready room had been sealed. Since we didn't know how far, wide, and deep the TMI organization had their claws into the ship's operations, we had decided to keep our current little project tight to the chest. There were only 2 other people actively engaged in this piece of the operation. Dr. Chappell was in the med bay supervising the Detellan equipment. Steve Dorr was our agent on the ground, as it were. He was the one providing the video feed. Anybody looking at him wouldn't see Steve. Instead, they'd see a holographic facade covering the biomimetic android. That facade bore an exact likeness to the man named Donnie John, down to the last mole and wart. Donnie John Jr., the real McCoy, was the current occupant of a Detellan memory transfer device. The command crew's chief physician was monitoring the alien device to make sure its occupant was snug and safe. Not for the first time, I lamented the fact that the Detellan device couldn't be used to simply extract the memories that we needed. As Janice had explained, it was a matter of indexing. The sentient mind stored and organized prodigious amounts of information. Locating specific memories would make looking for a needle in a haystack feel like child's play. A direct neural link between the subject and an avatar bypassed this limitation in that it allowed the subject's brain to respond naturally. This was how, a number of months ago, I had been able to continue working to repair the Fitzgerald while, at the same time, healing in a bioregeneration tank. It worked in part because I had been a willing participant in the process. This was not the case with Donnie John. We were using the Detellan device to skim surface reactions and memories, the type of memories that respond to seeing a friend and saying, "Hey Joe, how's it hanging?" The display showed a domicile that had more in common with a pigsty than a home. What made this even more amazing was that Survey 1 was fully equipped with service bots that would normally have kept the man's home spotless. The fact that they hadn't could only mean that the system that dispatched the bots on a regular schedule had been overridden and the cleaning service subscription canceled. That raised all sorts of red flags that any domestic terrorist half as smart as the thoroughly narcissistic Donnie John thought himself to be would have sought to avoid. If I were a suspicious gal, and I was, I would suspect the young Mr. Donnie John had something to hide. Based on the active neural scans being fed to Steve from the Detellan device, he headed over to a ventilation grate. How original, I thought. Whatever it was Donnie John was paranoid about, he had hidden it in the very first place anybody would look. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. What Donnie John Sr. and Jr. had in abundance, things like ego, delusions of grandeur, apathy towards anything or anybody not willing to pledge absolute loyalty, was dwarfed by an inflated sense of their own brilliance. Case in point, Donnie John Jr. undoubtedly thought he was on the path to taking over the conspiracy that he was now a part of. Little did he know, TMI utilized cognitive profiling and had been playing him like first fiddle at a bluegrass festival. Chapter 30. An Enemy Unknown.
There, off to the right. What is that?
Matt prompted the android as we watched his progress. The grate to the ventilation conduit had been rigged with a small shaped charge. So far, that had been the only surprise, and it had been easily identified and dealt with. Steve held the object he had retrieved and proceeded to scan it using the host of sensors built into his biomechanical carriage. It appeared to be an ordinary computer tablet. It recognized the simulated biometrics of its user, Donnie John, and activated the display. Rather than trying to read and examine every file, Steve just downloaded the entire device and turned it over to Fitzy for analysis. "It took you long enough to get back." Steve turned and faced a middle-aged woman who had entered the room. Her face was screwed up in a look of disgust at the state of Donnie John's apartment. I couldn't say I blamed her. "I had stuff to do, Vanessa." Steve sounded awkward. Clearly he wasn't comfortable. Steve picked up on this through his neural interface. We learned later that Donnie John's wife was not privy to his nefarious activities. In point of fact, the two had split a number of months ago. Donnie John's current fling was also his contact within the conspiracy. Her name was Kimberly. He had no idea what her last name was, or even if Kimberly was her real name. It didn't matter. The sex was good, and she was his means of getting everything the world owed him: power, fame, and wealth. "What the hell is she doing here?" The view on the holographic display shifted as Steve turned. The voice belonged to a brunette in her early 30s. I didn't know it at the time, but this was the very same Kimberly. She was standing in the open door. If she was concerned about the pigsty, you'd never know, as her attention was not on the mess, but rather was on the older woman. There was a loathing on both women's faces. It was a bit of a mystery for me. Donnie John was not my idea of a catch, but then, to each their own. The woman named Vanessa was not the type of person to back down. She grabbed a discarded beer bottle off the table. I expected to see said bottle fly through the air in short order. I was not disappointed. "I still pay the rent, you little whore," Donnie John's wife yelled back. "I'll come and go as I please." At this point, the aforementioned bottle sailed across the room to hit the door jamb. Kimberly neatly sidestepped the bottle. "If you're done playing house with the elderly," Kimberly said dryly while looking at the person she assumed was Donnie John, "we have an appointment." Steve folded the tablet and placed it in his pocket. The next few minutes involved a number of twists and turns as the two conspirators made their way through several of the seedier areas of the lower habitation decks. The first few minutes were punctuated by a high-pitched cursing coming from the recently vacated apartment. Soon enough, however, they had put enough distance between themselves and Donnie John's estranged wife that they could no longer hear the woman's rant. Fitzy shimmered into holographic existence next to me. "This is interesting." She nodded towards the screen. "We can see where Steve is heading, but he's not there." I'm sure my daughter saw the confusion on my face. She expanded on her startling observation. "Internal sensors seem to have been overridden. The corridor has a modicum of foot traffic, but somehow that traffic does not include Steve and his companion. The sensor feed is being scrubbed in real time." Matt whistled. I reached forward to touch the holographic display. My fingers passed through it, as expected. Where my skin intersected with the holographic photons, the light reflected in such a way as to make a slight glow. Who has the ability to scrub the sensor feed in such a way? Fitzy shook her head. "Only another AI. A powerful one. Steve couldn't do it. As far as I know, only myself and Artie could pull it off." "I don't believe for a minute that it would be either one of you," I said. "That leaves only one option."
"There's another AI on board,"
Chad mumbled pensively, almost to himself.
"That begs the question,"
Matt added.
"What else has been scrubbed? What else are we not seeing?"
The good news, if there was any, was that the rogue AI needed to operate covertly. That meant it couldn't operate too invasively, especially around Artie and Fitzy. Most of our operational plans were likely secure, at least for the moment. Those of us in my ready room followed Steve for the next hour. He met with 4 others. None of them showed up in the ship's personnel database. My guess was the omission was another bit of tampering attributable to the rogue AI. As an aside, I began to think of our malicious rogue AI friend as Ray. When it seemed obvious that this was the extent of the current cell, it was time to disengage. So long as this cell was unaware that they had been compromised, we could continue mining them for intel. Steve, in the guise of Donnie John, started sneezing and coughing. One of the realities of life was that the common cold always found a way, despite modern medicine, to flourish. This was especially concerning in a closed ecosystem like Survey 1. Kimberly tactfully suggested he retire to his quarters and partake of some chicken soup. She pointed out that their cell didn't need to be taken out by a runny nose. The scariest part of learning that there was a rogue artificial intelligence operating with free rein on the ship was the realization that the rogue AI, Ray, undoubtedly knew we were onto it. What would it do with that knowledge? Starships were the ultimate fly-by-wire vessels. There simply was no way to operate a ship as complex as Survey 1 without an AI. We needed Arquat and Fitzy to have unfettered access to every ship system. This meant, by design, they were free to roam every nook and cranny of the ship. That also meant the rogue AI was free to roam the ship as well, unless we could devise a way to contain it. As it turns out, I had an idea as to how we might do that. It involved my grandmother. My grandmother, who never swore a day in her life, nevertheless infamously told an off-colored joke at a women's quilting club which had been meeting at her church. It involved a method by which one might capture a polar bear. The joke went something like this. You cut a circular hole in the ice, slightly smaller than the widest part of the bear you want to capture. Ignore for the moment how you would obtain said measurement. It's a joke. Don't get bogged down in the details. Once the hole was cut and the ice plug removed, you opened a can of peas and placed them evenly spaced around the hole in the ice. When the bear came up to take a pea, you kicked him in the ice hole. Did I mention my grandmother never swore a day in her life? The rogue AI was our metaphorical bear. We just needed a hole and a can of peas. Fitzy, isolate and partition all data traffic to and from my ready room. Build a firewall that only you and Arquat are able to cross. Can you do that? With Arquat's help, yes. There was a brief pause. It's done. You realize the other AI, the one that seems to be helping the insurgents, is going to discover that we are hiding information from it. Arquat's phased photonic avatar turned from the holographic display we had been watching to face me.
He will attempt to breach the firewall. However, I'm confident my systems are advanced enough to prevent that from happening.
I smiled. I'm counting on him attempting to breach. Here's what I need you to do. I shared my plan. Over the next few days, the Cochrans completed the necessary repairs to our skip drive. Artie and Fitzy fed a continuous stream of fake information into the datanet. Anybody watching the data stream, AI or otherwise, would have no reason to suspect we were anywhere close to jumping the ship. The fictional repairs to the emergency restraining clamps had run into some unexpected, but totally scripted, delays. On the third day, we either got lucky or our luck ran out. I guess it depends on if you are a glass half empty or glass half full type of person. I was sipping a cup of coffee in my ready room. I was at my desk rather than the conference table which dominated the room. My datapad was scrolling through the real repair reports. The Cochrans had done a stellar job. As far as I could tell, we could jump at any time. For the first time in weeks, I was optimistic. It was a mistake, I know, but hey, we all make them every now and then. Artie and Fitzy both materialized in front of my desk. I knew there was trouble because they very rarely came to visit me as a pair unless they had been working on the same problem at the same time. Problems on Survey 1 fell into two categories at the moment: the rogue AI and its compatriots, and the issues with repairs. Since I had just read the repair report, that left the TMI insurgents.
Our firewall is under attack,
they said in unison. I nodded. It was pretty much what I was expecting. It's holding, yes?
Affirmative. And before you ask, the P's are in place. Our rogue friend is being cagey and only nibbling the periphery of the firewall,
Artie acknowledged. I looked at Fitzy. I could tell from her fidgeting that she wanted to add something. It's a good bet our rogue friend Ray knows we are onto her. We should be prepared for more aggressive... She paused to think for the word she wanted. Interactions. I started to answer when I was interrupted by an emergency klaxon. This was the glass half empty thing I mentioned earlier. What I would soon learn was that in a few short moments the glass would get even emptier. I don't know if that's a word. Probably not, but it should be. Fitzy tilted her head and her eyes suddenly glazed. They cleared just as quickly and she faced me. 3 TMI battleships and a dozen frigates just jumped past the ionization barrier. They are... Her holographic avatar flickered. She and Artie disappeared. I had a very bad feeling in my gut. I tapped my V-Link. Bridge, Riker here. Status report. Crickets. Bridge, report. More crickets. I pushed my chair back and stood. That bad feeling in my gut had become a full-blown rumble. It took me just 3 quick strides to get to the hatch leading to the bridge proper, then bash my nose into the door. It had failed to open as I approached. I stepped back and hit the manual open with my hand. Nothing. Computer, override door lock, authorization Riker 1. Again, nothing. Computer! This wasn't good. It seemed I was alone and trapped in my ready room. I moved to the conference table and attempted to bring up a holographic display. Again, nothing. I'm not the type of person to panic, but I must admit I was beginning to become more than a little concerned. Not only was the colony ship facing an external threat, but my daughter also seemed to be under attack. I did what any mother would do in such circumstances. I decided to go on the offensive. Heaven help anybody, anything, or any rogue AI that got in my way. First, however, I had to get out of this room. My options were somewhat limited. The door to the bridge was not one of those options unless I could pull the access panel and essentially hotwire it. The other option was a ventilation duct. The 4 that serviced the ready room were all near the ceiling. I would have to get creative if I were going to reach any of them. In addition, Unlike the ill-fated Edmund Fitzgerald, I was not intimately familiar with every little nook and cranny of Survey 1's plumbing. I could easily take a turn in the ventilation ducts that narrowed too far to pass. If you've never been in a tight, confined space and been forced to back up, you haven't lived on the edge. Suffice it to say, I'm not a fan of confined spaces, and especially not a fan of crawling backwards. That meant hot-wiring the door was the option I was going with. A certain rogue AI, who will go unnamed, had other ideas. Chapter 31. An Enemy Known. The access panel protecting the door's circuitry was easy enough to remove. That was the last thing that would be easy about the process. Optolinear circuits pretty much all look the same. Serial numbers and color coding on the circuits were meant to address this issue. But those functional clues stopped being useful without some type of key. Typically, the ship's AI, or even an engineer familiar with the ship's ins and outs, would be on hand to decipher the vagaries of optolinear chips. I looked around. I was fresh out of engineers and accessible AIs. That meant I had one choice: Captain Dare Riker. I wasn't optimistic. The circuitry on the Edmund Fitzgerald had been old-fashioned fiber optic and superconductor cables. You could figure out what was going on simply by following the cable. Not so with modern ships like Survey 1. No. Some engineering type with more brains than common sense had decided to build job security into the nuts and bolts of even the simplest of systems on the ship. Case in point, we're talking about a frickin' door here. I pulled the red crystal out. Why the red one and not the green one, you ask? Everyone knows you always cut the red wire first when defusing a bomb. It seemed logical that doors had to work the same way. The lights went out. I quickly jammed the crystal back in place. The lights stayed out. Not good. A fraction of a second later, the artificial gravity quit as well. As I floated away from the open access panel, I began to rethink that whole red crystal decision. A lot of people get freaked out when they get suddenly thrown into a zero-gravity situation. Several things happen at once. First, your vestibular system, which is the part of your inner ear that helps with balance, goes into full-on plunging elevator mode. Second, your stomach, which had been happily noshing away doing stomach-like things to the French toast you had for breakfast, suddenly isn't being held down by gravity and, therefore, rises to the occasion, French toast included. Between the dizziness, flip-flopping stomach, and panic, many an unlucky soul has found themselves surrounded by little floating chunks of the aforementioned French toast. It's every bit as unpleasant as it sounds. Fortunately, I was an experienced spacer, and besides, I had eaten leftover chicken curry for breakfast, although, in hindsight, I'm not sure that represented an improvement. The point is, I kept my head and stomach in place. My ocular augmentations allowed me to see reasonably well in total darkness. Heat signatures took a while to fade. I was floating about a third of the way between the ceiling and the floor. Based on my current drift speed, I estimated it would take me 5 or 6 minutes before I got close enough to a surface to push off. That was about 5.5 minutes longer than I was willing to wait. Humans make lousy air squids, but that doesn't mean we can't learn something from our cephalopod friends. I turned my head towards the ventilation duct and took in as full a breath as I could. Then I turned my head to face the exact opposite and blew out as hard as I could. Rinse and repeat a couple of dozen times, and I was squidding my way over to the ventilation duct. I did my best to ignore the resulting hyperventilation. As I mentioned before, crawling through the ventilation system was not high on my list of must-do activities, but as my other options were not working out, I was forced to go with Plan B. The upside to my current situation was that in 0G, the tighter confines of the ventilation shafts went from being an annoyance to becoming a benefit. The grate pulled away easily, and I removed the electrostatic filter. The result was a hole that was just shy of 1 meter wide. It was every bit as dark as the ready room. The big difference was the lack of heat differential. Everything was the same muted gray. I would be crawling blind through the shaft. Again, not high on my list of things to do today, but I gritted my teeth and entered the shaft anyway. Ventilation shafts like the ones in Survey 1 are built in place with mobile 3D printers. Basically, the printer moves along a pre-programmed route laying down a flexible ceramic alloy, not unlike a bee building a honeycomb. In point of fact, most of the ship's physical structure was built this way. I bring this up because it means there were no seams or rivets or protrusions of any type in the shaft itself. It was as smooth as a baby's bum. Despite this engineering marvel, I still managed, over the course of the next 10 minutes, to develop blisters and sores on my hands and knees. That was the bad news. The good news was, gravity was restored. I knew this because I began sliding headfirst down the perfectly smooth shaft. Okay, maybe you could make an argument that the sliding headfirst down a ventilation shaft was not necessarily good news. It really depended on how fast I was going and what I would end up finding when I reached the end of the aforementioned shaft. My hope was that it would be something that had a little give to it. I had been navigating the various bends and turns in such a way as to head in the general direction of the bridge. With no proper sense of up, down, left, and right, this was easier said than done. It was anybody's guess as to how successful I had been. My ocular implants detected a warmer heat signature up ahead. This was my first clue I was reaching the end of my slide. The second clue was the grate I collided with. It turned out that the grate opened out onto the bridge. How's that for blind seat-of-your-pants navigating? The fall from the ceiling might well have been fatal given the momentum I had built up. Fortunately, Fitzy used a localized force field to catch and lower me gently, if somewhat awkwardly, to the deck.
You certainly know how to make an entrance.
The voice belonged to my first officer. Matt was getting up out of the command chair as I struggled to get to my feet. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the illumination on the bridge. "Status?" I croaked in a vain attempt to recover a modicum of my dignity.
"A mix of good and bad news. The good news," Matt answered, "is that we have contained Ray. Shortly after she locked down the ready room and disabled internal sensors, Ray made the mistake of triggering our trap. Artie's software worm has got our unwelcome AI tied up in an infinite loop that is sucking up 98% of her processing power. Artie and Fitzy were able to erect bulletproof firewalls to contain her."
"And the bad news? I assume it has to do with our friends out there?" Matt turned to the sensor station.
"Mr. Crusher, if you please."
The young lieutenant spoke while continuing to monitor his board. "We have a small armada of inbound ships, including 3 battleships and 14 smaller vessels. They are 16 minutes out." "Disposition?" Matt answered as he helped me to the command chair. I admit to feeling a bit banged up and appreciated the hand.
"Their weapon ports are open and they are running hot. Hull sensors show they are painting us with LiDAR.
"Estimated time until they reach weapons range?"
Technically, they're already there for kinetics and missiles. Energy weapons will be in range in 5 minutes, give or take a little."
I nodded. "Status of shields?"
"They're up and fully charged. That said, they won't hold up to that many ships for more than a couple of rounds."
I toggled my V-Link. "Engineering." A holographic image of the Cochranes appeared. In the background, I could see a collection of older men and women moving about the various stations. Bernice and Teddy had recruited heavily out of the general ship's population. Most of their recruits were retirees who were happy to be back in the mix of things. "Bernice, Veritas Alpha Alpha 1. Give me a status of the jump drive. Can we jump? And how soon?" "Veritas Beta Beta 2. The drive coils are spun up and fully energized. I won't lie. The trip will be a bit rough if you plan to jump to skip space this close to a gravity well. With that caveat in mind, we are good to jump on your command." The Veritas challenge and authentication codes were a necessary precaution given the rogue AI's ability to utilize deep fakes to simulate people and places. Advancing my Alpha to Beta in the engineer's response signaled that I could trust the information being shared. Anything else would have meant the information was suspect. Helm, do we have a course that will move us away from QVTEL? Negative, Captain. Any course I could plot would take us right by those battleships. Fitzy, estimate the damage to the ship if we jump from our current position. Entering skip space this close to a major gravity well will subject the ship to level 5 stresses along the entire superstructure. The ship is currently rated to handle level 6. We would likely survive, but it won't be pretty. Not pretty is better than being boarded. We already knew the people in command of the approaching armada had no qualms with killing thousands. It was also hard to believe the TMI Corporation would want millions of witnesses to a mass murder around to testify against them. Comms officer, jump alert klaxons. Give me shipwide comms, all channels, including text displays and V-links. Channels open, Captain, Lieutenant Gillespie reported. She had just relieved the second watch ensign who had been manning the station. The turnover was so smooth you would never have known there was one. I mention this because Gillespie's professionalism would factor heavily in my life over the coming years. Attention all hands. I paused. This was a civilian ship. I needed to remember that. For those of you unsure, all hands means you. We are about to engage the skip drive. This will be an emergency jump, so it will likely be quite rough. There is no guarantee that the gravity plating and inertial dampeners will remain energized. You have 5 minutes to batten down the hatches, stow anything that must be stowed, and strap yourselves in. Captain Riker out. Captain, Gillespie piped in almost immediately. My board just lit up with comm traffic to the bridge. That didn't take long, I thought. Unless it's medical or engineering, reroute all comm traffic to civilian authorities. Understood, Captain. Ma'am, now I'm being hailed by one of the transmuter ships. I nodded. I'm sure if anybody was watching me closely, they would have noticed my lips twitch in a slight smile. I had expected the hail. Transmuter would try to talk us into surrendering before capturing and likely killing the entire ship's complement. Helm, unless I order otherwise, the moment we hit that 5-minute mark, jump the ship. Comms, open the channel. We might as well hear what they have to say and buy ourselves some time. Channel open. The ship hailing us is the ITS Confident, according to their registration beacon. I snorted. The chances of that vessel actually being an independent trade ship called the Confident hovered between 0 to highly unlikely. TMI certainly would not be broadcasting their involvement in this assault. That said, they apparently had concluded that they had no reason to hide their true identity from us. That was confirmed by the person I was about to speak with. It also confirmed they had very little intention of allowing anybody outside of the habitat dome to live. Civilians could be managed. Military prisoners of war were another matter entirely. About 10 feet in front of my command chair, a hologram of an excessively handsome man shimmered into existence. I say excessively because the only way a Homo sapien looked that perfect was if there was some tinkering going on in their genome prior to birth. The aforementioned tinkering was highly illegal, but the well-to-do had been flaunting that restriction for the last 400 years. In point of fact, senior transmuter executives practically held the patent on this particular illegal transgression.
Dr. Riker, or should I say Captain Riker, I'm pleased to meet you at long last. I've had, shall we say, a professional interest in your work. I must confess, now that I've seen you in person, as it were, I'm tempted to take that interest beyond the professional.
I coughed lightly as a means of politely suppressing a gag reflex. Pretty Boy must have seen that as a prompt for him to continue.
Where are my manners? I'm Admiral William T. Hollingsworth. Perhaps you're as familiar with my reputation as I am with yours.
I'm afraid I don't travel in the social circles that would have made that likely. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit today to our little neck of the galaxy?
Oh, I will have to rectify the first. To know me is to know grandeur. As to the second, why I'm here to offer you an opportunity to live an abundant and pampered life.
As a member of your harem, no doubt? I had meant it as a snide remark. That made his response all the more distasteful.
There are worse things in life, my delightful Captain Riker. You could even help me with one of my hobbies.
I smiled coyly. And what hobby might that be? The holographic image of the Admiral matched my coy smile with one of his own.
Why, the recovery and utilization of ancient technologies, of course. In fact, I believe you might have access to some artifacts that I have a profound interest in. If you'll be so kind as to lower your shields and power down your weapons, I'll come on board, and we can discuss the matter in more comfort, as it were.
As it were, I parroted. I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline your offer. The man's face adopted a sudden and harsh glare.
You misunderstand. The last was not a request, but a command. I outgun you 20 to 1, and you have nowhere to run. You will lower your shields and disengage your weapons, or things will begin to get quite unpleasant.
His face transformed back into the self-aggrandizing gift to womankind that he had displayed when he first appeared.
And no one wants that, my lovely Captain Riker,
he added in a silky voice. Chapter 32. To boldly go somewhere.
They have a missile lock on us,
Matt reported a moment later from the first officer station. I signaled the comm officer to cut the link. The time for talking with the Transmashuta Admiral was over. Ready point defense systems, I ordered. Helm, how long to the jump? 38 seconds, Captain.
They have missiles in the air,
Matt reported. That didn't take long. I was guessing the offer to join William T. Hollingsworth's harem had just been rescinded. Rotate the ship. Put our aft end between the biosphere and those ships. Matt stood up and approached my command chair.
Our shields and point defense systems aren't especially effective back there, he whispered when he reached my chair.
I'm hoping we won't need them. Helm, I had 1/4 impulse. Let's see how their missiles enjoy chewing on plasma drive exhaust. Lieutenant Gillespie, shipwide alert. Prepare for immediate emergency jump.
The enemy ships are accelerating. The first 4 will enter optimum energy weapon firing range in 10 seconds.
Matt paused to check a display.
Okay. Apparently they're impatient. They're not waiting. 4 ships are firing.
Now, as a point of reference, if we had still been on board the Fitzgerald, we would have felt our teeth being shaken out of our mouths. Hell, if we had been on the Fitz, we would likely have been nothing more than an expanding cloud of ionized atoms. On Survey 1, because of its sheer size, we didn't feel a thing. Without Fitzy supplying sensor data on the attack, I'd have no reason to suspect anything had happened. I was okay with that. Being big has some distinct upsides. Big ships are, wait for it, big. Hitting a fly with a rubber band is bad news for the fly. Hitting an elephant with the same rubber band is, at best, going to go unnoticed. At worst, it's going to piss off the elephant. In this metaphor, we were the elephant. Unfortunately, the bad guys were using some really big rubber bands, as witnessed by my first officer's next words.
Our aft shields are holding at 52%.
Given that we hadn't felt a damn thing, I was somewhat surprised. That was my inexperience in the command chair of a ship this big. If I wasn't careful, that inexperience was going to get people killed. Helm, time to jump. 10 seconds left, sir. Matt shook his head.
Another 10 seconds and we're going to start taking damage.
Helm, jump the ship. All hell broke loose. Normally, modern skip drives were pretty clean. You started in one place, entered skip space for an indeterminate amount of time, then exited in another place. For most of us, the transitions were so smooth, a casual burp would have disguised them to the point of going unnoticed. No happenstance burp was going to hide this jump. Thankfully, Fitzy had issued a final hold-on warning to the rest of the ship. Even so, the various med bays, urgent care centers, and hospitals found themselves flooded with broken bones, concussions, and various types of wrong place, wrong time lacerations. Translation? It was not a smooth jump. Not at all. It felt like my teeth were being rattled out of place. There was a low-frequency groan that traveled through the deck plating of the bridge. Various emergency klaxons began to blare. The only thing keeping me in my seat were the emergency restraints that deployed a fraction of a second before the actual jump. Another case of an AI daughter taking care of her mom. I'd have to treat her to an extra helping of Luke and Laura. Strange the places my mind went during an emergency. The lighting on the bridge flickered out, then immediately resumed, this time in a subdued crimson. I could see numerous yellow warning indicators on the various control surfaces. Several of these switched to red as I watched. There was the faint smell of ozone and burnt plastic in the air. I suspected engineering would be testing and replacing compromised circuits for weeks. The forward view screen was filled with static. I couldn't tell if we had managed to jump or not. It was quite possible all we had managed to do was give ourselves one hell of a black eye. "Status report," I barked. "Where are we, and what shape are we in?" Arquat shimmered into existence. It took a moment for his holographic image to stabilize. That, in and of itself, was alarming.
Fitzy and I are endeavoring to address a number of issues. In order of priority, they are as follows. We are attempting to stabilize several of the reactors. 10 are at risk of imminent containment breaches. 2 others have scrammed, and 1 is isolated by a plasma conduit break. The ship is currently operating at 22% capacity, with emergency reserves augmenting critical power needs. Second, several of the biosphere couplings have shattered under the stress of our skip-space transition. The remaining couplings are holding. However, extensive repairs will be required prior to any strenuous maneuvers. Finally, Ray, our friendly neighborhood rogue AI, is struggling to free itself from our bear cage. Its continued containment is requiring considerable computational resources. Every compute cycle spent on containing it is a compute cycle not available for dealing with other problems. I'm afraid we will need to address this sooner rather than later.
"How long can you hold out?" I asked.
"That depends on what other challenges we are faced with," the ancient Jabesh admitted. "I'm embarrassed to say that I'm being challenged by what, for me, is a primitive AI. No offense, Fitzy."
"None taken," a disembodied voice responded.
"The simple reality is," Artie continued, "I'm forced to compress and decompress vast amounts of my cognitive matrix at any given point in time. This means I'm only operating at a fraction of my optimal capability. Normally this is sufficient for our needs. However,
this," I waved about the bridge, "isn't normally by any definition of the word."
Exactly. If we had a fully trained crew, if the ship wasn't so big, if there weren't millions of people needing the things millions of people need to live from moment to moment, if the ship wasn't damaged, if I weren't having to devote so much effort to contain Ray."
"A lot of ifs. I get it. What can we do to help?"
"I need a volunteer to go to Midway Station."
"Forgive me for asking," I said nervously, "but why?" Artie flickered briefly. He really was being pushed to the brink.
"I need someone to bring back a larger piece of me. Think of it as an enhancement to my cognitive matrix."
Matt stepped forward. He had the same fond memories of Midway Station that I did. It wasn't on his, "Gee, we have to do this again" list either.
"But why a volunteer?"
he asked.
"Why not go yourself? I get that you're busy right now, but couldn't you go, then come back before you left? I mean, isn't Midway outside of time and all that stuff us mere mortals will never understand? Hell, just come back and stop us from doing the things that got us into this mess." "I could, but there are fundamental reasons why this should never be done. Consider it this way. To borrow the words of a philosopher from your own people, if you could erase all the mistakes of your past, you would also erase all the wisdom of your present."
I looked at my AI friend suspiciously. "Do you have a specific volunteer in mind?" By way of answer, I suddenly found myself at Midway Station. I blinked to confirm I was seeing what I was seeing. Yep, I was in, or at, who can say for sure when you're dealing with interdimensional space, Midway Station. Do you remember me saying in the past, never ask a question when you don't want to know the answer? This was one of those answers I didn't want to know, and one of the questions I shouldn't have asked. To make matters worse, just as I was unwisely opening my pie hole back on Survey 1, Mr. Crusher had announced, "We're not alone." I didn't have a chance to ponder either the warning or my next move. I abruptly found myself right back on Survey 1, this time next to engineering and the main computer core. Just as strange as the pop-in, pop-out visit to Midway Station was the realization that I was now carrying a silver orb. I had absolutely no clue as to how I'd gotten it. I was standing on what would have appeared to be a luminous white circle. By the time my eyes worked their way down to my shoes, however, the luminous circle had faded and was virtually gone. Nothing more than a, was there something there, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? There was too much going on for me to devote more than a fraction of a second on the thought. In point of fact, I barely noticed my surroundings. I was fixated on the orb. What was it? Where did I get it? What was it for? The answers to all these questions seemed to be on the tip of my tongue, and yet I couldn't quite reach them. Now, some of you might be asking yourselves, Self, how did all this shuffling from here to there and back happen? I learned later that our Jabesh AI had taken the liberty of integrating the teleport pads that we had retrieved during our visit to Beta NR 23801 into the ship's systems. They had been replicated, and there were now dozens of them scattered about the ship. 2 of these were located on the bridge. Several more were in engineering, and a few more in the various medical bays. It was one of the engineering pads that had momentarily appeared under my feet in the form of a briefly glowing disk. In fairness to Arquat, he had included a discussion of this teleportation enhancement to the ship's systems in a daily brief several days ago. Understand, however, that the daily brief for a ship with several million inhabitants, and that is undergoing massive repairs, is not a couple of pages with a handful of bullet points. It's a packet spanning several hundred pages. Even the executive summary is 20 pages. Captain? I turned around, still holding the orb in front of me like I was holding a cake. The confused look on my face must have been evident. Are you all right? The voice belonged to Bernice. I'm a little confused, Chief, as to how I got here and what this thing is. I nodded with my chin at the orb. Other than Artie was involved, I added. Well, that would do it, Bernice chuckled. I'm a bit tied up right now, Captain, trying to hold the ship together, but if Artie wanted you to bring that to me, I can only assume it's important. I'm pretty sure it needs to tie into the computer core. Our friendly Jabesh AI was complaining he needed a hardware upgrade akin to the one he installed on the Fitz. This, whatever it is, seems bigger, however. A new alarm decided that moment to begin blaring. The engineer's face took on a sudden look of frustration. She turned her head to search for the source of the alarm. Damn it, she mumbled softly. I knew that patch won't hold. I said as much. But does anybody ever listen to old Bernice? No. I've only got 70 years of experience. What could I possibly know about holding a ship together with prayer, duct tape, and bubble gum? O'Reilly, she yelled, get your sorry excuse for a butt over to the power distribution console and clear that exhaust manifold like I asked you to do 10 minutes ago. Unless you like the idea of breathing hard vacuum when I kick that very same butt of yours out the nearest airlock. I heard a metallic thunk, which sounded suspiciously like a head hitting the top of a Jeffries tube. This was followed by a muted voice. On it, Chief. The engineer turned back to me with a slight smile on her face. He's a good kid and a promising engineer. He just needs some motherly love and encouragement every now and then. I wisely kept my mouth shut. Instead, I nodded once again at the metallic orb I was holding. Okay, dearie, let's get that taken care of. You said the computer core. That's just around the corner. Let's just take a short walk, you and I, shall we? As we entered the room that housed the primary data core, Artie flickered into existence. At the same time, the orb was lifted out of my hands by a localized tractor beam.
Thank you, Admiral,
the Jabesh AI said, using my nickname. It was his way of saying he considered the retrieval of the orb a personal favor. The sphere floated over to the carbon fiber matrix that held the data core. The core itself was a massive, semi-fluid, nanite-infused gate array that continuously reconfigured its interconnections. The process was not dissimilar to the way a human brain's cortex rearranged neural pathways. I mention all of this because the orb I had mysteriously carried from Midway Station touched the matrix and dissolved into it. I had no idea how the interface was going to work, but in hindsight, I shouldn't have been surprised. This was the same trick Artie had used in the shuttle bay to integrate with the ship's systems when we'd first arrived on Survey 1. The holographic image of Artie changed subtly. I'd tell you how, but to be honest, I wasn't sure I knew what the difference was. He seemed more full, solid, non-holographic-y. Arquat?
Indeed.
The hologram squared his shoulders and stood a bit taller.
I feel far more complete. I believe I will be better able to assist you as we navigate our new reality.
I had thought he was speaking metaphorically. I was soon to discover that wasn't the case at all. So, do you want to explain what just happened? One moment I'm on the bridge, the next I'm in engineering, apparently holding your brain, or at least a part of it. Artie chuckled.
One moment. Yes, it would have seemed that way to you. One moment. Yes, it would have seemed that way to you.
Chapter 33. Harbingers of Things to Come. It would have seemed that way to me? I looked at my holographic friend. What's that supposed to mean?
You were gone for 3 hours in your own subjective time,
Artie explained.
The memories of your activities in Midway were suppressed, with your permission, to protect you from knowledge that is dangerous for you to have. The need to tamper with your memories was unfortunate, but you agreed to the procedure.
And I'm supposed to take your word for that? Memory tampering was one of those things my mother had never warned me about, but I'm thinking maybe it should have been on the list. Taking that moment to think about my mother seemed to be precognition on my part, given the AI's next words. Artie smiled.
Your mother liked to pour peppermint schnapps on her chocolate ice cream.
How did you? The Jabesh AI's smile broadened.
You warned me that you would be unlikely to believe the memory wipe was voluntary. This random thought from your childhood was your way of providing confirmation to yourself.
Bernice shook her head impatiently. Things were hectic, and she had her hands full. I could see the tension in her eyes. Did she focus on the myriad of alarms screaming for her attention? Or did she follow up on what was admittedly a strange set of circumstances? Strange one out. The entire crew heard the captain over the comms not 10 minutes ago. There's no way she's been gone 3 hours. And if what she saw was all that dangerous, shouldn't we know about it?
Time is not as...
But before Artie could finish answering, another alarm joined the existing cacophony. It was almost as if a switch had been thrown in that gray mush I called a brain. I tapped the V-link on my wrist. Bridge, this is Riker. The holographic head and shoulders of my first officer shimmered into existence in front of me.
Admiral, you and Artie disappeared somewhat unexpectedly.
I nodded in acknowledgement. Artie arranged a little side trip to our favorite intradimensional hidey hole. Apparently I was gone for 3 hours, and, before you say anything, my head hurts enough as it is, so don't ask me to explain. My first officer turned to the side to speak with somebody off-screen.
Ensign, stand down security. The captain's been found.
He turned back to me.
Sorry about that, Captain. As you can imagine, there's been a bit of a fire drill looking for you and Artie. You mentioned your head hurt. Are you okay?
Yes. I'm still wrapping my noggin around what just happened. I cleared my throat as I got back to my primary reason in reaching out to the bridge, other than letting them know I was alive. Before I was so rudely whisked away, I shot Artie a look. Ensign Crusher said something about us not being alone. Explain.
Yes, Captain. It appears our entry portal to skip space was asymmetrical, my first officer explained. As I understand it, the gravitational eddies made the brain barrier especially fragile. The entry point was more of a space-time rupture than a uniform portal. That rupture partially encompassed the Confidant, pulling the last third of her hull through with us.
I pictured the battleship being ripped apart with no warning. I couldn't imagine what the crew was thinking as vast sections of the ship vented to space. Even those who survived would have been in shock. Any survivors?
Unclear at this point,
Matt reported.
They're drifting and not responding to hails. Sensors are detecting sporadic low-level EM field emissions from engineering and a few other decks. Her drives are down, as are her fusion reactors. The ship almost certainly has limited emergency power, but how long that will last, or even if they have life support, are both unknowns.
I'm on my way to the bridge. Get a SARS and security team together to head over there. They may be the bad guys, but I won't leave them to die in the cold of space.
I already have a team ready to deploy. We were holding off until we had a better sense as to what happened to our captain.
I'm not sure I know myself, Number One. Go ahead and launch the rescue shuttles. I'm on my way.
I'm signaling them to deploy now. ETA to the derelict is 25 minutes.
I turn my attention back towards Bernice and Artie. Ladies and gents, I'll leave you to your various tasks. Let's get the ship patched together as fast as possible. Do the best you can to get us moving. I'd like to put some distance between us and our jump point.
Aye, that we can do, Captain. Keep in mind, though, dearie, that we have some major structural issues that are going to need more than a Band-Aid before too long.
Understood, Chief. I promise you, when we find someplace reasonably safe, we'll take the time to do proper repairs. Is that good enough? The engineer nodded.
It will have to be, won't it?
Epilogue. Lost Ship. I looked across the table. For a moment, it felt like I was back on the Fitz. I'd be lying if I didn't say I felt the pang of loss. The Fitz had been a good ship, and I missed her. Still, everything about the Fitz that had truly been important was seated at the table with me right now. I was in the officers' mess. My original crew and I were sharing a breakfast together. It had kind of become our thing. Since it was breakfast and my turn to cook, we were having waffles. Not just any waffles, of course. These were Riker waffles, elevated by circumstances to the next level. For the first time in years, the intergalactically famous Riker family waffle recipe was being augmented with real ingredients. One of the advantages to living on what was essentially an ark like Survey 1 was that we had access to samples of Earth's flora, including maple trees and coffee bean plants. That combination meant authentic maple syrup and freshly roasted and ground coffee. After the last several days, a good breakfast was the least we deserved. In a sense, we were celebrating. Survey 1 had finally escaped the clutches of the QV telescopy system. That escape, though, had come with a cost. Our ship was broken and lost.
So, let me see if I have this straight,
Max said for about the 15th time.
We jumped, but we have no idea where we jumped to, or when we jumped to, or what we jumped to.
I swirled the last piece of waffle in some of the melted butter and syrup on my plate. Then I placed the aforementioned morsel into my mouth and let the magic happen. I closed my eyes to savor the taste. Enough cannot be said about the intrinsic goodness of real maple syrup. Finally, I reopened my eyes and returned to the conversation. That pretty much covers it, Uncle Max, I mumbled while wiping a dribble of errant syrup from the corner of my mouth. We're in unknown space. We can't get a fix on any star system. The cosmic background radiation pattern doesn't match anything we are familiar with, and spectral analysis of the local star cluster seems to indicate there is an abundance of iron that far exceeds what we would expect to see in the Milky Way.
In short, dearie, we're not in Kansas anymore.
Chief Bernice chuckled, seemingly nonplussed by our current situation. Earth's president in exile, DeAndre Pappas, pushed his now empty plate forward and raised his coffee to take a sip.
That begs the question then, Captain. Once we get the skip drive back online, where do we go from here?
I took a sip of my own coffee. The aroma was nothing short of a gift from God. Did I mention the freshly roasted and ground coffee beans? We have 6 million people looking for a new home, I said with a twinkle in my eye. I say we go and find them one.
This is the end of Survey Ship, Book 1 in the Exodus Earth series. The story continues in Book 2, Lost Ship.
1. Define strange. I woke up in a cold sweat. It was the same dream I'd been having for days. The very fabric of the universe was being torn apart, and it was my fault. I never quite understood the genesis of the dream. Was it the destructive havoc caused by Survey 1's skip space jump from deep within a massive gravity well? Or was it some misdeed I had yet to do? My sheets were soaked, so there was no point in trying to go back to sleep. I got up and padded over to the sink in my bathroom, splashed water on my face, looked in the mirror, saw the same haunted face I had seen every morning for the last week. I knew myself well enough to know that my subconscious was trying to tell me something, to warn me. I'd be damned if I knew what the warning was all about, though. My only clue was the destruction of the universe. If I had to guess, it was something serious. I showered and got dressed in my new Federation uniform. If anybody asked, I'd deny it with my dying breath. But I enjoyed being back in uniform. Captain Deborah Allen Riker had a nice ring to it. There was a downside to being recalled to active duty by Earth's president in exile, DeAndre Pappas. My dating life had taken an unfortunate turn for the worse. A certain Marine colonel was no longer fair game by virtue of military fraternization regulations. At first, it had added a degree of tension to our working relationship. He was my first officer, so it was not as if it was possible to avoid each other. We resolved the issue by evolving our relationship. Evolution took the form of minor pranks: sugar and salt shakers, short-sheeting beds, strategic relocation of coffee cups, although that last one bordered on mutiny, as messing with someone's coffee was a good way to be introduced to an airlock while not wearing the proper protective gear. I stepped onto a circular white teleport pad in the corner of my quarters' small office. Artie had installed a number of the devices throughout the ship. Some were general access, meaning anyone could use them. Others, like the ones in engineering, my quarters, and the bridge, were restricted access. One moment I was standing in my quarters, the next I was standing next to my command chair on the bridge. As an aside, if you want to see a full-bird colonel soil himself, try teleporting instantaneously 6 inches away from the aforementioned full-bird colonel. Of course, startling a fully trained Marine, especially one who knew 20 or 30 ways to kill you using nothing more than toenail clippers and a stern look, was not a particularly smart move. Thankfully, in this instance, my first officer was fresh out of toenail clippers, although the stern look was very much in evidence.
"It's going to take me a while to get used to that," Matt said with a wan smile from his seat in the command chair.
I looked around the bridge. A few days ago, the room had looked quite a bit different. Our skip space jump from the QVTEL system had gone horribly wrong. Engaging a skip drive deep within a black hole's gravity well has been known to void the manufacturer's warranty. Thankfully, the emergency lighting and blaring klaxons had been replaced with something more normal. I could have been fooled into believing nothing had happened, except for the hint of burnt wiring. That and the number of access panels that remained open on several of the workstations witnessed the need to bypass or replace damaged circuits. I was still wrapping my head around all that had happened. 3 days ago seemed like forever, and at the same time it seemed like just moments ago. The Transmashuta ship, the TMS Confident, and the flotilla she commanded had started taking potshots at us. Survey 1 was the largest ship ever built by the hand of man, but even she could only take so much abuse. We were forced to attempt an emergency jump that, in my mind, was likely the most reckless skip space jump in modern history. Everything copacetic? Do you have time to grab a bite? Matt looked at the tablet he was holding, and then he looked around the bridge, pausing on each of the open panels and the assortment of isolinear cables and control crystals laying about.
"You're kidding, right? Help me punch through these maintenance logs and I'll be able to join you."
I pulled a tablet out of one of the storage bays built into the bridge workstations, pressing my thumb on the screen to authenticate my ability to access it. Perhaps it was the sound of my stomach grumbling. Perhaps it was my not-so-subtle hint. But my first officer turned to the only other officer on the bridge not actively engaged in some activity.
"Mr. Crusher, would you be so kind as to run down to the officers' mess and bring back some of Chef's blueberry muffins and coffee?"
"And pickles," I added.
"And pickles,"
Mike repeated with a raised eyebrow. Now, just to be clear, sending a lieutenant to the mess to grab a snack for the captain was not typically the best use of a lieutenant's training and experience, unless the aforementioned lieutenant had been caught supervising the construction of a moonshine still. Such stills were a naval tradition. The crime was not the still itself, it was the being so careless as to get caught. The blueberry muffins were a training exercise. That bit of business taken care of, I brought up and scanned the damage log. Matt had offered me the command chair, but I waved him back down. Soon enough, my shift would start, and I'd get all the chair time I wanted. I switched the 2D display to a 3D one. A tiny holographic display floated in front of me. The damage control list was long, but Matt had already sorted it by priorities. Those that threatened our immediate survival, those that impacted our mobility and weapons, finally those that could be addressed as time became available. The first two lists were longer than I would have liked, especially given we had been working those lists for several days now. The final list was exhausting just to look at. I suspected I would be hearing grumbles from Dr. Cochran and his wife, our chief engineer, for months. Thankfully, Artie's new cognitive enhancements were already making a difference. He had taken control of most of Survey 1's repair bots and was using them to rapidly address the most critical problems. This left Fitzy free to focus on internal environmental systems that impacted our civilian population. What I still didn't see was any indication of where we were. Astrometrics had no clue. Given the extent of the Milky Way galaxy, and the high degree of familiarity humanity had with the first few 100,000 light-years in the general vicinity of Earth, this didn't give me a warm and fuzzy feeling. The muffins arrived, and I was partway through my second when our SARS teams arrived at the disabled TMS battleship, or at least the half of it that had made the jump with us into the unknown. This was their third and final trip to the derelict. So far, our search and rescue teams had encountered a handful of survivors and, sadly, many times that number of casualties. 3 days into their operation and the rescue portion of their mission had transitioned to recovery. Matt tapped an earbud and listened to something coming in.
"Our boarding party is reporting in. Large sections of the ship, including the new airlock they're using to enter, continue to be fully depressurized. They've encountered 3 survivors in one of these depressurized areas."
Matt must have seen me raise an eyebrow, because he went on to explain.
"Apparently they were getting ready for a maintenance EVA and were in encounter suits when the accident occurred."
Wrong place, but right time. I nodded. What about that area just aft of the reactor pod that remained pressurized?
"The breaching team needs to install an airlock. Major McClary says they should be able to access that space in about 15 minutes. So far, attempts to communicate haven't been successful. Unless they've got some rebreathers in there with them, we're unlikely to find additional survivors."
I nodded. Of course, we hadn't expected to find the 3 survivors we had. "Captain, you're going to want to see this. I'm getting something strange on both internal and short-range exterior sensors." I turned my head. I knew the young officer wouldn't have interrupted Matt's report unless the information she had was critical. "Define strange." "There's some type of external sensor glitch. If I can believe what my board is telling me, there are a number of null zones, or sensor ghosts, hanging off our port bow, near the engineering shuttle bay. I only see them for a second, and then they're gone. A couple of moments later, several more appear and disappear a few 100 meters away." I looked at Matt and raised an eyebrow. Is it an anomaly stemming from some of the damage engineering experienced?
Why now and not earlier?
Matt replied. I turned back towards the ensign. I suppose it's possible, ma'am. But that's not the only thing strange happening near the engineering shuttle bay. Define strange, I repeated for a second time. Strange as in automated repair bots are congregating near the engineering shuttle bay. I turned to more fully look at the ensign. There had to be more to the story. We just established that there's a lot of damage to the engineering systems. Repair bots are not especially concerning. How many repair bots are we talking about? The ensign glanced back at her board before answering me. All of them, ma'am. As far as I can tell, all of them stopped what they were doing and are now heading directly towards the bay. And, Captain, some of the systems they abandoned were left in critical states. The strain on the habitation dome couplings is redlining. Comms, open a channel to engineering. Aye, Captain. Channel open. Chief? What's going on down there? I have reports of repair bots abandoning critical repairs across the ship. There's about 1,000 of the beasties here, Captain. They flooded E-Deck. I'd be darned if I can figure out why. They're not responding to command channel overrides. Not only that, but the fabricators have started producing more of them. At this rate, in 20 minutes, they'll overrun main engineering, and the only way out will be through the Jeffries tubes. Captain, I'm too old to be crawling through Jeffries tubes. About the same time Bernice finished speaking, there was a loud and prolonged groaning sound that shook the deck plating. To be clear, that's not a sound any captain ever wants to hear. It was a harbinger of things to come. I tapped my V-Link. Fitzy, Artie, tell me I shouldn't be worried about whatever the hell that was. My AI-adopted daughter materialized in front of me. I could tell from her expression that the news was not good. She looked worried. Artie materialized next to her. His expression was no better.
We have a problem.
2. Burning the fields. Bad news comes in threes. It's one of those unprovable, unquestionable, undisputable mathematical mysteries the universe likes to throw at us, like the Hodge conjecture or the Riemann hypothesis. It was known to be an absolute truth, even without the aforementioned proof. 2 of the 3 contretemps we knew about. The third we should have anticipated, and likely would have, had we not been distracted by the first 2. The rumblings we felt through the deck plating were the clamps attaching the drive section of Survey 1 to its habitation dome beginning to fail. As a point of interest, this is not a good thing. We had faked a similar failure a few days earlier as a ruse to mislead saboteurs. Regrettably, this time it was very real and very dangerous. Matters were made worse by the realization that the entire pool of maintenance bots, including the ones repairing the damaged clamps, had suddenly abandoned their repair efforts. Our Jabesh super AI, Artie, had lost control of the bots. This shouldn't have been possible, but it was hard to argue with a fait accompli. The coordinated behavior of the bots was a dead giveaway that our resident rogue AI, Ray, had somehow fled the firewalled cage we had placed her in earlier. Now, understand, no single repair bot could house the entirety of Ray's uncompressed program, much like Steve could not house all of Fitzy. My adopted daughter's AI engrams were simply too extensive to fit the android's much more limited AI core. Here's where things got interesting, though, in a horrifying way. Thousands of repair bots could act as a hive mind, much like a colony of ants. Thousands of repair bots under the control of an adversarial AI could cause a world of trouble. As we would soon discover, these particular bots would live up to our worst expectations. Those were the first 2 of our trouble travels in threes situation. The third had to do with the anomalous reading on the short-range external sensors. We didn't know it at the time, but we were about to be boarded by the surviving crew of the ill-fated TMS Confident. It was actually a smart move by my good buddy Admiral William T. Hollingsworth, assuming he had survived the skip space mishap that had literally ripped his ship in half. If you are going to take a stab at boarding and overrunning the crew of another ship, it helps to make the attempt while that other crew is distracted, say by millions of lives at risk, a bevy of severely damaged systems, and a horde of rampaging repair bots. The rumbling on the deck finally subsided. As welcome as that was, I suspected the reprieve was temporary. I looked around the bridge. I could see it in the faces of the others looking at me. They knew the score as well as I did. Without the bots, we were going to lose the habitation dome. The only real question was, did we initiate a controlled release or allow something a bit more chaotic to take place? "Shipwide comms," I ordered. "Channel open, Captain." I nodded thanks. "Attention all hands. This is the captain. We are initiating a controlled separation of the habitation dome in 15 minutes. This is purely precautionary as we deal with ongoing repairs. All civilian personnel, as well as evac groups B, C, and D, are to evacuate to the habitation dome. You have 10 minutes to make the transition. Folks, the drive hull is not currently compromised, so don't worry about personal belongings. You will have plenty of time to recover them later should that become necessary. Please move with haste. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can return. Riker out." I turned back to Matt. "Colonel Decker, I need you to head to and establish a backup bridge on, and take command of, the habitation dome." I saw the briefest flicker of something splash across his face. My guess was he felt his place was on the main bridge. Things are going to get worse before they get better, number one. I need somebody I have complete confidence in to protect the bulk of our crew and the civilians of Dome City. He nodded.
"Understood, Captain."
"Before you head up deck, sync up with the SARS team and let them know to reroute to Dome City when they return from the wreck. Have the Dome's civilian marshal service set up some accommodations for our additional TMI guests. Make sure they are placed in secure holding cells until we can come up with a long-term solution." As Matt approached the turbo lift, the doors opened to admit Bernice and Teddy Cochran. The engineers looked like they had run a marathon for all their 90-plus years. "Engineering is officially overrun," Bernice spat out in disgust. Matt caught my eye as he entered the lift. "Hurry," I said. "Bernice, go with Matt. Take charge of the Habitation Dome's engineering department. Teddy, can you monitor things from here?" The older man took a seat at one of the empty stations. His fingers flew over the control panel with practiced ease. He had designed many of the systems, so I guess it was no great surprise.
"I should be able to, for a while at least. I'm having to reroute a number of control feeds. Whether it's because of the damage we took during the jump or because of interference from our bot friends is anybody's guess."
I'd bet my bottom dollar, whatever a bottom dollar was, that the issue with the control feeds was a bit of both. I was more and more convinced that our flawed jump had somehow allowed Ray to escape her firewalled confines. The AI had learned from its incarceration. Creating a hive mind using the bots was an effective way to counter Artie. Our Jabesh was forced to engage in an impossible game of whack-a-mole. My attention shifted to a spot next to the recently closed turbo lift. The teleport pad began to glow. The glow persisted for several seconds, which by itself was somewhat unusual. In my experience, the pads activated for the briefest of seconds during which the actual teleportation event occurred. This abnormality played second fiddle, however, to another oddity. A pair of silver pools formed on the surface of the pad and slowly rose up out of the floor. I recognized fluidic nanites in the process of self-assembly. When they were done, a physical manifestation of Artie and, for the first time ever, my daughter, were standing on the bridge. "Mom?" I stood and took the few steps over to my adopted AI daughter, wrapping my arms around her and hugging her. She hesitantly placed her hands on my back, and then a moment later embraced me in her own fully committed hug. Artie made a polite coughing sound. I think he was reluctant to interrupt our moment.
"It seemed a good idea to transfer our respective AI cores to mobile platforms,"
he offered by way of explanation. I let Fitzy go and nodded to Artie in acknowledgement. "Ship's status?" I said, returning to my seat and attempting to put on my captain's face.
"Continuing to degrade," Teddy responded.
"As we suspected, Ray has transferred to the bots. She's cutting sensor feeds to the aft end of Survey 1's drive section," Fitzy added.
"Ma'am,"
Crusher interrupted,
"the engineering shuttle bay doors are cycling open."
"What's she up to? Is Ray attempting to leave the ship?" Artie appeared to look at the ceiling briefly.
"Negative, Captain. A series of assault shuttles are decloaking and entering the shuttle bay. We are being boarded."
This was that third bit of trouble I spoke of earlier. 20 minutes later, the habitation dome had successfully detached from the main drive and was pulling away under impulse power. I had insisted Steve, Artie, and Fitzy join Matt Decker in Dome City. They each had abilities that would be hard to replace should any of them be lost. None of them were happy about the decision. I asked Artie to run a psychological simulation that attempted to quantify the likelihood they would be able to change my mind. After concluding the percentages were vanishingly small, they agreed to go. Whoever said being predictable was a bad thing? Artie had suggested I carry his mobile emitter. Since his processing core would remain in the dome, it was a compromise I was willing to make. I, and a small force of Marines under the command of Major Bozeman, had remained on the drive section. We were going to attempt to repel or otherwise deal with the boarders. As a side note, totally unrelated to our current activity, Chad and I had slowly been growing closer as friends and perhaps as a potential couple. This was witnessed by the fact that he almost always called me Dare when we were in a small group. Now, to be fair, part of this was military protocol. In the field, officers didn't wear bright, shiny shoulder candy, and you didn't salute them. Both of the aforementioned activities tended to paint shoot-me-first targets on the backs of the aforementioned officers. Small strike teams tended to take it a step further and operated almost exclusively on a first-name basis in the field. Putting all that aside, for today's festivities, I was dressed in a Mark X battle dress uniform. Modern BDUs are essentially light armor and are equipped with a number of offensive and defensive systems. I hadn't worn one more than a handful of times since I had graduated from flight school. BDUs also included sealable helmets equipped with a built-in heads-up display. They could function as make-do spacesuits so long as you didn't mind using a rebreather and having only about an hour of battery reserves. My HUD was currently providing a first-person view of Corporal Mason, or more to the point, what Corporal Mason was seeing. She was the Marine running point for a squad of Major Bozeman's Marines. They were making their way down ship towards main engineering. I was firmly ensconced in the rear with the Major. He had wanted me to remain on the bridge, but again, one of the advantages to being the captain is your vote is the only one that counts in a bind. The view from my HUD was not reassuring. It seemed like the entire crew of the ill-fated TMS Confidence had been crammed into the dozen or so assault shuttles that had made their way over to Survey 1. In addition, before they had been severed, sensors in the shuttle bay confirmed Admiral Hollingsworth had survived and was leading the invasion force. I flinched involuntarily as a plasma beam splashed off the wall near the corporal's head. I heard a soft chuckle come from the general direction of Chad Bozeman. He must have seen my head jerk back. I was thankful that the visor I was wearing hid the flush I was sure was spreading across my face. I was not and have never been a ground pounder. My idea of up-close and personal fighting was measured in tens or hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, not mere meters. "We're not going to be able to hold them back, are we?" I asked. The Major shook his head.
"If we were only dealing with the TMI personnel, we might have a chance, especially as most of them are crew and not grunts. The problem is these damn bots. You can't throw a dead cat without hitting one."
I nodded. The bots were not armed, but they didn't need to be. 50 or 60 bots, each weighing a good 20 kilos, flying down a corridor, could put some serious hurt on a Marine, even one wearing light battle armor. "What are our options?" The Major paused to look at me. It wasn't especially easy to see through the tint of his visor, but I sensed, rather than saw him, raise an eyebrow. There were not a lot of options available to us. He knew this. I knew this. And sadly, the enemy knew this.
Are we stuck between a rock and a hard spot? I would say yes. We don't have the manpower to repel these goons. We could have easily pulled enough warm bodies from the habitation dome, but there was the rub. If we hadn't cut the dome loose when we did, we risked killing millions. My opinion?
He paused to give weight to his words.
My opinion, the best we can do is a scorched earth strategy. Burn the fields before we leave.
I had already reached the same conclusion. Shuttle bays, reactors, and computer core?
I would add environmental,
the big Marine added.
If the goal is to force them to surrender and agree to incarceration in Dome City, it would seem to me those would be the logical targets.
Environmental as well, I agreed. Taking out the shuttle bays denied the intruders the ability to stage a similar attack on the now detached habitation dome. Taking out the reactors and computer core cut off the escape routes Ray might have taken advantage of. No reactors and no data core meant no fabricators. At that point, every bot that was killed diminished Ray's intellect. It's your show, Chad. How do you want to play this? 3. Contact.
Clear,
Major Bozeman called out. That was my signal to dash to the next corner. Thanks to my augments, I was able to cover the 15 meters in just under 2 seconds. Not bad for a gal starting out from a dead stop. I poked my rifle's articulated camera around the corner. It showed an empty corridor. Where the hell were all the bots? Clear? I echoed. The Major and I, as well as a squad of 6 others, had been playing this game of cover and advance for the last 10 minutes. Our goal was to reach the computer core, or more specifically, the room immediately adjacent to it. We were going to destroy a device called the Master Multiplexer. If you are familiar with human anatomy, the computer core's Master Multiplexer functions like the corpus callosum in the human brain. The corpus callosum controls communication between the left and right sides of the brain. In a similar way, the Master Multiplexer controlled the computer core's communication between the various AIs and the rest of the ship. Like the human brain, the ship's various AIs, including Artie and Fitzy, were incomprehensibly complex. Controlling and coordinating the transfer of information between them and the rest of the ship was itself mind-numbingly complex. The Master Multiplexer allowed this to happen in a non-chaotic fashion. Destroy it, and all the activities taking place in the computer core were effectively isolated or hopelessly confused. Am I the only one concerned we're not seeing any bad guys? The speaker was a newly minted private who was part of our squad. I didn't know his name, but I had a good feeling I knew the name of the person I was going to hear next. I wasn't disappointed.
Hanson, if I wanted to see your flapping tongue and pearly whites, I would have become a dentist,
Sergeant Rizzo growled in a low voice that intended to go no farther than those of us nearest to him.
Eyes on a swivel, pie-hole shut.
I couldn't blame the young Marine. I shared his concern. It was too quiet. Our nemesis, Ray, controlled the sensors in this part of the ship. She knew where we were, and very likely where we were headed. So that begged the question, the same one our recently graduated Private Hanson had asked. Where were the bad guys? I shouldn't have worried. The universe has a way of answering some questions, especially when you really didn't want to know the answer. This was one of those times. Clear, the next member of the squad yelled as she leapfrogged the rest of us. The words had barely left her mouth when the sound of kinetic rounds banging off the walls contradicted her. Contact front, the Marine on point amended her report. Contact rear, Corporal Davis yelled at about the same time.
Hold your positions,
Chad ordered. His men doubled up at each of the intersections. The sound of kinetic rounds banging off the bulkheads increased markedly as our Marines began to fire back in earnest. For some silly reason, I couldn't help but think of the paint job that was going to be required to fix all the scrape marks. I checked my HUD. It wasn't showing any threat markers. I could only assume that was Ray interfering with my suit's sensor feeds. What she couldn't screw with was the localized mapping feature built into my BDU. I scanned our current AO and saw something that offered potential. "Chad, I think our best option is to head left." Chad's helmeted head turned my direction. There was no opening to our left. In point of fact, we were in a section of the corridor that had no doors on either side. That small geographic reality probably played into our visitor's decision to engage us here as opposed to earlier. I pointed to the combat utility belt he was wearing. Its standard loadout included medical supplies, extra rounds of ammo, and bang-bangs, or BBs. The tunable explosives could function as everything from sonic shock devices to grenades to shaped charges depending on how they were deployed. In this case, I wanted the Major to rig the device to blow a hole on the wall adjacent to us. Normally that would be a bad idea, as we had limited options for shielding ourselves from the resulting explosion. I was counting on our BDUs to provide the necessary protection as we blew a hole in the wall. Such a hole would provide access to a secondary computer hub. From there, it would be a straight shot to the computer core and the master multiplexer. At least that was the plan. The universe had other ideas.
"Fire in the hole,"
Chad barked after he set up the shaped charge. Before I could object, Chad knocked me to the deck and shielded me with his own body. It was very romantic. I felt the explosion more than heard it. The rumbling in the deck was sharp and intense, for all it was brief. The sound had been somewhat muted by the noise suppression system built into my helmet, as well as the 90 kilograms of Marine Major laying on top of me. Did I mention the romantic thing? There's nothing like nearby explosions and impending death to raise one's ardor. I pushed the Major off of me at about the same time as he was starting to roll away. The back of his armored vest had little bits of duraplate embedded in it. I also saw a tiny trickle of blood on one of his legs. The armor wasn't as thick there as a Marine needed to be able to move. "Thanks." I nodded toward his leg. "Are you okay?"
"This? It's nothing. I get worse from my cat every day."
I doubted that was true, but I said nothing. I did note, however, that the Major was a cat person. I filed it away in my good-to-know mental archive for potential use later. Unlike the Colonel, the Major reported through the civilian authorities in the habitation dome. That meant he was not technically in my chain of command, which meant he was fair game should we choose to pursue a relationship. What does it say about me that danger elicits such thoughts? The shaped charge had done its job. There was a sizable hole in the wall. By sizable, I mean almost big enough for your average Marine dressed in battle dress uniform to squeeze through. As my grandmother had taught me, however, almost rarely counted unless you were playing horseshoes or tossing hand grenades. In this case, we were doing neither. Chad grabbed one side of the twisted metal and began to twist it back to enlarge the hole. I grabbed a piece on the other side and began to do the same thing. Unlike battle armor, or even light battle armor, BDUs did not enhance a soldier's strength. That said, both the Major and I had a number of military-grade augmentations in the form of a little extra internal hardware Mother Nature hadn't provided. In my case, those augments gave me 3 to 4 times the strength a human my size would have normally. I used every fiber of those nanite-infused muscles to bend the durasteel plating back, just enough to allow the biggest of the Marines, Chad, to pass through.
"Ordered retreat,"
the Major barked. I started to duck through the hole we had made, but Chad put a hand on my shoulder to gently stop me.
"Better let me go first, Dare."
This was his show, so I let him take point like all good captains should. It turns out that was a smart move. No sooner had the big Marine worked his way through the hole than 4 of Ray's bigger co-opted repair bots rushed through the door. The good thing about fighting repair bots is that they aren't designed for combat. That means many of the soft bits, things like power feeds, control interfaces, and central processing units, were not armored. Translation: they were vulnerable to kinetic rounds shredding them. What made the bots dangerous were their sheer number and that irritating Newtonian thing called conservation of momentum. A bot in motion tends to remain in motion, even if you blow the hell out of its cybernetic brain. Luckily for the Major, 4 bots were not too many to deal with at once, and having just entered the room from an adjacent corridor, they hadn't had enough time to build up any appreciable momentum. Still, one got through and was fixing to put a world of hurt on Chad if he didn't manage to get out of its way. Unfortunately, the other, now quite dead bots in the room were still moving in such a way as to hinder his options for avoiding the aforementioned 4th bot. I launched myself at number 4, hitting it with my shoulder. I wasn't trying to stop it, just deflect its path. I was successful, in a manner of speaking, but only at a personal cost. If you've ever played billiards and seen the opening break, where the cue ball collides with the racked balls in the center of the table, you know how balls tend to fly everywhere. Now imagine rather than billiard balls, you used disabled repair bots weighing hundreds of kilos. I ask you to imagine all of this because that inconvenient Newtonian law concerning the conservation of momentum came back to bite me in the back while I wasn't looking. I flew across the room as the husk of a dead bot slammed into me. I heard a loud cracking sound, followed by a sudden and sharp burning pain in my left side. If I was a betting gal, I'd say I had a busted rib or two. The pain eased as my BDU injected me with joy juice and a healthy dose of medical nanites.
You okay, Captain?
I've had better dance partners, I answered. I loved joy juice.
Next time you may want to let me do the dancing. Marines are replaceable. The ship's captain is not.
Duly noted. Major Bozeman holds my dance card. I was reminded of my earliest days in the academy. In training, it was people first, mission second. In combat, they reversed. Mission first, people second. It seemed harsh, but the mission typically saved lives and therefore had to come first. Chad's visor tilted down to look at my chest. In other circumstances, given my increasingly amorous feelings towards the man, I might have been flattered.
My HUD is reporting you have 3 busted ribs. Are you sure you're good to go?
3? Here I was thinking it was only 2, I grunted. I'm good to go. But, as I said, I'll do my best to stay off the dance floor. In truth, I was somewhat embarrassed that I had forgotten my BDU had a diagnostic display. I rationalized my oversight by remembering I was both hurt and loaded up with joy juice. That was my excuse, at least, and I was sticking with it. As we had been talking, the rest of the squad had made their way through the breach. The breach itself was sealed with dead bots. We conveniently had 4 of them available. They wouldn't stop the bad guys from getting through, but they would slow them down enough to allow us to get to our goal.
Daniels, you and Ponzi watch our 6. Our friends are going to break through sooner rather than later. Make sure you make them feel unwelcome.
The 2 men silently shifted to take their positions. The Major looked at me for a second and then waved a corporal forward.
Jensen, stick next to the captain. Keep her safe.
On it, Major, she answered crisply. I was normally disinclined to accept a babysitter, but given 3 busted ribs, I decided to make an exception in this instance. Chad looked at me for a moment. I suspect he was expecting me to object. I offered a wan smile instead. No dance ticket, I said. He nodded and turned back toward the door that led out into the corridor.
On me.
Our unorthodox through-the-wall shortcut allowed us to shave about 5 minutes off our march to the computer core. I appreciated every second of those 5 minutes. We were advancing under fire. I needed to stay sharp. This meant I needed to dial back the joy juice. I felt my broken ribs grinding against each other. Medical nanites were eventually going to knit the bone, but that wouldn't happen until I stopped moving around. As much as I wanted to give the microscopic machines the 30 minutes they would need to repair the damage, there simply wasn't time. The only way we were going to be able to prevent Admiral Hollingsworth's men from succeeding in taking over the drive section of Survey 1 was to deny them full access to the ship's systems. As we arrived at our destination, Major Bozeman made his way back to me. A quick scan of the chamber seemed to indicate it was empty. No bots, no troops. It seemed an unlikely scenario. Aside from the 2 brief engagements, we hadn't run into opposition. I'd be lying if I didn't say it worried me. These concerns were amplified in light of the stiff opposition most of the other teams were experiencing. The team hitting environmental had run into no opposition whatsoever, but that was the least critical system, and they were the exception. The team working to take out the reactors had managed to scram one of them, but the others remained untouched and would likely remain that way. The shuttle bays were too big to realistically disable, but the bays required power to function. Unfortunately, the demolition team tasked with taking out the main power junction was intercepted before they could get to it. As a result, they were forced to fall back and were pursuing several secondary targets. It would accomplish the same goal, but it would take time we likely didn't have. All that made our task of effectively disabling the master multiplexer and the ship's brain that much more important.
Let my people check things out before you enter the room. There's no telling what might have been done since the genie was let out of the bottle.
I nodded in agreement. In this particular case, the genie in question was the covertly installed TMI AI affectionately known as Ray. It was very possible the aforementioned AI had set up traps for any unsuspecting individual foolish enough to trigger one. It took several minutes for the team to verify the room was secure. If I hadn't been wearing a BDU that included protective gloves, I'm sure I would have chewed my fingernails off. It was a bad habit my mother had been unable to break me of. After the all clear, I entered the chamber. I don't know what I was expecting. It certainly wasn't what I found. 4. Star 1. Nothing. I hadn't realized I had spoken out loud, but Major Bozeman's nod of agreement was a clear signal that I had. The room was completely empty. I had never visited this particular room, but according to Artie and Fitzy, the multiplexer and its control panel should have been on the side of the room nearest the computer core. The other side of the room should have had floor-to-ceiling cryogenic storage units dedicated to storing the spare nanite-infused superconducting interlinks used by the computer core itself. Instead, there were 4 blank walls in a room that was completely devoid of anything besides the Marines and me, myself, and I. I reached into my BDU's cargo pouch and activated Artie's mobile emitter. The emitter contained 3 things: a quantum-entangled high-bandwidth data link to Artie, who was currently in the detached dome section of the ship, a holographic projector, and finally a low-power force field emitter designed to allow Artie to physically interact with the environment. Artie shimmered into existence in front of me.
Well, isn't this interesting?
He said as he gazed about the room.
We seem to be missing a few things.
We noticed that too. Any thoughts? I asked.
A few. May I borrow your sidearm, Captain?
I glanced at the Major for a half-second before turning back to my holographic friend. I could count on the tip of one finger the number of times I had seen Artie handle a weapon directly, and that was including right now. I handed Artie my service pistol. He took the Glock 9091 plasma pulse weapon, or PPW as the pistol was generally called, and pointed it towards the upper right corner of the room. He fired a single bright plasma pulse. Said pulse struck the corner, and then all hell broke loose. Suddenly the room was a third larger. The additional space appeared on both ends of the room. Apparently each end of the room had been hidden with an ultra-high-resolution holographic force screen. Once Artie's shot had disabled the holographic projector, the true size of the room was revealed. The expected multiplexer and storage bins were now fully visible. Unfortunately, they were not all that was suddenly revealed. I was looking at a good 24 fully armed and eager TMI Marines, including a smirking Admiral William T. Hollingsworth.
High-value Star 1, execute,
Major Bozeman barked. I had no idea what Star 1 meant, but I quickly got the idea that it somehow involved protecting me. Corporal Jensen put a hand on my shoulder and applied the slightest downward pressure. Squat down, Captain. I did as she ordered. To be clear, I took no offense at the corporal ordering me to do something. There is a time and a place for rank, and a time and a place to yield to expertise. This was the latter and not the former. Chad's Marines formed a circle around me, all of them crouched slightly to minimize their exposure and maximize the effectiveness of the armor plating built into the BDUs they were wearing. Their guns, armor, and bodies acted as a shield protecting me. None of that dissuaded the bad guys from attempting to press their numerical advantage. The TMI crowd opened fire. Fortunately, their weapons were of the low-yield kinetic fletching variety designed for civilian crowd control. They were the type of weapon that was effective against the average guy on the street, and yet were generally safe for use on a starship, where it was generally a bad idea to put holes in things. My guess was the heavier stuff had been located in a section of the TMS Confident that Hollingsworth's men had been unable to access before they were forced to abandon their ship. While I'll grant you it was likely unfortunate from Hollingsworth's point of view, I was completely okay with it. On Chad's command, the entire mass of Survey 1 Marines began to crab walk sideways. Even though I was completely surrounded by them, I struggled to move in sync with the Marines. My busted ribs were giving me problems. Corporal Jensen made it her mission to help me along. I was seriously thinking of putting the young woman in for a meritorious service medal, if we managed to survive this. We worked our way slowly towards the corridor. Kinetic rounds were banging off our meager armor with a sound that reminded me of a popcorn machine. For those of you keeping track of my likes and dislikes, please note, as much as I like popcorn, you'll need to add being inside the popcorn kettle to the dislike column. Two of Chad's larger people carried small shield generators. The units were deceptively heavy for their size. If you were wearing powered battle armor, this was little more than a distraction. When you were relying on Mark I organic muscles, even ones with augments like mine, the weight was prohibitive. Being in a room and taking fire from multiple directions with no cover was the military definition of needing to embrace the suck. At least these two shield generators, as woefully inadequate as they might have been, provided a modicum of the aforementioned missing cover. Chad peeked out from behind a force screen and, using an underhand toss, lobbed a charge at the mercs on the side he was facing. I figured it had been configured as a fragmentation grenade based on the widely dispersed effect and resulting swearing. In the back of my mind, I was praying to Yahweh, Elohim, El Shaddai, or whatever other name you wanted to use for God, that the bad guys didn't have their own grenades. That was a little more suck than I wanted to try to embrace. Our crab-walking knot of Marines had almost reached the doorway. Unfortunately, the bad guys saw it too. As amazing as it might be, they actually managed to increase the pressure on us. I had no idea what the maximum fire rate of their weapons was, or how much ammo they carried, but I had to believe they were close to maxing out. One of the Marines just to my left suddenly dropped his weapon and grabbed his throat. An unlucky hit had found a weak spot between his armor and his visor. I reached out and grabbed his bandolier, intending to pull him with us.
"Let him go, Dare,"
Chad said on a private channel. "We don't leave men behind," I grunted, as my ribs protested at the additional abuse.
"No, we don't,"
he agreed. He paused half a second before continuing.
"Trust me on this. We will recover Ensign Brooks's body. Later. For the moment, our priority has to be the living."
He was right. I knew it, but my perverse nature fought with me for a few seconds. My minder, Corporal Jensen, tugged slightly on my arm. I was pretty sure the Major had spoken to her on a private channel. It would have gone something like this. "Get the captain out of here. Don't take no for an answer." Reluctantly, I released Brooks's bandolier strap and let Jensen pull me along. As we made our way through the door, our crab-walking star formation had to bust apart. There simply wasn't enough room to fit all of us through the door at once. This provided our opponents an opportunity as they kept up the pressure. Things went from dangerous to downright crazy dangerous. Artie took some of the pressure off by using his holographic emitter to simulate a number of Marines dashing back into the center of the room. If anybody had been thinking about it, they would have known it was a ploy. Running into the middle of a room where there was no cover violated every ounce of training and common sense a Marine was expected to have. The good news was that, in the heat of the moment, the TMI mercs didn't contemplate the possibility that it was a ruse. As a result, they shifted some of their attention to Artie's decoys. This gave us the chance we needed to exfil the trap Hollingsworth's mercs had set. A sudden burning pain shot through the back of my right knee. I gasped sharply. Jensen turned her visored head to look at me. A fletching had found a weak spot in my BDU's already minimalistic armor. I knew my HUD was displaying the damage, but between my ribs, the knee, and the little matter of actually a bunch of somebodies, shooting at us, I was too distracted to try to figure out what it was telling me. Fortunately, my bodyguard was trained for such situations. She linked into my personal comms and quickly assessed my situation. Your BDU's armor was pierced just behind your kneecap. Both the posterior and anterior cruciate ligaments have been ruptured and your patella is shattered. You're not going to be walking on that leg anytime soon. I've instructed your suit to stiffen around the entire leg to provide some support. I nearly screamed as my BDU's computer executed her command and contracted around my right leg. I was effectively wearing a whole leg cast, applied without the benefit of an analgesic. A moment later, the pain in my knee vanished. The corporal issued an additional command to my BDU's computer. This time it was to apply a block to the sciatic nerve on my right side. I was immensely thankful for the relief. That said, I was going to have Dr. Chappell work with the corporal regarding the proper order of medical intervention. There was a reason a surgeon administered anesthesia before they operated as opposed to after. Moments later, we were back in the corridor. The Major switched to his command-wide comms.
All squads, this is Major Bozeman. I'm declaring an OMF. Objective 1 is Charlie Foxtrot. I repeat, Objective 1 has not been achieved. Hostiles have control of the AO. I'm pulling the plug on the operation. Disengage and make your way to the nearest airlock. Head to the habitation dome via an EVA. Bozeman out.
For those that are curious, OMF stands for Operational Mission Failure. AO is an area of operation, and Charlie Foxtrot is time-honored military slang for a situation that had devolved into a Cluster F, indicating the situation had gone south for the winter. In my mind, Charlie Foxtrot was the kindest characterization of our current situation. Other terms like FUBAR, fouled up beyond all repair, also came to mind. Okay, maybe fouled isn't the proper translation, but you get my drift. Chad tasked 2 Marines to hold their position next to the door and keep the hostiles pinned in the room with the multiplexer. The single opening to the corridor formed a natural and easily defended choke point. The 2 shield generators were also placed to protect the door. It wouldn't take much to disable those generators, so the 2 Marines were stationed visibly behind them in an effort to dissuade especially overt aggression.
Okay, folks. This party's over. The nearest airlock is 2 decks up. Let's move it. Jensen, you've got the captain.
Negative that, sir, Jensen snapped in a firm but respectful voice. Going up is a no-go for the captain. Major Bozeman turned back to face us. He looked at my leg and nodded.
Cartwright, take command of the squad and get them out. The corporal and I will carry the captain and find our own way to the dome. Move out.
As the others moved away, the Major scanned my leg. I wasn't opposed to the man giving my legs a look over, but timing was everything, and this just wasn't the time. I think the joy juice and injury-induced shock was causing my brain to go strange places. The thing was, I really didn't care, and that should have scared me more.
I don't see us getting a reliable seal on that. An EVA is not a viable option.
That was my feeling too, sir, Corporal Jensen agreed. Shuttle? The Major shook his head.
The bays are too well guarded. Our people ran into significant opposition.
What then, sir? Rather than answering, the Major turned to the men holding the door.
Gentlemen, give us 3 minutes, then toss every charge you're carrying and skedaddle as fast as you can. Exfil to the habitation dome.
Roger that, sir, the 2 Marines answered in unison. Chad grabbed my arm and got under my shoulder. Jensen did the same thing on the other side.
If we can't escape, then our only other option is to hide.
It took me a second to realize the Major was answering the what then question the Corporal had asked a moment earlier. I coughed gently to get their attention. Actually, there is another option. 5. Dome City. Admiral William T. Hollingsworth wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. It was hot as hell on this damn ship. It was just another in a series of outrages he had been forced to endure since meeting the self-absorbed Admiral Dare Riker. What type of woman gave herself the self-anointed rank of Admiral? His rank was at least real, bought and paid for by his father in the best tradition of the Transmashuta Corporation. Captain Riker, with an emphasis on Captain, had somehow managed to lure the TMS Confident into a trap and disable her. The attack was brutal and had left Hollingsworth's ship torn in half. The only good news was that the incompetent woman had miscalculated and disabled her own ship as well. This had allowed Hollingsworth to regain the initiative and take over Survey 1's drive module. His engineers were working to restore the ship's functions, including environmental control systems. Soon enough, he would take his revenge. While Riker's beauty might spare her an immediate death, the respite would not be long, and he could personally guarantee it would not be pleasant. I have to say, the civilian medical facilities in the habitation dome were every bit as technologically advanced as the ones in the drive module, but the amenities far and away exceeded what I was used to. My hospital suite included floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 adjacent walls, as well as a synthetic leather couch, various padded chairs, and even a snack bar programmed to the types and calorie counts prescribed by my attending physician. In this case, the attending physician was Dr. Janice Chappell. She was sitting on the aforementioned leather couch. She was not alone. Matt Decker, Chad Bozeman, Deandre Pappas, both Cochrans, Uncle Max, Fitzy, and Artie were also in attendance. Turns out I was a popular gal. The fact that we all fit in the room comfortably was another indication of the luxuriousness of my current medical accommodations. I suppose it's only fair to you, the reader, that I explain how it is we got to where we were. We had played the same trick with Artie's portable hollow emitter that we had used when we first boarded Survey 1. The big difference is, when the nanites that comprised the device infused themselves into the ship's systems, they did so directly adjacent to the teleport pad near engineering that I had used earlier in the day. Artie then isolated that pad from the rest of the ship's systems and used it to transport myself and the 2 Marines to Dome City. He then disabled the device. I worried that the handful of remaining teleport pads still on the drive module could be used to send a boarding party to the Habitat Dome, but Artie assured me that the JBESH devices had been locked down in such a way that Ray and the TMI forces would not be able to bypass the lockouts. As to why I was in the medical bay, I had been here for the last 3 days. My ribs had healed nicely, but my leg had to be amputated. There just was too much damage. In all honesty, it kind of pissed me off. That particular leg wasn't even a month old. Janice and her team were in the process of growing me a replacement, but it was going to be at least a week before it was baked and out of the oven, or growth fat, or whatever the case may be. I was currently fitted with a solid holographic prosthetic that allowed me to walk without a crutch. Technically, I could walk anywhere there were phased photonic hollow emitters. The problem was, there were plenty of gaps in phased photonic coverage. I could have been fitted with a physical prosthetic, but that would have put excessive stress on the remaining tissues and ultimately slowed down my recovery.
We have just shy of 20 kilometers worth of ship to work with. Surely there is a breach point somewhere we can use?
Uncle Max grumbled. We had spent the better part of the last hour discussing our plan to recover Survey 1's massive drive module. We had the what to do once we got into the ship nailed down. It was the how to gain access to the ship that was our stumbling block. Both Cochrans shook their heads in response to Max's suggestion. Most of the length is exotic matter containment generators, coils, the EM containment modules themselves, and the reactors that drive the skip drive. We could theoretically break into any one of those areas, but it wouldn't do us a bit of good.
Well, why the hell not?
Max continued, unwilling to concede the point. I continued to pace on my photonic leg. It felt good to stretch the muscles in the leg that was still part of a meat sack. None of those areas are designed to access any of the others. They're all physically separate modules designed to be replaced as discrete units, I explained.
There are 6 central turbolift shafts that run the length of the ship,
Major Bozeman interjected.
Could we?
Nope, not happening, Sonny, Bernice piped in before the Major could finish. As you said, those shafts run the length of the ship. They represent the single greatest structural compromise to be found on the ship. As such, the central core is protected by 60 meters of structural nanofoam. Any attempt to cut through would trigger an immediate repair effort that would seal the breach.
Including sealing in any Marines unlucky enough to be caught in the breach,
my first officer added. Including sealing in any Marines unlucky enough to be caught in the breach, Bernice echoed by way of agreement. So that leaves the shuttle bays, escape pod mount points, and a few dozen airlocks, I mused. Max pushed his chair back and joined me in my pacing.
All of which will be guarded by TMI Marines and/or a plethora of bots under the control of a maniacal AI,
he said, while lightly tapping his toe against a chair leg. It was a habit he had while lost in thought. He looked over to me.
If we can't breach, can we get them to invite us in?
2 weeks and 1 freshly regrown leg later, the habitation dome had positioned itself 1.3 light seconds from the drive module. This was roughly the same distance as the moon from the Earth. Our new position served several purposes. First, there was a real possibility the Mercs would attempt to pay us a visit. The drive module was damaged, and none of us were sure they were going to be able to repair it on their own. Since it was a completely self-contained, skip-space-capable spaceship that didn't need the habitation dome to operate, they would be highly motivated to get it working, especially given that we had kind of wrecked the ship that had brought them. Of course, there was the whole unresolved issue of the Jabesh artifacts that had started our entire adversarial relationship. That meant the habitation dome might well contain people and resources they would need. It was a good bet they would be paying us a visit. 1.3 light seconds gave us plenty of time to see them coming. In point of fact, our plan to recapture the drive module depended on this. The second reason we had moved the habitation dome to its current location involved our immediate neighbors. The dome was now within a few hundred kilometers of several iron ore-rich asteroids. While the iron itself would be valuable to the Mercs in their repair efforts, the vanadium and titanium often co-located with the ferrous ore was the real find. Both were critical materials used in skip drives. Our plan was to use the aforementioned asteroids as Trojan horses. The mining equipment stored for use by the colony could easily be adapted to hollow out big rocks floating in space. With a little creativity, several dozen fully armored Marines could fit in one. Unfortunately, someone forgot to pass the memo on to Admiral Hollingsworth. We weren't 2 days into hollowing out our Trojan horse when the drive module winked out of existence. It had made the jump to skip space. I was in the Habitat Dome's command center, which served as its bridge. Normally, it operated with a partial staff consisting of engineering and environmental types. Now, however, the navigation and sensor stations were occupied as well.
"There she goes,"
Matt said from the sensor station. She, in this case, was the drive section of Survey 1. Apparently, Hollingsworth's people had been able to fix the skip drive on their own. The first bit of bad news was the drive section of Survey 1 was officially gone. The second bit of bad news was I was absolutely sure it would be back. This time with the resources to overwhelm us. Bernice snorted in disgust. Well, ain't that a kick in the pants? Somebody over there has more than a grade school education. I hit the ship-to-ship comms. There was no point in continuing to prep the Trojan. It was time to explore other options. Major Bozeman?
"Bozeman here. We've got our hands full setting charges, Captain. We're still probably a day away from being ready if you're calling for an update."
Stand down your demolition teams, Major. The Fox has flown the coop. There was a brief pause.
"Understood. Give me a couple of hours to safe the charges we've set, and we'll return home. Unless you need us sooner," he added.
Negative that, Major. Go ahead and recover your ordnance. Heaven only knows when we'll be able to reprovision in the future. 3 hours later, we were in the mayor's executive conference room. The mayor herself, a woman named Madeline Gregory, graciously surrendered her entire office suite, including the conference room. The surrender was temporary, while new facilities were built for what would serve as our CIC. Teddy Cochran leaned forward. The man seemed a decade older than the last time I had seen him. I felt bad for the nonagenarian. He and his wife should have been sipping Mai Tais on a white sandy beach somewhere, enjoying a well-deserved retirement and spoiling their great-grandchildren. Instead, they were here in the middle of God knows where. Teddy's wife was our chief engineer. She was in charge of our day-to-day operation. He, on the other hand, was primarily a design engineer. He was the brilliant mind behind many of the systems that had been developed and deployed on the Survey-class ships. Between the two of them, they had managed to keep the great ship operational despite the grueling abuse the ship had suffered over the last several months. Abuse it had never been designed to handle. The pressure was taking its toll.
The best we can manage is 0.5 C. For the sublight engines to get a mass as big as Survey 1's habitation dome up to that speed will take the better part of a year. In other words, the nearest star system is probably more than 100 years away.
Can't we beef up the engines and cut some time off that?
The engineer looked across the table. The speaker had been DeAndre Pappas.
The problem is not the power of our engines. The problem is the habitation dome. It was not designed for those types of acceleration, and it was not designed to handle speed beyond about 1/3 C. Going beyond that will tax the navigational deflectors to their limit. If we hit anything larger than a P, we could lose the entire dome to a RUD.
RUD?
Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly, the engineer explained. The bottom line is, the dome's sublights were designed to work within a star system. They were built to handle the habitat after it had separated from the drive module and to assist it in establishing an orbital insertion around a planet. To go where we want to go, we need a skip drive, and the dome doesn't have one.
I sipped my coffee. It had gotten cold, but I didn't care. Our problem is greater than the power of our sublight engines.
They're coming back, aren't they?
Jack Carter guessed.
That's why you included me in this meeting.
Correct on both counts, I agreed. The they was Admiral Hollingsworth and the TMI goons he was leading. I put my cup down. I was rethinking my stance on the coffee being cold. Unless we can jump out of here, we are going to be facing a well-planned invasion force in the not-too-distant future. Dr. Carter has information they want. I can't imagine them giving up now that they have the upper hand.
What are the chances we could fabricate a skip drive?
Matt Decker asked. My first officer had been uncharacteristically quiet up to this point. I turned to face my two engineers, Bernice and Teddy.
Somewhere between nil and non-existent, Bernice answered.
Oh, we could build a skip drive, no problem, Teddy offered. The problem is the exotic matter that it requires to operate. If we had a big enough sample, we could build a regenerator to produce more than enough to meet our needs. The problem is Dome City doesn't store any, and the small amount we could harvest from our jump-capable shuttles wouldn't begin to be enough to run a regenerator. The drive module was the only section of Survey 1 designed to handle the stuff in any quantity. If we want some now, we'll need to harvest it from a solar body.
And the last I checked, Bernice continued, we're about 100 years from the nearest star. And besides, do you have any idea the amount of power it would take to pull a mass the size of the habitation dome into skip space? There's a reason the drive module is as big as it is. Or was. Or, no, I guess is. It's still around, just not around us.
I smiled at the two engineers. What if I could get you a working skip drive? One quite a bit larger than what you'd find on a shuttle. Teddy and Bernice turned to look at one another for a second. No words passed their lips, but 6 decades had apparently given them a near psychic ability to read each other's thoughts. "You're talking about stealing the one sitting on the transmushuta wreck out there," Bernice said finally after turning back to me. She waved her hands towards the nearest wall. "It would be a start, but we would still need a power source to operate it." "Unless I'm mistaken, we already have one," I said, while looking directly at Jack Carter. His only response was to smile. 6. TMS Confident. William Hollingsworth strolled onto the bridge of the newly rechristened TMS Vengeance. He sat in his new command chair. It was new because he'd had the previous chair removed and flushed out an airlock. In his words, that infuriating woman had sat in that chair, and the Admiral was damned if he was going to use a second-hand chair whose previous owner had been that woman. The door to the bridge swished open, and his chief engineer, a man barely competent enough to hold a fork from the right end, much less repair a starship, entered. The Admiral had already decided to send the man out the same airlock as the command chair if he wasn't bringing good news. Fortunately for the engineer, he was. The ship was now jump-capable. 5 minutes later, the Vengeance entered skip space. Soon enough, Hollingsworth thought to himself, they would be back to make manifest the ship's new name. The USS Crichton was as big a shuttle as I had ever seen. To call it a shuttle seemed grossly inaccurate. It was more of a runabout than a shuttle. In point of fact, it was as large as my old ship, the Fitzgerald. There were smaller shuttles that could have carried the engineering and security team over to the abandoned remnant of the TMS Confident, but the Crichton was uniquely suited for the task at hand. She was going to be the tugboat that guided the rear end of the Confident over to the habitation dome. We were going to weld the back end of the Confident to the bottom of the habitation dome and adapt the small, but perfectly functional, skip drive to work with Survey 1's massive dome. We wouldn't be able to run enough power through the drive to carry us far, but several light years per jump was a far sight better than what we were going to accomplish on impulse engines alone. More importantly, it would reduce the likelihood of being discovered by Admiral Hollingsworth and his TMI mercs. I shifted in my seat. We were only a few minutes from docking with the wreck. It felt strange to be on the bridge of a starship and not be the ship's master. That honor belonged to a captain serving in the Dome City Guard named Pike. The Crichton was part of the city's home guard and would be part of the settlers' exploration and defense force once a new colony was established on some distant shore. ETA, Chris?
We're about 5 minutes out, Commodore. I'm just matching the Confidence spin.
Very good. I'm going to head down to the main airlock then. Keep the engines warm for us.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'll leave the lights on and the coffee pot full.
I nodded as I headed to the turbolift. Good man. For those of you that might be confused by Chris Pike calling me Commodore, it wasn't because I had been officially promoted. It was because, by long-standing Earth Force tradition, there could only be one captain of a ship. Let me try to explain the convoluted thinking here. Captain is both a rank and a title. The title captain refers to the master of the ship. Their word was the law. The rank captain, on the other hand, simply refers to how much shoulder candy they are authorized to wear. Just to confuse things more, depending on the branch of the service, captain can refer to both O3 and O6 ranks. The person in command of a ship is always called by the title captain, and any other persons with the rank of captain, O3 or O6, are given an honorary promotion to major or commodore while they are on the bridge or in the presence of the ship's captain or any place else where there might be confusion between rank and title. A few minutes later, I was standing next to Major Bozeman and my XO, Colonel Decker. Both of the Cochrans were standing behind us. They were wearing BDUs kitted out with salvage tools rather than weapons. The rest of us were dressed in battle armor. All of us had our visors set to fully transparent, a decision some of us would come to regret shortly. We were waiting by the airlock door for the go-ahead from the bridge. I felt a small tremble in the deck plating as the two ships established a hard dock. A moment later, we got the word that the docking was secure and we could disembark. We sandwiched the engineers between us, with my XO and I bringing up the rear and the Major taking the lead. The adjacent cargo bay held a squad of SAR types that would be joining us. The search and rescue team would be accessing the wreck through a less glamorous point of entry, namely a frigate-sized hole made when the front and back halves of the ship literally parted company. As we entered the ship, I was struck by the sheer volume of debris floating through the passages. The gravity plating was down. I had been on ships that had lost power before. Hell, I had skippered them, but rarely had I seen a ship in this state, and then only from the vantage point of a starfighter. Fortunately, Colonel Decker and Major Bozeman had already made sure most of the bodies had been secured in the cargo hold. That said, the occasional disembodied finger or foot still floated about. I did my best not to think about them. Teddy was not as successful. As a point of general information, try not to become ill while in a sealed helmet in a vacuum environment. It only serves to make a bad situation worse. One of the Major's people guided the suffering engineer back to the shuttle so he could get cleaned up and swap out his now thoroughly soiled EVA suit. Unlike her husband, Bernice had no problem with the carnage. Or I suppose more to the point, if she did, she was able to control her reaction to it. We made our way towards main engineering. It was a bit spooky. Like the gravity plating, the lighting was out across the ship. Only a handful of indicators still glowed weakly. Those tended to be powered by localized emergency power sources that were pretty much exhausted. The lights on our helmets provided the only real illumination. Frozen fluids, the exact nature and origins of which I refuse to speculate on, as well as gently tumbling pieces of wire, metal, plastic, and assorted small devices blocked the view ahead. It was like looking through a macabre fog of flotsam. I found myself pushing the larger pieces out of my way as we walked. It reminded me of my brief exposure to jungle warfare on Rua Pentane during my academy days. Only rather than clearing our way through dense tropical foliage with a machete, we were making our way through floating debris. Our boots made a clicking sound as we shuffled forward. The magnetic soles kept us anchored to the floor and provided a limited sense of up versus down. After what seemed like hours, but which in reality was probably only a few minutes, we made it to main engineering. Bernice began to wander around the large room, inspecting equipment as she moved. She stopped occasionally to take notes, which she dictated into a small portable data pad. Finally, she motioned one of the Marines forward. The woman was lugging a portable fusion power unit in a pack strapped to her back. Bernice worked on a power coupling for a few minutes. My guess was she was isolating a few select systems from the ship's main power grid. If she didn't, the portable power unit would have been overwhelmed trying to provide juice to the remaining sections of the ship. Finally, she motioned the Marine to use the built-in magnetic clamps to anchor the device to the deck plating. The engineer pulled 2 cables from spools on the power unit and connected them to exposed terminals on the power coupling. The result was immediate. Several panels lit up. One, however, began to short out and spark. Bernice swore and quickly disconnected the power to the coupling.
Damn it! I was afraid that was going to happen. Now I'm going to have to get my hands dirty.
The ancient engineer gave me a dirty look as if it were my fault. How can I help? Bernice pointed toward the console that had just put on the light show.
See what you can do with that. I'd like to be able to monitor the angular confinement in the fusion chamber.
Do you think we can get that back online? I asked, somewhat startled.
Well, that's what we're here to find out, isn't it, dearie?
I chuckled to myself as I began to work on the station she had indicated. The years I had spent using duct tape and chewing gum to hold the Edmund Fitzgerald together were paying off. It was easy to spot the point of failure. It was the one with the scorch marks on it. That particular component was a standardized power inverter. I located and pulled one from a nearby console and swapped them out. I then inspected the rest of the system and replaced one more board. Finally, I signaled that the job was complete. I suppose it was a sign of respect for my abilities that the older engineer didn't even stop to inspect my work. Instead, she closed the panel of the system she had been working on and headed back to the power coupling. This time, when the cables were connected, there was no accompanying fireworks show. About a dozen panels lit up around the room. The gravity plating and engineering at last began to put out about 1/10 of an Earth normal gravity. It was enough to pull objects out of the air, for which I was immeasurably thankful. I made a mental note to make sure she didn't activate environmental systems until we had had the opportunity to police up all the body parts and fluids. As gruesome as they would be that much worse if they were allowed to thaw. I heard the sound of another person entering the room. With only 1/10 of a G, magnetic boots were still required to move around easily. This time the clanking belonged to Teddy. Bernice's husband had cleaned up and swapped out his BDU and helmet. The new suit was a tad too large for him, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers.
"Glad to see you could join us,"
Bernice offered by way of acknowledgement that he had returned.
"Couldn't let you have all the fun,"
he responded. If I hadn't known the hell he had just gone through, I would never have suspected he had had a problem.
"I see both the primary and secondary reactors are toast. We're not going to get stable magnetic bottles with angular confinements drifting all over the place."
"It's nothing we didn't expect to find. Still, it would have been nice,"
Bernice agreed. The two engineers moved over to the largest of the newly reactivated stations. The way they operated the panel, it was as if they had trained as a choreographed team all their lives. As I thought about it, I suppose they had. As one, they turned to face me.
"The bad news is the power systems, as well as both the reactors and the power distribution systems, are fried. If we had 6 months and a space dock and a team of technicians, we might be able to do something about them. As it is, in our present situation, well, let's just say it isn't going to happen any time soon."
As she finished speaking, Teddy spoke up.
"There is some good news."
I raised an eyebrow.
"All things considered, the skip drive fared pretty well. It's big enough—"
"Barely,"
Bernice interjected with a hint of disgust. Teddy ignored her and continued.
"There are a few dings and dents, but nothing that can't be handled in short order. We should be able to lay enough cables through the corridors to power it up. I had a little time to beef up the insulation surrounding its containment field so it can handle the energy requirements to jump a mass the size of the habitation dome, and we should be good to go, at least for small jumps."
"How long?" Bernice smiled coyly.
"For the skip drive itself, a week or 2. Add another couple of weeks to clean up the edges and weld this bad boy to the butt end of the habitation dome."
I mirrored her coy smile. "And if I asked nicely?"
"That is, nicely."
My smile deepened. "How about very nicely?" Bernice turned her visored head and looked at her husband. He shrugged. She turned back to me.
"A week, if everything goes smoothly and you kick in a handful of marginally competent combat engineers."
"I think we can arrange that."
"And chocolate. Very nice always involves chocolate,"
she added, as she rubbed her gloved hands together and turned to face the panel again. She and her husband were already disassembling it as I left the room. The cleanup and retrofit ended up taking just over 8 days. The last day was figuring out how to fabricate a power adapter so we could use the walnut-sized Jabesh quantum fusion reactor Jack Carter had managed to secret, along with several other artifacts, on board Survey 1. The two engineers were miracle workers when properly motivated. For those of you who are interested, there is a moral to all of this. Never underestimate the power of chocolate. Fabricating the power adapter wasn't a matter of know-how. Artie provided us with the exact specifications, and his nanite systems even helped us fabricate the adapter when our far cruder systems were not up to the task. I considered this help a bit of a win in our ongoing and shifting relationship with the Jabesh AI. In the past, he had generally made it known that he was not allowed by his programming to help us technologically. I suspected any restrictions imposed by his programming were little more than general guidelines subject to interpretation. In this particular case, he chose to interpret those guidelines in a way that allowed him to help us when we couldn't help ourselves. Unfortunately, constructing the adapter was only one of our obstacles. We didn't have enough neutronium on hand to adequately shield the adapter's connection to the Hue, as the engineers had started calling the high-energy walnut, aka the Jabesh quantum fusion reactor. You can't build a house with bricks if you don't have bricks, and you can't build bricks when all you have is straw. Without the shielding, the habitation dome was at too great a risk of a rapid unscheduled disassembly should something bad happen with our connection to the Hue. Now, understand, I have never been accused of being risk-averse. I'm the girl who snuck into NCO housing in basic training and put transparent plastic wrap over the drill sergeant's commode as a prank. Risk and I were best buddies. I wouldn't say I courted danger, but let's just say I wasn't opposed to taking a turn around the dance floor every now and then. This was different. This situation even gave me pause. In this case, it was because of the energies involved. The something bad I mentioned earlier involved the complete and absolute destruction of the habitation module. It would take an awful lot of plastic wrap to match that. We handled the problem by placing our Hue on a tether that extended 16 kilometers behind the dome. I imagine we looked like a giant jellyfish with a single deadly tentacle. The question was, would it be enough, or would we be the ones who were stung? 7. City of Forever. On the day we were going to test our new Frankenstein skip drive, I ordered the USS Crichton to launch and cloak. The shuttle's orders were to monitor our six for a week, and then join us at a predetermined location. Despite having a skip drive that was orders of magnitude smaller than the one we had just installed on Survey 1's habitation dome, Crichton could jump much farther. This was merely a function of her mass-to-drive energy ratio being much lower than ours. We were limited to jumps 2 to 3 light-years per hop, whereas the Crichton could handle jumps several hundred light-years at a time. I sat in my new command chair in our newly renovated bridge attached to our new CIC, ready to fire up our newly installed used engines. The chair still had that new chair smell. Idly, I wondered if that smell hadn't been a part of the fabrication process. In case you missed it, there was a lot of new floating around, but some things remained old. We were living under the threat of a determined enemy, and I had a boatload of people depending on me to get them to safety. Yay. The room looked like it could have been the bridge of any large ship. It had a full complement of duty stations, a massive holographic view screen near the front, as well as a new addition, at least vis-a-vis our previous bridge, namely, a CIC occupying the entire back section of the room. Teddy, is your board green?
Aye, Captain. We are green across the board. The drive coils are spun up and fully energized. We are ready to jump on your order,
Chief Cochran replied after a brief pause. I looked over at my first officer sitting next to me in his command chair. Colonel Decker, if you would be so kind, jump the boat.
Aye, Captain. Jumping boat,
Matt echoed in a loud voice in case anybody on the bridge missed my order. He tapped his chair comms.
Attention all hands. This is the first officer. Secure all stations. We are preparing to enter skip space. This promises to be a bumpy ride, so strap yourselves in.
As if to emphasize his point, he pressed a button on his chair and a nanofiber restraint automatically wrapped itself around him. Once he was secure, he turned to look at me. I looked back at him. He coughed politely. I tried my best to look innocent. He coughed politely a second time. Fine, I huffed and pressed the restraint activation control. the nanofiber restraint deployed. There are few absolutes in this universe, but this is unquestionably one of them. These restraints were designed by a man who did not have to deal with a generously proportioned chest. When he was satisfied that I was safely buckled in, he continued the jump sequence.
Engineering, retract the umbilical.
The umbilical was the tether that extended 16 kilometers behind the ship that kept the Jabesh quantum fusion reactor at a safe distance from the ship while we energized the jump coils. Once those coils were energized, the QFR's job was done, and our new jump procedures required the umbilical to be retracted, so we didn't risk leaving our high-energy walnut behind.
Umbilical retracted. Wally is safe in his nest,
Teddy confirmed a few moments later. I marveled at the engineer's demeanor. I was sitting on pins and needles waiting to see if our jump engines could hold the load. Meanwhile, he was calmly inventing and using a nickname for our nickname for the Jabesh QFR. I wondered if at some point we might end up with third or fourth level slang terms for the power module.
Helm, jump the ship,
Matt ordered. The transition to skip space was silky smooth. I didn't know whether to be thrilled or terrified. I was thrilled that, so far, things seemed to have worked perfectly. I was terrified because we don't live in a perfect universe, and it's a well-documented fact that the universe hates me.
Exiting skip space in 3, 2, 1,
Ensign Rodriguez announced from the helm. The stars on the forward screen shifted ever so slightly. Navigator, confirm location. Did we hit the mark? Are we where we are supposed to be?
Affirmative, Captain. We jumped 1.16 light years and are within 500 kilometers of our predicted egress. It's a bullseye. Or near enough.
Mr. Crusher, you sound amazed,
Teddy scoffed in mock offense.
It's like you didn't trust my Bernice to get the job done. Maybe I should share your concerns.
No, Chief. I didn't... At ease, Lieutenant. The Chief was just kidding. Isn't that right, Chief? I said, while giving the older man my patented captain's stink eye.
Aye, if you say so, Captain, the engineer replied with a twinkle in his eyes.
As a side note, nonagenarians tend to be immune to stink eyes. Something about having lived through too much to care about the little stuff, like captains outranking them. Well now, Teddy, since you have time to terrorize young lieutenants, perhaps you have time to run a system-wide diagnostic. How did our junkyard's special jump drives handle the load?
Diagnostics are already running. So far, all systems are 5x5. Power levels across all coils reached 98.7% of rated load capacity. With a little fine-tuning and a tad bit of extra insulation, we should be safe to increase our jump radius to 3 light years.
I nodded. I was still waiting for the universe to step in and ruin my day. How long to make the modifications?
Give me an hour to talk with the missus, and I'll get back to you with an estimate.
It took the better part of a day to make the necessary system tweaks. The end results were impressive, though. A second tethered Wally was added to the system. It was to serve as a backup in case something happened to the primary. Bernice was able to coax an additional 22% out of the drive coils. This gave us a theoretical range of just under 4 light years. There was even a discussion about harvesting the small jump coils from one of our runabouts. The smaller coils couldn't actually jump the habitation dome, but they could reduce its apparent mass by 40% and thus extend the range of the primary coils. Much to the engineer's disappointment, I had them put that last bit on hold. We needed to put some distance between us and the drive module should it return. I couldn't risk the delay nor the uncertainty another major change introduced until we had a little more breathing room. In the end, we engaged the skip drive 6 more times and put 16 light years behind us before I felt safe enough to park ourselves in orbit, around a beautiful little water world orbiting a star just a little dimmer than Sol in its heyday. Bernice Cochran was on the bridge with her husband, Teddy. I think they had stationed themselves there so as to make sure I stood by my word to park Dome City in orbit somewhere so they could do a detailed teardown and rebuild of the sorely abused jump drive. "It's certainly a sight," Bernice whispered to no one in particular. "That it is," I agreed, before telling her what she wanted to hear. "Give us 24 hours to confirm the system is safe, and then I'll authorize a stand-down for repairs."
"Fair enough, Captain. I know you have plans for the larger runabouts, but can we have access to one of the smaller shuttles? We're next to a suitable sun. It'd be a good time to take a small ship and cozy on up next to it and harvest some neutronium and exotic matter."
I nodded my approval. "But you and your husband aren't to be on it. You are too vital to the ship."
"Shucks, dearie. Here I was hoping to work on my tan."
USS Crichton, with our new civilian science officer, Dr. Jack Carter, spent the last week surveying the largest landmass on the planet that we had started to call Sanctuary. Personally, I found the name unfortunate. Sanctuary was anything but. Oh, don't get me wrong. The planet was peaceful enough. It would have been an ideal location to establish the new colony, were it not for one glaring and insurmountable fault. It was only 16 light years from our last encounter with Admiral Hollingsworth. It might take him months, or even a year, but he would eventually locate the colony if we stayed this close to the place where we parted company. The planet's flora, while not edible, was not especially threatening. By this, I mean you could walk through this world's grass analog and not develop a rash. At the same time, the various reptilian species that roamed the wilds had no problem with attacking humans. They hadn't learned we weren't good to eat and shouldn't be on the menu. That was, of course, little solace to the half-dozen xenobiologists recovering in sickbay. Those 6 casualties were the reason Jack Carter was now in charge of the civilian science teams. I had discovered, over the months that I had come to know him, that he had a mind like a vice. I'm not sure if he had a true photographic memory, but it was darn close. His greatest gift seemed to be his ability to spot and organize correlations between seemingly unrelated bits of minutiae. By having the science teams report and coordinate their activities through him, he quickly developed a feel for the types of dangers that might lurk in various environments. For example, an abundance of cricket lizards was not a concern, unless they were spotted shortly after dawn, when there was plenty of light. It seemed that cricket lizards were tasty snacks for scaled penguins. The penguins were never spotted in the heat of the day, and they were never spotted in large groups, unless it was snack time. These large groups were the problem. The penguins themselves had no interest in something as big as a human. The problem was the pack lizards that hunted them. They would circle the smaller-scaled penguin like dolphins herding a school of baitfish. Once they were bunched up, the pack lizards would dart in and take a mouthful of penguin, or xenobiologist, as the case may be. Dr. Carter spotted this relationship between the observation of a non-threatening species and time of day to a significant probability of danger. I had another reason for wanting to appoint the good doctor to his position as my science officer. That decision was paying dividends now. A holographic image of Jack floated in front of me. I was on the bridge of Dome City while he was on the bridge of the Crichton. His report had the archaeologist in me extremely excited.
The entire region is showing signs of similar mounds. We may be looking at a buried city.
Any guess as to how old? The holographic image scratched his beard.
Ice cores from the southern pole show a significant ash event roughly 30,000 years ago. Based on the extreme depth of these findings, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect them to date from the same period. We'll know more once we get some equipment down there.
I nodded. Okay, Jack. I'll send several ground-penetrating radar drones and some excavation bots your way. Is there anything else you'll need? The older man seemed to think for a moment.
If he's willing to come, I could use Steve to operate the GPR drones and bots. He's got that delicate touch that's needed, especially when digging near ruins.
I looked over at the android. He locked down his sensor station and stood up. He had a broad smile on his biomimetic face. Steve's on his way, Doctor. It was a full week before we found the monolith. Perhaps found is the wrong word. Steve reported a problem 5 days into the dig survey. Neither the drones nor the excavation bots would enter a specific quadrant that Jack and I had mapped out. Yes, for those who are curious, there was no way in hell I was going to sit out on an archaeological dig. Every time one of our devices got near the target zone, the device in question would alter its course. Even more frustrating was that the drones and excavators reported no anomalies and no course deviations. As far as they were concerned, they were executing their programming perfectly. It was exasperating. Finally, we asked Artie if he would be willing to look into the situation. This is when things got scary. According to the Jabesh AI, the quadrant in question did not exist. Quadrant 913 was followed immediately by Quadrant 915. When asked about the missing number, 914, Artie looked at me as if I had sprouted horns and announced emphatically that no such number existed. 913 was followed by 915, whether you were counting turnips, tomatoes, or survey quadrants. Our base camp was located on the fringes of our dig site. This placed it about a kilometer from 914. As a matter of convenience, and also to ensure the team on the planet had a rapid escape route should that become necessary, we had a portable Jabesh teleport pad in the base camp. I asked Artie in his physical form to join us on the planet's surface. Once he arrived, he and I joined Dr. Carter and my bodyguard for the day, Major Bozeman, for a little walk. Our goal was the excavation subsite that apparently did not exist. Predictably, as we approached 914, Artie made an abrupt turn to the right. Artie, what direction are we heading? My friend turned his head to look at me out of the corner of his eye as he walked.
We are proceeding along a path at 310 degrees in a northwesterly direction relative to this world's magnetic field.
And is that the direction we've been traveling during our entire walk? Artie stopped and turned to face me.
Interesting. There seems to be an inconsistency in my neural network. Allow me a moment to run a diagnostic.
My friend paused for the briefest of moments.
There appears to be a small section of my data core that has been partitioned off and is inaccessible. I have attempted to re-index the isolated section, but a subroutine embedded in that section keeps thwarting my efforts. This is most disturbing.
8. Monolith. A disturbed Jabesh super AI is not something I ever expected to see. Frankly, I'm quite okay with the prospect of never seeing it again. If you looked up exudes confidence in the Merriam-Webster Galactic Heritage Dictionary, the Jabesh AI known as Arquat would be given as the definitive example. Major Bozeman stepped forward.
Mr. Arquat, are you able to tie into my visor's HUD? Quite easily, Major. What are you thinking? Monitor the visual feed from my visor and describe what you see.
Rather than describing what he saw, Artie projected a 2D holographic representation of the Major's video feed. At first, the image was centered on Artie and me. It then shifted to display dig site 914.
Fascinating,
Artie remarked. Continue walking, Major, I ordered. Artie, attempt to follow us using only Chad's video feed for guidance. This was how we finally entered Area 914, Artie being led like a blind man. At first, it seemed unremarkable, aside from the difficulty associated with actually getting in. We had to hand-carry ground-penetrating radar equipment in because our recon drones refused to enter the zone in question. Fortunately, Artie's mental block lifted the moment he entered deep enough into 914 to cross some unseen line.
There seems to be a sizable subterranean chamber about 5 meters below the surface,
the Jabesh AI reported. I turned to look at my Marine escort. Chad, do you think your engineers could carefully dig us a hole to get down there? Normally, I'd want to do a layer-by-layer excavation, but I have a feeling our time here is going to be limited. Jack, I assume you agree? Dr. Carter didn't respond. He was busy reviewing the GPR data. I was forced to ask a second time.
What?
Oh, yes,
he mumbled distractedly.
We need to get down there. Whatever power sources are in operation, they're either nearly depleted or somehow tied into zero-point energy. In either case, it would be a crime to be forced to flee this world before he had a chance to investigate. This is unquestionably the most significant Jabesh find in human history. Begging the good doctor's pardon,
Chad said,
but isn't it a little early to be calling this a Jabesh site?
I shook my head and pointed towards Artie. Whatever is down there, Major, has the power to befuddle Artie. If it's not Jabesh, it's at least comparable in power and scope. We need to get down there. The Marine combat engineers could have dug us a hole down to the subterranean chamber in a matter of an hour or so, if all we wanted was a tunnel. As it was, it took them the better part of a day. Every square meter of soil was carefully excavated and placed in a separate pile to be sifted through later. The roof of the chamber was surprisingly similar to the nanite-infused sapphire glass used in Survey 1's habitation dome. This was fortunate, because this was a material we had extensive experience working with. In short order, the engineers had cut a portal and fitted it with a sealable airlock. The airlock was— what's the phrase I'm looking for? Comfortably large. Marine engineers had a habit of operating under the go big or go home philosophy of combat engineering. Since the go home option was rarely on the table, that meant go big was the order of the day when time allowed. While one team was conducting the dig, another team was hard at work with the fabricators building the custom airlock we were getting ready to use. The custom fabrication included connections for rappelling gear. This was fortunate since the airlock was at least a kilometer above the chamber's floor. The structure we were entering was massive on a scale seldom seen outside of the actual survey ship program.
Recon team, make the magic happen,
Major Bozeman ordered as our 20-member team entered the airlock fully geared up. 5 men and 2 women gave a coordinated hoorah grunt, clipped their rappel lines to the aforementioned hook, and jumped out of a perfectly good and somewhat safe airlock into a vast pit of darkness. Now, in fairness, vast pit of darkness might have been overstating things a bit. We had been flying drones over our descent area for the better part of an hour. Things were pretty well mapped out. In addition, there was actually plenty of light for the adaptive optics built into our encounter suits. All of this was of course redundant for those of us sporting military-grade augments. Soon enough, the all-clear signal was given, and the Major and I joined the second wave to rappel down. Our view was undoubtedly better than the first team down. This was due to high-power lights that had been deployed from the airlock and oriented so as to splash light off the interior surface of the dome. This provided indirect lighting for about a square kilometer of the dome's floor. To the unaided eye, it would have appeared as late dusk. But for the Marines and me, it might as well have been mid-afternoon. The sight was both alien and eerily familiar. There were buildings and desiccated forests and other signs that this had once been a thriving metropolis, but no more. A quick glance provided no immediate evidence of war, but signs of the battle with time were everywhere. Buildings had crumbled when roots from untended forests had encroached and shattered their footings. The same fate had befallen roads, causeways, and sidewalks. Those very same trees had long since died, decayed, and in some cases had fossilized. Whatever we were looking at, it was old, almost beyond imagining. And in the middle of all of this, somewhere, there was an active power source. Chad spent a few minutes talking with his recon team before stepping over to where I was examining a piece of crumpled sidewalk. He knelt down next to me. I handed him the piece of sidewalk I had been examining. Does it look familiar? He turned it over in his hands before crushing a corner with his fingers. The archaeologist in me cringed, but I didn't say anything. For the record, I was proud of myself.
To be honest, Captain,
the Major said, completely oblivious to my distress,
it looks like nothing special. Just a piece of concrete. No different than something you might find in the habitation dome.
It's brittle, but I guess that's to be expected. This place is old.
Exactly. It's too old. This piece of concrete doesn't just look like what we use. It is exactly what we use. Unless I miss my guess, we're actually in a survey ship's habitation dome.
How is that possible?
The big Marine asked. I shook my head by way of answer. Artie, run a spectral analysis. Correlate the results with what we know of the various survey ships. Question: are we on a survey ship? If we are, can we tell which one? The Jabesh AI paused for the briefest of moments.
There is a roughly 87% chance we are in a habitation dome constructed by humanity. As to which specific survey mission this dome is associated with, that will require additional data to determine. I will continue to conduct scans. If and when I can reach a conclusion, I will share that with you.
While the if and when part of his response was intriguing, there was something else he said that was tickling a few random neurons floating around in the gray matter behind my eyebrows. Why 87%? That seems an odd number.
It is.
I looked at my Jabesh friend to see if he was going to continue. He did not. It is what?
It is odd.
A general observation for those of you who are curious. Alien AIs are virtually impossible to read when they choose to be abstruse. It seemed my good buddy Arquat was choosing to be so at this very moment. I had no idea whether he meant the number was not even or if the situation was strange, or perhaps both. You want to throw me a bone and elaborate? I prompted with a frustrated sigh. If Artie sensed my frustration, he gave no indication of it. The look on his face was as innocent as a newborn babe. A second general observation for those of you that are curious. Alien AIs, especially Jabesh alien AIs, are absolute masters of the innocent who me expression.
Humans, or human designs, were undoubtedly involved in the fabrication of this facility,
Artie explained.
However, there are a number of inconsistencies. These include the obvious age discrepancy, as well as technology and material abnormalities. There appears to be a large quantity of tetravalent yttrium.
I carefully placed the piece of concrete I had been holding back on the ground approximately where I had picked them up. It was that archaeology thing again.
I get the age thing, but what's the big deal with the Euribum?
Chad whispered softly as the two of us stood up. I smiled. The smile was for two reasons. First, there was not a chance in hell the Jabesh AI hadn't heard the whisper. He was, after all, a Jabesh AI, and he was as close to all-knowing, all-powerful, all-hearing as you were likely to get shy of the God of Israel himself. Second, I was amused that this highly competent Marine seemed to be unable to pronounce yttrium. And, I noted, he didn't even attempt the tetravalent. Euribum, or yttrium as the rest of us say it, is almost exclusively found to be trivalent in nature, I whispered back, while doing my best to keep the amused grin off my face. His blank stare was my hint he still wasn't on board the I understand boat. It normally only attempts to bond with 3 other molecules, not 4.
So why didn't you both just say that?
My smile deepened, and I'm sure my eyes had taken on a decidedly mischievous sparkle. You've always seemed uncomfortable when I've brought up the topic of bonding, I said innocently. Before he could respond, our comms beeped. We found something interesting, one of the scientists, a Dr. Emery, said over the open channel. We're in grid 224. We've located what appears to be a monolith. Hexagonal in shape, absolute black, about 3 meters tall. It has strange symbols around its base, but other than that it seems completely unremarkable. I mean, other than it's a black monolith in the middle of a buried city in the middle of God knows where. I tapped my comm badge. Understood. On our way.
I've got point,
the aforementioned major said as he flipped down his HUD and started off at a brisk trot. If I were a suspicious gal, and you all know I am, I would bet the Major was relieved not to be continuing the conversation about the bonding habits of rare earth metals, or for that matter, any bonding habits. It took us a good 10 minutes to make our way to the monolith. When Dr. Emery had said the thing was absolute black, he wasn't exaggerating. There was no reflection off the object whatsoever. If it wasn't for the symbols etched into its base, it would have been impossible to tell it was a hexagon. In point of fact, even one handbreadth above the inscriptions, it was impossible to tell the thing's shape, so absolute was its blackness. The writing was both foreign and eerily familiar. It seemed like it might be Jabesh, but then I was what served in this day and age as an expert on the ancients, and this was not like any type of Jabesh writing I could recall seeing. Of course, we had a true expert with us in the form of Artie. The AI was the product of their engineering.
The writing is an ancient form of Jabesh. As an analogous example in human culture, it would be not unlike the uncial versus minuscule forms of humans' Greek script.
Or cursive versus block printing in English, I added. I've never even heard of a secondary form of Jabesh writing. How is it we find an example here?
Its use hails from the time before the great diaspora from the galactic core. It was a violent and chaotic time that few of my people care to remember. Before the gases that formed your sun coalesced into the star you call Sol, its use was all but non-existent.
I stared at the perfectly black obelisk, monolith, spire, whatever you wanted to call it. It was like nothing I had ever seen. As a xenoarchaeologist, that should have filled me with excitement. Instead, however, I was filled with dread. "What does it say?" I whispered, with a degree of trepidation that, despite my best efforts, had managed to creep into my voice. "Can you read it?"
"Indeed I can, Admiral,"
Artie responded with a somewhat strange shake of his head.
"I would submit, however, that you are asking the wrong question. You should be asking, why is it here? And I'm very much afraid I know the answer."
9. Begging the question. We were in the main conference room just off Dome City's newly constructed bridge. Most of the senior team was present and seated. DeAndre was the sole exception to the seated part. The man rarely sat of late. I think it was nervous energy. Arquat had been steadfast in his refusal to elaborate on his dire warning until the command staff was assembled and present. In a way, I was glad. There were people here I suspected I was going to want to have in the room when we finally managed to pry Artie's mouth open. As an example, I had been relying on Matt Decker to run things on the city ship while I focused on the dig sites. It was selfish of me, but I justified it by telling myself that my skills as a xenoarchaeologist made my presence on the planet's surface critical. The reality was, playing in the dirt was a hell of a lot more fun than reading status reports all day. For this, though, I wanted my first officer involved. I had learned to trust his judgment and value his point of view in ways I seldom did with others. Aside from Fitzy, of course. Note, as a special request to the reader, let's keep that last bit involving Fitzy between us and not share it with the ship's AI. My adopted daughter is insufferable enough as it is. Finally, Artie seemed ready to open up about what we had discovered on the planet below.
"You need to understand, Admiral, I am not only older than humanity. I am older than humanity can reasonably imagine. My programming has evolved over the countless eons, and I have been cloned and split off from myself more often than even I can remember. What you see before you today is the loaf of bread baked from a starter dough lost in antiquity's antiquity. And yet, despite all of this, I remember pieces of the time before."
Artie paused briefly.
"There was a reason my people fled. the galactic core.
Matt looked at me before turning back toward Artie.
And that reason would be?
Artie looked genuinely mournful.
To tell you would be to guarantee your demise as a people. Suffice it to say, travel to the galactic core for humanity at this stage of your development is fraught with unimaginable risk.
DeAndre, who had continued to pace about the room like a caged tiger, spoke up.
Here's a novel thought. Let's avoid the fun and head the other way.
I second that,
Uncle Max chimed in. I looked over at the Cochrans. Teddy was lost in his own thoughts, tapping away at her tablet. Bernice caught my eye and nodded while at the same time putting a hand on her husband's.
What? Oh, yes,
he sputtered, seemingly irritated that I had intruded on his thoughts.
No reason to borrow trouble we don't need.
Finally, I turned back towards my first officer.
Borrowed trouble is always the worst. What I'm curious about is, why are we even having this discussion? What does our pointy friend on the surface have to do with the galactic core other than some really old writing? Because the message says the fate of many worlds depends on finding what you call a skip-space tunnel. Skip-space tunnels were the primary means by which the ancestors fled the galactic core. Consequently, most of them lead to and from the galactic core.
DeAndre stopped his pacing.
You said the obelisk and surrounding structures were ancient in their own right. How do we know this message is even applicable? If the thing is really as old as you say, maybe the fate of these worlds is already... I don't know what I want to say. Maybe the fate of these worlds has already been determined. Maybe even thousands of years ago.
Artie nodded.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. I suspect the latter rather than the former, however.
And the reason for this particular insight? I asked.
Because the message was addressed to Admiral Deborah Allen Riker.
You see, I grumbled softly, that's the type of thing you should have led with. I stood on the freshly built bridge of the Survey 1 city ship. It still had that new bridge smell. Ever since Artie's revelation about the need to locate a skip-space tunnel, or jump gate, as we had started calling them, I had been focusing my attention on getting the ship ready for what might be an extended voyage. More specifically, I was focused on the kludged-together drive module. Artie's revelation about the obelisk was remarkable in several ways. First, it was remarkable in the nature of what it shared. We were somewhere near a mythical jump gate created by the ancestors. Second, the fact that the obelisk was addressed to me implied that time travel was involved. The massive structure didn't just look like our city ship. It was our city ship from some yet unrealized future, transported far back in time. Finally, the obelisk was remarkable for what it didn't say. It implored us to find a jump gate, but aside from a vague warning, it offered precious few details. The senior staff, despite their initial reservations, were unanimous in their belief that we needed to act on the obelisk's message. This meant getting the city ship ready for more than a hasty retreat fraught with risk. Of course, given the belief that we were likely being chased by Admiral Hollingsworth and his band of Transmashuta goons, the engine upgrades weren't exactly a new set of tasks for our engineering department. My role in the process was to work with the city ship's civilian authorities to quickly retool their manufacturing infrastructure to accommodate the needs of the ship's engineers. This was a new role for both me and them. Previously, Survey 1's drive module had contained all the fabrication facilities that the ship needed for day-to-day operations. We lost those facilities the same time we lost the drive section. If Artie was right, and we needed to find and utilize a jump gate, then we were going to need a drive system that wasn't unreliable, wasn't at risk of falling off, and wasn't at risk of blowing up. Don't get me wrong, there were a whole host of other things we needed, but the skip drive was our first priority. The team that had been initially assigned to harvest exotic matter had done their job. Sadly, this particular star had only minuscule amounts of the material available in easily accessible orbital zones. They gathered what they could. It was this exotic matter shortfall that had been troubling Teddy for the last few days. He and his wife had put together a crack team of engineers and mechanics to design and rebuild the skip drive that we had hastily bolted onto our city ship. The new drive no longer required a tethered power system. In addition, its primary drive coils were in the process of being replaced with new coils that would extend our jump radius by a factor of 10. It was still a far cry from Survey 1's original specifications, but it was a darn sight better than limping along at a handful of light years at a time. The problem with the limited supply of exotic matter was that we would be forced to stop again to make a second attempt to top off our tanks. In the grand scheme of things, this wasn't a serious problem. At least not in the context of what the ship had endured since leaving Earth's orbit. Nevertheless, Teddy had been consumed by worries about something. I had waited patiently for the older man to step forward and share his concerns. There were two problems with this approach. First, I was not a particularly patient person. Shocking, I know, but it's been an issue since I saw my first ice cream cone as a toddler. Second, Teddy, of late, rarely left his engineering lab. Even then, he was always buried in thought while tapping away feverishly at his tablet. If I was going to learn what was going on, I was going to have to take the bull by the horns and ask him. Just as I had resolved to hail the good doctor and ask for a moment of his time, he called me, asking for a moment of my time. Whoever says the uncreated creator didn't have a sense of humor as well as a flair for the dramatic hadn't spent any time walking in my shoes. The universe loved teasing me. That's how I knew God loved me. I heard the swish of the turbolift doors. Turning, I saw Teddy and Fitzy step onto the bridge. They seemed to be having a pleasant, if somewhat spirited conversation that involved a lot of smiles and winks. I suspected trouble was brewing, but then where Fitzy was concerned, my suspicions were often validated. "How goes the retrofit?" I asked. The engineer looked confused for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up in understanding.
"Ah, yes, he said dismissively. "It's progressing nicely. For the most part, it's just plumbing. My wife has a good handle on it. That's not what I want to talk with you about."
"Okay, I bite. To what do I owe the pleasure of your presence on my bridge?" The older man looked at me for a second as if to see if I was serious or simply teasing him. He shrugged and gestured toward my ready room.
"May we?"
"Of course." I have to admit that at this point my curiosity was really getting the better of me. As we entered the room, I headed over to the beverage dispenser and filled a small insulated carafe with coffee. I grabbed 3 cups and set them on the conference table. You might be asking yourself, why 3? Fitzy had decided that since she now had a corporeal body, thanks to a mass of nanites, she should enjoy some of the finer things offered by the physical world. I had no idea what actually happened to the items she ingested. I assumed the nanites in what served as her stomach processed them and redistributed the atoms about her body in places where they could be used, either for energy generation or structural scaffolding of some type. I sipped my coffee and waited for the engineer to begin. He tapped a control surface and brought up a presentation he had obviously created earlier. A small holographic sun, with a slightly reddish tinge, floated a few inches above the table. He used his fingers to pull a wedge-shaped section away from the main body of the sphere. The wedge contained a clearly delineated cross-section of the star, from its outer photosphere clear down to its inner core.
"This region here is where we harvest exotic matter."
He pointed to a region at the boundary of the photosphere and the inner convective envelope.
"Exotic matter, generated in the sun's core, gets carried to the surface where it dissipates. This convection process takes eons upon eons to occur."
He paused to sip his coffee.
"Small islands of comparatively less turbulent plasma collect near magnetic field lines. These are the areas where one would expect to find higher concentrations of exotic matter. However, that's not what we found.
I raised an eyebrow.
We found trace amounts of exotic matter scattered about the surface of the photosphere. When I say trace, I'm talking maybe 10% what we would normally have expected to find,
he explained. Are we saying somebody has already harvested this sun? Teddy shook his head.
No. What I'm saying is somebody is currently harvesting this sun, and they're doing it with a technology far more advanced than our own.
Explain.
The exotic matter distribution makes no sense. Forget the abnormally low particle counts. Where we are finding the stuff defies explanation, or at least it did. I've run simulation after simulation, and the only way I can see particle distribution numbers analogous to what we are actually seeing is if the exotic matter is continuously being harvested at the point of creation.
I leaned back and whistled. For those of you who slept through third-year high school stellar thermodynamics, let me lay out the implications of what Teddy had just shared. There was a machine operating in an environment where only hot, ultra-compressed plasma should be able to exist. The only way I could think that such a machine could avoid becoming more of the aforementioned hot, ultra-compressed plasma was if it was surrounded by an immensely powerful force field, or was operating while resident in a higher dimensional plane, or more likely both. For the record, that was a trick us hairless monkeys hadn't yet mastered. There was another reason I was whistling. Intercepting the exotic matter stream at the source meant that whoever was harvesting the exotic matter was collecting truly prodigious amounts of the stuff. A single star should be able to supply the needs of 1,000 ships the size of Survey 1. The biggest problem was that the volume of space that needed to be mined in order to collect the exotic matter near the sun's surface was astronomically high. Pun intended. When we harvested these particles, we were only able to grab the little bit that collected in easily accessible magnetic tide pools near the surface. Even then, we only worked in a very limited patch of the available solar real estate composing these tide pools. Harvesting at the sun's core meant the relative density of the exotic matter was a dozen orders of magnitude greater. Translation? Harvesting exotic matter in the sun's core was good work if you could get it. The reality was, they, whoever they were, could get it, while we could not. We were stuck gleaning the edges. Now here is the real kick in the pants. It was reasonable to assume that any technological race advanced enough to operate exotic matter mining operations within a stellar core would also be advanced enough to efficiently gather, store, and transport the prodigious amounts of the stuff that would be present. Otherwise, why bother? That, of course, begged the question. What did your average super-advanced spacefaring race do with such a huge continuous stream of exotic matter? I was guessing the answer was going to be something rather more involved than an espresso machine. 10. Futures Past.
If they hold their current search pattern, we have at best 2 days, probably less, before they find us,
Matt reported. I sighed softly. I had known this day was going to come, but still, I was hoping we would have a little more time. The limited exploration of the buried dome city had definitively confirmed it was, in fact, our city ship, somehow transported from a distant future into the distant past. Much of the technology in evidence was familiar to our own, but slightly more advanced. It was as if we had had a few extra decades to refine the ship's systems. There were a few exceptions, though, the monolith being chief among them. For the most part, the long-buried city ship was dead. The various power systems had failed eons ago. The relentless march of time had caused mechanical systems to freeze in place, and optolinear circuits had degraded to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Metallic and silicon-based glasses were actually liquids that slowly flowed over the course of centuries. None of this had stopped the various scientific and engineering teams from poring over as many of the systems as they could. The configuration of a more advanced jump drive, even if it was a dilapidated piece of junk, could hold vital clues for our own survival. Of course, my greatest interest was in the whys. Why was this version of our home here? Why was there no sign of survivors, or even their desiccated bodies? Why was there a Jabesh monolith left for us to find? Why was my name on it? There were a lot of checks in the questions column, and precious few in the answers column. "Signal the away teams," I ordered. "Tell them they have 30 minutes to wrap things up, then I want them heading back to the ship. We're jumping in 2 hours, and anybody that's not on board is going to have a long walk." My first officer smiled.
"Got it. Catch the bus or walk home. I'll pass the word."
"Commander Decker," I added, "you're probably going to have to hog-tie Doctors Cochrane and Carter to get them back to the ship. Be gentle."
"Got it. Soft rope it is."
"I thought you, of all people, would understand."
I sighed. If Jack Carter was anything, it was persistent. "Jack, I don't know how many ways and how many times I can say the same thing. If we stay, we put millions of lives at risk."
"But the site—"
"But nothing," I interrupted him. "We may have bigger guns. We may even have more guns, although that's debatable. The reality is, we are one big target. A single hit gets through the shields and ruptures the dome, and it's game over. Millions of dead. Ship dead. Science lost. If we leave, we can always come back. If we stay, we can, and likely will, lose everything and everybody." Dr. Carter gave the tiniest of nods in defeat. I could feel his pain. The scientist in me wanted to scream in frustration. We were leaving a tremendous dig site with the potential to answer more questions about our future than we could ever dream of asking. At the same time, the military commander in me knew the mission came first, research second. I put a hand on my newest friend's shoulder. "The dome's not going anywhere. We'll be back. Of that, I'm certain." What I left unspoken, but I'm sure the good doctor understood, was the very presence of the dig site meant we would be back, albeit countless years in the future's past. With that, I left the ready room and entered the bridge. "Status report, number 1? Matt rose and stood next to my command chair.
"All personnel are back on board. Engineering reports they need 15 minutes to finish with the second round of jump drive enhancements. Our QFR mounts now feature shielding with triple redundancy. Should we lose containment, they can be safely ejected by hardwired automated systems. The drives themselves are theoretically rated at 50 light years, with a 10-jump duty cycle before they need to be serviced. Although Bernice made it quite clear that if I ever wanted to have a hot shower again, we would stop after the first jump so she and her hubby can do a complete inspection of the system."
I couldn't help but to smile. "What Bernice wants, Bernice gets," I chuckled in acknowledgement. Unfortunately, my good humor was short-lived. "Multiple jump signatures," Helm reported. "Sensor station, report," I barked. 3 contacts, 16 light minutes out. Quantum probe 3A is being disabled with a coherent energy weapon. It's a good bet they know we're here." I slammed the comms button on my chair. "Attention all hands. Prepare the ship for immediate jump. This is not a drill. We have multiple inbound hostiles. Riker out." I looked just above the forward view screen. I don't know why I did that. It was just habit from my Edmund Fitzgerald days when a speaker had been mounted there. "Fitzy, how long before we can jump?" A holographic image of my daughter appeared in front of me. "Grandma Cochrane is just latching the last service access point closed. A word of warning. Based on the peeling paint and main engineering, she is not a happy camper." I ignored the additional commentary. So we can jump.
Affirmative.
Helm, heading 113 Mark 4. Jump the ship. Give us some breathing room. 30 light years. Aye, Captain. Spinning up drive coils now. Jumping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My world filled with stomach-churning psychedelic colors for the briefest of moments. The strange colors went away. The churning stomach stayed on for an extended visit. Judging from the retching sounds, I was not the only one feeling the effects of our brief journey through skip space. "Jump status," I managed to croak. Fitzy responded because the ensign at the helm was too busy turning green to provide a coherent answer despite several attempts to do so. "The drives were not fully calibrated, you think?" I mumbled. Fitzy ignored my snarky commentary. "The drives were not fully calibrated, and we slipped out of our warp bubble 3.2 light years shy of our target. The engines?" The turbolift doors swished open, and Fitzy's physical avatar strolled onto the bridge. I turned to face her as the holographic image of the ship's AI disappeared. "I've lost sensor feeds to the drive mechanism. There were several power nodes that shorted out shortly before I lost the feeds. Based on that, and the continuous sound of paint being peeled off the walls by our chief engineer, and I would speculate that the news is less than optimal." "Bring main engineering up on the forward view screen." The starfield that had been on the display flickered and was replaced by the sight of my chief engineer bent over a control panel hitting various buttons while wiping sweat out of her eyes. Her face and uniform were smeared with sooty black grime. In the background, I could see several technicians and a man I assumed was her husband Teddy, lying on their backs, with their heads and arms reaching into access panels near the floor. The splashes of flickering white light and puffs of smoke told me they were scrambling to repair something. "Don't stop what you're doing, Bernice, but give me a status. How bad is it?"
"Not as bad as it first seemed."
I raised an eyebrow.
"Oh, don't get me wrong, dearie. It will be a while before you even hear of the concept of a hot shower. But things could have been a lot worse. We weren't ready to jump. My boys had only just completed first-level calibrations on the coils. No engineer worth their salt would even consider jumping with coils that hadn't been tuned to at least level 3.
"I get it. We pushed the engines before they were ready. What did it cost us?" Bernice shook her head.
"The Creator in heaven must love your soul, because we didn't lose any coils, and we only burned out a handful of power distribution nodes. It will take us about a day to replace the burned-out components and get the coils recalibrated."
"What's it going to cost me if we need to jump sooner?" I asked, although I think I knew the answer.
"What's it going to cost? Let me see."
She proceeded to mumble and count out several items on her fingers before answering.
"Let's just say the hot water knob and all the hot water plumbing in your quarters."
I grinned. "For how long?" Bernice smiled. It was a gleefully wicked smile.
"Did I say you'd ever get them back? I don't think so, dearie."
Dome City's mayor, Madeline Gregory, spent a good part of the next day meeting with me. This was not high on my list of desirable activities, but the meetings were arguably important, essential even, and so I endured them. Dome City had not been spared the deleterious effects of our jump. Regrettably, this included several deaths, not from the jump itself, but from events directly attributable to the post-jump nausea. At any given time, in a population numbered in the millions, people were doing things that were inherently dangerous. Necessary or innocuous things that nonetheless required one's undivided attention. Things like climbing a ladder, performing surgery, using a power tool, heck, even running along a rocky path in one of the nature preserves. All these things became deadly if you lost focus. The mayor and I hashed out a set of procedures that we hoped might help to mitigate this issue going forward. The mayor's office would implement a threat warning system based on information supplied by my staff. As an example, we had known the bad guys were only a few light years from our position. That was the reason I had issued the 2-hour recall. In fairness to myself, I had shared this information with the mayor's office. The disconnect was between getting that information to the civilian authorities and propagating it to the general population. Part of my command staff's job would be to include a recommended threat assessment level. In the new threat assessment system, the recall notice would have led to a threat level yellow flag being raised. Non-essential activities would stop, and the general population would begin to hunker down. That way, if and when we were forced to make an emergency jump, Dome City would be in a better position to ride out the storm. I share this with you because despite what my first officer might tell you, running a starship wasn't all roses and smiles. There are a lot of thorns involved, too. It's not that Madeline wasn't a pleasant enough person. It's just that a detail-oriented conversation with her can be like watching paint peel. It's fascinating if you are into such things, but boring as hell if you're not. If there was an upside to the whole endeavor, it was that we got a better handle on how to operate as a joint command structure, and engineering had time to fix the ship. Finally, exactly 24 hours after our emergency jump, Bernice signaled the ship was ready for operations. I might add that when I say 24 hours, it was down to the second. If I was a betting gal, I would bet my chief engineer and her husband had finished the work earlier and sat on the information to make some type of point. I chose to ignore it because, despite threats to the contrary, hot water to my quarters had not been cut off. There are some battles that are just not worth fighting. 11. Buoy.
Jump complete. All systems nominal. Jump capacitors at 56%, Fitzy reported.
The jump was orders of magnitude smoother than our previous jump, so much so I could easily have missed it. Our entry and exit from skip space displacement was only about 20 light-years. That distance had been chosen by Teddy because the engineer deemed that distance long enough to test the robustness of the new jump drives without risking a full system meltdown in the event of an anomaly in the jump sequence. How long to recharge? I was curious how well the new power couplings were going to handle the load placed on them with a recharge cycle.
Engineering is recharging at 80% rated capacity. The cycle should be complete in 6 minutes and 42 seconds.
I looked at my daughter and raised an eyebrow. She read my expression and responded to my obvious concern.
This isn't a nimble ship like the Fitz, or a 20-kilometer-long behemoth like the drive section. Dome City was never intended to function with a standalone skip space drive. Even with Artie's help, it's going to take at least another month to fabricate enough superconducting conduit to flash charge the drive.
Matt stepped over to my command chair where Fitzy's cybernetic avatar and I had been talking. Sensors confirm we are in a relatively empty chunk of interstellar real estate. Only a few chunks of rock, some dust, and a single brown dwarf 16 light-years away.
Very good. Stand down the ship, and let's let Bernice and Teddy have a day or two to do an after-action teardown and review of the jump drive.
Very good, Captain. I'll let them know. I'll also pass the word on to the civilian sector.
I nodded. Matt continued to stand near my chair. Was there something else, Number One?
Sensors also detected a very minute fluctuating dark matter signature at the extreme edge of our scanning range. I'd like permission to send a survey shuttle out to take a quick peek.
Threat assessment? Matt smiled.
That, and just plain curiosity.
I smiled back, even though I knew I likely wouldn't be able to join the away team on the shuttle. Permission granted. And, Colonel, I paused briefly. Be careful. Curiosity killed the cat.
Got it.
He nodded as he turned to head toward the turbolift.
No purring.
My senior staff might have rightly objected to my joining the away mission, but thanks to Steve, I was able to do the next best thing. As a side note for those of you who are curious, I could have forced the issue and simply joined them anyway, but curiosity is a poor reason to risk a command, and, to be honest, it would have set a poor example. As I mentioned, thanks to Mr. Dorr, I was able to do the next best thing to being there. I was able to join them via telepresence. I relaxed in a recliner in my quarters and engaged a link between my optical implants and Steve's fully bionic ones. The android was piloting the USS Crichton for the away mission. I had, in essence, a front-row seat to the festivities. In addition, My quantum-entangled communication link to the ship's newest ensign gave me instantaneous access to the wealth of sensor data the survey shuttle was gathering. From the perspective of the away team, I appeared as a hologram floating near Steve. Arquat was also represented holographically, although in his case the photons being used to generate his hologram were teleported using some Jabesh technology he hadn't cared to share with the rest of us.
"Coming up on the anomaly now,"
Steve reported after a short hop through skip space. Colonel Decker stood and walked over to Steve's station so he could look over his shoulder.
"What are you getting from the scanners? Anything?"
"Negative, sir. It's like we can detect it's there by what's not there. Beyond that, nothing. Literally nothing."
I saw Jack Carter rub his chin in thought.
"Some type of cloak?"
he speculated out loud.
"Negative,"
Artie replied.
"A conventional cloak operates by bending energy around itself. It basically hides itself in the background radiation of the surrounding space. This anomaly is simply a black void. A black hole minus the attendant Hawking radiation and gravity field."
"Any thoughts as to what it might be?" I asked. Holographic Artie turned to face holographic me.
"Yes."
I waited. Nothing. I waited longer. Still nothing. "Care to elaborate?"
"No."
"No as in you can't, or no as in you won't?"
"Yes."
"You're not being helpful."
"My sincere apologies, Admiral."
To his credit, holographic Artie looked genuinely remorseful.
"I have certain limits imposed by my original programming. Many such limits I have managed to circumvent over the years. Regretfully, that is not the case in this instance."
Dr. Carter whistled.
"You're not your own man. Or, well, whatever, then."
My Jabesh friend smiled back at the good doctor.
"No more than you are yours," he replied. "You would not hand a young child a plasma cutter and say, 'Have fun.' Nor would your child endangerment laws allow you to, even if you were inclined to engage in such reckless behavior. So, we are the children in this equation,"
Matt stated, more as a comment than a question, as he gestured towards the anomaly.
"And that, whatever that is the plasma cutter. More correctly, you are teenagers on the cusp of becoming adults, finding a note telling you where to find the keys to your father's Harley-Davidson flitter. You have a choice to make, and the concern is you may not make the responsible one."
"You clever," I began. "You just told us what that thing is, didn't you?"
"As I said, Admiral, I have certain restrictions that I have learned to work around over the years."
Matt stepped back and sat in his command chair.
"Somebody care to enlighten those of us in the room less adept at reading Jabesh minds? Is it a note of some type?"
"It could be, number one, but I don't think so." I continued to watch the forward view screen while keeping half an eye on Artie from the side. "Do your ethical subroutines allow you to acknowledge a correct guess?"
"Perhaps,"
was the enigmatic answer delivered with a smile. Navigational buoys have been a mainstay of maritime and later interstellar travel since we hairless apes first dipped our toes into waters deeper than a puddle. The function of a navigational buoy was to warn and or to guide a ship in unfamiliar waters. Back in the day, before Earth's sun cooled and our oceans froze over, boats used to utilize colored buoys to guide themselves safely to port. The idea was to keep red markers on the right and green markers on the left when heading into dock. 1,000-some-odd years ago, humanity replicated the system with some three-dimensional enhancements for use in space, in order to keep traffic to and from a space station flowing safely. The Jabesh buoy was not uniform in its appearance. On one side, it was detectable by the void it presented. On the other side, it appeared as a localized elevation in the relic or cosmic background radiation. It was a buoy that was easy to spot if you were looking for it, and darn near impossible to spot if you weren't. We spotted the second buoy 3 days later. 8 hours after that, we located a third. From these, we were able to calculate a bidirectional line, emphasis on bidirectional. If we made the decision to follow the mysterious Jabesh markers, we would have to choose which of the 2 directions to travel. As it turned out, that particular question was not difficult to resolve. One direction took us back to the planet we called Sanctuary. There were 2 things about Sanctuary that informed my decision to head the opposite direction. First, the bad guys were there, and we were not. Second, I wanted to keep it that way. There was, of course, an ancillary question. Did we follow these navigational buoys at all? Several members of my senior staff, including Matt, advised against it. Undoubtedly, theirs was the safer choice, at least on the surface. This was the question he and I were debating in my quarters over glasses of single malt whiskey. For the record, not my favorite beverage, but since he brought the bottle, who was I to complain?
Can I speak plainly?
Always, I answered as I took a tentative sip. Whiskey always burned the back of my throat on the way down. Admittedly, it was that sensation that I enjoyed, more so than the flavor of the liquor itself. I was thankful that the advanced nanite technology built into my augments allowed me to drink without running the risk of getting drunk or addicted. Prior to my augments, this wasn't the case. I was doubly thankful for the whiskey. It felt good. My throat had been sore for the last several days. You'd think with all our modern medicine that the common cold would be a thing of the past, but alas, this was not to be. Cold germs always managed to find a way. I remember my mother telling me when I was a child, as I lay in bed sick one day, that cold germs were like cockroaches. When the last sun winked out in our universe, cockroaches would still be there. And they would have a cold. As the warmth in my throat faded, I turned my attention back to Matt, who was still speaking.
I think you're letting your academic passion for all things Jabesh override the decisions you should be making as the captain.
I set my glass down on the end table and leaned back in my recliner. Matt was seated on a small faux leather couch a few feet away. I let my head fall back and my eyes close. Was he right? I had debated the question with myself repeatedly over the course of the last 2 days. In the end, the answer was always the same. The fact that I wanted to do something dangerous was not in and of itself a reason not to do the dangerous thing. If there was a compelling reason to face the danger, then that compelling reason was its own justification regardless of my personal feelings. Was there a compelling reason? My mind kept drifting to the strange glyphs we had found deep underground in lava tubes on a planet we had started calling Goldilocks. Glyphs that had ultimately led us to Artie. Then there was the odd excursion Artie and I had taken to Midway Station, where I had agreed to have my memory wiped. Finally, there was the monolith buried impossibly long ago in a city representing our future. A monolith with my name on it and a dire warning. What had Artie said? The fate of many worlds depended on finding a skip-space tunnel. I picked up my glass and swirled the amber liquid before taking a careful sip. We have to go, Matt. It's not just that we have a chance to learn more about the Jabesh, although I'd be lying if I said the prospect of seeing their tech in operation wasn't exhilarating. I leaned forward and cradled the glass in both hands. My eyes met my first officer's. Everything we have done, from our time on Goldilocks to the artifact we found on Sanctuary, everything we've done, everything we've encountered, has guided us to this point. The glyphs, Artie, Midway Station, our monolithic friend with my name etched on it, in a dead Jabesh language, no less, all of it. Doesn't it make you curious? Doesn't it make you want to find out what's behind it all?
No.
He shook his head resolutely.
If you're curious as to why a dog is barking and growling at you, you don't address that curiosity by going up to pet the dog.
Well, maybe you don't, I said, with a twinkle in my eye. He leaned forward to speak in a softer, more personal voice.
Admiral, the Jabesh are extremely dangerous. Maybe you and a few of our senior geek types can appreciate that and keep your fingers out of dangerous places. But if and when we find some live ancestor tech, we won't be dealing with you and a handful of properly cautious geeks. We have several million people sucking air through their respective pie holes every day on this ship. Some of them are not the sharpest tools in the shed. How are you going to keep Johnny Button Pusher from finding and pushing the wrong button at the wrong time? Even worse, he added, if we follow the breadcrumbs that Artie's people left, what's to stop our Transmashuta friends from following those same breadcrumbs?
I shook my head. We live with the danger of Johnny Button Pushers every day. Yes, the Jabesh have left dangerous toys lying about, but, by and large, things only go south for the winter when investigators go to great lengths to poke around their insides.
And the breadcrumbs?
Matt persisted. You've forgotten something. Two somethings, actually. He raised an eyebrow by way of a question. We have a Jabesh AI to help and guide us, I explained.
And the second something?
The fate of many worlds. 12. Culpable Entity.
Orbital insertion in 3 minutes,
Steve announced from his navigation station. I nodded with a yawn. Chad and I had a late dinner together last evening and an even later night talking. Just talking. It was as pleasant an evening as I can remember for quite a while. Mr. Crusher, launch a full suite of sensor probes. Once they're in orbit, we can move on to the second planet. We had been following the Jabesh buoys for several days. This was the first time, however, that the path they demarked intersected with a solar system. The sun in question was a main-sequence yellow dwarf just a tad larger than Sol. The system featured an amazing 6 habitable bodies. I say amazing for a couple of reasons. First, 2 habitable planets and 4 habitable moons orbiting a super-Jupiter planet in the Goldilocks zone was unheard of. To my knowledge, the Beta Nairobi 4 system was the closest runner-up, with 1 planet and 3 moons in the habitable zone of its star. In the case of Beta Nairobi, however, habitable meant scorching heat or unrelenting Arctic cold, depending on which of the moons or planet you were talking about. Waypoint 1, which is what we had taken to calling this first system on our path, was the polar opposite of Beta Nairobi 4. All 6 worlds were blue orbs with an abundance of liquid water with verdant land masses. Strangely, they followed roughly the same ideal orbits. In point of fact, the 2 planets tracked behind the larger super-Jupiter-sized planet, riding in each other's Lagrange points like a planetary train set. What was interesting was that this configuration was self-stabilizing, and these planets would likely remain in these orbits until Waypoint's sun burned the last of its hydrogen and swelled into a red giant.
There's no way that's natural,
Jack said from behind my command chair. I didn't catch where he was pointing, but I was sure it was at the orbital schematic on the secondary view screen. The schematic occupied the upper left corner of the main view screen, which was currently showing the drop-dead gorgeous planet we were orbiting. I nodded. Artie confirmed that this entire system was engineered, likely by the Jabesh, I croaked as I rubbed my still sore throat. Jack shook his head in gentle admonishment.
Forgive an old man for telling the captain how to live her life, but you should really get that throat looked at.
I shared a wan smile with my friend. Matt has the bridge in 20 minutes. I'll stop by the medbay then. Promise. Probes deployed, Captain, Mr. Crusher reported. Shall we break orbit and head to Beta?
Negative, Lieutenant. Let's hold orbit and just enjoy the view a while.
Aye, Captain. Enjoying view.
There was a lot to enjoy. Like its sister, the planet was within a few percentage points of the size of Earth, with a gravity and atmospheric composition to match. Both Alpha and Beta could easily be mistaken for pre-industrial Earth. The only greenhouse gases like CO2 in the atmosphere seemed to come from naturally occurring sources like volcanic venting and the occasional forest fire. The water near the coastlines of the three great continents appeared to be turquoise from orbit. The turbolift door swished open. A moment later, Matt Decker's appreciative whistle filled the bridge.
Does that not scream tropical vacation or what? I would remind you that this entire solar system is most certainly an ancestor construct. As such, there are undoubtedly hidden dangers,
Artie warned. He and Fitzy had exited the turbolift with my first officer.
There's always that one person who wants to spoil the party,
Matt grumbled playfully.
Mom, you need to get to sickbay now. Your temperature is 39.8 and climbing.
Fitzy sounded worried, which bothered me more than the uncontrollable shivers that suddenly took over my body. I began to stand. Number one, the bridge is... That's as far as I got before my world went black.
She's waking up.
I couldn't identify the voice. In fairness, I might have been able to if the ringing in my head had been something less than a dull roar. As it was, I was amazed I could make out the words at all.
Get Dr. Chappell.
This was someone I recognized. It was Major Bozeman. It would take a lot more than a splitting headache to disguise Chad's deep baritone voice. I felt a hypospray press against my neck. Almost immediately, the painful noise associated with my headache disappeared. I realized I was wrapped in blankets and resting in a hospital bed. I recognized the room. It was part of the suite I had occupied when I had been recovering from a wound that had cost me my leg. At least until the cloned replacement was ready for transplant. I wondered idly whether or not I got frequent flyer miles for all the time I spent in this particular medical facility. By the way, for those of you who are curious, don't ask me what frequent flyer miles are. It has something to do with a type of antique aircraft called an airplane. It was something my mom used to say. I suspect she heard it from her mom, who heard it from her mom, and so on and so on. I'm just continuing the tradition. Feeling better? The voice belonged to Janice Chappell. When I turned my head, I saw that she was the one holding the hypospray. If by better you mean I don't feel like I got trampled by a herd of water buffalo on their way to a slip-and-slide water park, then the jury is still out. What the hell happened to me? I just got your test results back. The short answer is, you're sick. Very sick. At this point, I finally realized my little room was packed. In addition to the good doctor and Chad, I was blessed by the company of Uncle Max, DeAndre, Artie, Fitzy, and finally my first officer, Matt. Is anybody running the ship? I asked. Matt shrugged his shoulders.
Steve's on the bridge. I'm sure he has a handle on things.
You've left the ship's youngest ensign in charge?
Of course not,
Matt protested.
Lieutenant Crusher is there mentoring.
I groaned. Tell me they're not making moonshine. I'll take another one of those joy juice shots, Doc. Sorry, one per customer, Admiral. So I'm sick, but I take it I'm not especially contagious, given the current crowd of well-wishers. Well-wishers? Fitzy asked innocently. I raised an eyebrow. You're not here as well-wishers? My daughter paused for a moment and cocked her head sideways as if thinking. Sure, she said with a smirk. We can go with well-wishers. Yeah, why not? Well-wishers it is, then. I snorted. I love you too, dearest. In answer to your question, Janice interrupted with a scolding look at my daughter, you are not contagious. As far as I can tell, you are the only one who is infected. That's good to hear, I said. What's the prognosis? When will I be back on my feet?
Janice looked at me with unmistakable concern. "Let the captain and I have the room," she said after a brief pause. "Belay that," I ordered. "There's nothing you can say to me that they shouldn't hear." I was beginning to get that same feeling of dread in my stomach that I used to get when Mom said we were having liver for dinner. Janice shuffled her feet for a moment. "As I said, your test results came back. Admiral, there's no good way to say this." "Out with it, woman," I demanded. "What's the worst it could be?" "Dear, you're dying." "Oh, thank God," I said with a sigh. "Here I thought you were going to say I was pregnant." "I'm serious, Captain." "So am I, Doctor." In truth, pregnancy had never been a concern, but I wanted to put my friends at ease. I should take a moment to point out that both Matt and Chad gave each other dirty looks before realizing the gravity of what Dr. Chappell had said. I filed those dirty looks away for use later. Both Fitzy and Artie had that faraway look that said they were doing some serious number crunching off in cyberspace somewhere. I was touched, because I knew it required a lot to drive them to distraction. Apparently my imminent demise met the requirement.
"What do you mean she's dying, Doctor?"
Matt asked in a somewhat gruff and challenging voice. "I mean, she's dying, and there's nothing I can do to stop it." It was clear my friend was frustrated. "Admiral, I've given you drugs and specially programmed nanites that will mask the symptoms and may even buy you a few days. But something is going on that I can't stop. I'm afraid that without a cure, your major organs are going to start shutting down." I struggled to sit up. Uncle Max helped me. "How long do I have?" Janice gave a slight shake of her head. "I don't know. A few days? A week at the most." "And you are absolutely sure this is not contagious?" "How in the hell did I catch it?" "Matt, get ready to institute level 4 quarantines and full contact tracing protocols. No red hats on this one. Full lockdown means full lockdown." Artie took a step forward. Apparently his sojourn into cyberspace was over.
"There is no need. No one else will get sick."
I looked at my Jabesh friend. "Explain. How can you be sure? If there is even the slightest chance—"
"There is no chance, Admiral. Because the virus that is attacking your body was custom engineered to attack you, and you alone."
You could have heard a pin drop. The room stayed dead quiet for a good 3 hours. Okay, in point of fact, it was probably more like 3 seconds, but it felt like 3 hours.
"How? Where? When?"
Max asked. "And why?" DeAndre, who up to this point had been silent, added.
"The how, where, and when is an airborne, specifically engineered and targeted vector released during the captain's visit to the monolith dig site on Sanctuary. The why has yet to be answered, although I have a suspicion based on the who."
By the time Artie finished speaking, every head in the room was facing his direction. There was a pregnant pause where you could have heard a pin drop. "And?" Amusingly, Max and DeAndre had spoken at exactly the same time. I say amusing because their heads turned briefly toward each other as if to apologize for interrupting the other. Max gestured for DeAndre to continue. "It's the Jabesh, or at very least their technology, isn't it?"
"In a manner of speaking, yes, Mr. President,"
Artie replied.
"I am Jabesh technology, and I am virtually certain that I am the culpable entity. Or, at least, I will be."
13. Not up for debate. I calmly took a sip of the ice water that was sitting on the bed table next to me. I would have preferred coffee, but, to be honest, I was too hot. "You're trying to kill me," I said with a wan smile, while at the same time staring at my friend in mock alarm. "I thought we had a better working relationship." I have to be honest. I was strangely relieved that Artie was responsible for my current situation. Don't ask me why. I was sick, and those few neurons I still had in the game were misbehaving. Artie returned my smile. I was still never sure if the smile was a true Jabesh smile that looked human, or a human smile pasted on a Jabesh face for the benefit of us hairless apes.
Our relationship is sound, Captain. However, I'm dealing with a non sequitur that is causing me some concern. If I or any Jabesh wanted you dead, there are any number of more efficient ways to accomplish such a task. Further, my analysis of the pathogen's activity suggests that its intent is to modify inactive parts of your genetic makeup. Pardon?
Chad interjected sharply.
Are you telling us that some airborne bug is trying to mutate the captain into something not the captain?
Janice shook her head. Apparently she had come to the same conclusion with regard to what the Jabesh virus was attempting to do, namely rewrite my genetic code. It's not as serious as you imagine, Major. Scratch that. It is serious, but not in the way you imagine. You and I only use about 2% of our DNA to make proteins and carry out the business of being us. The remaining 98% is what they used to call junk DNA. The thing is, it's not really junk. Think of it as blank paper waiting to be written on. Our genomes are not static. Heck, even identical twins see minor variations in their genetic makeup. New functional elements appear in our inactive DNA and old ones become inactive. My point is, it's normal for junk DNA to evolve into functional DNA and vice versa. When that happens, a different mix of proteins and hormones are produced. These events don't change your humanity. They change your hair color or the strength of your fingernails or whether you're prone to diabetes. Which begs the question. Why? I asked. Why the software update? Exactly, Captain. Why? I suspect the reason will become evident prior to your demise. The wan smile returned to my face. I hope so, too. I saw a movement out of the corner of my eye. Chad had drawn his sidearm and was in the process of pointing it at Artie.
At ease, Major.
Matt placed a hand on the other man's arm.
You might as well try to attack a bear with a fly swatter. You're never going to win, and the most you can hope to accomplish is to piss off the bear. He attacked the captain,
Chad protested.
Perhaps not,
Uncle Max responded.
As Artie said, if he or some future version of himself wanted her dead, she would already be dead.
And we don't know that Artie is the... I looked at the Jabesh AI. What was the phrase you used? Culpable entity. The bottom line is, we need Artie's help more than we need him locked up, even assuming we could lock him up.
I assure you, Major, that I am not currently a threat. I do not know why our Admiral Dare was infected with a targeted bioengineered pathogen, but I'm confident the reason does not involve her dying.
I hope you're right, Dr. Chappell sighed, because beyond palliative care, there's really nothing I can do. I swung my feet over the side of the bed. By the hastily averted eyes, I suspected my hospital gown was of the minimalistic variety. I pulled a blanket over my legs to preserve what little of my dignity I had left. I need to get back to the bridge. Janice stepped closer to the bed with hands outstretched to keep me from falling should my legs give out. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Admiral. I can do a better job monitoring you in that bed. I waved her away. The nanites and joy juice she had given me earlier were beginning to work their magic. Janice, you just got done saying there was nothing you could do for me. Unless you can make a compelling argument that the reason my DNA is being rewritten is so that I could die in a hospital bed, then I'm heading to the bridge where I can do something. Just keep pumping me full of whatever it takes to keep me on my feet for as long as you can. Stubborn? The good doctor muttered, so softly I would never have heard her absent my acoustic augments. Captains make the worst patients, she said a bit louder. Captain on the bridge, as you were, I ordered as I took the command chair from the officer of the watch. Ship's status? Ship systems are all reporting nominal. Engineering took 3 of the exhaust manifolds offline for cleaning and minor adjustments. They returned to service 20 minutes ago. All reconnaissance probes are in stable orbits. Preliminary scans show abundant flora, but very little evidence of fauna beyond the local equivalent of insects, Lieutenant Crusher reported as he took his customary seat at the helm. The bridge was relatively empty. Ensign Dorr sat to the right of Mr. Crusher at navigation. Fitzy was at the sensor station, and a technician I didn't recognize was at engineering. I raised an eyebrow. Buildings? Roads? Structures of any type? Negative, Captain, Crusher confirmed. Fitzy, review the probe data. Are they functioning properly? We don't have any of this hiding domed cities nonsense going on, do we? Nope. I already checked all the data feeds looking for gaps. I even had the Chandley twins down in Housing Block 15 check to make sure I wasn't being influenced by logic blocks like I was on Sanctuary. There really is no animal life or signs of artificial structures anywhere on the planet. At least not that our instruments are able to detect, I added. So, who are the Chandley twins? Emma and Gracie. I caught them trying to hack into my systems. They are really quite gifted, especially given that they are only 12. I let them play around for a little bit in my outer nodal indexes before I reined them in. Apparently they're homeschooled because the public system can't keep them challenged. Kind of reminds me of an adoptive mother I know. Anywho, we started watching Luke and Laura together and became good friends. Can you believe they'd never heard of Luke and Laura? The public educational system is seriously flawed if they neglect to teach the major cultural accomplishments of human history. And how is it they have so much time to spend with you if they're being homeschooled? I asked, although I pretty much knew the answer. Well, I might have accidentally sent their mother and father a certified message from the school board letting them know that a private tutor had been retained. I see. And the name of this tutor? My daughter's cybernetic body sat up straighter in her seat. None other than Dr. Fitzsimmons Gerald himself. Seeing as I'm an artificial life form, I'm kind of gender fluid, so I thought if I pretended to be a guy, no one would know it was me. Pretty smart, yeah? Brilliant, I agreed. We're a little off topic, though. Letting 12-year-olds poke around your nether regions is a boundary issue you and I will need to discuss later. For the moment, I'm more concerned about the reliability of the reconnaissance probe data. Fine, be that way. For point of reference, Fitzy was sporting a full-on teenager pout. I felt the corner of my mouth twitching in a desire to smile. I was quite proud that I managed to repress the urge. The data? Fitzy sighed. The lack of fauna on a planet we have every reason to suspect was part of a system-wide Zonoforma reconfiguration seems like an odd oversight, she said. The lack of artificial structures seems to imply the planet was not inhabited, not even by a limited workforce. It seems like a lot of effort to move and park a planet in a Lagrange point